Chapter 1 The Sanofer Stableman. Old Mo Thathasiofi Arasisamard steed. If you bring it back to Master Wang says Statlikethis, he will surely break your legs. Thes beaker waste thes steward of Wang Vermilia State Union City, as Molto Nundathachin dynasty. Old Mo is thestable manthari. Thou he healthy position of Stibleman he was burdened with everduru Yandlaboristasк. Today, thes steward abrotimatos elector horse, but hadn't or else of Silverga Venby Master Wang her dwindled to merely 3 in old moss hands. Seeing Tesilver, old Mounder stewed totty stewarded pocket some of the money, hefelt powerless if he failed to complete the task, the steward would undoubted lie upon them. Thus, he hard nerkos botos electamid horse, one that the behavioural issue met I mesit wildren idly, and to 3 times, it wilds and plus stand still, unresponsive, beauty fired strike eat, it wild go berserk. Old Murcho Cledto himself, taking Aswig from eyes whiny flasky hadn't lie spent her tails and Thathus, as for Hatto explained their situation, that Wassimple would bend 2 nails on dem them into the rins, placing them inside death a horse's mirth. If the horse so went wild and pulled at their rins, the nails would cause it pain, McKinjet obedient. Thes steward in the carriage lurkidone with satisfaction at Old Mo. In this chaotic world, where celestial beings clashed and mortal suffered, life had becurmeal. Just recently, one of Teron's servant Shaganuter deliver a message, only Toba Roba by mountain bandits salong with issues. Now, with a lucrative Egypt from his master, Thesteward Caldern Sykesanda half-tile set I'm hebret Old Molong, dot of headed Gavold Moat least thal fay tail tofil highs whiny flask, that would surely be trouble when they returned. Old Mo sighed, reflecting on how difficult life was in these turbulent times. Ut over 40 years of age, her dietary, unlike Wang Fatty, had not in lie her door I've butyl so walk in Cuban synthicity. Theni orter tailsh mini jed to save would David ta goter ward streeting these events sta drink otherwise. The gossip I rabble would sur lie informed the sharp-tongued Lady Wang about this purchase in gamut horse under the gazi offer done. When that happened, the blame would inevitably fall on him, while at the steward would escape unscathed. Stop right there. Oringa shook her head. Old Mo had been reclining, sat up. A woman was running, cradling chilled, with Tomaskid men armed with knives in pursuit. The steward trembled beside him. The situation was clearly of banditry. As a man reached the front of the carriage, she struck in the back and fell to the ground. Seeing the 2 bandits rushing towards the carriage, the steward with himself in fear. Old Mo, equally terrified, fumbled for a way out, his hand trembling around the gird. Both men believed they were doomed when suddenly, Afigia flew through Thretheski, casting spells at the 2 bandits. Fireballs hove from the figure's fingertips, engulfing the bandits, who fell to the ground, charred. Damn it, I was a closeto earning murmured, the newcomer scoffed, floating in the air and looking down at hetwa kneeling mortals with disdain before muttering the ordinate and soaring away on his word. Old Mo the steward remained kneeling in re of the celestial being. When Old Mosen said pestilence, he look at you pan so that noon waste there, henard get the steward, and as the both heard, there realized their clothes were soaked with sweat. At that moment, a baby's cry echoed from beneath the carriage. Old Mo descended to investigate if the woman was dead, but a boy beneath her was unharmed, likely just on grind crying. Old Mo picked up the infant, but his steward urged he might get involved, warning that in such times, one occult hard lie protect himself, let alone echo refericult. Old Mo felt thighs ways a gift from heaven, a sign that, since I had na children, he was banks and Tayson, ignoring the steward's protests, had took se killed and returned to the Wanja state with testword. 10 years later. Chenian City. Wang family estate. Stop right there, you little brat, how dare you steal from the estate? Ilbray Aculegs, at near Old Boy was running ahead, Puswed be a short, stout woman with a round face, brandishing gastic. The household servants glanced over but quickly turned to other tasks, having grown accustomed to the scene. Ever since Old Mo had brought Omisan and events spent hafu coins to hire our fortune teleto name him Mo Chen, the boy had been relatively well behaved, albeit occasionally wandering into the kitchen to bet the cooks for a bit of wine for his good for nothing father. A few years prior, the steward and Old Mo had returned from a lucrative Egypt, only to find that her goose they'd arrived at the station needed a horse to ride home. Unfortunately, themad horse, which had not been fitted with nails, was ridden back betheagest. On the way, the guest waist thrown a fan several injured, leading Master Wang to investigate the incident. He discovered that a horse had been a mardon. Furious, Master Wang expelled the steward from the station the spot. Since Old Mo had never made a mistake, his even 10 lashes but was allowed to stay, though he would no longer be given lucrative Egypts. With a month lies Alario fan lenatile, he called Berliar for Todrink, let alone is a porthasan. Thus, he was forseed Tolliver frugally, sneaking gin to the kitchen for scraps when he's craving Farrell Kerholstruck. 2 years ago, noticing old Mo's difficulties, Mo Chen began bringing the old man's winebeer to the kitchen ever evening before dinner. However, whenever Lady Wang saw him, switches him off with her stick, threatening to beat him after death if she caught him. These event shagrona seed toth his routiner despite Lady Wang being shorthand stout with a heavy hand, she never enlisted hey help off other servants to catch Mo Chen many would jo ke that perhaps she was trying to lose it by casing after him. After running for more than half an hour, Lady Wang finally cursed and gave up. Mo Chen, panting heavily, slowly made his way back to festival. Farther, I brought you some wine, Mo Ken exclaimed, dripping with sweatish handed the good to old Mo. Old Mo looked at his understanding and nodded with satisfaction. He took Harswick from the good and popped their roasted soybean into his mouth, his expression akin to a tofen in parasavoring a fist. Little Chen, the boy who had cattle for us was killabiben did yesterday, thest you just informed me that tomorrow you'll be taking over his duties. Old Mo stroked Mo Chen's head, his face darkening, the pecked misen to take on and garous dask without any pay. Mo Chen did, knowing that old Mo Hardle was scared for him deeply, given the danger, if he refused to go, thest you would surely find trouble with old Mo, thus, he had no course but to complete. Old Mo looked at this and then suddenly lamented his own shortcomings. Ivanly who irrecoverable, how could hisson, at Egyptian, still go hungry. The clothish warrior patched up, and distraws and were woven by Mo Chen himself, with winter approaching, he still wearing thin garments, yet, Mo Chen did no charithesi sentiments. Hundestu Totha had been adopted by old Mo and recognized Toth his mother's survival in such chaotic time as was a miracle in itself. His mother was gone, and felt fortunate to just be live. Chapter 2 A vow to becoming an immortal. The next day, few of the wasn't what chilly. Mo Chen led the cattle up the mountain and gazed at the patch of soffalo grass before him, puzzled as to he still heard in cattle late sucker time. Unbeknownst to him, these here cattle were not raised for farming, they were mean to buffer to the sect that governed Chinian City during the new year. That land belonged to the emperor. In this darker, he was Maria figurehead, the common people in Otenlai had to pay taxes to the court, but local officials also exploited him further to pay the immortal sects. The Chinjian sect, Aswood cultivation sect, managed Chinian City. The government was required to provide a tribute to Chinjian sect Yakia, mandating that farmers contribute a tailo of silver, while merchants had to pay 5. Large households like Master Wang had to pay 50 taels annually, along with only ox and 2 horses. Tozavi casts, Master Wang's estate did not purchase feed for the cattle. Instead, during spring and summer, they would send old Mo the servants to gather grass, leaves, and other agricultural byproducts to turn into feed for the cattle in the deep winter. Now that it was just the beginning of winter, there was still some yellow grass in the mountain, prompting Mo Chen to attack the catloop. Hellet he cattle graze uhal reclined on a large rock, pondering with the boy who had herded cattle had it and why had encountered bandits, don't bandits socialize steal cattle. Ash pondered, an ominous feeling crept into his shoot something ways amiss. While low stintort, he noticed a dark shadow flying overhead, followed by 3 figures standing and swords soaring past. This was sword flight, a skill that, according to these events, Golden Light performed by cultivators who hard wretched foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, sounds of battle erupted from the nearby peaks. Mo Chen abandoned the cattle and to the summit, where I witnessed a Kaiichiri resembling a demon confronting 3 immortals in midair. Demon, I see you have nowhere return. The 3 immortals spread out, surrounding the demon, unfazed, simply hovered in there, observing them. You 3 listed you are young cultivators think you can kill him. The demon appeared to scoff at their forts, its demonic aura radiating outward, exerting such pressure that the 3 immortals struggled to maintain their footing. Mo Chen, peering over the mountain top, felt their residual pressure nearly him tumbling down. What of timid stage Yuan Ying? This is the territory of the Chinjian sect you have nor I took recklessly. One of the sword immortals brandished his sword at a demon, while a the third withdrew their swords, preparing to strike. The demon transformed into what's true from a massive 100-meter serpent lunging at the rest immortal. Sword immortal summoned a magical artifact, a mirror that expanded in the serpent's mouth, stretching it wide open. He wore as huge expression, but suddenly, with a crack, the artifact shattered, and the serpent lunged forward again, about to swallow the immortal whole. Just then, a massive sword descended from above, posing these penchard. These immense pretty fell rapid light at the ground, sending clouds of dust and bris flying. These Apent attempted Tugnitsmirth, but Hess ordered Pierre say Thruffet's jaw, preventing it from doing so. It's Enormer's body writhed on the ground, as if making a final struggle. Mochen looked upon so another figure soaring above it. Three immortals, they bowed, saying, "Greetings, sect master." It any doubt that this figure weighs Theliuder of Genjian sect, appearing Jevon Marefor midder blethen the serpent below, for immortals descender upon the serpent from Theski. Ah no, this beastie's about to self-destruct. These act Meister shouted urgently. Amidst der Juarnying self-detonation was not trifling matter reef. These are pentitanated its demon core, Genian city world likely be doomed. These act master quick lie produce a formation platen toasted downwards, while let for mortal swift lie treated. Mochen watchadin or waste thighs way to mend four immortals to battle, wither deafening explosion, a mushru acloud rose from the ground, but force oath thiblist was contained with formation. Crack! The formations hattered, and the explosive energy erupted. The mountain top where Mochen stood was not spared, as their residual forces sent him tumbling down, rendering him unconscious. Bivening, Mochen slowly regained consciousness, struggling to rise, his entire body ached and his head felt dizzy. Asha looked around, everything appeared disoriented. He stumbled a few steps before collapsing again, lying down for nearly half an hour. When he woke once more, his vision remained hazy. Waste that der objects before him. Inner days, hurry at you grasp it. Ash's vision cleared. Hurry lies tways a black dragon hedgedy pendant, hold injit in his palm. He felt warmth spreading through his body, alleviating the pain in his sheet. With great fit, he stood up, placing the pendant in his bricket. Hair turned to thespert where he had been herding cattle, relieve it to find the cattle still there. If the cattle had gone missing, he would the vida to return to Dave me and certain death. In Theosof Thulthi, their servants were worthless than dogs. He hard witnessed first and ho a servant Hollister horsewires beaten to death with clubs upon returning. Mochen understood taught eyes ways a world where sunlight scarce penetrated. Harry's olvid to strive for greatness, Tobka me an immortal like Ethozu huffle one's words. Despite heavy pain coursing through his body, he gritted his teeth, determined to endure until he could rest. Visiting Addictor would cost severe old coins, in a Faraday's worth of meals. Up and returning to the estate, Mochen led the cattle to the barn, secured the door, and then went to eat with old Mo. The Wang family had 3 meals a day, butter servants and lie a CV dinner. They could and lie drink water one hungry in the morning and afternoon. Fortunately, fuel water at the estate was free. Old Mo looked at these in Judson and asked what had happened. Mochen's imply to the hard seen air by the mountain trip to try to catch it, accidental falling down. Old Mo, seeing hissingly, did no scold him but instead gently struck at his sheet. A skinge if he was in pain. Old Mounder stood to this on did no want to worry him. It was futile let us speak of it. Ash had no money to buy medicine. As the Seth out swirled in his mind, Old Mo felt the sea is moistened. Hapless day PC off meat in Mochen's plate, explaining that it used that come at the state, and the lady hard ordered an extra portion for the kitchen staff. Mochen looked at the meat in his bowl, the natha plate, which held in lie 3 steamer bones, a few vegetables, and a handful of beans. He knew that these steward done see gain short change at these events. Old Mo Uldle was such as I'd a piece of meat for him, but it was clear that the steward did not regard him as human, giving only a piece of meat to them. At that moment, Mochensilent live out tobe come an immortal, Taurus above his circumstances, and ta no longer be subjugate eden thighs eternal night. Hethen passed the miato old mound picture past steamered bun to eat. Old Mounder stood the boy's affection and divided the meat in half, plus injured buck and Mochen's plate, thuthen slice of meat, alregin like the size of 3 fingers, was no even smaller. Watching his growing son, Old Mosired inwardly, he was head to and Samimini. In the past, when Wang Fatty was around, they would often find ways to make train come, but now, with the current steward, Harris Asworthless as a wolf, things had changed. Though he was also a heftiman, Hezevet the Wang family with loyalty, however, he was deceitful, exploiting these events wages and rations. He was also Lady Wang's cousin, and it was such a family could not produce a tuckins of people history meant of these events was Van Hasher.
Chapter 3 Planting the demon root. After the two had finished their meal, Mochen made his way to the well to fetch some water, intending to wash away the grime from his body, which he believed would aid in the healing of his wounds. "Esteemed guest, please enter," announced Madame Wang as she escorted a visitor into the guest room. Mochen recognized the attire of the individual, reminiscent of the celestial beings he had encountered earlier that day, yet there was something amiss. It seemed slightly different. He contemplated eavesdropping on their conversation but hesitated, fearing that discovery could lead to his demise at the hands of a mere copper coin. Thus, after filling his bucket with water, he retreated to the stable to cleanse himself. The servants in the manor lacked a dedicated bathing area, and the housemen took turns washing in cramped quarters. For someone of Mo Chen's lowly status, being allowed to wash in the stable was indeed a privilege. Upon finishing his bath, he stepped outside, only to be startled by a loud exclamation. Following the sound, he realized it emanated from the very guest room where Madame Wang and the celestial figure had entered. Upon entering, Mo Chen's heart sank. Madame Wang lay lifeless on the floor, her clothing disheveled and a gaping wound in her side, blood still oozing from the grievous injury. Stunned, Mo Chen's legs trembled as panic surged within him, but he knew he must flee. If anyone arrived, escape would be impossible. In the midst of his growing terror, he noticed a book beside Madame Wang's lifeless form. Summoning his courage, he dashed over to retrieve it and then hurriedly made his exit. Once he reached the stable, the housemen arrived in response to the commotion, and soon chaos erupted within the manor. Fortunately for Mo Chen, he was near the oxen and horse stables. Had he been found in the houseman's quarters, he would undoubtedly have been accused of the murder. The Celestial Sword Technique. Upon entering the stable, he glanced at the title of the book, and as he perused its contents, he realized it was a manual belonging to the disciples of Tianjian Mountain. The earlier visitor had indeed been a disciple from there, which explained the familiarity of the attire. Yet, the motive behind Madame Wang's murder eluded him. Thankfully, old Mo had once served as a bookkeeper and had taught him to read. Otherwise, he would have struggled to comprehend the text. Having been wronged in the past, he had been reduced to the status of a stable hand. Otherwise, he might have had a family of his own by now. The first level of the Celestial Sword Technique. Channeling Qi into the body to refine sword Qi. Mo Chen attempted to practice the technique, but he could not even perceive a trace of Qi entering his body. The manor had reported Madame Wang's death to the authorities, and the officials merely went through the motions, questioning the housemen about recent visitors. One bold houseman discreetly informed the constable that a disciple from Tianjian Mountain had been present, prompting the constable to instruct the coroner to feign an examination of the corpse before departing. He was not foolish. He understood that even if a disciple from Tianjian Mountain were responsible for the murder, what could be done? It was not feasible for a mere mortal to confront celestial beings. He would likely be struck dead before even entering their domain. Mo Chen observed the scene with cold indifference, realizing how insignificant mortals were before celestial beings. If he were the one to commit murder, the constable would undoubtedly act swiftly, perhaps without even a trial. After the officials departed, Mo Chen returned to the stable to continue practicing the celestial sword technique, yearning to become a celestial being himself, rather than remain a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others. As night fell, Mo Chen persistently practiced, yet to no avail. Frustration gnawed at him, but fatigue soon overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep, his dreams filled with aspirations of immortality. The following day, while tending to the cattle on the mountain, he resumed his attempts at practice, yet again met with failure. Doubt crept into his mind. Was the celestial sword technique a mere fabrication? However, if it were false, why would the murderous disciple carry it with him? It made little sense. You possess no spiritual root, why attempt to channel Qi? You are nothing but a waste, a voice echoed within Mo Chen's consciousness. Who is it? He cried out in fear, rising to scan his surroundings, peering left and right, then looking up and down, yet finding no one. He called out several times, but no response came. Taking a moment, he retrieved the black jade pendant he had found the previous day, inspecting it closely, yet still receiving no reply. Just as he pondered the identity of the voice, he suddenly struck the pendant against a stone on the mountain path with great force. Ouch, you nearly killed me, came the voice again. Mo Chen realized he had surmised correctly. The tome could not produce sound on its own, and he had no other possessions to account for the voice, only the pendant he had picked up. Who are you? Mo Chen inquired of the jade pendant. The pendant urged him to pick it up, revealing that it was a sealed stone, and that the great serpent had transported it from the demon realm. It had once been a demon dragon of the transcendent stage, causing chaos in the celestial realm and subsequently sealed away and cast down because no one in the human realm could assist in breaking the seal. The reason for the sudden voice was simply boredom. Watching a rootless fool aspire to become immortal nearly amused the demon to death. Is it impossible to attain immortality without a spiritual root? Mo Chen asked, gripping the pendant tighter. If he could not become immortal, he would be condemned to a life as an ordinary mortal, the lowest of the low, subject to the whims of others. The demon dragon explained that without a spiritual root, one could not sense the presence of spiritual energy, and thus could not absorb it into their body, nor could they expel waste energy to retain spiritual power for cultivation and spellcasting. It elaborated that mortals aspiring to immortality must endure several stages: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, small completion, and great completion, each major realm divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. There were realms beyond great completion, but the demon dragon knew not of them, having never reached such heights nor seen anyone who had. The dragon also remarked that knowing all this was futile for Mo Chen. As he lacked a spiritual root, he was merely an ordinary mortal, or rather, a waste. Alas, Mo Chen sighed, his gaze fixed intently on the old yellow bull, realizing that he would one day share the same fate. Sold without recourse, slaughtered without resistance. Yet, there is a way, albeit a difficult one, the demon dragon mused, eager to converse after so long in silence. Mo Chen inquired how one might cultivate immortality, to which the dragon replied that one must plant a demon root and cultivate through it. How does one attain immortality with a demon root? Mo Chen questioned, perplexed. Would he not then become part of the demon race, and how could he ascend to immortality thereafter? The demon dragon explained that there are various types of immortals: ghost immortals, human immortals, earth immortals, and heavenly immortals. There are indeed demon immortals as well. A demon immortal is simply a demon that is cultivated to ascendancy. By planting a demon root, one could absorb spiritual energy and enter the chi refinement stage. Mo Chen further inquired whether planting a demon root would draw the attention of other immortals, leading to a joint effort to eradicate him. The dragon assured him that this would not be the case, as it was merely a spiritual root. Of course, with benefits come drawbacks. While it would facilitate the learning of demon and magic techniques, the starting point would be significantly lower than that of others of the same rank, resulting in slower cultivation. What will become of me? Mo Chen fretted over the prospect of transforming into a demon rather than an immortal. The dragon laughed, mocking him for fearing the transformation while dreaming of immortality. Indeed, the demon dragon spoke the truth. Mo Chen lacked lineage, background, bloodline, or prospects. All he possessed was a fanciful dream of ascension without any willingness to make sacrifices. After much contemplation, Mo Chen finally consented. He no longer wished to be the lowly beast of burden. The demon dragon instructed him to kneel in reverence and to agree to 3 conditions before it would assist in planting the demon root. With no other choice, Mo Chen acquiesced. After pledging his fealty, the demon dragon laid down the 3 conditions. First, he must never disclose any information about the dragon to outsiders. Second, upon reaching the divine transformation stage, he must aid in breaking the seal. And third, if he failed to reach the golden core stage within a century, the agreement would be nullified, and the demon root would be extracted from him. The dragon revealed that its name was Ming Yi. Once Mo Chen agreed, Ming Yi imparted a portion of the technique, and as Mo Chen followed the instructions, he felt something begin to take root and sprout within his dantian. A dark aura from the pendant gradually flowed into his body, making its way to his dantian. Chapter 4 of The Traitor Within the Manor. After planting the demon root, Ming Yi revealed to Mo Chen that he possessed the formidable strength of a mid-stage Great Ascension demon from the Dark Demon Dragon clan. He confessed that he was unfamiliar with the practices of the human realm, such as artifact forging or alchemy, and could only lend a feeble fragment of his demonic power to assist Mo Chen in planting the Dragon clan's demon root. Thereafter, Mo Chen would have to rely solely on himself. Mo Chen offered a bitter smile, acknowledging that his life had always begun from the lowest of starting points. Yet, within the path of immortality, he finally found a beginning, a fleeting chance to ascend to the celestial realm and become an immortal. Thoughts of his father flooded his mind. Aged over 50, he still had to bow and scrape before the steward of their manor, subsisting on meager rations while laboring under the most arduous tasks. Mo Chen could not help but feel the weight of this burden upon himself. Even the perilous work of herding cattle could cost him his life, yet he had no choice but to comply. He had previously discussed this matter with Ming Yi, who cautioned him to be wary, insisting that something was amiss. Although he was not human, during his time traversing the human realm, he observed that bandits, aside from their desire for beautiful women, typically sought wealth without resorting to murder. If bandits were to kill indiscriminately, who would remain alive to earn money for them? This, he surmised, was likely a conspiracy. Upon planting the demon root, Mo Chen acquired a spiritual root of his own, a rare dual spiritual root, one black and one white, intertwined yet distinctly separate. Is this the will of heaven? Ming Yi marveled upon sensing Mo Chen's dual spiritual roots. Previously, he had only assisted others in nurturing a solitary dark root, Perhaps the heavens wished for Mo Chen to eschew the path of darkness and instead accompany a light spiritual route, guiding him towards illumination. Mo Chen expressed his desire to learn the heavenly sword technique, but Mingyi advised him to hold off until he had entered the qi refining stage, for attempting to learn it now would be futile without sufficient spiritual energy, leading to slow progress and potential backlash when wielding sword techniques. 3 days later, under Mingyi's guidance, Mo Chen finally succeeded in drawing qi into his body, achieving the initial stage of qi refining. However, during these days, he sensed a persistent presence stalking him, and Mingyi, though sealed, could also feel something amiss. To prepare for any eventuality, Mingyi imparted to Mo Chen a fundamental demonic technique, the fiendish palm, which he practiced each day upon returning from herding. By day, he meditated to absorb spiritual energy, and by night, he honed his skills. After several days, he began to hear faint whispers while he slept. "Tomorrow, inform the chief to strike at noon. By that time, this brat will surely be famished and unable to flee," spoke Steward Wang to a masked figure. The man nodded and then exited the rear courtyard, sending a chill down Mo Chen's spine. Was a plot to harm him afoot, yet he had wronged no one, he was merely a coward. Had he not entered the qi refining stage, he would have been oblivious to their conversation, which was a grim stroke of fortune. He feigned ignorance and, on the following morning, returned to his duties as usual, this time opting not to meditate but instead pretending to rest upon a large stone slab. 2 men approached him, unmistakably local bandits. One seized Mo Chen by the collar, lifting him into the air. "What do you want?" he inquired. Bewildered, the 2 men chuckled, claiming they were collecting protection fees on behalf of Steward Wang. It turned out they were bandits from a nearby stronghold, having descended upon Tianyun City multiple times to wreak havoc. The authorities could do little, and while the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect intervened, they could only act after receiving reports from the officials, and their disciples would first need to undergo trials before they could root out such bandits. As the saying went among the Heavenly Sword sect's immortal family, mortal beings are but ants. Any reports that might affect their income would prompt them to dispatch newly established disciples to earn merit, while ignoring unreported events. Steward Wang's household had been extorted for protection money, and he was well aware that these bandits engaged in nefarious dealings, selling people to dark cultivators who conducted experiments and drug tests on them, sometimes even harvesting organs for transplantation. Thus, Steward Wang provided these bandits with information about potential victims, pocketing the money meant for the Wang family. This was how the previous child had vanished, yet the cattle remained. The bandits wished to seize the cattle as well, but since they were intended for the Heavenly Sword sect, taking them would surely provoke the wrath of celestial beings. Consequently, they opted to abduct a human instead. Ouch! The bandit who had seized Mo Chen yelped in pain as he received a kick to his groin, releasing his grip. The other bandit, seeing a mere child daring to resist, brandished a knife, intent on subduing Mo Chen. Fiendish palm. Mo Chen swiftly dodged forward, delivering a powerful strike to the bandit's abdomen. The man was sent flying, his knife clattering to the ground as he spat blood, uncertain of his fate. "Are you an immortal?" The bandit, now dazed, could hardly comprehend the situation. Hadn't he heard that this was merely the son of a cowherd? How could the son of a cowherd wield such power? His mind buzzed in confusion. Mo Chen initially contemplated sparing his life, but Mingyi urged him to eliminate the threat. Though his hands trembled, Mo Chen complied, striking the bandit on the head. The man's skull shattered, blood and brain matter splattering across Mo Chen's hands and face. Overwhelmed by the grotesque scene, Mo Chen began to retch for the first time at such a revolting odor. The viscous blood and brain matter clung to him, pushing him to the brink of nausea as he wiped the filth from his face with tattered sleeves. Once he had composed himself, Mingyi instructed him to search the bandit's body. Aside from 2 knives, he discovered a pouch containing over 50 taels of silver and 2 medicinal pills. Mingyi sensed the pills and, recognizing them as qi-gathering pills, advised Mo Chen to find a water source to cleanse himself before consuming the pills by the water's edge, hoping for a breakthrough in his cultivation. As evening fell, Mo Chen consumed both pills, his clothes drying in the sun, yet he noticed only a slight improvement in his cultivation. Mingyi informed him that, under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refining would advance to the mid-stage after consuming a single pill, but his unique dual spiritual route required far more spiritual energy for advancement. After completing these tasks, he donned his clothes and tucked the pouch into his bosom. Mingyi instructed him to incinerate the bodies, lest others discover his newfound powers and invite calamity upon him. After burning the corpses, Mingyi further advised him to bury the bones to obliterate any traces, for failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Mo Chen, merely a 10-year-old child, had not anticipated the profound impact of this experience, which would haunt him for years to come. Afterward, he led the cattle back to the Wang Manor, encountering Steward Wang along the way. He greeted him as usual before guiding the cattle to the barn. Steward Wang wore an expression of disbelief, perplexed by the unexpected return of the boy who was supposed to have been captured. He could not fathom the situation and resolved to visit the mountain later that evening to inquire further. Mo Chen dined with the old man as per routine, and on his way back, he deliberately stopped by a tavern in the city to procure a jug of wine for the old man. When asked about the source of the wine, Mo Chen casually mentioned that he had found 5 taels of silver in the city that day, subsequently giving over 4 taels to the old man. This was a lesson imparted by Mingyi: wealth should not be flaunted, for if others discovered he possessed such riches, it would surely spell disaster rather than fortune. The old man gratefully accepted the money, planning to buy Mo Chen some meat the following day, for the child had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time. In the dead of night, Mo Chen was roused by a commotion at the back door. Rising to investigate, he spotted Steward Wang behaving suspiciously. Clearly, he was up to no good. Mo Chen decided to follow him discreetly. After approximately half an hour, he trailed Steward Wang deep into the mountains. Rather than heading straight to the bandit camp, the steward ventured to his secret lair, a derelict grave mound. He retrieved a hidden iron shovel and began to dig. After about 15 minutes, he unearthed a large chest. Upon opening it, Mo Chen beheld a trove of silver notes, gold, and scattered silver coins. These were the fruits of his underhanded dealings, pilfered from the household and earned through collusion with bandits. As he filled a pouch with the riches, he prepared to rebury the chest. Fiendish palm. Mo Chen had stealthily approached him from behind, unleashing a full-force strike against his back. Steward Wang coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Chapter 5. Mapletown, is it you? Butler Wang gasped as he turned over, astonished to see Mo Chen before him. How could he possibly be here? He had felt no one following him moments ago. It is indeed I. Did you think I was destined to die today? Mo Chen's expression was icy as he glared at the man who had deprived him of meals and wages for years, who now sought his life. He picked up the iron shovel from the ground and struck at Butler Wang. With each blow, the butler cried out for mercy, yet with every plea, the pent-up rage within Mo Chen surged forth, splattering crimson blood across his body. He continued the assault for a long while, until the butler lay motionless, breathless on the ground. After rifling through the butler's belongings, Mo Chen kicked him into a grave, intending to bury him. However, a voice from the shadows urged him to check for a heartbeat. Mo Chen leaped into the pit and felt for a pulse, astonished to discover that there was still a faint heartbeat. He quickly climbed back out, seized the shovel once more, and descended again, delivering numerous blows until this time the butler's heart ceased to beat. Covered in blood, Mo Chen resembled a demon. He felt grateful for the warning from the voice, otherwise, if this wretch were to rise again, his troubles would be endless. Once he had filled in the grave, Mo Chen inspected the bag in his hand, along with another he had scavenged. The voice informed him that this was a storage bag, and that by channeling a bit of spiritual energy into it, he could unlock it. This butler, lacking spiritual energy, had no idea where he had obtained such a storage bag. Following the instructions, Mo Chen found he could not open it. The voice explained that it belonged to someone else and required breaking the restrictions first, though it would result in the loss of some contents. Not overly concerned, Mo Chen employed the technique taught by the voice to breach the storage bag, then pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it, allowing him to sense the items within. Inside were 3 vials of elixirs, a book, and a number of stones. Nothing more. He opened one vial and inhaled its fragrant aroma. The book contained the beast taming technique. Upon examining one stone, he sensed spiritual energy emanating from it. The voice advised him to keep the elixirs for foundational cultivation, noting that the beast taming technique was a method for controlling spirit beasts, which he could learn now for future use. As for the stones, they were not mere stones, but spirit stones, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy within to enhance one's cultivation or to be exchanged for desired items. The voice also instructed Mo Chen on how to store items within the storage bag. After mastering this, Mo Chen placed the chest of money into the bag and began his journey home. On the way back, the voice taught him much about the world and common knowledge. For the first time, he felt the joy of being a celestial being, relieved that he and his father would no longer have to worry about finances. Upon returning, Mo Chen resumed his practice of the heavenly sword technique and the beast taming technique. He contemplated seeking a master at the heavenly sword sect, but the voice dissuaded him. If he went to apprentice, he would certainly have to undergo a talent assessment, and who knew what kind of spiritual root would be revealed. Moreover, he would only be relegated to the status of a servant disciple, which was entirely unnecessary. Serving as a mere servant would involve adhering to sect rules and catering to outer disciples, who might vent their displeasure with insults or worse, leading to a life more miserable than death. He resolved to reach the foundation establishment stage on his own before seeking a master, thereby allowing him to directly become an inner disciple, circumventing unnecessary troubles. Aside from sect tasks, he would not have to labor, as outer disciples would provide for him. Mo Chen heeded this counsel, fully aware that he was but an ant in the realm of cultivation, and thus refrained from acting rashly. 6 years passed in this manner. Following Butler Wang's disappearance, bandits began searching for him. When Mo Chen was sought out once more, he captured 2 of the bandits, interrogated them about their lair, and silenced them thereafter, then ascended the mountain alone to eradicate all the bandits. He also confiscated their accumulated wealth, which he stored in his own storage bag. The new butler at the Wang residence was amiable and no longer withheld their wages or food. Each person could enjoy 2 meals a day, and Mo Chen received his wages too. Though he no longer lacked for money, he stayed merely to facilitate his cultivation. After 6 years, Mo Chen was on the verge of achieving foundation establishment. The voice urged him to embark on a journey for experience, for remaining in this resource-scarce place devoid of spiritual energy would hinder his progress. Mo Chen purchased a house for the old man Mo in the city and hired a maid to care for him. After resigning from their jobs, he gifted the old man several thousand taels of silver. The old man, stunned by such a sum, inquired where it came from. Mo Chen knelt to express his gratitude for the old man's nurturing and life-saving kindness, then recounted how a celestial being had taken notice of him and imparted celestial arts. He was now set to travel. Although reluctant to part, the old man ultimately consented, recognizing that his child had grown and developed his own aspirations. He was still young, and perhaps upon Mo Chen's return, he would have a younger brother or sister awaiting him. Thus, at the age of 16, Mo Chen departed from Tianyun City, embarking on the path of cultivation. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, he had long since lost interest in pursuing that path. Under the tutelage of Outyen, his cultivation and mindset had undergone significant transformation over the years. He decided to first be a solitary cultivator, enjoying freedom, for he was a demonic immortal, and it was indeed unwise to remain within a sect. He could only take each step as it came. Over 100 days later, Mo Chen arrived at the territory of the Righteous Chi sect. Maple Town, though small, it was vastly larger than the diminutive Tianyun City. Inquiring around the town, he learned that Maple Town was once a grand city under the jurisdiction of the Qin dynasty. After the arrival of the Righteous Chi sect, it was renamed Maple Town. The town was abundant with maple trees, and every late October, the Righteous Chi sect would recruit disciples here, drawing throngs of people. As the leaves fell, the town was aptly named. Calculating the days, Mo Chen realized that only 2 months remained, pondering whether he should visit the Righteous Chi sect. After all, he possessed only a single sword technique, one palm technique, and the yet-to-be-utilized beast taming technique. "Young man, would you care to purchase a foundation establishment elixir?" a girl clad in red asked Mo Chen. He glanced at her, noting that she seemed to be around his age. At the initial stage of chi refinement, how could someone of such low cultivation possess a foundation establishment elixir? He declined, yet she produced a vial to show him. Upon opening it, he detected that its contents were distinctly different from his own elixirs. The voice informed him that it was a fake, merely a healing elixir that bore a resemblance to a foundation establishment elixir. Realizing this, Mo Chen fixed his gaze on the girl, causing her to feel a shiver run down her spine. When she pressed him about whether he wanted the elixir, he shook his head and continued on his way. "Hey, you! Do you not understand the rules? How can you look at an elixir and not buy it?" she insisted, blocking his path. Mo Chen unleashed a wave of pressure, coldly stating, "Dare to sell fake elixirs? Do you believe I won't kill you?" The girl, sensing the pressure and unable to discern his cultivation level, recognized that she had encountered someone formidable. She forced a smile, saying, "There is no need for you to be angry, my friend. Anger can lead to weakness. I possess other treasures, would you care to see?" Intrigued, Mo Chen inquired what she had, clarifying that he did not need elixirs, but was in search of weapons and magical artifacts. The girl, with a mischievous glint, whispered that she had something good, but they needed to go to a secluded location. Fearing a potential trap, Imo-chan pointed to a nearby inn, suggesting they go there. The girl realized that this seemingly ordinary yet young man had considerable street smarts and was not easily deceived. Originally, she had intended to lure him outside the town, where her accomplices awaited. They had long engaged in deceitful practices, ensnaring victims at every opportunity. However, recognizing the lethal intent in Imo-chan's gaze, she had no choice but to comply, following him to a private room on the second floor of the inn. Chapter 6 The deep slumber of the night produce it, Imo-chan said, facing the girl seated across from him. He did not order any food or drink, merely requesting a pot of tea from the waiter, while his gaze remained fixed on the girl opposite him. "Big brother, please don't stare at me like that," the girl remarked, feeling uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny, her voice laced with a playful shyness. Imo-chan dismissed her coyness, insisting that she present the item directly, warning her that she wouldn't leave alive otherwise. Fear gripped the girl. It was rare to encounter a teenager so cold and detached, one who had undoubtedly taken lives before. She could sense the palpable aura of death emanating from him, an essence born of numerous killings, not merely an act. Having yet to kill anyone herself as a novice in energy cultivation, she stammered, "Big brother, please, my name is Hirumo, you can just call me Rumo." She introduced herself with a bright smile, attempting to ease the tension. "Show me the item," Imo-chan replied, his tone suggesting that any disagreement could lead to violence. Reluctantly, the girl retrieved 3 items from her storage pouch and placed them on the table. A tome, a piece of iron, and a mystical herb. "How much for all of them?" Imo-chan inquired, keen on acquiring one of the items but wary of Rumo trying to take advantage of him. By asking for all 3, she would be unable to discern his true desire. 30 spirit stones, Rumo countered, explaining that she had discovered the items in a hidden cave, asserting they were worth every bit of that price. 5 spirit stones, Imo-chan stated matter-of-factly. The girl's expression, which had feigned innocence, shifted from confusion to surprise, then to indignation, before reverting to her prior demeanor. With wide, glistening eyes, she looked at Imo-chan and asked, "Big brother, are you trying to rob me?" Her tone clearly indicated her displeasure with his offer. Imo-chan met her gaze. "You see, I could easily take them by force, yet I am offering you 5 spirit stones instead." Isn't that generous? This woman had sought to deceive him from the start, and now she aimed to lure him out of the town with ulterior motives. After speaking, he placed the 5 spirit stones on the table before Rumo. His willingness to pay stemmed from their current location. Had they been outside in the wilderness, he would have had no qualms about resorting to violence, erasing any trace of her existence. The knight had trained him for 6 years. He was no longer the simple son of a cart driver who could only accept fate. He had transformed into a late-stage cultivator of energy. Rumo began, but what could she say? Her 3 companions were waiting outside the town, all at the early stage of cultivation. 4 of them might not even match the prowess of the individual before her. "Do not let me see you again," Rumo declared, grabbing the spirit stones, rising from her seat, and kicking it aside in frustration as she stormed out of the room. Imo-chan waved his hand, using spiritual energy to shut the door behind her, then examined the 3 items laid out before him. The tome was titled The Undying Body of Celestial Beings. What could it possibly entail? He picked up the iron and the herb, feeling bewildered. His primary interest lay in the piece of iron. He sensed it held significant value, while the other 2 items were mere bonuses to him. "Kid, all 3 are excellent items," the voice of the knight echoed in his mind. He informed Imo-chan that these were relics from the demon realm, likely left behind by a fallen demon lord in the cave. The tome contained the teachings of the undying body of celestial beings, which granted invulnerability against celestial beings once mastered. The iron was demon crystal, a premium material for forging demon weapons, while the herb was the 10,000 demons herb, known to enhance the cultivation of those from the demon lineage. If Imo-chan consumed this herb, it would stabilize his demonic root, akin to being born with it. This girl likely had no inkling of the true worth of these items. Otherwise, she would have auctioned them for a fortune. "Can I learn demon techniques?" Imo-chan inquired of the knight. The knight chuckled, affirming that he could, as humans could learn them too, especially since he possessed a demonic root, making it superior to human body cultivation techniques. Imo-chan left the inn and wandered through the town for a while, ensuring he was not being followed. He then checked into another inn, determined to break into the foundation establishment stage within 2 months and subsequently learn the arts of alchemy and weapon forging at the Righteous Chi sect. He had initially aspired to become a loose immortal, but loose immortals lacked resources and opportunities to enhance their skills. How could he hope to reach the golden core stage within a century under such circumstances? Fortune seemed to favor him. Upon arriving in Falling Maple Town, he encountered a naive girl, proving that once one embarked on the path of immortality, earning money became remarkably easy. As long as he possessed strength, encountering frauds and robbers of lesser cultivation would require no negotiation. He could simply demand what he wanted, and should they refuse, he could resort to violence. Imo-chan shook his head, realizing this mindset was flawed. He pursued immortality to illuminate a world steeped in injustice and darkness. He took out the 10,000 demons herb, crushed it in his room, and consumed it, then meditated to refine its medicinal potency. Upon entering his body, a surge of demonic energy coursed through him chaotically. It felt as if his flesh was being corroded, inflicting unbearable pain, followed by a sensation akin to his bones shattering, and finally, his meridians felt as though they were severed and rejoined repeatedly. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Even if it meant dying here today, he refused to return to the life of a mere cart driver, struggling to survive, his life as insignificant as grass, vulnerable to the whims of others. 3 days later, blood oozed from Imo-chan's body, staining his clothes with dried blood. The knight advised him to cleanse himself first, then to swallow a Foundation Establishment pill and attempt to advance. A day later, having consumed all 3 pills, he felt no sign of progress in his cultivation. He sensed that the demonic root within his dantian had fully merged with him. The knight confirmed that no one else could extract this demonic root from him, yet he wondered why he could not break through the shackles to reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Imo-chan pondered that perhaps his aptitude was lacking. Both his parents were mortals, and he lacked a celestial root. His late-stage energy cultivation was a result of the knight's dedicated guidance over the past 6 years. "Master, am I unfit for the path of immortality?" Imo-chan asked dejectedly at the knight's side, reflecting on the challenges of life. If one lived without worries, who could claim to achieve such a state? Even emperors pondered which consort to spend the night with, and worried about potential rebellions threatening their reign. Many had perished on the path to immortality, and even after achieving it, many still fell. At least until reaching the Great Ascension stage, such was the nature of existence. The same held true for demonkind. For a single herb, 2 clans might annihilate each other among millions. How few could truly cultivate to immortality? It was already a remarkable feat for 100 out of 10,000 energy cultivators to attain the Foundation Establishment stage. Another month and a half passed, and Imo-chan remained at the threshold of the Foundation Establishment stage, lacking sufficient resources for cultivation. Yet he found himself with no alternative. The recruitment of disciples at the Righteous Chi sect was merely 10 days away. If he could not reach the Foundation Establishment stage, he would be relegated to an outer disciple, which was nothing more than an elevated servant. Seeing his despondency, the knight offered further counsel, stating that having low cultivation aptitude did not equate to low potential for achievement. The gap between him and others lay solely in their starting points. Until the end, no one could declare he would not emerge victorious. The knight urged him to learn at least the first level of the undying body of celestial beings, lest he fall victim to the dangers of the outside world, where many cultivators engaged in violence and obliteration. With limited cultivation resources, the competition was fierce. Those who were strong took more, leaving little for others. With only 3 days remaining, the knight contemplated whether he had chosen the wrong apprentice, as the 3 Foundation Establishment pills had failed to break through Imo-chan's limitations. Yet, he could not afford to abandon him. The knight had already sacrificed too much to help Imo-chan cultivate his demonic root. Having completed the first level of body cultivation, Imo-chan found himself impervious to damage from ordinary first and second tier weapons and magical artifacts. If he did not become an inner disciple, where could he go to learn the arts of alchemy and weapon forging? With no other options left, the knight resolved to assist him one final time. He promised Imo-chan that a century hence, should he awaken to find Imo-chan unchanged, he would extract his demonic root, leaving him with no path to survival. The knight, risking a decline in his own cultivation, transmitted all his energy to Imo-chan. As he uttered, "Master is weary," Imo-chan finally broke through his shackles, achieving the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. "Thank you, Master," Imo-chan said, placing the jade pendant down and bowing 3 times before it. For the next century, the knight would remain in slumber, and from here on, Imo-chan would have to rely solely on himself. Chapter 7 is Spiritual Root Assessment. Luofeng Town today marks the day of discipleship recruitment for our Zhengqi sect. Fellow cultivators, we warmly welcome all practitioners under the age of 20 to register here in Luofeng Town, announced a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, beneath the towering tree at the heart of the town. This magnificent tree, standing at several meters tall and requiring the embrace of 7 or 8 individuals to encircle it, is not only adorned with vibrant maple leaves but also serves as one of the town's iconic symbols. Each year, during this time, both mortals in the Qi refinement stage and foundation establishment stage loose cultivators flock to this place to enroll in the sect. For those mortals endowed with talent, being favored by this elder for direct discipleship means an immediate elevation, bypassing the need to serve as miscellaneous disciples. Conversely, those in the Qi refinement stage may only aspire to be outer disciples, enjoying slightly better benefits but still obligated to serve the inner disciples. They receive a monthly stipend of 5 spirit stones, 3 more than that of the miscellaneous disciples. However, the distinction lies in the fact that outer disciples are provided with representative attire, while miscellaneous disciples are confined to drab garb, tasked with various menial duties. Every 3 years, there is a sect competition, offering talented individuals a chance to enter the outer sect. The inner disciples enjoy even more lavish treatment, receiving 20 spirit stones monthly, along with opportunities to learn auxiliary skills such as alchemy, and their garments surpass those of the outer disciples in quality. Most significantly, they are attended to by miscellaneous disciples, a duty assigned to the latter. I am Wu, the 7th elder of Jingqi sect. If there are any loose cultivators in the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages, please come forward to register with me. This opportunity is exclusively for those under 20, Elder Wu announced, already commencing the recruitment process. Mo Chen observed from the street side, initially intending to approach but paused upon spotting a familiar face, Hirumo. She stood alongside 3 men, all in the early Qi refinement stage, awaiting their turn to enroll. Although the treatment for outer disciples was somewhat inferior, it nonetheless provided access to cultivation techniques and a source of spirit stones. Should one serve a favored direct disciple well, the rewards could include precious manuals, catapulting them to new heights. I am Sida Haoran, a direct disciple of the sect master of Jingqi. Any individuals under 20 wishing to assess their talents may step forward to have their roots tested by me, Sida Haoran proclaimed. Mo Chen glanced at him. They appeared to be of similar age, yet Sida had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. He clenched his fists, pondering whether the gap between him and such a prodigy was truly so vast. Sida Haoran was not only youthful and handsome but also exuded an air of refinement, dressed in the attire of a direct disciple of Jingqi sect. His delicate features, coupled with his white robes, evoked the phrase noble and virtuous gentleman in the minds of onlookers. There are over a dozen types of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind, thunder, ice, poison, and light. The roots of demons and monsters differ, including 2 additional types of blood and dark attributes. The 5 elemental roots are considered common, while wind, thunder, ice, poison, and light are regarded as rare. The human race does not possess blood or dark roots. Individuals with mutated roots are typically taken as direct disciples by the elders of major sections. How is it possible, among the 10 of us here for assessment, not a single one possesses a spiritual root? Is Jingqi sect engaging in fraudulent practices? Exclaimed a young man, around 18, who had failed to manifest a root on the testing stone. He incited the others who had also been unsuccessful to join him in uproar. Please, everyone, quiet down. Jingqi sect is a righteous sect of cultivation. How could we engage in deceit? Sida Haoran stepped forward to calm the crowd, but they persisted in their commotion. In desperation, he approached the testing stone and placed his hand upon it. Brilliant white light flickered from the stone, revealing a red lightning bolt and blue ice. A mutated dual spiritual root. The revelation hushed the crowd, as the presence of even a single mutated root indicated one was destined for direct discipleship, let alone the rarity of a dual root. Those who had previously been raucous fell silent. Why cause a scene when the sect master's direct disciple was personally conducting the assessment? Over 1,000 individuals had been tested, and only a handful possessed spiritual roots, all of them ordinary. Sigh, old 6, do you think I will manage to recruit a direct disciple this year? 2 middle-aged men hovered in the sky on their swords, observing the testing below. Brother, finding a mutated root is no easy feat. That child, Haoran, is only the 3rd mutated root to emerge in decades, and the old sect master has already taken him under his wing. The other man expressed his dissatisfaction candidly. Indeed, for decades, they had scrutinized the recruitment sites each year, eager to enroll individuals of exceptional talent, yet after all this time, they had not secured a single satisfactory direct disciple. The 7th elder had also begun his recruitment, foregoing testing in favor of assessing the pressure emanating from registrants. After all, without a spiritual root, one could not cultivate. Some loose cultivators feared exposing their root attributes, preferring to cultivate in secrecy. Revealing one's root could lead to being targeted by others using spells, prompting many cultivators to choose solitary cultivation. For individuals in the early Qi refinement stage, please step to my right. We shall return to the sect together shortly, Hirumo instructed as her group unleashed their spiritual pressure, awaiting their designation as outer disciples. Mo-chan also stepped forward, releasing his own pressure. Young friend, impressive. You have reached the foundation establishment stage, the seventh elder remarked with satisfaction. Those capable of self-cultivating to the foundation establishment stage are either geniuses or possess influential backgrounds, making their inclusion in the sect highly advantageous. Subsequently, the seventh elder produced a flying sword and handed Mo-chan a storage bag. It was the sect's custom to distribute items for inner disciples on the spot during recruitment. Mo-chan felt elated. He could now fly on a sword. Upon inspecting the storage bag, he discovered it contained an inner disciple token, 2 sets of sect attire, and a book titled Jingqi Sword Technique. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of elixirs and 1,000 spirit stones. Mo-chan couldn't help but marvel at the attractiveness of such benefits. If he were to procure these on his own, it would take an eternity. Young friend, please stand to my left and await. We will return to the sect together shortly, the seventh elder said, his demeanor cheerful. Having secured a foundation establishment disciple, he would receive a reward of 500 spirit stones. Has he actually reached foundation establishment? Hirumo, standing beside the seventh elder, clenched her fists in frustration, her teeth gritting in anger. Yet, she could not voice her feelings. If the sect learned that they had deceived others for spirit stones, they would be stripped of their cultivation and expelled. She could not fathom how just 2 months prior, this young man had only been in the late Qi refinement stage, and now he had advanced to the early foundation establishment stage. Even with countless foundation establishment pills, consuming the 50th would yield no further effect. She dismissed her thoughts, resolving that she must find a way to eliminate Mo-chan at the first opportunity. Although she believed Mo-chan was progressing rapidly, he alone understood the hardships he faced. Brother, what do you think of that young man? The sixth elder of Jingqi sect inquired of his companion. The man regarded Mo-chan before swiftly descending on his sword. Greeting, Elder Jiang. The seventh elder still recruiting disciples acknowledged the newcomer with respect. The middle-aged man nodded and then approached Mo-chan. I am Jiang Wuchen, the third elder of Jingqi sect. Today, I wish to test your spiritual root. Should it prove suitable, I would be willing to take you as a direct disciple. Are you willing? Jiang Wuchen posed the question to Mo-chan. Alarm bells rang in Mo-chan's mind. This elder intended to assess his spiritual root, but he possessed a demonic root. Ning Yi had informed him that through the use of a Dragon Clan secret technique, his dark root would not be revealed, yet who could predict whether this elder would uncover it? However, he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. The disparity between being a direct disciple and an inner disciple was vast. Thus, Mo-chan nodded in agreement. Chapter 8 of Flying with the Sword. Follow me, Jiang Wuchen commanded, leading Mo-chan to a secluded spot. He waved his hand to set up a temporary formation, shielding them from prying eyes and ears. Within this formation, others cannot perceive what transpires inside. Rest assured, I understand that practitioners like you, who are solitary cultivators, prefer to keep their spirit root attributes undisclosed, Jiang Wuchen stated plainly, without unnecessary embellishments. He produced a testing stone, upon which Mo-chan placed his hand. The stone illuminated, twinkling with radiant white light. Alas, it appears you are not the person I seek, and nonetheless, take this. It may be deemed a stroke of fate for both of us. Jiang Wuchen sighed as he observed the light attribute spirit root within the stone. Although rare, it was not what he required. He then bestowed upon Mo-chan a tome on weapon forging, which meticulously detailed various known ores and the methods for crafting an array of weapons, magical artifacts, and armors. Mo-chan accepted it gratefully, bowing in thanks to Jiang Wuchen as the two made their way back to the testing area. Elder Lu, upon seeing them approach, exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Wuchen, who shook his head and conveyed through voice transmission that Mo-chan possessed an ordinary light attribute spirit root. What is your name? Elder Lu inquired of Mo-chan, who duly informed him of his name and age. The elder regarded the young man before him, pondering that this lad might possess untapped potential in the future. I am Elder Lu Qiuhan, the sixth elder of the Righteous Qi sect, responsible for the alchemy division. I wish to take you on as an ordinary disciple. Would you accept? Elder Lu directly expressed his intentions to Mo Chen, believing that anyone who could cultivate to the foundation establishment stage was certainly no ordinary individual. His fellow disciples were not worthy of such a talent. He would claim him for himself. Mo Chen pays respects to Master. Mo Chen's heart soared with joy. Though he started with a humble background, his fortune seemed to be turning. He would now have opportunities to learn both alchemy and weapon forging. Old Wu, I shall return to the sect with my disciple. You can handle the remaining matters, Elder Lu said as he soared into the sky with Mo Chen on his sword, eliciting envy from the uninitiated disciples below. The righteous Qi sect was established atop a colossal mountain, seemingly hewn by human hands. Elder Lu led Mo Chen to report to Elder Jiao, and then selected a site near himself to establish a cultivation area for Mo Chen. This Elder Jiao was in charge of the disciples' caves within the sect. Typically, disciples would report to him upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, where he would assess their skills and subsequently present them with a map to select a location for their cave. However, these locations tended to be quite distant, which was why Elder Lu had decided to take this journey personally. Furthermore, disciples brought by an elder, even if they were merely at the Qi refinement stage, were entitled to such privileges, as it was understood that elder disciples would not likely falter in their progress. This is Elder Jiao, Zuo. At the initial stage of the Golden Core, Elder Lu introduced him after all formalities were completed. It was essential for the disciple to know the elder's identity. Otherwise, if questioned about the cave he was assigned, he might struggle to provide an answer to the sect leader. Inner disciple Mo Chen pays respects to Elder Jiao. Mo Chen bowed respectfully. Zuo nodded in acknowledgement, thinking to himself how remarkable it was that the usually reclusive sixth elder would personally bring a disciple. It was indeed a foundation establishment disciple. Typically, righteous Qi sect disciples who entered at the Qi refinement stage would take a decade or two to reach the foundation establishment stage, and they would be well aware of the number of lowly disciples within the sect. Individuals like Mo Chen were evidently newcomers, hence the elder's personal escort. First, to ensure a suitable cave location. Second, to make the disciple feel valued, and third, to indicate that this individual must possess talent. Otherwise, bringing him in would be an embarrassment if he turned out to be useless. Junior Sister Zuo, I shall take my disciple to establish his cave now, Elder Lu stated, and before he finished speaking, he whisked Mo Chen away on his sword to a remote mountain peak. Upon arrival, Elder Lu cast a spell to open the mountain's barrier, and they entered. Mo Chen gazed in awe at the myriad of celestial herbs within the formation. Was this truly the sect? It was indeed unlike the outside world, and he had never witnessed such an abundance of celestial herbs before. Below, two individuals were tending to the flourishing plants. Elder Lu led Mo Chen to the mountainside and summoned a spirit beast resembling a pangolin, instructing it to excavate the cave while he conversed with Mo Chen. I am Jiang Wuqing, sixth elder of the righteous Qi sect. At the mid-stage of the Golden Core, the third elder, Jiang Wuqing, is my fellow disciple. We both studied under the master, Jiang Wang, Elder Lu explained, clarifying that he and Jiang Wuqing were not blood-related but rather orphans taken in by the renowned alchemy master Jiang Wang, who had imparted to them both the arts of alchemy and weapon forging. Each possessed their own talents and had learned well, yet they could never hope to attain the level of mastery that Jiang Wang had achieved in both disciplines. He also briefed Mo Chen on the essentials of alchemy, requiring him to tend to the herbs during the day and only come to learn alchemy at night. Elder Lu already had 5 disciples, 3 males and 2 females, of which Mo Chen would be the 6th. Elder Lu tossed a hefty tome to Mo Chen, detailing the comprehensive compendium of celestial herbs and medicines within the cultivation realm, elucidating their growing conditions, uses, and efficacy across different years. Mo Chen felt elated. Aside from Ming Yi, this was the first time someone had treated him with such kindness. Initially resolved to remain a wandering immortal, he found his lonely heart beginning to waver in the warmth of this newfound camaraderie. Boy, why are you still dawdling? Go take a look at your cave. Jiang Wuqing playfully tapped him on the head. Mo Chen turned, realizing that the spirit beast had already completed the excavation of the cave. He then entered the cave alongside Jiang Wuqing. The cave was modestly sized but featured a spirit spring that bubbled forth, suitable for both drinking and bathing. Although Mo Chen, now at the foundation establishment stage, could manage without water, the spring contained spiritual energy, allowing him to meditate or absorb the energy to enhance his cultivation. Thank you, Master. Mo Chen expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wuqing, who instructed him to present his inner disciple token. After setting a restriction, he tossed the token to Mo Chen, informing him that he could now access the mountain peak under his jurisdiction. He then directed Mo Chen to assemble at the sect's entrance, where all new disciples were to meet and become acquainted with the various elders and the inner disciples, although the sect leader remained in seclusion and was not to be seen. Having donned the sect's robes, Imochen approached the edge of the mountainside, casting the flying sword bestowed upon him by the sect to the ground, standing upon it and channeling his inner spiritual energy into the blade, soaring into the air. "Go," Imochen silently commanded, and the sword flew forth ahead of him. He felt a surge of joy. The immortals he had seen soaring through the skies when he was 10 years old were now within his reach. Before long, Imochen arrived at the plaza at the sect's entrance, where a throng of newly admitted disciples had already gathered. "Wow, that SA Foundation establishment's senior brother. He can actually fly. I wish I could fly too." The newly admitted outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples expressed their envy. "Who is this country bumpkin, arriving at the sect and already so full of himself?" Voices of discontent emerged from the inner disciples. Had it not been for the sect's regulations against private disputes, some might have taken to the skies to confront Imochen. Inner disciple Imochen pays respects to all senior brothers and sisters. Imochen observed the gathering from above, locating the area designated for inner disciples, and descended on his sword, bowing respectfully to the dozens assembled before him. Chapter 9. A fifth-rank alchemist. Can you believe that a country bumpkin would engage in pleasantries? Ha ha, mocked Meng Jia, a disciple from the inner sect, provoking a chorus of laughter from those around. "Meng Jia, if you can't speak properly, just keep that foul mouth of yours shut," interjected a soft female voice, which sounded discordant amidst the laughter. "Lan Yuruwa, don't think you can speak disrespectfully just because you are the Grand Elder's disciple. Be careful not to be rendered useless in the sect competition 3 years from now," Meng Jia threatened directly. He was a disciple of the second elder, who, though not his direct master, favored him due to his mutated wind spirit root. "Pa! How many times have you resorted to drugs when you couldn't handle a loss? Just wait until I show you what I can do without any tricks," Lan Yuruwa retorted fearlessly. She was also a jewel in the Grand Elder's eyes, possessing a mutated spirit root, albeit an ordinary wood spirit root. While it could not compare to Meng Jia's, she was confident that as long as he did not resort to pills, she could easily outmatch him in the sect competition held every 3 years. Unfortunately, his wealth rendered her efforts futile against his drug use. "Senior sister, please don't be upset. Senior brother is right," Imochen said, bowing again before retreating to the back of the crowd. He was keenly aware of his lowly status and preferred to avoid trouble within the sect. "Ha, look at that, even a country bumpkin shows more sense than you. Surely, your brain must be in your chest." Meng Jia continued to press on, now targeting Imochen less but still unwilling to let go of his rival in the impending sect competition. "I thought you were someone capable, but it turns out you're just a soft persimmon who bullies the weak," scoffed Yurumo, a disciple from the outer sect, filled with disdain at Imochen's sycophantic demeanor. Lan Yuruwa was about to say more when she was interrupted. "Enough with the noise," commanded Sitaharan as he approached. All disciples bowed to their senior brother, who urged them to avoid disputes, emphasizing the importance of sect harmony. The crowd could only comply with his request. "Is this truly the sect?" Imochen pondered, noticing that this place bore no difference from the estate of Wang Yuanwei. Meng Jia resembled the steward Wang, while he questioned whether Lan Yuruwa genuinely wished to assist him. "Sitaharan is here to greet all esteemed elders and extend a warm welcome to the new disciples joining our sect. I trust that all existing disciples will take good care of our newcomers, helping to elevate the prestige of our Jinchi sect," Sitaharan proclaimed before the sect's stone tablet, exuding an aura beyond that of a mere novice like Imochen. His composure and demeanor marked him as the future successor of the sect. "This is the Grand Elder, Tang Yan, who oversees all sect affairs, the second elder, Yu Ji, who manages punishments. The third elder, Jiang Wuqing, in charge of the artifact forging chamber, and the sixth elder, Jiang Wuqing, who governs the alchemy chamber." With each introduction, the crowd turned to regard the respective elder, all of whom were formidable late-stage golden core cultivators, while the sixth elder was slightly lacking, being mid-stage. The seventh elder, Wu Mu, manages personnel. And the ninth elder, Zuochohan, oversees the division of the sect's territory. Once again, the crowd turned their gaze, noting that both were early-stage golden core cultivators, a level that felt insurmountable to them. As for the fourth, fifth, and eighth elders, they are currently in seclusion. If they emerge during the sect competition, I will introduce them to you then. Siddhu Haren concluded his introductions and began explaining the sect's rules. Direct disciples were required to pay 50 spirit stones monthly, inner sect disciples 20 spirit stones each month, outer sect disciples 5 spirit stones, and miscellaneous disciples 1 spirit stone. The sect held competitions every 3 years, and those with talent or sufficient cultivation could be promoted. Various tasks suitable for disciples were available, and completing these tasks would earn them contributions to be exchanged for items or manuals in the sect's library or treasury. This year, our Zhengqi sect has recruited 2 inner sect disciples at the foundation establishment stage, 30 outer sect disciples at the Qi refinement stage, and 100 miscellaneous disciples. I hope all of you will diligently cultivate over the next 3 years and contribute to the sect, Siddhu Haren concluded, prompting the disciples to return to their respective areas for rest, as training and tasks would commence the following day. Are you one of the new disciples? After the gathering dispersed, a girl stood in front of Mo Chen, inquiring about his identity. When he asked her name, she introduced herself as Ji Shuyan, a new inner sect disciple studying artifact forging under the third elder. Greetings, I am Mo Chen, he replied, and the two walked side by side, agreeing to exchange knowledge on artifact forging and alchemy. Ji Shuyan revealed her mutated fire spirit root, which was exceptionally suited for her pursuits. When she asked about Mo Chen's spirit root, he could only confess it was an ordinary light spirit root, which delighted her, as it meant she could refer to him as junior brother, given the sect's meritocratic hierarchy. Mo Chen nodded in agreement, though he remained indifferent to such superficial titles. After parting ways, he returned to his cave dwelling to study the Jingqi sword technique before commencing his cultivation. At dawn the next day, he reported to the medicinal field. Good morning, Senior Sister Chen, Senior Brother Gu, he greeted upon arrival, where Jiang Wuqing informed him that the other disciples were out on tasks, leaving only Chen Xian and Gu Ting to tend to the medicinal field. You must be the new disciple, Mo, Chen Xian said cheerfully, handing him a small shovel and bucket. Our master mentioned a new disciple would be arriving today. We get to work a bit less today, don't you think, Senior Brother Gu, she teased. Chen Xian explained that the alchemy and artifact forging disciples did not need to venture out for training to earn contributions, which was a privilege. By fulfilling their master's instructions, they could each earn 300 contributions monthly, redeemable at the 4th Elder's office at the end of each month, where they could also collect spirit stones. Gu Ting acknowledged her comment with a nod, while Chen Xian advised Mo Chen to disregard the aloof demeanor of Gu Ting, sharing important details about the sect's regulations. Mo Chen absorbed much information, learning that their daily routine involved caring for the medicinal herbs from morning until afternoon, with evenings devoted to studying alchemy with their master. He could also learn artifact forging, but that would require expenditure of sect contributions. If they entered seclusion or ventured out for training, they would only earn 100 contributions per month, a privilege exclusive to their group, not shared with other disciples. Chen Xian further suggested that Mo Chen select an outer sect disciple to assist him from the 7th elder, but he declined, preferring solitude for his cultivation. In truth, he harbored distrust toward others, believing that he must rely solely on himself. He had no intention of potentially falling victim to someone else's greed. 3 years later, Junior Brother Mo, how many grades of pills can you refine now? Chen Xian bounced over to ask, her excitement palpable. Over the past 3 years, Mo Chen had led a life confined to the medicinal field, cave dwelling, and alchemy room, deliberately distancing himself from sect affairs. He sensed the hostility from many of his fellow disciples and understood that a stable development was crucial for survival. I'm at the 5th grade now, Senior Sister, he replied. Though his talent for cultivation was mediocre, his aptitude for alchemy was exceptional. Jiang Wuqing had been overjoyed upon discovering this, teasing his fellow disciples for their inability to see Mo Chen's potential. Wow, Junior Brother, you're already a 5th grade alchemist. You could even take a nominal position as an elder in the outer sect. Chen Xian exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. Having been in the sect for over a decade, she remained a 3rd grade alchemist, leaving her feeling disheartened, though her mid-foundation establishment stage cultivation did bolster her confidence. Chapter 10 Sect Tournament. Within the span of 3 years, Mo Chen exchanged 10,000 contributions from the sect for 3 tomes of esoteric knowledge. One of these texts pertained to the art of weapon forging, a skill he had honed himself, bartering numerous ores acquired through the exchange of medicinal pills with Ji Shuyan. He too was a 5th-tier master in forging, although he had not publicly announced this fact. A fifth-tier master in alchemy could easily attain the status of an elder in smaller sects, yet he remained reticent. Additionally, he procured a cultivation method and a sword technique from contributions garnered by inner disciples who had vanquished demonkind. Emochen capitalized on these contributions to acquire the texts. The Jingqi sect did not impede its disciples from studying the techniques of demon or devil origins, provided they did not engage in nefarious acts. This leniency was precisely what emboldened Emochen to make his exchanges openly. The Devouring Heart method and the 10,000 swords technique were among the acquisitions. The former enabled the absorption of various energies to enhance cultivation, requiring a dark spiritual root for its application, while the latter was incomplete, a demon-rooted technique that could not be cultivated by those within the sect. Thus, it was sold to Emochen at a modest price. Although it was only a partial text, the description claimed it could command myriad swords, consolidating their powers into a formidable force. Emochen resolved to embark on a journey for practical experience following the sect competition, having noted that Gu Ting had ventured out for similar purposes a year prior. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples remained in seclusion. Emochen inquired with Chen Xian about the typical ages and realms disciples achieved in their cultivation. Chen Xian elucidated that those who commenced cultivation at the age of 5 generally reached the qi refinement stage by 15, and by 25, if fortune favored, they might enter the foundation establishment stage, thereby extending their lifespan by an additional century. Typically, cultivators reach the golden core stage around the age of 150, albeit under favorable circumstances. Many perished before attaining such heights, and even within the sect, there were disciples in their 50s and 60s yet to surpass the qi refinement stage. 125 years, indeed, Emochen mused, recalling Mingya's warning that should he not reach the golden core stage within a century, his spiritual root would be extracted. However, exceptions and unforeseen events do exist, Chen Xian continued. Given the current state of affairs, with the demon and devil races frequently waging wars against humanity, disciples of the sect were compelled to combat on the front lines, where death rendered the aspirations of golden core or foundation establishment moot. An exception was the likes of Sita Hauran, a cultivator with dual mutated spiritual roots, who had chosen not to participate in the sect's tournament this year, purportedly preparing to condense his golden core. The speed at which mutated spiritual roots absorb spiritual energy far exceeds that of ordinary roots. Even though on the surface, Emochen possessed only a light spiritual root, his rate of absorption was considerably sluggish. The rapid advancement in his alchemy and forging skills stemmed from his dark spiritual root being a mutated variant imbued with the power of dragonfire, granting him an affinity for flames. Mingyi had previously remarked that he was uncertain why Emochen exhibited a light spiritual root, having sensed before that Emochen was merely a rootless, mundane waste. In truth, Emochen's cultivation speed was quite remarkable. It merely appeared slow due to his inferior innate talent. He had acquired the methodologies for crafting third-tier pills and weapons but lacked the capability to produce them. But he resolved to seek an opportunity to depart from the sect in pursuit of the 9th-tier alchemical and forging techniques. 10 days later, at the sect's square tournament stage, the area was filled with disciples. This event served to select outstanding disciples for the Grand Sect competition and was an opportune moment for the elders to scout potential talent. It also presented an opportunity for disciples to leap from obscurity to prominence. The top 3 from the miscellaneous disciples would be groomed as outer disciples, while the top 3 outer disciples would ascend to inner discipleship, and the top 3 inner disciples would be chosen by the elders as their personal disciples or direct apprentices. Inner Disciple Match 7. Meng Jia vs. Lan Yuruo, please enter the arena, intoned Elder Tai Yan from the law enforcement hall. The two competitors promptly took their places. I wonder if there's any foul play in the drawing. It seems these two always face each other, a disciple murmured beside Emochen, perceptibly noting the subtle rivalry between the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Lan Junior sister, to ensure I don't render you incapacitated again this year, Meng Jia jested, his words laced with bravado, though he was undeniably formidable, both being mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Ha! This year, I shall break your third leg. Lan Yuruo's tone was equally audacious, directly hurling insults back at him. Say, do you think Lan Junior sister has a particular interest in Meng Senior brother's third leg? She seems to repeat that phrase every time, commented a 50-something outer disciple, watching the spectacle with keen interest. Mind your own affairs, Elder, you ought to focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage yourself, or you may find your time running out, another disciple bluntly interjected. This individual, having surpassed 50, remained stagnant at the qi refinement stage, suggesting his lifespan was likely dwindling. Commence! Elder Taiyan declared, prompting both parties to engage. Behold my blade! Meng Jia unleashed a wave of pressure as he charged toward Lan Yurua, brandishing his weapon. In response, Lan Yurua summoned a sword from her storage pouch, positioning it defensively against Meng Jia's onslaught. The clash of blade and sword echoed as both combatants were forced back a few paces. Zhenqi Sword Technique. One sword cleansing the heart. Lan Yurua advanced swiftly, targeting Meng Jia's chest with her sword. Here we go again with the same old routine, demonic slash. Meng Jia's blade shimmered with a faint aura of demonic energy as he raised it high, aiming to cleave down upon Lan Yurua. The blade met her sword, causing it to be knocked from her grasp, and she stumbled, nearly losing her footing. Recovering, she executed a forward somersault, transitioning into a bow stance as she struck at Meng Jia with an open palm. Ah! Meng Jia cried out as he was struck in the chest, hurtling off the stage. Victory to Lan Yurua! Elder Taiyan called out, preparing to summon the next contestants when Meng Jia, still reeling from the defeat, protested vehemently. Wait! Lan Yurua's palm technique is of demon origins, this match should not count, he shouted from below the stage, inciting a wave of murmurs among the spectators. Are you questioning the integrity of this elder? Taiyan shot a glare at Meng Jia, his disdain for such obstinacy evident. In the midst of battles against demonkind, could he still claim others employed demon techniques? I dare not, it's just, Meng Jia stammered, trembling under Taiyan's fierce gaze. He knew the elder was known for his fairness, having previously disciplined even the errant Sita Haoran in the law enforcement hall. You claim she employs demon techniques, yet you wield a demon's blade, do you think me blind? Taiyan's voice boomed, amplified by spiritual energy, silencing the assembly of disciples who had previously been chattering. Meng Jia, though aware of his misstep, felt a surge of indignation. He had yet to consume his medicinal pills. How could this be considered a loss? Begone, if you do not leave, you may find yourself at the law enforcement hall receiving punishment. Taiyan's patience had worn thin, his ire ignited. Were it not for the consideration of second senior brother, he would have already descended to mete out punishment himself. With his dignity in tatters, Meng Jia hastily retreated from the square, unprepared for the humiliation of having his master's face disregarded by Taiyan, a notoriously stern adjudicator, even to the sect leader's own disciples. Inner Disciple Match 8. Emochen vs. Yang Yu, please enter the arena, Taiyan announced, as both participants entered and exchanged respectful bows. Yang Yu, a disciple of Jiang Wuchen, was a fourth-tier weapon forger and mid-foundation establishment cultivator, renowned for his prowess in combat within the inner sect. Chapter 11 Farewell before departure. Junior brother Mo, please. Yang Yu stood tall, readying himself for an offensive stance. He had only encountered Emochen twice in the past 3 years. The first was during the sect's recruitment of disciples 3 years ago, after which Emochen had remained in seclusion. The second time was when he sought out his junior sister, Ji Shuyan, and they had exchanged a brief greeting. Emochen had responded, but his demeanor was notably aloof. Yang Yu had thought Emochen might display more warmth towards women, yet upon witnessing the same cold expression and attitude directed at his junior sister, he finally let go of the discomfort he felt, concluding that Emochen was simply a man who shunned the limelight. As for that instance of arriving on a flying sword, he attributed it to a country bumpkin's unfamiliarity with the world, which satisfied him, reinforcing his belief that he was not one of those provincial folk. Junior brother Mo defeats senior brother Yang. Junior brother Mo incapacitate him. Emochen glanced towards the spectators, where Ji Shuyan and Yang Xan were cheering for him. Yang Yu noticed this and his expression soured, akin to having swallowed a fly. After all, while Yang Xan was merely cheering for her fellow sect member, Ji Shuyan was his own junior sister. Senior brother Yang, please. Emochen retrieved a 5th-grade black sword from his storage bag, a weapon he had personally forged over the course of more than a month. Upon seeing the 5th-grade sword, Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback, yet he drew his own 4th-grade sword and charged forward to engage Emochen in battle. Righteous sword technique, Wu-Wei sword intent. As Yang Yu surged forward, he unleashed his sword intent, aiming a strike at Emochen's head. Veneration of 10,000 swords, Emochen countered with the 10,000 swords technique, raising his hand to deflect Yang Yu's blade. Clang, the two swords clashed, producing a clear, resonant sound. The spectators grumbled about the excessive resources allocated to the alchemy and artifice sections. Even as inner sect disciples, they toiled for a month on sect tasks, barely earning 100 contributions. Meanwhile, disciples from the two main veins, through gathering herbs and forging, could amass 300 contributions in a month, with minimal expenditure of their spirit stones. If they crafted fine weapons or concocted superior elixirs, they could even earn a profit. The weapons wielded by these two were something they would need to toil for a decade to acquire, yet many could not fathom how Imochen, an alchemist, could possess such exceptional weaponry, surpassing even that of a craftsman. Righteous Palm, Malevolent Palm, after deflecting Yang Yu's sword, he steadied himself and unleashed a palm strike, intending to push Imochen out of the ring. Imochen, seeing the forceful wind of the palm approaching, was compelled to counter with the Malevolent Palm, for there was no time to use his sword. The two struck palms, both being pushed back a few steps. Yang Yu looked at his hand in confusion, sensing a reduction in the spiritual energy he had gathered, just as he had experienced during their sword clash. What is happening? Yang Yu pondered, bewildered, for he had never encountered a technique capable of absorbing another's spiritual energy, not even from the demon or beast races. Of course, Yang Yu had never heard of it. The demonic absorption technique and the 10,000 swords technique were not obtained from the inner sect disciples but rather acquired by Imochen at a sight of a demon's demise. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, he had sold them off at a low price. Armed with these, he approached Imochen, who was at that time exchanging sect contributions for techniques from the demon and beast races. Unaware of their true worth, Missouri-chan deemed them suitable and made the trade. In truth, these techniques were among the advanced heart techniques left behind by a demon race elder who had perished during his transformation. The 10,000 swords technique was a half-complete sword technique that Imochen acquired during his adventures. Imochen also sensed that after employing the demonic absorption technique, the spiritual energy within his body not only remained intact but began to surge, indicating a subtle rise in his cultivation. Am I finally fortunate enough to have two strokes of good luck? Imochen rejoiced inwardly, the first being his encounter with his esteemed mentor. Jiang Wuqing. The two exchanged another palm strike, and Yang Yu observed that Imochen was still utilizing a technique from the beast race, not exerting his full strength. He knew that the human race lacked the blood-dark spiritual root, and thus could not unleash their full power using techniques from the demon and beast races. However, he was mistaken. This time, Imochen was channeling his full strength. Fully aware of the disparity in their cultivation levels, he could only gamble on fortune, hoping Yang Yu would underestimate him. His gamble paid off. Yang Yu was sent flying from the arena. As Taiyan announced Imochen's victory, Yang Yu picked himself up from the ground outside the arena, shaking his head as he retrieved his sword and retreated to the artifice sect for some self-reflection. This senior brother Yang is rather magnanimous. Imochen disregarded such thoughts, merrily descending the arena to join Ji Shuyan and Chen Xian as they continued to watch the sect competition. That country bumpkin possesses such exquisite weaponry, how infuriating. In the distance, Meng Jia, who had not yet departed, watched the match. The sight of Imochen's techniques and weaponry ignited a murderous intent within him. With a huff, he resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate Imochen and seize his possessions. Over the years, he had sought to trouble Imochen, yet Imochen had remained within the alchemy sect, only occasionally visiting the artifice sect. Most of his contributions in spirit stones were collected by Chen Xian, leaving Meng Jia without a chance to act. Recently, he had heard that Imochen was planning to venture out for training, prompting him to prepare for when Imochen descended the mountain, planning to stealthily eliminate him and steal his treasures. Imochen was blissful. He had never had friends during his childhood, having only witnessed the darker sides of the world. It was a rare pleasure to have two such wonderful senior sisters after entering the sect. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already drawn the attention of others. What Ming Yi had taught him remained fresh in his memory, yet having stayed here for so long, he had come to regard this place as home. This very sentiment would later sow the seeds of peril for him. After the first match concluded, Imochen faced off against Lan Yuru in the second bout. He refrained from using his full strength and was subsequently knocked out of the ring. This was to repay her past intervention that had thwarted Meng Jia. Had the match continued, Imochen's true strength would have been revealed, and he had no desire to participate in any grand sect competitions. He intended to descend the mountain for training and the subsequent matches. He did not remain to watch, bidding farewell to his two senior sisters before returning to the cave of Jiang Wuqing. Disciple Imochen seeks an audience with Master. Imochen stood before the cave, knowing that his master had emerged from seclusion, which prompted his visit at this time. Come in, a voice called out, the array before the cave opening, and Imochen stepped inside. Jiang Wuqing was perusing a book within, as he was fond of reading in alchemy. Little Chen, what brings you here? Jiang Wuqing set the book aside, looking at the entering Imochen with satisfaction. In the 3 years, Imochen had not only mastered all of his alchemical techniques but had also covertly traded elixirs for knowledge of artifact forging, mastering that as well. Jiang Wuqing was aware of this. Rather than being displeased, he had secretly provided Imochen with ample spirit stones and medicinal materials. He cherished such a talented disciple who understood the importance of discretion, though he lamented that Imochen was somewhat lackadaisical and disinterested in rigorous training. In truth, he had misjudged Imochen. Imochen had indeed been cultivating. During the day, he tended to the herb fields, and at night, he dedicated 2 hours to studying alchemy, followed by 2 hours of secret forging, devoting the remainder of his time to cultivation. Yet, perhaps due to his white spiritual root, his progress had been sluggish. It was only a year prior, after acquiring the techniques of the demon race, that his cultivation began to show signs of advancement during this competition. He had indeed worked diligently, and many within the sect remained unaware of Mo Chen's existence. Had he not revealed himself today, many would have thought he had perished, especially He Rumor, who had sought vengeance against Mo Chen for years, found him to be as elusive as a ghost. After some inquiry, she discovered that he rarely ventured from the alchemy sect. Although she had since become an inner sect disciple, access to the alchemy sect remained denied to her, leaving her with no choice but to wait for another opportunity. Disciple has come to bid farewell to Master, expressing gratitude for your meticulous guidance over the past 3 years. However, I have discovered that my cultivation has been progressing slowly and wish to descend the mountain for training. In truth, Mo Chen was well aware of the efforts Jiang Wuqing had invested in him. Although his name bore the meaning of heartless, his care for Mo Chen rivaled that of the old man Mo. Chapter 12 A Subtle Underpinnings. Very well, just as the demon clan is about to invade, upon your descent from the mountain, change out of your sect robes and claim to be a wandering cultivator. Jiang Wuqing, indifferent to the impending conflict between the righteous sect and the demon clan, had eyes only for the legacy of Jiang Wang. As long as the lineage could be preserved, the sect was of little consequence. Oh, by the way, your cultivation has been progressing slowly these past few years. Perhaps you should search for suitable techniques. He gestured towards the bookshelf behind him, encouraging Mo Chen to select some texts. Previously, he had invited Mo Chen, who insisted on inheriting his teachings and wanted to focus solely on alchemy. This matter had been lingering, but now that his disciple was about to leave the mountain, he allowed him to choose a few books, as they were all sect resources. Thank you, Master. Mo Chen approached the shelf, perusing the titles. Unfortunately, they mostly contained human cultivation techniques. He sought those of the demon race, as Ming Yi had advised him to learn a bit of everything for practical use. Mo Chen's gaze fell upon the lower half of the 10,000 swords technique, which he had exchanged with his senior brother. He casually selected it, prompting Jiang Wuqing to shake his head in exasperation. Foolish disciple, what use is the incomplete sword technique to you? This half of the technique had been discarded by the sect master after obtaining it, who claimed that while the technique was extraordinary, its incompleteness rendered it as worthless as scrap paper. He had once forcibly exchanged it for 3 breakthrough elixirs to the golden core stage, infuriating Jiang Wuqing at the time. With a sigh, Jiang Wuqing observed Mo Chen's expression as he searched for spells, akin to someone suffering from constipation, knowing well what he sought. He could not fathom why his disciple, despite having a pure yang root, favored the techniques of demons and monsters. Stop searching, you foolish boy. That incomplete sword technique was discarded by the sect master as a trap for me. Reluctantly, Jiang Wuqing retrieved a tome from his storage bag and tossed it to Mo Chen. Godslayer Seal. Mo Chen read the title on the tome, hesitating momentarily before looking up at Jiang Wuqing, puzzled as to why his master possessed such an imposing demon technique. This was left by your grandmaster. At the time, the demon clan sought an 8th grade elixir from him, which he refused to provide, prompting the demon to offer this technique in exchange. This technique possesses tremendous power, but since you lack a demon root, it may easily lead you astray. If it proves too difficult, keep it for potential sale after descending the mountain. Jiang Wuqing elucidated the origins of the tome, uncertain as to why Jiang Wang had entrusted it to him, as neither he nor Jiang Wuqing could cultivate it. Perhaps it was merely fate that his disciple was to inherit it. Thank you, Master. I shall descend the mountain in 3 days. Do you have any further instructions? Mo Chen, though reluctant to part from his master, understood the urgency of the sect as war loomed. Even if he chose to stay, Jiang Wuqing would compel them to venture forth for practical experience. Chen Xian had also informed him earlier that she too would be departing the sect shortly. Take whatever you need from the herb fields at the foot of the mountain. Leaving it behind would only allow the wastrels of the sect to squander it, Jiang Wuqing concluded, waving his hand to dismiss Mo Chen. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Mo Chen noted he had reached the second layer of the immortal god body, with 3 layers remaining to complete his training, yet the materials required for the upper layers were exceedingly rare. He had used the magic crystals to forge the black sword in his possession and now took out the Godslayer seal gifted by his master. He mastered the first layer of the technique by the following morning, leaving him with 2 layers to conquer, the second of which demanded golden core cultivation. Such advanced spells either required rare materials or elevated cultivation levels. This presented a dilemma for Mo Chen, as he possessed neither. Had it not been for Jiang Wuqing's exceptional regard for him, he would likely be an ordinary inner sect disciple, laboring daily for meager resources. As he assembled the 10,000 swords technique, a golden light radiated forth, revealing a brand new tome, distinctly different in name and appearance from the previous one. Shadow Demon Slash? Mo Chen stared at the 3 characters inscribed on the tome, perplexed as to why it bore only this singular title. Flipping it open, he discovered that the Shadow Demon Slash comprised 3 layers. Upon mastering the technique, one could unleash a sword strike as swift as lightning, able to sever even the shadows of one's adversaries. Mastering the 3rd layer would summon shadow blades to assist in combat, which, though insubstantial, could kill unseen. However, only those with dark roots could cultivate it, otherwise, it was unattainable. After dedicating another day to practice, Mo Chen successfully grasped the 1st layer of the sword technique, feeling a sense of fulfillment. He then set out to the herb field to collect some century-old celestial herbs. He recalled Jiang Wuqing mentioning that herbs over 100 years old were better served to those within the sect who lacked alchemical knowledge than to be wasted on pigs. Senior Sister Chen, I am departing the mountain for training. I have come to bid you farewell, Mo Chen said. Having gathered several dozen pounds of century-old celestial herbs, he sought out his senior sister to take his leave, as Chen Xian had cared for him considerably over the past 3 years. Go on, go on. I too shall be leaving in a few days, as master has been quite insistent. Chen Xian waved her hand, reluctant to descend, enjoying her current leisurely existence. However, Jiang Wuqing had warned that not only the Demon Clan but also the Beast Clan was involved in this conflict, leaving them no choice but to descend. Would they remain merely as cannon fodder for the sect? After bidding farewell, Mo Chen arrived at the mountain's base. Just as he was about to step beyond the boundaries of the righteous sect, he spotted figures in the distance soaring through the sky on swords. Montgar? Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why was Montgar at the foot of the mountain? Before he could ponder further, another figure flew overhead on a sword. He quickly ducked behind a tree, and upon recognizing the individual, his pupils dilated as a murderous impulse surged forth, threatening to overwhelm his reason. Brother Mont, who are you waiting for? The newcomer was none other than Hirumo, the woman who had deceived Mo Chen 3 years prior. Oh, is this not the newly admitted junior sister? I'm waiting for that bumpkin Mo Chen. Soon, I shall seize his possessions and then reduce him to a mangled heap, Montgar declared unabashedly, revealing his intentions without restraint. He bore no fear of retribution for slaughtering a fellow sect member, confident in his status as the second elder's disciple. How fortuitous, brother. I too am here to kill that bumpkin, for he tricked me out of several treasures back then, Hirumo cooed, her voice dripping with seduction, accompanied by a lascivious expression, clearly attempting to entice Montgar. Over the past few years, while residing in the alchemical vein, Mo Chen had become aware of some of Hirumo's unscrupulous dealings. She had seduced inner sect disciples, blackmailing them for resources after engaging in illicit affairs. In just 3 years, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, having been only at the early stages of artifact forging 3 years ago. Unbeknownst to how many inner sect disciples she had swindled, those who had taken advantage of her were naturally unwilling to speak out. Junior sister, once we deal with that brat, how about you come to my quarters to gaze at the moon? Montgar was no better, having bullied numerous new female disciples with his status as an elder's disciple. Those young women, just entering the sect and concerned for their reputations, had been silenced by his bribes, leaving no one to expose his misdeeds. How naughty, you must definitely take junior sister to see the moon later. Hirumo feigned a coy demeanor, nearly causing Emo-chen, hidden behind the tree, to retch. What a pair of despicable scoundrels! But do you not know that disciples of the alchemical vein should not be trifled with? Emo-chen clenched his fists, having endured in silence throughout his years in the sect. Why did these two still seek his life? Alchemists were also known as poison alchemists. Chapter 13. Encountering old friends. Emo-chen contemplated soaring into the sky with his sword to slay the treacherous pair, yet he was acutely aware that this lay within the jurisdiction of the righteous Chi sect. Should they release an alarm arrow, his act of murder would undoubtedly bring trouble to his master. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a crimson elixir from his storage pouch. Taking a deep breath and holding it, he crushed the pill and directed his palm towards the heavens. An ethereal gas unfurled in the air, enveloping the fervently conversing Meng Jia and Hirumo. "Brother, do you smell something? It's quite fragrant," Hirumo remarked, noticing an aroma that piqued her interest. Meng Jia inhaled deeply upon hearing her words, the delightful scent bringing him a sense of comfort. In mere moments, their eyes began to glaze over, a primal desire igniting within them. The feverish impulse compelled them to loosen their belts in midair, shedding their outer garments, with Meng Jia even pulling Hirumo onto his flying sword. As Emo-chen beheld the two, now nearly bereft of clothing and lost in each other's embrace, he realized that his aphrodisiac had taken effect. He then produced the sect's alarm arrow, raised his hand, and released it into the sky. A brilliant beam shot upwards, followed by a resounding explosion, illuminating the sky above the righteous Chi sect with magnificent fireworks. The entranced couple remained oblivious to the commotion, and after casting one last glance, Mo-chen hurled his black sword and swiftly fled beyond the sect's boundaries. As for the disciples and elders of the sect, armed and on their flying swords, whatever they might witness would no longer concern Emo-chen. He had departed from the righteous Chi sect for the day. Upon seeing the warning fireworks, the members of the righteous Chi sect assumed an external threat had emerged, summoning all available personnel, including the sect leader, who was not in seclusion, to assemble. Those in the foundation establishment stage and above took to the skies, while those in the Chi refinement stage hurriedly ran. They were about to witness a scene they would find unforgettable for a lifetime. Emo-chen arrived at Luofeng town, which, in the month of February, appeared somewhat desolate. He made his way to the inn where he had previously forcefully purchased items from Hirumo. This time, he did not ascend to his room but settled in the lobby, ordering some food and drink. As he sipped his wine, he reflected on the gains of the past 3 years, struggling to suppress his murderous intentions, which gradually dissipated. "Hey, have you heard about the group heading to the secret realm outside the town?" Two individuals at a nearby table were engaged in conversation, and Emo-chen glanced over, noting they were in the mid-stage of Chi refinement. "But they only seek those in the foundation establishment stage. How could we possibly join?" Another lamented, downing a cup of wine in resignation. Their cultivation levels were insufficient, and their age rendered them ineligible for acceptance into the sect, leaving them to scrounge for work in the town to earn some spirit stones for cultivation. Emo-chen tossed a spirit stone onto their table and strode towards the outskirts of the town. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he thought it prudent to broaden his horizons. After 3 years of seclusion, it was time to re-engage with the world. Upon exiting the town, he spotted 7 foundation establishment cultivators gathered beneath a large banyan tree, 4 in the mid-stage and 3 in the early stage. He approached the group. "A fellow cultivator, are you here to join us in the secret realm?" Before Emo-chen could speak, a mid-stage female cultivator inquired if he wished to accompany them. He nodded, still clad in the righteous Chi sect's robes. The others quickly discerned his identity. "I am Su Choyue, the organizer for this expedition to the secret realm. You appear quite young." "You must have just descended the mountain," Su Choyue remarked. After Emo-chen acknowledged her words, she elaborated on the rules. The treasures within the secret realm would be claimed by those deemed fated, and they were not to compete against one another. However, any monsters encountered would yield rewards based on merit. "Agreed," Emo-chen replied, indifferent to the distribution method. He sought a space to practice his techniques, having endured too long without advancement. It was time to make significant progress. Above Luofeng town, the 8 foundation establishment cultivators soared through the skies on their swords. 3 days later, they reached their destination, a stifling locale that felt discordant compared to the February climate. "Su, this windless valley is unbearably hot. Can you enlighten us on the conditions of the secret realm?" A rather portly cultivator complained, overwhelmed by the oppressive heat. "Do not fret, Jean. Allow me to explain, the secret realm we are heading to is restricted to those in the Foundation establishment stage. Su Qiuyue began to elaborate on their destination. Within the windless valley lay a stone platform, upon which a stone lotus bloomed every 10 years. When the lotus unfurled, a teleportation array would manifest, reputed to be the resting place of a nascent soulmaster, brimming with opportunities. Among these were elixirs capable of enhancing Foundation establishment cultivation, which constituted the primary objective of their expedition. Though entry was limited to once every decade, few cultivators had emerged from previous forays, and they anticipated entering shortly. Su Qiuyue also warned them of the dangers lurking within the secret realm, leaving the choice of retreat up to each individual. Upon hearing of the elixirs for enhancing their cultivation, none opted to withdraw. Mo Chen, capable of refining such enhancement elixirs, had only managed to acquire 3 during his 3 years at the sect due to the scarcity of materials. He hesitated to consume them directly, fearing that his insufficient talent might waste the precious resources. As they waited, Mo Chen spotted a familiar figure among a nearby group, one of the disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect who had escaped after the incident at Lord Wang's estate. He quickly averted his gaze, aware that prolonged observation could attract unwanted attention. In total, 3 groups had gathered. Mo Chen's party of 8, the 6 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect, and another group of 7, which Su Qiuyue identified as disciples from the beast-taming sect. She had organized this expedition precisely because she wished to avoid traveling with sect members. The advantage of traveling with sect disciples was their unified front against external threats. The downside, however, was that significant opportunities would often be allocated to those of higher rank, leaving one with little more than a handful of spirit stones after a taxing journey. In contrast, rogue cultivators relied solely on their own abilities, free from envy. Should one seize an opportunity, they might be met with treachery from behind. As the stone lotus blossomed, Mo Chen observed that it unfolded without any mechanism, resembling a typical lotus flower, a sight he had never witnessed before. Upon its blooming, a beam of light shot upward from the stone platform, reaching towards the heavens. As the teleportation array activated, the 3 groups entered in succession, with Mo Chen bringing up the rear. He felt something amiss regarding the timing of the teleportation's emergence following the flower's bloom. Once the others had entered the formation, Mo Chen approached the stone lotus, fixated on it. Soon, the flower withered, giving way to a seed pod, from which 9 black lotus seeds emerged. These seeds were not made of stone but were black and the size of a fist. Mo Chen collected them into his storage pouch before stepping into the formation. Upon entering, he found himself in an expansive valley that seemed endless, adorned with blooming flowers and fragrant scents accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. However, after his arrival, he saw no one else around. Attempting to fly on his sword, he found himself unable to ascend. Looking around, he noticed no signs of previous passage through the flower thickets. Chapter 14: The Array of the Human Heart. Is it a forbidden air, an illusionary array? For 3 years, Mo Chen had not studied formations, yet during the 6 years of his training, Ming Yi had imparted considerable knowledge to him. Thus, simple formations posed no challenge. He retrieved a communication stone, attempting to contact a few members of his team, but to no avail. The terrifying nature of this place enveloped him. If he could not escape, he would gradually wither away in the illusion, succumbing to the euphoria that lingered in his mind. What a nefarious scheme indeed, Mo Chen mused as he sat down to meditate, striving to comprehend the intricacies of the illusionary array. Should he remain trapped, he would spend the remainder of his life here, ultimately meeting his demise. After an hour of contemplation, he pinpointed the heart of the array. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes and walked onward. In an illusion, one must not look. Even if one perceives oneself to walk in a straight line, the path is invariably askew. 200 steps later, Mo Chen summoned his black sword and struck forcefully ahead, unleashing a wave of black sword energy that collided with formidable impact. With a resounding boom, the melodious sounds of nature vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself among the same group of a dozen individuals he had entered with. Glancing upward, he noticed Su Qiuyue had already exited to meditate. Observing his surroundings, he realized they were in a vast stone chamber. The spot he had occupied was the location of his teleportation. Could this teleportation array also facilitate an illusionary array? He surveyed the 16 passageways around him, unable to devise a solution, and thus settled beside Su Qiuyue. Who would have thought that my companion is a master of formations? I neglected to inquire your name. What do you go by? Su Qiuyue, sensing someone sit beside her, opened her eyes in surprise to find it was Mo Chen. This Foundation establishment lad possessed a certain depth. Zhengqi sect, Meng Jia, Mo-Chen replied with his eyes still closed, disclosing his identity. Donning the robes of the Zhengqi sect while venturing outside was prudent. Using his junior brother's name would serve him well should he find himself in mischief. Meng Daoyu, what is your perspective on this place? Su Qiuyue inquired, eager to gauge his thoughts. However, Mo-Chen admitted he rarely encountered such situations and turned the question back to her. Su Qiuyue, observing the ball she had just kicked back to her, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, suspecting her companion was concealing his prowess. In my view, we should break through with force, she casually remarked, hoping to elicit a response from Mo-Chen. To her astonishment, he nodded in agreement, uttering a simple good. Alas, she sighed inwardly, though this young man was not of advanced age, his mind was astute, akin to the cunning of the elders in their sect. 3 days later, the final individual broke through the illusionary array, approaching the meditating group. Although only a quarter of an hour had passed in the illusion, 3 days had elapsed in reality. It seems the nascent soul expert is indeed a formidable array master, the last disciple of the Tianjian sect gasped, collapsing to the ground, breathless from his ordeal in the illusion. The others rose, and the 3 leaders convened to deliberate the allocation of the 16 passageways, with 8 from Mo-Chen's group, 6 from Tianjian sect, and 7 from Yusho sect. Distributing 21 individuals proved challenging. After much discussion, it was decided that Mo-Chen's group would take 6 passageways, with the remaining 2 groups each managing 5, allowing them to self-allocate their members. Mo-Chen and Su Qiuyue chose to enter together, while the others would distribute themselves independently. Each passageway in such a secret realm could potentially serve as an exit or lead to further entrapment, necessitating that all members enter. Once the groups were assigned, they proceeded through their designated passageways. Just before entering, Mo-Chen cast a glance at the Tianjian sect disciple he had encountered earlier, confirming he was alone. The passage was lengthy, and after half an hour, Mo-Chen had yet to see a glimmer of light. His torch was nearly extinguished. He halted, wedging the torch into a nearby corner and began meditating. After 2 hours, he opened his eyes, resigned to light another torch and continue onward. He could distinctly sense that this was not an illusionary array. If it were, he would have been able to perceive at least a hint of it. Alternatively, it was possible that his cultivation was insufficient to discern anything. Mingyi had once said that breaking an array required both talent and patience. Unless one possessed immense strength to shatter the array by brute force, one must systematically seek the array's core to dismantle it. Mo-Chen could feel he was indeed within an illusionary array. Although he could not sense it, he was certain that he had never ventured into a secret realm, but he had heard from Jiang Wuqing that the highest level of an illusionary array was to render individuals oblivious to their entrapment. Suddenly, Mo-Chen halted, retracing his steps. If he recognized his error, why continue along the same path? It would be foolish to persist in a mistake. The other 15 passageways experienced similar fates. Those in pairs had it somewhat easier, as they could engage in conversation, but solitary travelers grew increasingly anxious, unable to turn back, forced to advance indefinitely. After an hour retracing his steps, Mo-Chen returned to his starting point. By calculating the time, he realized his suspicions were correct. This secret realm could not be perceived in the conventional sense. The Flower Valley was merely the beginning. Entering here was the true essence of the illusion. He approached the teleportation array where they had initially arrived, attempting to teleport out, yet the array seemed non-existent, yielding no effect whatsoever. It appears my assumptions were accurate, Mo-Chen stated, summoning his black sword. With the blade pointed downward, he gripped the hilt firmly and struck the ground's teleportation array with a powerful thrust. Zing! As the sword pierced the earth, the scenery before him shattered like glass, and he found himself once again standing on the teleportation array, surrounded by the same 20 individuals. Only this time, Su Qiuyue was absent from the forefront. Common knowledge of secret realms dictates that while combat is permissible upon entry, the teleportation array must remain intact. Any destruction would lead to the demise of all involved, unless the secret realm harbored alternative entrances. Mo-Chen marveled at the ingenuity of the secret realm's master, who not only possessed formidable cultivation but also an astute understanding of human nature. No one would dare to destroy the teleportation array upon entry, thereby jeopardizing their own escape. Instead, they would walk into these 16 dead ends, ensnared in an endless cycle until death claimed them. Unless one returned to the original spot to dismantle the teleportation array, even if others returned, they would likely choose different passages, again falling into the cycle. Chen observed the 20 individuals beside him mumbling to themselves and approached the Tianjin sect disciple he recognized, casting a barrier array, a gift from Jiang Wuqing. Within the barrier array, Chen administered a third-grade soul control pill, ensuring that after consumption, the individual would answer any questions posed, awakening with no recollection of the prior events. "Why did you kill Madame Wang in Tianyun City?" Chen directly inquired, a question that had lingered in his heart for some time. "At that time, I was merely an outer disciple. That ugly woman was my outlet for frustration. She sought to have her husband assume control over the Tianjin sect's management of Tianyun City, but I refused. When she persisted, I took her life." The Tianjin sect disciple divulged the answer Chen sought. It all made sense now. No wonder Madame Wang had been disheveled. She had returned with a paramour for that sordid affair. "What position did you hold in Tianjin sect? How could you bestow management rights upon a commoner?" Chen continued to probe, incredulous that an outer disciple could wield such authority. Chapter 15 A family visit home. "I am my father is the sect leader," stammered the man from the Heavenly Sword sect. Chen sensed that time was running out. He dispelled the isolation array and ventured a short distance into a passageway. This man turned out to be the son of the one who had battled the serpent demon, yet, as the son of the sect leader, why would he choose an old, unattractive, and portly woman as his consort? Despite his confusion, Chen could no longer afford to administer him any more of the elixir. Should he wake up and notice any abnormalities in his body, he would inevitably seek out the cause, thus bringing trouble upon himself. Cultivators are human too. As humans, they possess desires, yet, cultivators can regard lives as mere insects, Chen reflected. Although he held no fondness for Lady Wang, it was indeed rather inhumane for her to be subjected to such humiliation until death. After a short walk, he noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Upon exiting, he discovered a treasure vault, filled to the brim with weapons, magical artifacts, immortal herbs, elixirs, and ancient texts within a grand stone chamber. Chen refrained from taking anything but instead approached the central area, where a box hung suspended. He summoned his black sword, deftly severing the ropes that bound the box. As the box fell, he caught it, hesitating momentarily before deciding to open it. After all, the secret realm primarily contained arrays, and logically, there should be no traps here. The box was the size of 2 books, and Chen placed it on the ground, stepping back 10 paces as he directed the black sword to pry it open. After observing for a while and confirming the absence of traps, he approached it. Inside the box lay a sheet of paper, which Chen retrieved. It bore the inscription, "My name is Shangguan Longyu, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, an 8th-tier array master. I failed in my attempt to ascend and subsequently secluded myself here to end my remaining days. Should any descendants with a talent for arrays arise in the future, please ensure that my teachings of array mastery are propagated and my name is honored. Thus, I shall die content." Chen glanced back into the box, discovering 3 more tomes: Myriad Arrays, Secrets to Breaking Arrays, and The Great Path of Arrays. At the very bottom was a map, which he studied briefly. It appeared to be only half of a complete map. He carefully stored these items away. He summoned his black sword once more, commanding it to slice through the severed ropes, which fell to the ground. Chen collected these remnants into his storage bag and then proceeded to explore the vault, gathering all the rare items he could utilize, leaving the vault half empty in an instant. Returning to the entrance, he noted that the others had yet to awaken. He traversed 2 more passageways, only to find them both leading to dead ends, thus refraining from entering any further. Once back, he examined the secrets to breaking arrays and learned the method to dismantle the dual illusion array. He stepped into the crowd, forcefully stomping upon a stone beneath his feet before returning to his previous position as if he had just awoken from a faint. Upon regaining consciousness, many in the group began to panic, eager to exit, forsaking any chance of opportunity. Chen was among them, claiming that his low cultivation rendered him unfit to seek fortune in such a place. Thus, after fervent insistence and a vote among the group, 11 individuals decided to depart: 4 from the Beastmaster sect, 3 from the Heavenly Sword sect, and Chen party of 4. After the 11 exited the teleportation array, Chen's group of rogue cultivators began their retreat. Those belonging to sects remained to await their companions, knowing that if they survived, they too would share in the spoils. Soaring through the sky on his flying sword, Chen felt elated. The remaining useless items could remain for others to fight over. Having acquired his fortune, it was time to return home. He changed out of his sect robes, as such attire would attract too much attention. Instead, he donned a simple set of coarse linen garments to blend in and avoid the scrutiny of the observant. As for those who might recognize him, it mattered not, after all, it was the doing of Meng Jia, and had no bearing on him. To those who sought his life, Imochen would show no mercy. Having harbored thoughts of killing, they would undoubtedly pose future threats if allowed to live. As he neared Tianyun City, still over 10 kilometers away, Imochen dismounted from his sword to traverse the ground. This was the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, and flying swords could easily draw their attention. Who is it, disturbing our peace in the dead of night? At the entrance of a lavish mansion, Imochen knocked on the door, uncertain if he had returned to the wrong home. Yet, upon seeing the golden characters of the Mo family, he knew he had come to the right place. Who are you? A butler-like figure opened the door, finding the stranger unfamiliar and inquiring with a chuckle. Imochen, he replied. The man paused, then shouted into the courtyard, the young master has returned. In an instant, the once dark mansion was ablaze with light as a familiar figure rushed forward. Oh my Chenner is home. Old Mo beamed as he hurried over. Now a prominent figure in Tianyun, outsiders referred to him as Mo Yuan. Despite Imochen's simple attire, there was not a hint of disdain in old Mo's eyes. He embraced Imochen warmly, who reciprocated the gesture. Come, come. I was so overjoyed that I forgot to invite you inside. Zhao, prepare hot water and a fresh set of clothes for the young master. Old Mo exclaimed, pulling Imochen into the grand hall, where attendants brought forth fine wine and delicacies. He owed his current fortune to this son. Had it not been for Imochen's generous gifts, he would not have attained such wealth. He had instructed the servants to keep a room ready for Imochen, maintaining it meticulously for his return. Seeing his son in such humble attire, he assumed Imochen had endured hardship outside, which brought tears to his eyes. Soon, a young woman entered, accompanied by a toddler of around 2 years old. Old Mo introduced her as his wife, and the little boy was Imochen's younger brother. After exchanging pleasantries and finishing their meal, Imochen requested the servants to leave, keeping only their family of 4 within. Father, I am unfilial, unable to serve you in person. Yet now, with a stepmother and younger brother by your side, I feel a measure of peace. Imochen revealed his status as an inner disciple of the Righteous Path sect to old Mo and the others. Naturally, they were overjoyed to learn their son had become an immortal. Imochen gifted several bottles of longevity elixirs to old Mo, a beauty-enhancing pill to his wife, and a third-grade personal magical artifact to his 2-year-old brother, hoping that perhaps the Mo family might someday produce another cultivator. The following morning, after the family had breakfast, Imochen prepared to depart. He contemplated staying a few days at home, but with the time for his agreement with Mingyi drawing near, he could not afford to linger. He refrained from giving old Mo and the others any spirit stones. Such items were not meant for mortals to possess, and he cautioned them against revealing his identity, lest it bring calamity in the future. Before leaving, Imochen reiterated the importance of keeping his identity a secret. Though he accepted the clothing, he still chose to exit clad in coarse linen, for with a greater number of people came greater risks. This was a lesson imparted by Mingyi that he now recalled daily. Find a cave dwelling to enter seclusion. The resources at hand are sufficient for a breakthrough to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Imochen mused as he exited the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, taking flight on his sword toward the distant deep mountains to enter seclusion and advance his cultivation. Chapter 16 The Black Gold Lotus Seed. Let this be it. Imochen soared through the air on his sword, arriving at a secluded forest where a natural cave awaited him. With a swift motion, he cast a barrier and concealment formation, enveloping the cave before stepping inside. Half a year later, dozens of pills lay before him, 20 foundation establishment enhancement pills, 5 aphrodisiac pills, and 10 soul-controlling pills. Shortly after entering seclusion, Imochen received a message from his communication stone, conveying the recent upheaval within the sect from Chen Xian. The aerial battle between Meng Jia and Hirumuo had drawn throngs of onlookers from the Jingqi sect. However, disciples from 2 neighboring sects, upon witnessing the Jingqi sect's warning signal, mistakenly believed that the demon and monster races were staging an early attack, prompting them to alert their own sections. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 10,000 cultivators had witnessed the spectacle in the sky and on the ground, with some even utilizing recording stones. Esteemed friends, I am Jiang Wuqing, the 6th elder of the Zhengqi sect and an 8th-tier alchemist. Today, the demon race has launched an assault on our sect, and a newlywed couple within has fallen victim to the demon's love-inducing substances. I implore you all to keep this matter confidential, he proclaimed. The assembled cultivators bowed in acknowledgement, who would dare to oppose an 8th-tier alchemist's words? After all, should they seek his assistance in alchemy in the future, a single aphrodisiac pill could land them in a predicament similar to that of the couple today. Many present had experienced similar situations, understanding that while the demon race was malevolent, it was unlikely they would resort to drugging two juniors from the Jinchi sect. Clearly, there were deeper intricacies at play. The couple's obliviousness indicated the efficacy of the aphrodisiac. Although it was a third-tier pill, its creation was exceedingly challenging, beyond the capabilities of anyone without alchemical expertise, yet, they realized they could not voice this truth. Offending an 8th-tier alchemist would yield dire consequences, while others discerned the underlying reality. Jiang Wuqing was no less aware, however. The only disciple who had procured the materials for the aphrodisiac was Mo Chen, and given that the pill emitted an odorless essence that dissipated swiftly upon being crushed, who could prove his apprentice's involvement? To preserve the sect's dignity, the sect master commanded his disciples to wrap the couple's naked forms in cloth and transport them back to the sect, where they would be forced into a marriage ceremony upon awakening the next day, completely unaware of the preceding events. Neither wished to partake in the wedding, as their connection was merely a fleeting romance. However, when a disciple presented the recording stone from the previous night, upon viewing the events, the couple, surrounded by a multitude of peers and fellow cultivators, ultimately chose to wed. After all, given the circumstances, failing to do so would spell disaster for both the sect and themselves. When the second elder emerged from his seclusion and learned of that night's events, he noticed a decline in his recently attained cultivation level. Typically turning a blind eye to Meng Jia's transgressions, he was taken aback by his disciples' brazen actions before thousands. To protect the sect and his own reputation, he expelled Meng Jia from the sect. Seizing the opportunity, the sect master also expelled Meng Jia and Hirumuo, accusing Meng Jia of seducing a servant and Hirumuo of enticing and extorting inner sect disciples. While he was aware of certain truths, he chose silence for the stability of the sect. That very day, he decreed that disciples were forbidden from discussing the matter outside the sect, or they would be treated as traitors. After their expulsion, the two could no longer remain among the human race and were left with no choice but to join the demon faction, becoming pawns of the demon race. Have these two rogue souls finally found their match? Mo Chen never anticipated that a single aphrodisiac pill would lead to such chaos. Furthermore, the monster race cultivators seem to have engaged in conflict with the demon race for reasons unknown, prompting the sect to recall its disciples in preparation for an offensive against both races. Yet, Jiang Wuqing commanded all his disciples to refrain from returning to the sect. Those who did would have their master-disciple relationship severed and be expelled without exception. Master truly is protective of his own, Mo Chen mused, feeling a flicker of warmth in his otherwise dark heart. If the old man had bestowed upon him a nurturing grace, then Jiang Wuqing was akin to a rebirth father. Had he not taken Mo Chen as his disciple, the past 3 years in the Zhengqi sect would have been far from pleasant. What was the Zhengqi sect, after all? While there were indeed good people within, how many could truly be devoid of characters like Meng Jia and Hirumuo? Knowing that his master and senior sister were safe, Mo Chen consumed a pill and began meditating to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. 10 years later, had he truly reached the mid-foundation establishment stage? With the last pill consumed, Mo Chen finally advanced, not having squandered a decade of effort. At the age of 30, Mo Chen still bore the appearance of a 19-year-old. To avoid the ravages of time, he had long since taken longevity pills. Though not strikingly handsome, he at least maintained his youth. Opening his communication stone, he found 2 messages from Chen Xian, both left as voicemails from 3 and 7 years ago. Sito Haoran had failed to condense his golden core, his Dao heart affected. Once believed to be on the verge of becoming the first cultivator in his 20s to achieve the golden core stage, he had succumbed to impatience. After a ceasefire, the demon and monster races had halted their aggression towards humanity. Listening to the 2 messages, Mo Chen sensed something amiss. However, his current strength was insufficient for him to venture out for training. Thus, he retrieved the Black Lotus seed, examining it closely. What was it, and why did it emerge from within the stone lotus? It was not stone itself. A thread of spiritual energy flowed into the Black Lotus seed, causing it to exude a ripple-like aura that spread throughout the cave. I am Huo Xiaotian of the monster race. I kindly request an audience. A voice called from outside the cave's formation. Mo Chen was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Why had a member of the monster race come here? Yet, as the visitor stood at the entrance, he had no choice but to see what was afoot. How may I assist you? Mo Chen stepped out, observing the visitor's striking features, distinguished demeanor, and attire of crimson robes, with his cultivation level concealed, likely surpassing his own. I require your black gold lotus seed. I am willing to trade, Hua Xiaotian stated directly. He had originally intended to wait at Windless Valley for the stone lotus to bloom, hoping to procure a lotus seed after a millennium. However, upon arrival, there was nothing to be found. He pondered whether he had arrived too late, and reluctantly turned back to his cave to continue his cultivation. Unexpectedly, he sensed the black water aura en route and followed the fluctuations here. Upon arrival and discovering the formation, he surmised someone was inside cultivating, prompting him to visit the cave's owner. Please, come in. Mo Chen recognized that the visitor was not an ordinary individual. Merely being able to see through his formation indicated so. He invited Hua Xiaotian into the cave, and they seated themselves at a table. Is this the item you seek? Mo Chen produced the black lotus seed, surmising that it had drawn the visitor here. Hua Xiaotian nodded and inquired what Mo Chen desired in exchange. Although he had initially contemplated seizing the seed, sensing the aura of the monster race on Mo Chen, he refrained. Rare treasures from the monster race, or heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could aid in reaching the golden core stage, Mo Chen replied. Though unaware of the lotus seed's true nature, he was certain it was of great value. Your request is not unreasonable, but I possess none, Hua Xiaotian admitted candidly, unlike other monster race members who would resort to deception or theft when denied. At least, he was sincere in this moment. Would this suffice? Hua Xiaotian produced a box and placed it on the table. Upon opening it, a monster core appeared before Mo Chen. What kind of monster core is this, and what is the significance of the Tianshan spring? Mo Chen scrutinized the black and red core, unfamiliar with either it or the Tianshan spring. Chapter 17 of the Blossoming of Tianshan. He, my friend, you must be in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With this red dragon demon pill and the Tianshan spring, I assure you that within a century, you will surely condense your golden Dan, Hua Xiaotian said sincerely, gazing at Mo Chen. He understood that human cultivators advanced at a sluggish pace, unless they were of the rare mutated dual spiritual roots, a phenomenon exceedingly uncommon, especially for someone like Mo Chen, who bore the aura of the demon race, making cultivation even more arduous. Agreed. This demon pill shall serve as a deposit. On the day you grant me access to the Tianshan spring, I shall present you with the lotus seed, Mo Chen replied, eager to break through to the golden Dan stage, not merely for the additional 500 years of lifespan, but also to fulfill his promise to his master, Ming Yi. Very well, may I ask your name? Hua Xiaotian inquired, as he placed the demon pill before Mo Chen without a hint of concern about whether Mo Chen would provide him with the black gold lotus seed. Should it come to blows, he had no fear. After Mo Chen revealed his name, he prepared to depart with Hua Xiaotian to procure the Tianshan spring. This time, he refrained from using a pseudonym, as it would be inappropriate to claim he was Meng Jia, a name associated with the demonic race. Once outside the cave, Mo Chen dismantled the formation, and the two ascended on their swords, soaring towards the horizon. Hua, how did you know I was within this cave? Mo Chen pondered aloud, baffled by how he had been discovered despite his careful concealment. I am a carp demon, naturally attuned to water-related treasures and currents. Even the slightest ripple is perceptible to me, Hua Xiaotian divulged as they flew, seemingly indifferent to sharing his secret, as if discussing someone else's. I am curious as to why a lotus seed, formed over a millennium, has been claimed by you first, Hua Xiaotian remarked, a hint of frustration coloring his tone, for this day had long been anticipated by the demon race. He had visited a decade prior, yet upon the formation's activation, he had seen no sign of the lotus seed. A few years ago, it was an unexpected acquisition, Mo Chen responded, reluctant to confess that he had obtained it from the stone lotus, lest Hua Xiaotian deduce that he possessed 9 of them, leaving him at a loss for how such a fortune had befallen him. Hua Xiaotian muttered something inaudible, and Mo Chen paid it no mind. His focus remained on breaking through to the golden Dan stage and realizing his path to immortality. Tianshan, it is rumored to be a 9th-grade artifact, Mo Chen recalled. Having been informed by Jiang Wuqing to avoid provoking powerful factions, however, he was unaware of the blossoming fairy or the Tianshan spring, and thus turned to Hua Xiaotian for elucidation. Shen Yuancheng is reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the cultivation realm. Male cultivators are loath to strike against her, while female cultivators feel inferior in her presence. Some would rather take their own lives than battle her, Hua Xiaotian commented, regarding Emo Chen with a bemused expression before elaborating on Shen Yuanchang and the spring, sensing that one of the 5 springs would soon manifest. The Tianshan spring, when carried, doubles the speed of absorbing celestial spiritual energy. When submerged, one need not employ spiritual power to mask their breathing, allowing for unfettered movement in combat. Oh, and what is your connection with the blossoming sect? How would they willingly part with the spring? Emo Chen mused, pondering this question throughout their journey from Hua Xiaotian. He learned that the Tianshan blossoming sect comprised predominantly women, dedicated to both physical and mental cultivation, with few marrying. His words described them as a gathering of old maids. Yet, how could such a sect possibly have ties with a youthful and handsome carp demon like him? Shouldn't he be among their targets for extermination? My brother jesteth, how could the upright women of the cultivation realm associate with a dashing young carp demon like myself? Hua Xiaotian clarified that there was no relationship, planning to seize the Tianshan spring at the first opportunity. He had initially intended to acquire it alone, but upon sensing the faint ripple of the lotus seed, he had altered his course to seek out Emo Chen. Descend, we can no longer fly, for we have entered the territory governed by the blossoming sect, Hua Xiaotian declared, landing alongside Emo Chen. They walked down the mountain path, encountering several patrols of women, necessitating that they conceal themselves in the trees until the coast was clear. Do not move. Hua Xiaotian halted Emo Chen as they reached the foot of the mountain, gazing intently at the air ahead. Emo Chen followed his gaze but perceived nothing. There exists a protective formation. These old maids, having been together for so long, exude a heavy yin energy. Thus, they have set up a formation to ward off intruders, Hua Xiaotian explained, extending his arm and channeling spiritual energy to transform his hand into a claw, not resembling a fin but rather a talon. With 5 sharp fingertips, he pierced the air, and an invisible formation began to materialize, its transparent and sensitive edges becoming visible to the two. Scatter! Hua Xiaotian's claw swelled to its maximum as he struck the formation at the mountain's base, creating an opening the size of a doorway. He urged Emo Chen to enter quickly, following suit. Huff, huff, huff. Once inside, Hua Xiaotian leaned on his knees, panting heavily, while Emo Chen stood in shock, astonished that the protective formation could be breached. It was known that within the Jingqi sect, one would be repelled by the formation without a disciple token, yet Hua Xiaotian had opened a breach with a single strike. How terrifying was this individual? After a brief respite, they reached 2 large stones on the back mountain to rest, awaiting the emergence of the spring. Brother Mo, we seem to share a profound bond. Shall we refer to one another as brothers henceforth? Hua Xiaotian proposed, producing wine and pouring it into 2 cups as he leaned against the stone, gazing at the bright moon above. That would be splendid, Brother Hua, Emo Chen agreed, raising his cup and drinking heartily. At that moment, they heard the sound of water from the spring behind them. Emo Chen climbed atop the stone, peering over the edge to observe a stunning young woman disrobing and descending into the spring. Fearing her gaze upon him, he hastily averted his eyes and descended from the stone, sitting beside Hua Xiaotian. Brother Mo, how is it that you are injured? Hua Xiaotian inquired, noticing the blood trickling from Emo Chen's nostrils with concern. Oh, it's nothing, perhaps I've been eating too much roasted meat lately. It has caused some internal heat, Emo Chen deflected, unable to confess that he had been overwhelmed by the sight of a woman undressing. And what did you think of the earlier scene? Hua Xiaotian pressed, disregarding Emo Chen's evasive response. It was very fair, quite grand, I mean, the scenery was lovely, Emo Chen stammered, scratching his head, his words faltering. There is no need for embarrassment, for in my eyes, human women are akin to mother monkeys in yours, Hua Xiaotian remarked, gazing skyward as he leisurely sipped his wine, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Chapter 18 The Quest for the Hot Spring Treasure. Emo Chen and his companions gazed at Hua Xiaotian, inquiring about his realm, astonished that he could discern events occurring behind him without a single glance. Late stage of foundation establishment. I have mentioned my affinity for the water element, replied Hua Xiaotian, his awareness acute enough to sense any water-related objects or flows without needing to look. It was the first time Emo Chen learned of such an ability as elemental affinity, prompting him to ask Hua Xiaotian how one might cultivate it. Hua Xiaotian took a sip of his drink, shook his head, and explained that it was an innate talent, unless there existed a technique capable of stripping one of this ability, it was impossible to acquire. In the hot spring, a woman sat with her hands cradling her head, leaning against the edge of the pool, her legs playfully splashing in the water, clearly relishing the moment. The hot springs of Tianshan not only possess spiritual energy but also had beautifying properties, making these 5 celestial springs the most favored spot among the sect members. Mo brother, prepare to ride your sword. I will set up a grand formation. The moment the spring eye emerges, you must seize it and fly straight to me. Hua Xiaotian's inner senses intensified, signaling the imminent appearance of the spring eye. He began to lay down the formation, determined to seal the hot spring, knowing that should the woman sound an alarm, both of them would surely perish. Mo Chen cast his black sword and stood upon it, awaiting Hua Xiaotian's command to descend into the hot spring and snatch the spring eye. Oh, what is this? The woman in the hot spring felt bubbles rising beneath her, sitting up to observe them. Before long, a fist-sized, white sphere emerged from the water. She curiously reached out with her index finger to prod the orb. Just then, Mo Chen had already arrived on his sword, crouching down, extending his left hand. A fleeting shadow passed, and he grasped the spring eye. Startled by the sudden figure, the woman sprang to her feet, reaching for an umbrella sword from her storage bag, only to realize she was unarmed, the water barely reaching her thighs. Their eyes met, and as she stood, the sight before Mo Chen was unabashedly revealed. Ah! She screamed, reacting swiftly by summoning her clothes and storage bag with her spiritual energy, wrapping herself hastily while watching the figure ascend into the sky. She first shot a warning arrow, then drew her umbrella sword, striking at him with blinding speed. Shadow Demon Slash. In midair, Mo Chen sensed the looming danger. The black sword shrank back into his hand as he mustered all his strength to counter the incoming strike. He could feel that the woman posed a threat akin to Hua Xiaotian, compelling him to unleash his full power. Boom! The 2 sword energies clashed above the hot spring, exploding in a brilliant display, yet the warning arrow remained silent. In the air, Mo Chen lost his grip on the black sword and began to plummet. Just as he was about to fall, a massive claw swept him away. Hua Xiaotian's dragon claw, transformed from his fish-like form. He sought the black golden lotus seed at any cost, yearning to leap through the dragon gate and transform from a flood dragon into a true dragon. With the right treasures, he firmly believed that one day he would soar through the skies, surveying all beneath him. Monsters? Dressed and armed, the woman gazed at the dark slash and the dragon claw, recognizing that the Fanghua sect had been invaded by demonkind. Yet, why had the protective formation not sounded an alarm? Why had her warning arrow lost its efficacy? The formation. Looking skyward, she realized that the area surrounding the hot spring was sealed by a formation. What could the demons possibly want here? Surely not to gaze upon her form. Could it be related to that luminous orb? As clarity washed over her, she hastened to fly towards the sect's great hall. Clang! She found herself halted midair. Why could this barrier still control ingress and egress? This shattered her understanding of formations. Here! Upon reaching Hua Xiaotian, Mo Chen tossed him the promised black golden lotus seed, and the two began. The woman, having struck the formation over 10 times, finally broke through. Rushing to the great hall, she requested a warning arrow from a disciple, causing the Tianshan of Fanghua sect to erupt in alarm fireworks. However, by the time the sect members arrived, the mountain held no trace of anyone. Qinger, what prompted the alarm? The sect leader Mu Yunhua inquired of Xian Yuanqing, who appeared tense, sword in hand. Xian Yuanqing recounted the events, omitting her encounter with Mo Chen. Upon hearing of the demon incursion, Mu Yunhua ordered a swift search of the sect, both inside and out. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in a small town, Mo Chen and Hua Xiaotian had already set a table with delicacies and began to converse, while Fanghua sect faced a sleepless night. Xian Yuanqing secretly vowed to make the young man who had glimpsed her form suffer immensely. Hua brother, might I inquire about the uses of the black golden lotus seed? Mo Chen poured a drink for Hua Xiaotian and delved into the subject of the lotus seed. With 8 more in his possession, he needed clarity, otherwise, those treasures would be of no use to him. I in high spirits and slightly tipsy, Hua Xiaotian explained, this lotus seed is the essence of the world's demonic energy. Beneath the stone lotus lies a formidable demon suppressed for ages. Its energy is released once every 10 years when the formation activates, coinciding with the blooming of the stone lotus. Every millennium, when the stone lotus can no longer contain this energy, it condenses it into lotus seeds. The black golden lotus seed is crucial for those at the late stage of foundation establishment, significantly enhancing the success rate of forming a golden core. Now that I have shed my fish form to become a flood dragon, I require this item to solidify a more formidable golden core, essential for my transformation in the dragon pool. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan comprehended the arduous path of demonic cultivation. Merely forming a golden core necessitated such rare treasures. His master, Ming-Yi, a Mahayana stage flood dragon, must have faced challenges 100-fold greater than those of human cultivators. Realizing the seed's potential to increase the likelihood of forming a golden core, he inundated Hua Xiaotian with questions about its usage and various formation techniques, gaining profound insights. The two drank through the night. On the following day, they exchanged communication stones, ensuring future contact. Emo-chan planned to delve into formation studies for the next trial, while Hua Xiaotian prepared to enter seclusion to solidify his golden core, the key to his transformation into a dragon. Emo-chan sought a secluded cave in the mountains, established a formation, and began to examine myriad formation texts and breaking techniques, embarking on his research into the Great Tao formation. He then retrieved the recording stone of his conversation with Hua Xiaotian from the previous day, reviewing it thoroughly after perusing 3 books. Once everything was committed to memory, he commenced experimenting with formations, aspiring to acquire the ability to breach the protective formation. This skill would not only inspire envy but also prove immensely practical. 5 years swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Xian visited once, delivering the spiritual stones allocated by Emo-chan's sect, and they are exchanged for sect contributions, which Jiang Wuqing had claimed. She then instructed her disciple to wait for her outside Luofeng town, as she intended to deliver them in person. Chapter 19. A master's affection like that of a father. Whenever Emo-chan thought of Jiang Wuqing, he was reminded of the 3 years of selfless dedication that Jiang had devoted to him, which filled his heart with warmth. Chen Xian had been here for nearly a year, bringing many essential items for Emo-chan, and even sewing him a set of exquisite black garments. In return, Emo-chan had crafted numerous elixirs for her and fashioned a 5th-grade dagger from surplus ores. She cherished it dearly, yet she too had to depart, as she needed to enter seclusion to break through to the mid-foundation stage. If she did not advance to the later stage within the next 20 years, it was likely that her life would remain stagnant at the mid-foundation stage. Additionally, she brought troubling news. Sita Haoran's Dao heart had shattered, rendering him unable to condense a golden core, and he was showing signs of regression. This left Emo-chan utterly perplexed. As the direct disciple of the sect leader, with dual mutated spiritual roots, he was a prodigy destined to become the master of a great sect unless he fell. Why then had his Dao heart fractured? Could it be that he had entangled himself with Hirumo? Just as Emo-chan entertained this thought, he shook his head, firmly believing it to be impossible. Before her departure, Chen Xian handed Emo-chan a box, claiming it was a message from Jiang Wuqing to be given to him upon her leaving. After she had gone, Emo-chan opened the box to find a letter and a demon core inside. To my disciple Emo-chan, my dear Chener, I have taught you the art of alchemy for 3 years, fostering a bond between master and disciple. I have sensed a dark aura within your body. Though you did not speak of it, I felt it was inappropriate to inquire. Upon reviewing the records of the demon race, I have learned that the dragon race's demon core can assist in condensing your dark spiritual root into a golden core. I have entrusted it to Xianer for you. I hope you will condense your golden core soon and live up to my expectations. I wish you all the best. Do not worry about me. As Emo-chan finished reading the letter and took out the dragon race demon core, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. It turned out that his master had long perceived the existence of the demon race spiritual root within him, but was uncertain whether it was a blood or dark spiritual root. Yet, like a true father and son, they had never spoken of it. With 3 secret tomes and the array experience imparted by Hua Xiaotian, Emo-chan had finally synthesized knowledge over the past 5 years. He had become quite adept in the art of formations. However, his cultivation had not progressed significantly during these years. He had refined the heavenly spring into a ring, which he wore constantly, feeling that his absorption of spiritual energy had doubled compared to before, even though his mid-foundation stage cultivation remained relatively stagnant. After careful consideration, he resolved to embark on a journey of experience. At 35 years of age, he had less than 80 years remaining to fulfill his pact with Ming-Yi. He needed to hasten his cultivation to condense his golden core, not only to honor himself but also to repay those who cared for him. Emo-chan took out a copper coin and tossed it into the air, allowing it to indicate his direction. When it landed, the inscription pointed northward. He retracted his formation and cast his black sword, soaring toward the north. After 2 days of flight, he spotted a small town ahead and descended about a kilometer away. He changed out of the garments sewn by Chen Xian into a simple cloth outfit and strode forward. Just as he was about to enter the town, he noticed someone soaring overhead, pursued by 3 others. Looking up, he recognized a middle-aged plump man in front, with 3 pursuers behind him. 2 were disciples of the Tianjin sect, one of whom was an acquaintance of Lady Wang from a decade ago. What could have caused this entanglement? Hadn't the secret realm opened 10 years prior? What were they doing here? A flurry of questions raced through his mind. He donned a bull-headed mask, drew his black sword, and pursued them through the air. Upon noticing Mo Chen behind them, the son of the Tianjin sect ordered the others to intercept him while he continued his pursuit of the plump man. Halt! The 2 attempted to block Mo Chen's path, but he brandished the 5th-grade red sword he had forged over the years and swept it horizontally, unleashing a dark slash that rapidly expanded around him. Before the 2 Tianjin sect disciples could react, their heads were severed from their bodies. As their bodies fell, Mo Chen swiftly reached for their storage bags, snatching them before resuming his chase. "Yin Chi, why are you chasing after the fat master? The treasures are not in my possession," the plump man exclaimed, his spiritual energy nearly depleted from fleeing for 3 days. 10 years ago, after Mo Chen exited the secret realm, their 3 teams had discovered a treasure vault. Before they could celebrate, the vault suddenly darkened, extinguishing all torches. When they managed to relight them, they were stunned to find the vault completely empty. As 11 had already exited, they could be ruled out, leaving the 10 remaining to wonder who had taken the treasures. Thus, the 3 factions began to brawl, with the rogue cultivators gaining the upper hand due to their differing levels of cultivation. They managed to trap the Tianjin sect members and repel the Beastmaster sect disciples, escaping to the outside. Upon seeing the rogue cultivators emerge, the members of the Beastmaster sect and Tianjin sect did not block their path, mistakenly believing the secret realm had concluded. Once they regrouped, all agreed that it was the rogue cultivators who had monopolized the treasures. Thus began a decade-long pursuit of the remaining 4 rogue cultivators by the 2 sects, which had never ceased. Damn it, 2 useless fools can't even stop a mid-foundation cultivator. Yin Chi exclaimed, using a magical artifact to bring the plump cultivator crashing down to the ground. He landed beside him, ready to force him to reveal the treasure's location when Mo Chen descended as well. "Get lost, I am the young master of the Tianjin sect. Do not meddle in my affairs." Yin Chi pointed his sword at Mo Chen, believing that anyone would flee upon realizing his identity, as his father's name carried considerable weight. However, before he could finish his sentence, his right arm and the sword it held were severed from his body by Mo Chen's red sword. "How dare you sever my arm? I will have my father annihilate your entire clan," Yin Chi screamed, clutching the stump of his right arm in agony while threatening Mo Chen. "I despise having weapons pointed at me," Mo Chen replied, and before he could finish his words, Yin Chi's head was sent flying into the air. The storage bag at his waist, along with his fallen weapons, were swiftly collected by Mo Chen. "Thank you, thank you," the plump cultivator said, brushing off the dust as he stood. Mo Chen inquired about the situation and learned the events of that year. He felt fortunate that he had acted first. Had he discovered the vault with them, not only would he have gained nothing, but he would have also been pursued. "I am Shi Wanan, may I ask your name, so that I may repay your kindness in the future?" Mo Chen shook his head at such formalities, indicating that it was unnecessary and that they would surely know each other's identities in due time. After expressing his gratitude once more, Shi Wanan cautioned Mo Chen to be careful, as the leaders, elders, and descendants of the great sects all possessed secret techniques. The Tianjin sect would undoubtedly be aware of Mo Chen's actions in slaying Yin Chi, urging him to be wary of encirclement. "Who dares to kill my son?" At that moment, in the main hall of the Tianjin sect leader Yin Sang was discussing the annual distribution of income with the elders when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A sense of loss enveloped him, as he realized he could no longer sense his son through the secret technique he had placed on him. Using the technique, he projected the scene seen by Yin Chi before his death into the hall. He and the 10 elders beheld a figure wearing a bull-headed mask, clad in coarse garments, wielding a red sword, who had severed Yin Chi's head from his body. Yin Sang stared at the final image, understanding that not only had his son died, but he had also suffered a gruesome fate. Enraged, he commanded the entire sect to mobilize in search of this individual, regardless of the cost. Chapter 20 Eradicating Evil. After Shi Wanan departed, Mo Chen utilized his demonic powers to erase the imprint on Yin Chi's storage bag. He understood that as long as he did not forcibly open it, its contents would remain intact, a unique skill he had acquired from his readings about the Demon Clan. Truly, you are a beast. Emochin exclaimed, unable to suppress his anger upon glimpsing the contents within. The storage bag was filled with treasures from a hidden realm, all of which had been hoarded by Yin Shi over a decade ago. What a thief who cries stop thief! Having concealed everything using formations, he had the audacity to slander their scattered cultivators and conspire with the beast control sect to hunt them down, believing that silencing them would allow him to enjoy the spoils alone. As he continued to inspect the contents, a smile crept onto Emochen's face. Among them was a woman's intimate garment and a letter. Why resort to writing when one could simply use a communication stone? Upon opening the letter, he discovered that it detailed how a female cultivator from the beast control sect had recently found a hidden realm after their team disbanded, yet she wished to go alone, inviting Yin Shi to accompany her. The letter included the location and a plethora of trivial exchanges between them, which Emochin chose to overlook as he memorized the location and set off towards the hidden realm. In truth, he had not intended to kill Yin Shi. After all, he was the son of the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, and slaying him would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. However, there was no choice. This man was a menace in the outside world, and within the sect, countless disciples would fall victim to his schemes. Emochin had harbored a deep-seated hatred for villains since childhood, and Yin Shi's capacity for harm, even extending to Lady Wang, left no doubt as to his malevolence. 3 days later, Emochin arrived near the hidden realm. He descended to the ground, changed into the attire crafted by his senior sister, sheathed his red sword, and drew forth the black sword. He understood that if his appearance remained unchanged, he would undoubtedly attract trouble from the Heavenly Sword sect. After waiting for 2 days at the designated spot on the map, he finally saw the female cultivator from the beast control sect approach. However, he sensed something was amiss. She was accompanied by others, 5 Mid-Foundation cultivators alongside her. "Sister, do you truly believe that foolish lad will come?" one of the Mid-Foundation cultivators queried her. The female cultivator nodded, asserting that he would indeed appear as they had arranged to meet. Yin Shi had even claimed to possess knowledge of the treasure within the Windless Valley's hidden realm, leading her to suspect he intended to hoard it for himself. As fate would have it, Yin Shi sought to engage her in something more, prompting her to send her intimate clothing and a letter indicating their meeting point via a spirit beast, for the beast control sect excelled in manipulating such creatures. "Then all is well. When he arrives, we shall demand money from him in the name of his father. If he refuses, we shall deliver him to the palace to become a eunuch," the burly man proclaimed, eliciting raucous laughter from the group. They had long since plotted to capture Yin Shi, yet unbeknownst to them, he was already dead. The world of cultivation is fouler than that of mortals, Emochin thought as he began setting up his killing formations and illusions. "Since none of you are virtuous, let us send you to the underworld to meet your end." The 6 individuals were still engaged in their conversation, eagerly anticipating Yin Shi's arrival, oblivious to the fact that it was them who were fated to perish. "Sister, is that person?" one of the cultivators from the beast control sect pointed towards a figure clad in the garb of the Heavenly Sword sect, approaching them. In an instant, that figure vanished and appeared right before him. Instinctively, he summoned his blade from his storage bag and swung it at the person before him, the knife severing the throat of the Heavenly Sword disciple, who collapsed lifelessly. "Xing Shixiang, why did you kill Feng Shixiang?" the female cultivator screamed, believing her senior brother had lost his mind. In a panic, she drew her long sword and thrust it towards his throat. "Sister, have you gone mad, attacking a fellow disciple?" another male cultivator exclaimed as his sword pierced the female cultivator's abdomen. Just moments ago, the 6 had been jovially plotting to kill Yin Shi, but now, save for the female cultivator, the others lay dead at the hands of their own comrades, having been inexplicably betrayed. "Ah!" The female cultivator's mind raced as she comprehended the grim reality around her, her shrieks echoing into the void. Yet this was their ambush site for Yin Shi. How could anyone hear her cries? Confounded, she pondered how mere seconds had transformed her brothers into corpses, 2 of them still convulsing, eyes wide open in death. "Cease your wailing. You are unbearable." Emochin appeared behind her, tossing the garment she had intended for Yin Shi onto her panicked face. As the fabric obscured her vision, she instinctively tore it away, only to freeze in shock. Was this not the very garment she had used to entice Yin Shi? How could it possibly be here? When she lifted her gaze to Emochin, confusion clouded her mind. Why had this individual arrived at such a moment? "Where is the hidden realm?" Emochin demanded, effortlessly knocking the sword from her grasp with his own blade, pressing the edge against her throat while his left hand prepared a soul-controlling pill. And no, there is no hidden realm. We merely intended to rob Yin Chi and subsequently extort the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect for money, the female cultivator stammered in panic, realizing that the man before her harbored no intention of sparing her. In a desperate bid, she produced a vial of poison powder, aiming to eliminate him. Mo Chen, however, had already noticed her subtle maneuver, raising his sword to strike her head with the hilt. Clang! The blade connected with her skull, and she fell to the ground. The poison powder began to seep into her palm, causing her to awaken from her brief unconsciousness and agony. Mo Chen crouched beside her, administering a soul-controlling pill. He dismissed the notion that this was merely a trap. If it were, why choose such a desolate location? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Where is the hidden realm? He inquired, observing the female cultivator who had just been crying out in pain. After ingesting the pill, her screams ceased. It is right here, beneath that large rock over there, in a cave, she replied, her consciousness fading. Afterward, Mo Chen pressed her for details about her connection with Yin Chi. The female cultivator recounted that over a decade ago, they had ventured into the Windless Valley hidden realm in search of opportunities. When they discovered the treasure vault, the items had vanished after all the flames illuminating the area extinguished. Suspecting the scattered cultivators had hoarded the treasures, they pursued them. Dividing into 8 teams, she and Yin Chi formed a team, ultimately chasing their quarry into an uninhabited gorge. Yin Chi had expressed interest in her, revealing his identity as the young master of the Heavenly Sword sect, leading to frequent correspondence between them. This time, her intent was to incite a conflict between Yin Chi and her fellow disciples, positioning herself to reap the benefits of their strife. She aimed to have her comrades eliminate Yin Chi, thus evading responsibility for his death, especially since he had previously mentioned possessing knowledge of the treasures within the vault, raising her suspicions. Mo Chen inquired whether she had divulged the hidden realm's secrets to anyone else or if there were any other allies involved. She claimed there were none. Consequently, as her soul was controlled, Mo Chen swiftly ended her life with a single stroke, collecting the storage bags of the 6 individuals and striding towards the large rock nearby. Chapter 21. Encountering the illusory array again. Mo Chen arrived behind the large stone and discovered a singular opening roughly the size of a human. Convinced this was the entrance, he ventured inside. The cave gradually widened, and after traversing several meters, he stumbled upon a clearing spacious enough to accommodate dozens of individuals. Mo Chen meticulously set up barriers and defensive formations before commencing his examination of the plundered storage bags. Within the female cultivator's storage bag, he found a plethora of spirit stones alongside numerous personal garments, indicating that she had likely engaged in nefarious deeds of murder and robbery. Initially intending to discard the storage bag, he was astonished to discover rare ores nestled at the bottom, over 10 pieces in total, which he promptly extracted and added to his own storage bag. The remaining storage bags belonging to several other cultivators contained primarily spirit stones and a few trifling third-grade weapons. Pathetically meager. Upon opening the last storage bag, he was surprised to find another pouch labeled Beast Bag. Having studied the beast control technique, Mo Chen recognized its purpose as a container for spirit beasts. After erasing the seals, he sensed that releasing the spirit beast within would be perilous. The beast's master had perished, nullifying their contract, and it would surely turn hostile. Fortunately, he discovered it contained a spirit beast egg. He thus dripped his blood onto the beast bag, sealing it with his mark for future handling. However, he pondered how such a living entity could be stored within a storage bag. Despite his curiosity about this anomaly, he chose to set it aside. Rather than hastily seek the entrance to the secret realm, he released all the spirit stones to absorb their spiritual energy, for his cultivation required constant enhancement. Otherwise, his progress would be agonizingly slow. Within the beast control sect, Sect Master Wei Ming coughed up blood upon sensing the death of his son. Utilizing a secret technique, he glimpsed the final moments of his son's life, witnessing the shocking scene of his own disciples slaying him. Unable to fathom such audacity among his sect, he summoned several elders to witness the event. One elder discerned that the disciple responsible for his son's death appeared dazed, indicating he was under the influence of an illusory array. Thus, Wei Ming commanded the disciples of the sect to disperse in search of his son's corpse, particularly the beast bag, which contained a spirit beast egg that the sect had painstakingly procured. Its spiritual energy unmistakably extraordinary. 3 days later, after absorbing the energy from the spirit stones, Mo Chen felt only a faint improvement in his cultivation. Resigned, he began searching for the entrance to the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, He had inadvertently slain the son of the Beast Control Sect's master. Had he revealed his identity, he would have faced relentless pursuit until his demise. In the corner of the cave, Imochen discovered a button. He stepped back a few paces, tossed his black sword onto it, and directed his red sword to strike the button. Upon impact, the button began to rotate. Though confident in his alchemical skills, he was wary of others who might have mastered soul cultivation techniques. If this were a trap, it would surely lead to his demise. Before long, an entrance materialized before him. He sheathed his black and red swords and stepped inside, only to find himself in a forest, surrounded by towering trees reaching heights of several meters. As he walked, he sensed that something was amiss. This was indeed an illusory array. He questioned whether such a convincingly crafted illusion could be the work of anyone beneath the god transformation stage. Determined to break the array, he summoned his sword and soared toward the forest center, preparing to dismantle the formation. However, the surrounding environment remained unchanged, prompting him to reflect on what he had truly learned over the past 5 years. Why was he still so helpless against illusory arrays? He recalled Hua Xiaotian. Had he been present, he would likely have dismantled the array with ease. Hua possessed an affinity for attributes and a mastery of formations that surpassed anyone Imochen had encountered. Wait, Imochen thought, recalling how Hua Xiaotian had breached the protective array of the Fanghua sect. There was no visible edge to this illusion, and the array's weak point was undoubtedly at the center where he stood. He channeled his spiritual energy, transforming his palm into a dragon claw, and struck the ground with force. As his palm connected with the earth, ripples emanated from the center, gradually spreading outward. The ground beneath him opened a transparent teleportation point, and Imochen leaped into it. Roar! Upon his arrival, before he could even comprehend his surroundings, a deafening roar echoed behind him. Turning to glance, he beheld a tiger bear beast towering 3 meters tall, standing upright with a murderous glint in its eyes directed at him. Imochen observed the creature's body, resembling a bear yet possessing the head and skin of a tiger. The one who arranged this formation is truly insidious, Imochen mused. This was not a secret realm, but rather a trap. The beast evidently possessed late-stage Foundation establishment strength. Had it been a member of the Beast Control sect, they would likely have brought spirit beasts along for a counterattack. Imochen attempted to fly with his sword, but upon landing, he found himself unable to ascend. Resigned, he readied his black sword for battle. The tiger bear beast charged at him, raising its massive paw to strike at his head. God-slaying seal. Imochen unleashed a black palm imprint beneath the beast. The two forces collided, sending the tiger bear beast flying through the air, crashing to the ground, enveloped in dark energy. It convulsed twice before falling silent. Imochen was not unscathed either. Since mastering the God-slaying seal, he had refrained from using it lightly, as it instantly drained his spiritual energy. After employing the technique, he deployed a small concealed formation to restore his energy, knowing that encountering another beast would spell trouble. After more than an hour, having regained his spiritual energy, Imochen retracted the formation and approached the tiger bear beast. Noticing its rarity, he stored the corpse in his bag, planning to sell it later for a handsome profit. Looking around, he realized he was within a beast cage meant for raising spirit beasts. Imochen suspected this was not a secret realm but rather the secluded refuge of a certain cultivator. However, he felt discontent to leave without exploring further. Approaching the cage, he reached out to touch the iron bars, which were surprisingly made of 7th-grade material used for refining weapons. Elated, he thought that even if this venture yielded no fortune, harvesting such abundant iron from the cage would make him exceedingly wealthy. Imochen drew his black sword and began to strike the cage. Since practicing the Shadow Demon Slash, although the sword energy had transformed into a black hue, enhancing its power, this method of attack was too conspicuous and could easily lead to recognition during misdeeds. Thus, he resolved to employ the Heavenly Sword technique for future assassinations, ensuring his dark sword energy would remain concealed. His Heavenly Sword technique had reached great mastery, akin to that of the Heavenly Sword sect practitioners. He owed gratitude to Yin Qi for the absurd acts performed years ago at the residence of Wang Yuanwei. Otherwise, how could such a core manual have fallen into Imochen's hands? After shattering the cage, Imochen collected all the fine iron, relieved that he had salvaged 6 storage bags earlier, managing to fill 5 of them. He discarded the original contents of the bags and, having completed his tasks, ventured deeper into the enclosure. Chapter 22 Shengguan Longyu. Upon stepping out of the cage, Imochen was astonished to find himself in a city. The dimensions of the buildings reminiscent of those in Tianyun City where his family resided, rather than the colossal iron cage that had initially taken him aback. As he ventured further into the city, it became apparent that it had long been devoid of human habitation. It was unusual for a secret realm to house a settlement. Both Ming Yi and Jiang Wuqing had informed Mo Chen that such realms typically consisted of isolated spaces, primarily featuring naturally formed peaks and flowing waters. The establishment of a town like this was a rarity, often requiring exorbitant resources, unless it concealed some enigmatic secret. The materials necessary for the construction of this town were of the 7th and 8th grade for weapon forging, causing Mo Chen to feel a surge of desire. Although he was currently incapable of crafting weapons beyond the 5th grade, he could retain these materials for future use, either for his own crafting endeavors or to exchange for other coveted items. As he approached the town center, he encountered a massive stone tablet. Mo Chen examined the inscription, revealing that this city had existed a millennium ago, inhabited by half-demon races born of the intermingling of beasts and humans, known as the YYOZ. They possessed the bloodline of ferocious beasts and excelled in taming them. Moreover, they possessed a unique ability absent in humans. They could awaken their beastly bloodline, transforming into beastmen, significantly enhancing their offensive, defensive, and agility capabilities. Originally residing in the upper world, they maintained a non-interference policy with humans, demons, and other races. However, their chieftain, Mo Chen, in a bid for dominance over the other 3 races, secretly abducted numerous practitioners for unspeakable experiments involving blood transfusions and organ exchanges, aiming to create beings superior to the 3 races. Suddenly, Mo Chen recalled the tiger bear beast he had slain earlier. It was, in fact, one of the experimental subjects. Mo Chen's transgressions against the natural order and his heinous actions warranted a punishment that could never be redeemed, regardless of the number of lives lost. Over 1,000 years ago, they captured a young dragon, still in its foundational stage, and subjected it to bloodline experiments. At that time, their chieftain, Mo Chen, was in the mid-stage of nascent soul, unafraid of retribution from the dragon clan. After draining the dragon's blood, he skinned it, using its flesh to feed other beasts. Little did he know, upon learning of this atrocity, 3 nascent soul dragon practitioners came seeking vengeance. Upon arrival, sensing the demise of their kin, they transformed back into their dragon forms and launched an assault on this territory without uttering a word. Mo Chen was taken aback by their sudden attack, realizing too late that he faced 3 formidable foes in the late nascent soul stage. Though they retaliated, their forces were significantly outmatched. Only Mo Chen stood at the mid-stage of nascent soul, with just 2 others at the initial stage, while the 3 dragons were all in the late stage. In a desperate attempt to avoid annihilation, they unleashed an incomplete experimental beast at the late nascent soul stage, which unexpectedly turned against them, rampaging within them. Originally a human practitioner in the early nascent soul stage, he had ventured into this territory, only to be warmly welcomed before being betrayed during a moment of inattention. Over the past century, he had been infused with the blood of countless beasts, suffering the torment of incompatible bloodlines that rendered him neither human nor ghost, neither beast nor demon. Yet, he persevered, driven by the desire for vengeance against the Arisali. He had been subjected to a secret technique that injected him with dragon blood this time. However, he felt no pain, perhaps due to his long-term adaptation to the myriad of bloodlines, or perhaps this dragon blood resonated well with him. Gradually, he began to undergo a transformation, dragon scales emerging upon his body, and his visage altering to that of a dragon's head. Mo Chen, misinterpreting these signs as nearing success, contemplated capturing another dragon for further experimentation, unaware that 3 late-stage dragons were now presenting themselves as a formidable challenge. With over 10,000 of them capable of beast transformation and accompanied by numerous tame spirit beasts, they still found themselves outmatched by the 4 late-stage nascent soul practitioners, dwindling to less than 8,000. Witnessing his creations spiraling out of control, Mo Chen invoked a soul-binding command to regain control, subsequently activating a grand formation to withstand the assault of the 3 late-stage dragons. Ants! You dare slay my kin and still wish to live? The 3 dragons, unable to breach the grand formation, transformed back into their human forms, soaring above to concentrate their might in a bid to dismantle the barrier and obliterate the. In truth, had the foundational dragon been slain by any practitioner, the 3 would have remained silent, for the path of cultivation is one of defiance against fate, where seizing opportunities may result in death, such as destiny. However, they could not tolerate the desecration of their descendants for experiments, an affront to their noble bloodline, and a crime so grievous it could not be borne. Boom! 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 The 3 dragons unleashed a relentless barrage against the formation, which began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shangguan Longyu, I release your soul bond. Will you protect my clan from peril? Mo Qianye gazed at the figure before him, weakened yet resolute, shrouded in dark energy. He discerned the fury in Shangguan Longyu's eyes, aware of his intent to kill. Yet, he felt powerless. The experimental subject was a master of formations. This defensive formation had been established with Shangguan Longyu's assistance upon Mo Qianye's arrival. Had it not been for the inability to detain him, Mo Qianye would not have dared to use him as a subject. Mo Qianye, you have imprisoned me for a century, corroding my essence daily. Do you truly believe I would assist you now? Dream on. Shangguan Longyu remained unmoved. Despite his ascension to the late nascent soul stage over the past century, it was a disgraceful elevation for a cultivator. Do not speak too confidently. You are now in the late nascent soul stage, with a chance to strive for the transformation realm. Living for another 1,000 years is not a bad prospect, is it? Mo Qianye spoke truthfully. Breaking through to the golden core stage extends life by 500 years, while the nascent soul offers a millennium. Without pursuing the transformation realm, one would not live much longer. Establish a soul contract. Should you breach this promise, your entire clan shall face annihilation without exception. Shangguan Longyu conceded, yet he already harbored plans to eliminate Mo Qianye. Subsequently, Mo Qianye released the restrictions on Shangguan Longyu, and they forged a soul contract. Shangguan Longyu vowed to protect the remaining members of the from extinction and assist them in establishing a secret realm town. Upon completion, all would be forbidden from harming Shangguan Longyu, allowing him to depart and freeing him from the soul bond controlling him. With a flicker of his essence, Shangguan Longyu regained control over his body, reinforcing the formation and adding a teleportation array, relocating the entire territory to a distant location. The three late-stage dragon practitioners, sensing the formation on the verge of collapse, reverted to their dragon forms, preparing for a concerted strike to break the barrier. To their astonishment, the entire territory vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Roar! 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 The three colossal dragons unleashed their anguished roars in the sky, venting their fury, yet they could no longer sense any presence. Aware of the formation master's capabilities, they reluctantly retreated to their dragon clan. Chapter 23, The City of Oblivion. After the territory of the demonic beasts was removed, neither side betrayed the terms of the soul contract. Shangguan Longyu assisted them in establishing numerous formations within the secret realm. Though he refrained from employing illusory arrays, this construction spans several centuries, and through periods of rest and rejuvenation, the population of the demonic beasts burgeoned to over 15,000. Once the town was established, Mo Qianye fulfilled his promise and released Shangguan Longyu from the control of the soul bond. With the restrictions on Shangguan Longyu lifted, he said nothing as he exited the city gates and made his way toward the exit. However, once he departed, Mo Qianye summoned his kin to strategize their next move to dominate the three tribes. Just as they were deep in discussion, the atmosphere within the town shifted abruptly, thick with an ominous killing intent. By the time they realized what was happening, many of their kin had already met a gruesome fate, their bodies mercilessly cleaved into fragments by an unknown force. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly all 15,000 inhabitants were slaughtered, with only a little over 1,000 remaining, their cultivation levels keeping them momentarily safe. Yet, Mo Qianye soon discerned the source of the treachery. It was Shangguan Longyu. Shangguan Longyu, you have violated the soul contract, may you suffer a most regrettable fate. Mo Qianye bellowed, leading the surviving 1,000 towards the secret realm's exit. However, upon reaching the city gates, they were met with a shocking sight. There was no exit. An 8th-tier killing formation enveloped the original exit. Unwilling to accept defeat, Mo Qianye dispatched several late-stage Golden Core clansmen to charge at the exit. Crack! Crack! Thousands of invisible attacks mercilessly reduced those few demonic beasts to mere clouds of blood mist, the air thick with the stench of gore. The horrifying scene of carnage sent shivers down the spines of Mo Qianye and the remaining 1,000. Mo Qianye, do you find my handiwork in constructing your tomb to be satisfactory? Ha ha ha. Shangguan Longyu had been observing the town's developments through the formations, having endured for centuries to reach this day. Aware that he had 700 years left to live, he had refrained from cultivation during these centuries, choosing instead to trust in his formations over the distant hope of transcending to the spirit transformation stage. His intent was to eradicate the demonic beasts. Shangguan Longyu, do you think that if we perish, you can evade the retribution of the soul contract? Mo Qianye screamed in near madness, unwilling to rush into the killing formation. He understood well that Shangguan Longyu was a master of complex formations, unlike other cultivators who merely set up a few. Do you remember the soul contract from centuries ago? I guaranteed the survival of your clan and established a town in the secret realm. I have indeed accomplished that. Shangguan Longyu continued to laugh heartily, only to be overtaken by tears. It was these soulless demonic beasts who had captured him for experiments. Had it not been for their actions, he believed his talent and abilities could have led him to the ethereal heights of the spirit transformation realm. His life had been ruined by these wretched beings. If he did not annihilate their clan, even if he attained spirit transformation, the inner demons born from his resentment would corrupt him, leading him to either madness or demise. Shangguan Longyu, you despicable Mo Qianye, wished to curse him, but what could he say? Ungrateful. When had he ever shown Shangguan Longyu any kindness? Mercenary. After all, an 8th-tier formation master could easily establish himself as a sect leader in the lower realms. To label him as a vile character would be hypocritical, considering it was he who had first struck against Shangguan Longyu. All he could do was prepare to accept his fate and await death. What am I? Had I not been tormented by your clan for a century, becoming neither human nor beast, I would have been content even without reaching the spirit transformation stage. Shangguan Longyu's voice trembled with emotion, tears flowing uncontrollably as joy, rage, resentment, and relief intertwined within him. He activated the final 8th-tier extermination formation, and soon all life within the city was extinguished. After avenging his grievances, Shangguan Longyu sat in stupor for 3 days. 3 days later, he wiped away the blood tears from his eyes, opened the formation, and entered the town he had painstakingly crafted. He unleashed flesh-eating beasts to devour the remaining corpses of the demonic beasts. Subsequently, he spent a month scavenging all the treasures within, inscribing a monument to narrate his story, wishing for future generations to remain unaware. He released a late-stage Foundation establishment bear beast, sealing it within an iron cage at the exit using a secret method. After completing these preparations, he altered the formations once more, establishing restrictions that only permitted those of Foundation establishment stage to enter. Anyone of higher cultivation would trigger the extermination array, resulting in their immediate demise. Ascending to the upper level, he set up an 8th-tier sensing illusion array. Those who were not a Foundation establishment or did not possess the dual energies of human and beast would be unable to breach this illusion, becoming eternally lost and subsequently perishing. Having accomplished all this, he chuckled heartily, venturing forth to seek opportunities to elevate his cultivation to the spirit transformation stage in the final centuries of his life. After reading the inscription, Mo Chen noted the signature of the Avenger, Shangguan Longyu. The sight of those words filled him with a sense of profound connection to this fallen predecessor. Both secret realms had ties to this illustrious figure, and he realized he had been rather careless this time. Had he not possessed both dark and light spiritual roots, he too would have perished here. Mo Chen knelt before the monument and respectfully bowed 3 times, expressing his gratitude for Shangguan Longyu's legacy of formations. Without his inheritance, he would have met his end here today. When he raised his head, he noticed the ground where he had bowed had sunk slightly. Clearing away the dirt, he unearthed a box, which he opened to find a technique inside. The Beast Transformation Technique. After perusing it, Mo Chen realized he could learn this skill. Possessing a dragon lineage's dark spiritual root would greatly enhance his offensive, defensive, and speed capabilities after transformation. Upon mastering the second layer, he could even assume the form of a beast using the power of his dark spiritual root. My connection with the predecessor is indeed. Mo Chen chuckled bitterly, astonished that Shangguan Longyu had concealed the technique here. Little did Shangguan Longyu expect that after eradicating the demonic beasts, there would still be someone in the future possessing the energies of both clans. 3 days later, Mo Chen mastered the first layer of the beast transformation technique. The second layer required golden core stage cultivation, so he reluctantly placed the technique back into the box, buried it in the ground, bowed several times, and exited the city, concluding his trials in the City of Oblivion. Beneath a large stone, as Mo Chen stored away the formation and prepared to exit the cave, he overheard voices above. Hey, do you think our sect leader is insane, finding Wei Yun's corpse here and leaving us to guard the murderer? That murderer won't just return after committing murder. Mo Chen remained silent, listening to the two converse. After half an hour, he discerned that these two were disciples of the beast-taming sect. Among those he had slain using formations was a man named Wei Yun, the son of sect leader Wei Ming. They were currently seeking the murderer, as well as Wei Yun's storage bag and beast bag. The spirit beast egg was special and possessed the ability to shield against detection. Upon realizing this, Imo-chan understood how the living beings had been concealed within the storage bag. The spirit beast's capability to mask its presence was formidable even before hatching, making it a significant future asset. Chapter 24 of the Yin Yang Gorge. The two conversed about the female cultivator from that day, dismissing her as nothing more than a harlot raised by Wei Yun, speculating on the reason behind Wei Yun bringing several accomplices along this time. After listening to their words, Imo-chan pondered, while you deem her a mere courtesan, she has sold you out, and yet you willingly assist her in counting the spoils. After an hour of listening, he caught wind of a bounty from the Tianjin sect, offering a reward of 100,000 spirit stones for information leading to a foundation-building cultivator clad in coarsecloth, wearing a yellow ox head mask, and wielding a red 5th-grade sword. The bounty would only be awarded for credible information or upon the capture of the individual along with the body and sword. The information must be verified for the reward to be granted. Imo-chan calculated whether 100,000 spirit stones would suffice for the cost of his red sword. After determining it would not be enough, he shook his head to eye in the lower realms. Aside from sects with legacies, 6th-grade weapons were already considered top tier. He possessed materials for 7th-grade weapons and could forge them himself in the future. With a sigh, he reflected on the fact that the materials from the City of Oblivion had been depleted by the formation's energy. How wonderful it would be if he could refine 8th-grade weapon materials. Having donned the coarsecloth attire and the ox head mask, he summoned his red sword and ventured forth. Ah! Ah! Following two screams, two disciples from the Beastmaster sect, who had been resting on a large rock, were struck by two streams of white sword energy and collapsed onto the boulder. After injuring the two, Imo-chan flew away on his sword, sparing their lives. He had employed a low-level technique from the Tianjin sword art, leaving them severely wounded at most. Since the Tianjin sect sought him, he thought it best to let the Beastmaster sect deal with them regarding the matter, for the sword wounds inflicted by the Tianjin sword art had a distinctive energy that prevented healing, making them easily identifiable. Next, Imo-chan intended to head south, where a Yin Yang secret realm awaited. Earlier, he overheard the two disciples mention that the Beastmaster sect lacked competent foundation-building disciples to compete for opportunities. He considered it high time to seek out more treasures to aid in his progress through the later stages of foundation building. In the Yin Yang Gorge, the stark contrast of Yin and Yang created a severely polarized environment. The left side was a place of extreme Yang, while the right was steeped in extreme Yin. With the opening of this secret realm, many sects had dispatched their most esteemed disciples, rumored to be hunting for the chance to condense golden cores. These disciples were predominantly at the later stages of foundation building, eager to test their fortunes in hopes of condensing golden cores, which would not only enhance their sect's strength but also instill a glimmer of hope for its future. Despite the presence of many foundation-building cultivators, those capable of condensing golden cores were rare. Otherwise, why would so many elders of the sect be at the golden core stage? It was due to the demise of nearly all their contemporaries. On his journey, Imo-chan procured a black theatrical mask, donned the attire of an inner sect disciple from the Tianjin sect, and retrieved a disciple token from the storage bags of the deceased Tianjin sect disciples. 10 days later, Imo-chan arrived at the Yin Yang Gorge, feeling a sense of comfort as he absorbed the abundant spiritual energy, which seemed to be more plentiful in this place. Here, the convergence of Yang and Yin energies allowed cultivators with light and dark spiritual roots to not only absorb spiritual energy but also the Yin-Yang energies to enhance their cultivation. However, utilizing the devouring demon heart technique to absorb the Yin-Yang energies proved to be a slow process. Otherwise, Imo-chan would have contemplated entering seclusion here. His technique only allowed him to absorb a fraction of an opponent's spiritual energy through combat, leading him to question whether he was employing the wrong methods. As he walked, Imo-chan halted, realizing that his plans lacked thoroughness. He took out the Tianjin sect disciple token and added some strokes to the characters inscribed on it, transforming Wang Nang into Wang Xiong. Perfect, Imo-chan nodded in satisfaction at the modified token. Using Yin Chi's entourage as a cover for his identity posed certain risks. After all, the Tianjin sect stallion often roamed freely, causing trouble for others. If any of his acquaintances from the Yin Yang secret realm were to recognize Wang Nang, it could lead to complications. Within the Yin Yang secret realm, old man, how many cultivators do you think will come to provide us with their essence blood this time? As the sun dipped below the horizon, two elderly figures embraced atop a mountain boulder. The woman tilted her head against the man's shoulder, gazing at the sunset as she inquired. Who cares how many? They are merely ants at the foundation building stage. The more essence blood we consume from these cultivators, the closer we will be to breaking through to the infant stage and extending our lifespan by 1,000 years, the man replied, holding the woman close. Despite their aged appearance, they were early-stage golden core cultivators of the demonic clan, and the outside world held little significance for them. Outside the Yin-Yang secret realm, hundreds of foundation-building cultivators dispersed in the vicinity, awaiting the realm's opening. Imochen approached, spotting familiar figures, not just one. Lan Yuru, Sita Haoran, and the woman from the Fanghua sect he had encountered at the hot springs. Fortuitously, neither the Tianjian sect nor the Beastmaster sect had come, which alleviated his concerns somewhat. Well, how come the Tianjian sect has only sent one person to the secret realm? They must be on the brink of extermination, remarked a group of 7 or 8 mid-foundation building cultivators gathered around a campfire, jeering at Imochen's arrival. Indeed, I've heard that the Beastmaster sect and the Tianjian sect are currently at war. Even sending one person is commendable, another cultivator chimed in loudly, eager for Imochen to hear. Imochen glanced over. These were disciples from the Demon Clan. Typically, members of the Demon Clan refrained from participating in the human realm's treasure hunts, yet the allure of condensing golden cores proved irresistible to them as well. What are you staring at? If you, Tianjin sect, cannot tolerate my Yuming sect's presence, feel free to come and challenge us, one of the Yuming sect members taunted Imochen directly. Imochen turned away, making his way toward the entrance of the secret realm, while the mocking laughter of the 7 or 8 Yuming sect disciples followed him, claiming that Tianjin sect disciples were cowardly and afraid to strike against demons. Listening to their derisive remarks, Imochen felt neither anger nor resentment. Had their deaths guaranteed him the opportunity to condense a golden core, he would have wielded his sword against them. However, what benefit would violence serve at this moment? Not far ahead, disciples from the Jingqi sect had kindled a bonfire, gathering together as they awaited the secret realm's opening. Imochen passed behind them, finding a spot to sit and quietly igniting some firewood from his storage bag. Haoran, are you still experiencing backlash from that power? Lan Yuru whispered to Sita Haoran, wary of their surroundings and the possibility of being overheard. Sita Haoran shook his head, uncertain whether he had managed to control the power or if it remained beyond his grasp. In his haste to condense a golden core, he aimed to become the youngest to achieve such a feat, but he had not anticipated his failure. Had he succeeded in breaking through before the age of 20, the Zhengqi sect would have emerged as the preeminent sect in the lower realms, while others took over a century to reach the golden core stage. He was already at the later stage of foundation building at 16. If he had not attempted the breakthrough, it would have been a waste of his innate talent. As for Imochen's speculation that his shattered Dao heart might relate to Irumo, though he had initially denied it, the reality was indeed different. Sita Haoran had forced himself to push his boundaries for the sake of the sect's reputation, resulting in a regression in his cultivation. The fracturing of his Dao heart stemmed from an encounter with Hua Xiaotian during his external training. Hua Xiaotian had demanded he relinquish an opportunity, leading to a confrontation where Sita Haoran, confident in his dual mutated spiritual roots, believed himself invincible. To his dismay, he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Hua Xiaotian, who ultimately humiliated him. This incident lingered in his mind upon returning to the sect, causing cracks to form in his Dao heart. Had Imochen been aware of the true circumstances, he would surely have recognized that despite Sita Haoran's exceptional talent, he remained ignorant of the principle that there are always greater forces in the world. Even if he were a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, he could still be sealed away and cast down without a second thought. Chapter 25. Vajuganana Lan Yuru, upon witnessing his demeanor, could only let out a sigh and shake her head. The leader of the righteous Qi sect originally cherished this disciple of his, believing that Sita Haoran could elevate his sect to unprecedented heights. However, fate had other plans, and a single Hua Xiaotian shattered his dreams. The fracture of his Dao heart was irreparable, unless fortune smiled upon him, which was also why Sita Haoran had come here. He sought to seize the opportunities within this Yin-Yang secret realm to break free from his shackles and condense his golden core. Yet, while the aspiration was splendid, the reality was often cruel. Sita Haoran had been forcibly elevated in cultivation by the sect's resources, having never faced the storms of the outside world, remaining oblivious to its harshness. This led him to harbor the ludicrous notion of being invincible among his peers. Within the sect, he was the eldest disciple, the direct successor of the sect leader. Outside, he was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the righteous Qi sect, endowed with dual mutated spiritual roots. Yet now, he was merely an ordinary cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage. Mo Chen sensed the aura emanating from Sita Haoran, which flickered intermittently. It was not just a shattered Dao heart. His state of mind had utterly succumbed to himself. If heaven had bestowed upon me such talent and lineage, would I not end up like him? Mo Chen pondered internally. Having lost his mother at a tender age and with no knowledge of his father's fate, he yearned for the affection of a family, despite elder Mo treating him as his own. He had always been a mortal, never having the chance to tread the path of immortality. Had it not been for his encounter with Master Minji, he would likely have inherited the identity of a horse attendant, continuing to serve wealthy families. Ah, Xianyuan Daoist, what a coincidence! I am Jian Pengfei, may I take a seat here? A man approached the campfire from a nearby gathering of Fanghua sect disciples, watching as a dozen maidens greeted Xianyuan Sheng. Get lost! Xianyuan Sheng remained seated, gazing into the flames, her head unraised. She had been approached by countless male cultivators in such a manner, but her only thought was to take over the Fanghua sect and ascend to the divine transformation stage to reach the upper realms. Fair Xianyuan, do not be so irate. After all, our Lingjin sect and your Fanghua sect are neighbors. It would be beneficial for us to foster closer ties. Jian Pengfei acknowledged the cold shoulder he was receiving, yet he found Xianyuan Qing to be genuinely beautiful. If something beyond friendship could blossom during this expedition, it would be splendid. You are not worthy. Xianyuan Qing continued to keep her head down, her words icy, provoking snickers from the surrounding Fanghua sect disciples. I am indeed aware that I am unworthy of the fairy. How about this? Allow me to assist you in seizing the opportunities within this secret realm. Upon finishing his statement, the Lingjian sect disciples behind him lowered their heads in silent embarrassment. They felt their dignity had been trampled in front of others. What were they here for? To work for someone else for free, and to watch the sycophant grovel before others? Humph, my senior sister does not require the assistance of a scoundrel like you. Kindly step aside and take a look in the mirror to see what you truly are. A rather stout female cultivator from the Fanghua sect stepped forward, hurling insults at the shameless Jian Pengfei. Jian Pengfei maintained a facade of politeness, uttering, yes, yes, while internally vowing to take revenge on this chubby girl once they entered the secret realm. Who did she think she was to cause him embarrassment in front of so many? The Lingjian sect disciples were utterly humiliated. This was only the beginning, and their sect members were already the subject of ridicule. Jian Pengfei, feeling disgruntled, could only leave with resentment, outwardly calm while inwardly devising ways to torment these oblivious women. Mo Chen found the scene amusing. He had seen Xianyuan Qing's beauty, yet after hearing her speak, he perceived her as self-important, akin to Sita Haoran. Should she face any trials, her Dao heart could easily shatter. The sword from that day at the hot spring was something he, despite possessing an indestructible celestial body, dared not withstand. Although the cultivation disparity in the Foundation establishment stage was not vast, the differences in techniques rendered the lethality incomparable. Amit Ba. Jian Daoist, why must you be so downcast? Allow me to offer some guidance. A monk-like cultivator approached Jian Pengfei, exuding concern. Guidance? What nonsense, you bald donkey, get lost. Jian Pengfei, already in a foul mood from his earlier humiliation, felt his spirit sink further upon seeing the monk before him. I am called Ruyun, a disciple of the Tianshan sect. Jian Daoist, why speak harshly? Ruyun remained unperturbed, standing tall to reason with Jian Pengfei. Pa! Jian Pengfei spat, bypassing Ruyun, and perhaps Jiang Wuqing thought Mo Chen would not seek trouble with these bald fellows, which was why she hadn't mentioned it. Daoist friend, I perceive that your countenance bears the sign of ominous clouds. You must be cautious of calamities when entering the secret realm, Ruyun declared after sitting down and glancing at Mo Chen. Are you jesting? I wear a black mask, thus the ominous clouds, Mo Chen replied, utterly speechless. Did he interpret the features of a mask? Amit Ba, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Ruyun inquired about Mo Chen's name. After learning that Mo Chen was called Wang Xiong, Ruyun continued with earnestness, Wang Daoist, your name bears the mark of heavenly punishment, making you prone to lightning strikes. I suggest you change it. Ruyun, clutching his prayer beads, looked sincerely at Mo Chen, who finally understood why Jian Pengfei had reacted poorly to Ruyun. The monk had brought up calamities and lightning strikes, and Mo Chen genuinely Although you possess mysterious powers, within this yin-yang realm, you are suppressed by the extreme yang energy, unable to escape this impending blood calamity. Furthermore, your name, which suggests barking like a dog, implies you are susceptible to misfortune, Ruyan explained with utmost seriousness, causing Imo-chan's heart to skip a beat. Could his arbitrary choice of mask and name truly herald disaster? Ruyan Daoist, may I inquire what your secular name is? Imo-chan felt that referring to him as Ruyun was somewhat awkward, so he wished to know his secular name for convenience. After speaking, he took out a wine flask, pouring a cup for both himself and Ruyan. He was aware that monks in the cultivation world could drink alcohol. Ruyan received the cup, falling into a brief contemplation. My secular name is Zhuge Nana, Ruyan stated, lowering his head to sip from his cup, appearing quite embarrassed. Ha! Imo-chan, having just taken a sip, sputtered, the wine spraying from his mouth and splattering onto the fangs of his mask, forming droplets that hung from it. Chapter 26, A Stunning Revelation. The little monk's secular name is Zhuge Nana, Ruyan repeated, assuming Imo-chan had not heard him clearly, and he inscribed the characters in the air with his spiritual energy. When Imo-chan beheld the 4 characters Zhuge Nana before him, he was left utterly astonished, perplexed as to why a man would choose such a name. Nana, your name is quite elegant. Imo-chan stifled a chuckle, gazing at Ruyan, who bore an expression of embarrassment, reminiscent of a different person from the monk who had just read his fortune. Please, Daoist Wang, refer to me by my Dharma name or as Daoist Zhuge. Ruyan was aware that his name did not quite align with his persona, yet as it was given by his parents, he felt it inappropriate to alter it. Imo-chan, observing the handsome monk, estimated him to be in his 40s, though like Imo-chan, he had consumed a longevity elixir, maintaining the appearance of a 20-year-old. Very well, Nana, Imo-chan affectionately addressed him, calling out the name with familiarity. If one were to disregard the scene of their conversation, one might easily mistake it for Imo-chan engaging in a flirtatious exchange with a lovely maiden. Ruyan looked at Imo-chan in disbelief. Generally, once he had introduced himself, others would refrain from calling him that. What is it, Nana? Imo-chan inquired, noticing Ruyan's unwavering gaze, as the wine in his cup swayed with curiosity. Nothing at all. Ruyan gently raised his cup and took a sip. That's good, Nana. Imo-chan dismissed any concerns and continued to drink. Suddenly, Ruyan was choked by the wine. After decades of asceticism, it seemed his composure was about to falter in Imo-chan's presence. After a struggle to alleviate the discomfort in his throat, he set down his cup, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and chant sutras. Well, isn't that the enchanting Nana everyone yearns for, came a peculiar voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, yet alluring and robust. Poof! Upon hearing this voice, Imo-chan inadvertently spewed the wine he had just swallowed. Could there be someone else who dared to call Ruyan Nana? Imo-chan looked to the right, spotting an exceptionally thin, dark-skinned man with a full beard, his hair tied in 2 braids, and a pink bow adorning his chin. Dressed in a flamboyant red bellyband, snug yellow silk trousers, and red shoes with embroidered yellow tiger heads, he swayed his hips as he approached. Ugh! Imo-chan felt nauseous, having never encountered a man so effeminately adorned, and he promptly retched. Tuobamui, you better vanish before the little monk's wrath is ignited, Ruyan, unable to remain seated, declared with a voice thick with menace, even while his eyes were shut. Nana darling, my sweet little heart, can't you see how fabulous I am just for you? Tuobamui paid no heed to Ruyan's threatening words, continuing his flamboyant approach. Foul creature, behold my palm. Ruyan swiftly rose, unleashing both palms towards the advancing Tuobamui. The immense force sent Tuobamui hurtling back, a shriek escaping his lips as he crashed into the trees behind him. Ah! Oh! That hurts! Bang! After a few sounds, it seemed he had collided with a rock or something equally unforgiving, and the forest fell silent. The surrounding cultivators watched in hushed awe, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension, all intimidated by the sheer power of Ruyan's palms. Even Shen Yuanqing, upon witnessing Ruyan's technique, felt certain that unless she wielded the Fanghua umbrella, she would either perish or sustain grave injuries. Nana, what a remarkable technique! Imo-chan, having recovered from his bout of nausea, extolled Ruyan's martial prowess. Subduing demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of a disciple of the Buddha, Ruyan replied before resuming his meditation with closed eyes. Several kilometers away, atop a massive boulder, Tuobamui lay incapacitated, having been struck by Ruyun's attack. The stone cracked beneath him as he foamed at the mouth, his eyes vacant. In the woods, scattered cultivators watched a figure swiftly roll past, initially mistaking it for a rampaging beast, and they hastily summoned their weapons, only to sheath them again as they recognized the scene. "What kind of palm technique was that, Brother Howren? Such overwhelming power?" Lan Yuru inquired of Sita Howren, who, though frequently venturing out for training, had never witnessed such formidable skills. The heavenly Zen annihilation palm, Sita Howren discerned the technique's might without even glancing. Recalling tales, Sita Howren shook his head. Even if his resolve remained unshaken, he knew he could not withstand it. Despite his pride, he possessed enough self-awareness to recognize his limitations, bitterly smiling at his past arrogance. Nearby cultivators whispered amongst themselves, regardless of their sect or lineage, all concluding they could not endure such a strike. Jin Pengfei, patting his chest, silently congratulated himself for not confronting the bald monk earlier. Otherwise, he would have been the one sent flying, and it was evident that Ruyun's technique was undoubtedly a direct transmission from the sect leader. Although Ruyun sat in meditation, his display of power had shattered the pride of all present. Many cultivators had held disdain for other sects, believing themselves superior, until that palm technique emerged, shattering their delusions. "Nana, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you?" Emo-chan, seemingly distracted, set some roasted beans before him, casually munching while sipping his drink. "My compassion for all beings prevents me from wanton slaughter. Such acts lead to hell." Ruyun opened his eyes, ceasing his meditation, as he seized a handful of beans from Emo-chan's offering, pouring himself a drink to join in the revelry. Though he had intended to meditate, the sound of Emo-chan crunching the beans and their enticing aroma proved too tempting to resist. "I'd like to test the full power of your palm sometime," Emo-chan remarked nonchalantly, still feeling the aftershocks of Ruyun's earlier strike, curious whether his immortal and divine body in beast transformation could withstand such a technique. "Wait until you reach the late Foundation establishment stage, for I fear a misstep might lead to your demise, and then there would be no one to invite me for drinks and beans." Ruyun tossed a bean into his mouth and took a sip of wine. His earlier severity completely vanished. Upon hearing the mention of the late Foundation establishment stage, Emo-chan began pondering how he might enhance his own strength. After all, Sita Howren had reached that stage at merely 16, while he, at 35, remained stagnated in the mid-stage. "Nana, how old are you?" Emo-chan inquired, reflecting on the disparity in age and cultivation between himself and his peers. However, his tone resembled that of someone questioning a child, leaving Ruyun unsure how to respond. With a heart inclined towards the Buddha, "I have long forgotten the passage of time," Ruyun replied casually, sipping his drink, showing little concern for his age. Ruyun's response left Emo-chan at a loss for words. The monk's disregard for worldly matters highlighted the difference in their mental states. Chapter 28. With the yin and yang of heaven and earth. As the first light of dawn broke, a crimson glow erupted from the ground nearby, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. At that moment, the yin-yang secret realm was activated, and the crowd took to the skies on their swords, racing toward the radiant light. "Taoist Wang, may I accompany you?" Ruyun inquired, rising to his feet. He had come seeking an opportunity to break through to the late Foundation establishment stage. "Nana, it is not necessary. If fate allows, we shall meet again," Emo-chan replied, also standing, yet neither he nor Ruyun took to their swords. Instead, they slowly approached the crimson glow. As Emo-chan entered, the cultivators who had ventured into the secret realm had already vanished without a trace. After parting ways with Ruyun, he began to observe the scenery around him. This was a mountainous region, resplendent with beauty. The chirping of insects and the songs of birds filled the air, and flowers bloomed in abundance. The sight of the rising sun here made Emo-chan start to doubt the authenticity of this place. He had visited several secret realms before, but never had he encountered an open sky within one. His instincts warned him that something was amiss. The further he ventured, the more spiritual energy his demonic devouring technique absorbed, which only heightened his suspicion. Not long after entering, the sky suddenly darkened. A blood-red moon hung ominously above, while the surrounding peaks began to be consumed by black mist, obscuring visibility and narrowing the range of sight. Emo-chan employed his demonic devouring technique, and to his astonishment, the black mist was drawn into his body, causing his spiritual energy to surge and his cultivation to loosen. "Hurry, use your spiritual energy to resist the encroaching demonic aura," a cultivator shouted nearby. If they were to be invaded by the demonic energy, they could either fall into madness and slaughter their kin or become eternally ensnared by the demonic forces. Demonic aura? Emo-chen felt a change within himself. He did not understand why the other cultivators sought to resist this energy. For him, absorbing it felt rather pleasant, and the black spiritual root within his dantian began to deepen in color. Ah! No! In the distance, some cultivators who had rushed in began to turn on one another, while others were instantly assimilated into the demonic race, their eyes turning crimson, exuding the same demonic aura as the air around them. This is a trap. Everyone, flee! A voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated throughout the secret realm. The crowd prepared to take flight on their swords, only to find themselves bound by an unseen force. Those who had soared through the day now fell helplessly to the ground as night enveloped the realm. This was the Yin-Yang secret realm, controlled by its masters. By day, it was a picturesque landscape teeming with life. By night, it became a domain of demonic energy, rife with peril. "Yin-Pa, these young pups are quite perceptive," remarked one of the two aged figures hovering in the air, observing the chaos below. The man had his arm wrapped around the woman, resembling withered trees devoid of spring. "Haha, with their level of cultivation, they think they can escape our Yin-Yang grand formation," the woman replied, her voice aged yet laced with a sinister mirth, embodying an intense murderous intent. This was a trap set by the demonic duo, designed to lure Foundation establishment cultivators to feast upon their essence, enabling them to reclaim their peak Golden Core stage and ascend to the nascent Soul stage. Once at the peak of the Golden Core stage, they had suffered grievous injuries in battle and were subsequently ambushed while recuperating, causing their cultivation to plummet to the initial stage of Golden Core. The once youthful pair now appeared extraordinarily aged, as though on the brink of death. Over 50 years ago, they spread false news of opportunities to ascend to the Golden Core stage, controlling the cultivation levels of those who entered their realm, which opened every 3 years. In the span of over 50 years, they had consumed the essence of nearly 10,000 cultivators. If they could successfully absorb the essence this time, they would restore their cultivation to the late Golden Core stage, potentially reaching its pinnacle. As the two watched hundreds of cultivators desperately attempting to escape, their joy only deepened. This was the 7th tier formation, the Yin-Yang Soul Locking Array. Even Golden Core cultivators could not escape, let alone Foundation establishment practitioners. Crack! Just as they reveled in their future prospects, the sound of the formation shattering rang out, filling their faces with terror. Below them was a master capable of breaking through a 7th tier formation. Below, Emo-Chen's Dragon Claw, emanating dark energy, had found the border between Yin and Yang. With a swift strike at the array's core, he shattered the formation. Initially thriving on the absorption of demonic energy, Emo-Chen suddenly felt his spiritual energy reach saturation. Hearing the warnings about the trap, he broke the array to uncover the truth. The smiles vanished from the faces of the Yin and Yang duo as they saw that, aside from a handful of controlled cultivators, over 100 had escaped. In haste, the man flew to the entrance, seeking to prevent further escapes. The woman's expression twisted with rage. If all went as planned, they would have restored their cultivation today, condensing their Golden Core. Whoever had thwarted their plot would face a fate of being torn asunder. At the entrance, the cultivators found themselves blocked by the man, while the woman descended rapidly, commencing her slaughter and draining the essence of the remaining cultivators. Demonic Golden Core cultivators! Jean Pengfei shouted in alarm, and the more than 100 cultivators at the exit froze in disbelief. Even those at the late Foundation establishment stage could not contend with Golden Core beings. Shen Yuanqing also sensed the oppressive aura of death emanating from the elder before her. Was this the overwhelming pressure of a Golden Core cultivator? The man sealed the exit, targeting the cultivators before him. He killed one with a swift bite to the neck, draining their essence. Witnessing this, the crowd hastily retreated on their swords. Yet behind them, the woman continued her massacre, and aside from the 100 who had managed to flee, only a few dozen remained against the overwhelming onslaught of the Yin and Yang duo. "What should we do, Senior Brother Howren?" Lan Yuru grasped Sita Howren's arm, but he stood transfixed, staring blankly at the sky, resembling a fool, his gaze vacant and silent. The Jingxi sect was now left with only 5 members. They had come seeking opportunities, yet half of their comrades had perished, and they were trapped in a deadly snare. Not knowing what to do, she instinctively sought to aid Sita Howren. After feasting on the essence, the duo began to regain their youthful appearance, and the initial stage of their Golden Core cultivation began to subtly rise, hinting at a breakthrough. Mo Chen, unaware of the unfolding events outside, soared on his sword after shattering the formation. Spotting a thatched cottage, he flew toward it, expecting to find nothing more than some debris within. However, upon entering, he discovered dozens of storage bags piled in the corner of the room. He casually picked one up and sensed its contents. Aside from the absence of spiritual stones and medicinal materials, it brimmed with countless array materials and weapons. These were the spoils of the Yin and Yang duo's slaughter of cultivators. The spiritual stones had been completely absorbed, and as for the medicinal materials and ores, they had no interest in refining tools or concocting pills, having expended considerable resources to set up the arrays. Thus, they left behind these items of no use to them. Coming from a humble background, Mo Chen would not waste such opportunities. He collected all the storage bags into his own and, sensing further energy emanating from beneath the bed, he retrieved his black sword. With a single stroke, he shattered the wooden bed, revealing an object beneath the surface, black and white. It penetrated deep into the earth. Mo Chen spent a quarter of an hour digging with his sword, finally unearthing the black and white stone, which pulsed with spiritual energy. Though he did not know its purpose, he could only helplessly stow it away in his storage bag before turning to see what lay outside. Chapter 28 The Slaughter in the Secret Realm. Not long after emerging, Mo Chen, soaring through the air, beheld Ru Yun engaged in fierce combat with a middle-aged woman at the Golden Core stage. Without hesitation, he joined the fray, noting that Ru Yun was already battered and bruised. The sinister woman had just slain a dozen individuals and finished feasting on their essence when Ru Yun approached her, chiding her with fervent admonitions, which ignited their conflict. Nana, this individual is a nascent Golden Core from the Demon Clan. Are you truly holding back? Are you seeking to meet the Buddha? Upon descending, Mo Chen swiftly employed the 13 styles of the Heavenly Sword, separating the two combatants. He sensed that Ru Yun's strength surpassed what was displayed, prompting him to jest. That is not the case. This old witch is shrouded in excessive Yin energy, rendering me unable to strike her, Ru Yun gasped, standing aside. He possessed hidden cards, but dared not utilize them here, lest his cultivation suffer a severe setback. How dare you speak such nonsense, you bald, featherless donkey? Your mother is the true old witch. The sinister woman, having regained the appearance of a 40-year-old, was incensed by the insult of aging. Death palm. Ignoring her retort, Mo Chen delivered a powerful strike, but she merely staggered back a few steps, showing no signs of being propelled away. Having mastered this technique over 2 decades, he was astonished that it failed to impact her, affirming Ru Yun's claims. Impertinent youngling of the human race, which demon clan taught you such martial arts? The sinister woman was taken aback. Just as she finished her taunt, Mo Chen's assault struck her, catching her unawares. Who cares who taught me? It certainly wasn't you, you old witch. Mo Chen declared, raising his black sword to point at her. This marked his inaugural battle against someone of a significantly higher realm, necessitating utmost caution. Swish! The sinister woman suddenly darted behind Mo Chen, delivering a full-force palm strike to his back, sending him flying several meters away. Heh, behold my Yin-killing palm, which is far superior to your trifling techniques, she cackled, yet her laughter was cut short as a tremendous force struck her from behind, propelling her dozens of meters away. Ru Yun, breathless, realized this was the first time since leaving the sect that he had unleashed the full might of the Buddha's annihilation palm, depleting half of his spiritual energy in the process. On the other side of the secret realm, little girl, I find you quite appealing. If you do not resist, I could keep you to serve me. Yang Gong leered at Xian Yuanqing, his desires inflamed. While the sinister woman had been beautiful in her youth, she paled in comparison to Xian Yuanqing's exquisite beauty. Yang Gong was flanked by 4 disciples from the Fragrant Blossom Palace, 5 from the Spirit Sword Palace, and 10 from other sects, all on the verge of annihilation, their attacks proving futile against him. As for Sita Haoren, witnessing Yang Gong's prowess extinguished his fighting spirit. He was utterly defeated, leaving Lan Yuru no choice but to retreat with him and 3 disciples. Though Xian Yuanchang was formidable, the disparity in realms was stark. Having consumed their essence, Yang Gong appeared rejuvenated and seemed to have reached the mid-Golden Core stage. Old ghost, you think yourself invincible? Tuoba Mui emerged from the crowd, swallowing a pill. His frail body suddenly transformed, gaining immense strength and height. Tuoba Mui dashed forward, raising his muscular arm to deliver a punch to Yang Gong, who made no attempt to evade, believing Tuoba incapable of harming him. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Yang Gong's face, and the nonchalant expression shattered as he was propelled backward, his face contorted in disbelief. All present, including Xian Yuanqing, gaped in awe as the diminutive figure, barely clad, managed to send a mid-golden core practitioner flying. How could the previously defeated demon possess such strength when he had been so easily overpowered before? Mo Chen rose, brushing off the dust from his head, summoning his black sword to his hand, and sprinting towards the sinister woman, intent on vanquishing her before she could unleash her full power. The sinister woman, now upright, gazed incredulously at Mo Chen charging towards her, questioning her sanity as a mid-foundation establishment practitioner, having withstood her full-force strike without injury. Ru Yun, equally astonished, recalled Mo Chen's insistence on testing his limits the previous night, realizing he had not exaggerated his capabilities. Otherwise, he would have sustained injuries. You two, brash youths of physical cultivation, truly believe you can best me? The sinister woman summoned dark demonic energy that enveloped her, conjuring an emerald longsword to strike at the approaching Mo Chen. Boom! As Mo Chen faced the incoming sword energy, he executed the Shadow Demon Slash, resulting in a violent explosion as green and black energies collided, creating a substantial crater in the ground. Kid, you belong to the demon clan? The sinister woman, taken aback by Mo Chen's sword strike, struggled to comprehend. This human youth, clearly a swordsman, possessed a physique of remarkable strength, wielding a sword energy characteristic of the demon clan. Even as a mid-golden core practitioner, she could not fathom the implications. Had the world outside changed during her prolonged absence? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she lunged towards Mo Chen to engage in combat. The black and green sword energies swirled around them as they exchanged blows, and Mo Chen began to sustain minor injuries, sensing that her sword, laden with yin energy, was of the 6th tier. He had once tested his physical prowess by inserting the black sword into his own palm, sustaining no wounds. In killing palm. Killing palm. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, neither being thrown back this time, each retreating a few steps instead. What is happening? The sinister woman gazed at her palm, sensing that half of her power had been devoured, her strength diminished by at least 50%. Mo Chen, too, felt the demonic energy infiltrate his body, transforming into spiritual energy that replenished his strength, causing fluctuations in his cultivation, thanks to the effects of the demon-devouring heart method. You continue fighting. I shall check for an exit. Ru Yun observed the ongoing struggle and decided to assist others in escaping the secret realm to ensure their survival. Mo Chen, feeling helpless, pondered where Ru Yun derived the notion that he was evenly matched with the sinister woman. Were it not for his immortal demon indestructible body and the demon-devouring heart method, he surmised he would likely be a corpse by now. How painful, damn it, you perverted old man, you strike too hard. Yang Gong groaned, attempting to rise only to be met with a fist the size of a cooking pot descending toward his head. Bang! Just as Yang Gong's head made intimate contact with the ground, Xian Yuanchang and her companions witnessed a colossal tiger-headed Shu repeatedly stomping on Yang Gong's head. Ugh, you old hag-er, I absolutely detest being called a pervert. Tuoba Mui exclaimed, continuing to stomp down with relentless force. Chapter 29 The Treasure of Youth Ant. Seeking death, Yang Gong muttered incoherently, his head pressed beneath a heavy foot. Clenching his left fist, he sensed the surroundings and, with a sudden movement, grasped Tuoba Mui's foot that had been tormenting him. Oh, how annoying! Let go of me! Tuoba Mui protested, but as Yang Gong stood, the balance was lost, and Tuoba Mui fell to the ground. Yang Gong seized his calf and began to slam him back down, repeating this action with relentless vigor. With each forceful impact, Tuoba Mui's body bore the marks of struggle, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes growing increasingly vacant. Xian Yuanqing, have you ever witnessed a descending palm technique? Jin Pengfei inquired, glancing skyward at Xian Yuanqing, who also lifted her gaze to the heavens. Ugh, blah! Yang Gong felt a powerful strike from above, causing blood to spurt from his mouth as he relinquished his grasp on Tuoba Mui, his legs sinking into the ground. He looked up to find a bald figure delivering a crushing blow to his head, the celestial Zen annihilation palm, nearly shattering his internal meridians. In agony, he grasped Ru Yun's hand and kicked Tuoba Mui away. As he held onto Ru Yun, spiritual energy surged within his palm, igniting an intense flame that enveloped the hand resting on Yang Gong's head. Ah! Yang Gong's scalp was scorched, and he staggered backward, frantically brushing the flames from his hair with both hands. Xian Yuan, Jian, stay behind. Let the others wait for us at the exit, Ru Yun commanded after executing a backflip to the ground, urging those of lower cultivation or ability to depart first, lest they become mere fodder in the ensuing chaos. Upon hearing Ru Yun's directive, the group began to fly toward the secret realm's exit, fully aware that facing a gold core stage demon was beyond their capabilities. Kid, what manner of being are you? How can you wield techniques of humans, demons, and monsters alike? Inpa, dragged along by Mo Chen, voiced her concern for Yang Gong's safety after sensing Ru Yun's earlier movements. They had been locked in combat, her spiritual and demonic energy waning, while Mo Chen seemed to grow stronger with each exchange, truly perplexing. Why bother asking? Today, it is either your death or mine, Mo Chen replied, acutely aware that prolonging this battle would spell his demise. Were it not for his body refining techniques, he would have long since been drained of life by this old witch. Do you think you are worthy? Inpo's aura surged, her cultivation rapidly escalating as she assimilated the blood essence she had consumed, returning her power to the mid-gold core stage. Such techniques exist? Mo Chen observed her newfound strength with growing apprehension, suspecting she had employed some forbidden art. Realizing the peril, he brandished his sword against her once more. Understanding that he was on the brink of death, he took to the skies, but Inpa swiftly followed, delivering a crushing blow that sent him hurtling toward the exit. After extinguishing the flames from his hair, Yang Gong's once lush mane was reduced to a barren expanse, fueling his rage as he channeled the absorbed blood essence to regain his mid-gold core cultivation. My goodness, this old man is a monster. Tuoba Mui, barely regaining consciousness, stood only to witness the mid-gold core transformation of the man he had previously thought was merely in the initial stage. The surrounding trio felt the overwhelming pressure. The demoness might was terrifying, they had no hope of survival. Fairy Fanhua, might you not conceal your treasures any longer? Jian Pengfei implored, humorlessly regarding Xian Yuanqing, aware that she likely possessed the Fanhua umbrella. If she could wield it against this demon, it might cost him dearly, if not bring about his demise. You are quite perceptive, Xian Yuanqing replied, resigned to the reality that without revealing the sect's treasure, survival was unlikely. Death would only ensure that the demon claimed her remains. Ding! A sound akin to a bell rang out as an umbrella materialized in Xian Yuanqing's hand. Upon opening it, the canopy depicted an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in white, gazing serenely at the luminous moon above. This was the first leader of the Fanhua sect. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Yang Gong turned to Xian Yuanqing, the opened umbrella instilling a sense of unease within him. He charged forward, assuming a stance to deliver a powerful strike against her. Ding! His palm met the umbrella's surface, creating only a ripple, with no damage incurred. From behind the umbrella, Xian Yuanqing drew forth a sword, retracting the umbrella to thrust toward Yang Gong's eyes. Crack! Yang Gong pressed his palms together, halting the Fanhua sword just inches from his eye. Blood began to seep from his hands. Despite his efforts, Xian Yuanqing lacked the strength to injure him due to their disparity in cultivation. Jian Pengfei, are you dead? Xian Yuanqing cried out, though Ru Yun was nearby, her spiritual energy near. She could only hope Jian Pengfei would assist her. Responding to her call, Jian Pengfei lunged forward, aiming for Yang Gong's head with his sword. Yang Gong, with no option left, tilted his head aside, catching the Fanhua sword's blade with his fist. Fortunately, he had dodged just in time. The sword's tip nearly grazed where his eye had been. Channeling spiritual energy into his left palm, he struck Jian Pengfei's sword with force, knowing that aside from the Yang Gong twirled the Fanhua sword in the air, catching the hilt and preparing to strike down upon the fallen Xian Yuanqing. Ba, Ru Yun, helpless, closed her eyes, having expended all her strength in two mighty strikes. Shadow Demon Slash. Just as Yang Gong descended to deliver his fatal blow, Mo Chen, propelled by Inpa, landed before Xian Yuanqing. In the moments before impact, he unleashed the Shadow Demon Slash, deflecting the Fanhua sword. Old man, come join me in eradicating them. It's you! He refrained from using spiritual energy, and the Fanhua sword was sent soaring into the air by the sword chi. Hearing Inpa's call, he took to the skies to join her. Xian Yuanqing, recognizing the dark sword energy, recalled Mo Chen as the man who had snatched her belongings and exposed her. Hastily, she grasped the Fanhua umbrella, catching the fallen Fanhua sword as well. In the air, Yang Gong and Yin Pa soared, gathering spiritual energy to unleash a devastating assault upon those below. They understood that despite their superior cultivation, the trio of physical cultivators and the female sword practitioner, armed with their protective artifact, posed a significant threat. Thus, they resolved to unleash their spells to annihilate their foes. Chapter 30 A Blood Calamity and Thunder Strike. After falling, Emochen employed his sword skills, depleting his spiritual energy significantly. He stood before Shen Yuanqing, casting a glance at her, where he discerned a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Fearing her descent into madness and potential aggression towards him, he sought to flee. However, he soon realized that two formidable auras had locked onto him. Reluctantly, he turned and looked up, where Yang Gong extended his left hand towards Yin Po's right, their palms merging as an immense force coalesced, ready to unleash an assault on Emochen. Yin Yang Limitless Thunder. Die! The combined palms of Yang Gong and Yin Pa summoned a torrent of black and white lightning, descending upon Emochen. Observing Emochen's back, Shen Yuanqing tightened her grip on the Fanghua sword and lunged towards him. Ru Yun, witnessing Shen Yuanqing's intent, attempted to intervene, but lacking spiritual energy, he could only rush forward in an effort to push Emochen aside, though it was already too late. Ah! A sharp pain pierced Emochen's right chest as the tip of a sword protruded from his front. Before he could even react, the yin-yang lightning struck him from above. Having cultivated the immortal demon indestructible body, he could have withstood the thunder strike to save his life. However, Shen Yuanqing's sword conducted the lightning directly into his body, inducing excruciating pain that nearly drove him to madness. The yin-yang lightning shattered Emochen's mask and upper garment, swirling around him and continuously surging into his body through the Fanghua sword. Beast transformation. Unable to endure the torment, he reluctantly resorted to the beast transformation technique left by Shang Wanlongyu. Black dragon scales began to sprout from his body, enveloping him in a suit of dragon scale armor. Apart from a white dragon mark at his forehead, his hair, previously waist-length and black, transformed to white, and his blood-red eyes were now adorned with dragon scales. Vile creature! With his pain alleviated, he turned to Shen Yuanqing and unleashed the god-slaying seal. Shen Yuanqing had intended to withdraw the Fanghua sword, but after being shocked by the sword's hilt, she lacked the time to do so. As Emochen faced her with outstretched hand, she attempted to open the Fanghua umbrella for defense, but a steel pellet struck her hand with precision, causing the Fanghua umbrella to fall to the ground. You! Ah! As Shen Yuanqing turned to address Tuoba Mui, the god-slaying seal struck her, sending her flying several dozen meters away. Black energy relentlessly assailed her body, and after a prolonged flight, she collided with a large tree, spewing blood and losing consciousness amidst the black mist enveloping her. You bastard! Ungrateful wretch, spit! Though Tuoba Mui belonged to the demon race, he had never cared for slaughter and detested betrayal even more. He witnessed Emochen save her moments ago, only to have her turn against her savior with lethal intent. Was this woman not akin to a beast? Emochen, enduring the agony, struck the sword tip embedded in his chest with a palm, sending the Fanghua sword tumbling to the ground. He hastily stored the Fanghua umbrella in his spatial bag to prevent further attacks with the weapon. Grasping the Fanghua sword, he gazed upwards. You two ruffians who struck me, now it is your turn. Yang Gong and Yin Pa, witnessing the scene, immediately gathered their energy for another thunder strike aimed directly at Emochen. This time, all the lightning struck him, with part of the energy absorbed, significantly replenishing his spiritual power. The remaining energy swirled around him, seeking entry into his body. Who are you, demon devourer? Yang Gong's face turned pale with fear upon seeing the absorbed yin-yang limitless thunder. Previously, their demon clan had a powerful figure who could absorb a portion of spells cast upon him, converting it into spiritual energy, leading to many deaths, including those of his own kin. In that moment of inquiry, Emochen, standing atop the black sword and wielding the Fanghua sword, soared towards them, launching a black slash in their direction. They dared not withstand the damage and swiftly evaded the sword chi, drawing their weapons to besiege Emochen. The three engaged in a fierce aerial battle, while Ru Yun on the ground relayed a message to the disciples of the Fanghua sect to escort Shen Yuanqing to the entrance, planning to break the seal and escape together if possible. Lan Yuru and Sita Haoran, along with others, beheld the extraordinary aerial conflict, astonished that a mid-foundation cultivator could contend with two mid-golden core cultivators. At that moment, Sita Haoran's heart began to harbor demonic thoughts, struggling to believe that a mid-foundation individual could contend against two golden core cultivators. Yet he found himself devoid of the courage to confront them. Imochen felt the strain intensifying, as the black scales on his body were increasingly cleaved away by Yang Gong and In Pa. Aware of the vast disparity in cultivation levels, he realized the peril of continuing the fight might cost him his life. Thus, he feigned an attack towards Yang Gong and In Pa with a sword chi before taking flight towards the exit. "Don't let this brat escape." Yang Gong and In Pa, having evaded his attack, hastened in pursuit, knowing that if he were to flee, his future prowess would undoubtedly spell their doom. "Step aside, I shall break the seal." As Imochen approached the entrance, he saw a dozen individuals blocking his path. He bellowed, urging them to disperse, and they quickly complied. Witnessing their advance towards the exit, Lan Yuru seized the still-dazed Sita Haoren and, along with 3 fellow disciples, soared forward. In the distance, Jian Pengfei struggled to rise and followed the crowd to escape. Ru Yun and Tuoba Mui exchanged glances, both taking to the skies towards the entrance. "Break!" Imochen pressed his claws upon the seal, which shattered instantaneously. He urged the crowd to proceed, but Yang Gong and In Pa were hot on his heels. Upon noticing others escaping, their black demonic energy surged, unleashing another yin-yang limitless thunder towards the entrance. Imochen soared towards the lightning, intending to absorb its power, but this time he failed. The black and white lightning relentlessly corroded his body, rendering his consciousness hazy. As he wobbled in the air, he glimpsed his second friend, Nana, approaching him. "Go! Let me handle the aftermath." Upon Ru Yun's arrival, he clasped Imochen's waist with one arm, urging Tuoba Mui to escape first. Observing disciples from the Tianjin sect flying past, he formed a hand seal and struck towards the entrance before soaring out himself. Yang Gong and In Pa, ready to pursue, were repelled by an invisible barrier at the exit. They roared in frustration, realizing they were so close to regaining their peak cultivation, yet thwarted by those dozen individuals. "Old man, what is this barrier?" After a moment of furious madness, In Pa regained her composure, contemplating that if they exited now, they could still catch up and eliminate everyone to drain their lifeblood. "Heavenly Zen Demon Confinement Array," Yang Gong observed for a long time, shaking his head in resignation. They would not escape for the next decade. It was clear that the bald monk had set this formation to summon aid to eliminate the two of them. "Which bastard stole my treasures?" Upon returning to their dwelling, Yang Gong and In Pa discovered that the storage bags on the ground were all gone, along with the yin-yang stones they had painstakingly gathered over decades. Enraged, she could do nothing but roar in impotent fury. Chapter 31. The Buddha is Justice. As Ru Yun emerged from the shadows cradling Imochen, several disciples of the Fanghua sect obstructed their path, demanding the surrender. Despite Xian Yuanqing being gravely injured and unconscious, the umbrella was a treasured artifact of their sect, and they could not return without it, leaving them no choice but to encircle Ru Yun. "You despicable wretches of the Fanghua sect truly cannot change your ways. Since you relish repaying kindness with malice, you shall meet your demise here." Though Tuoba Mui had reverted to a frail form, his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation radiated a formidable pressure, nearly sending the Fanghua disciples plummeting from the air. It was evident that it was Imochen and Ru Yun who had just escaped peril, yet these women had the audacity to surround them, inciting Tuoba Mui's ire. "Are you from the Tianshan sect intent on colluding with the demon race?" The Fanghua disciples, recognizing their inability to contend with Tuoba Mui, could only press Ru Yun to hand over the umbrella. Slap! "You Fanghua sect are indeed as vile in speech as you are in character. Do you believe I would hesitate to dispose of you first before ending your lives?" Tuoba Mui struck the woman who spoke, his memory still fresh of Xian Yuanqing's treachery when she stabbed Imochen. With these women's aggressive demeanor, he felt no inclination for mercy. "Do not overestimate your Fanghua sect's prowess. As a disciple of the Buddhist order, I adhere to reason over strength. Should you refuse to comply, I may well declare war on your sect on behalf of the Tianshan sect." Ru Yun cared little for sect affiliations. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, he possessed the authority to declare war. Upon hearing the declaration, the Fanghua women fell silent, aware that they could not represent Xian Yuanqing in this matter. "I shall take this person. If you desire the Fanghua umbrella, let Xian Yuanqing seek out Wang Xiong of the Tianjin sect herself," Ru Yun declared, stowing the Fanghua sword from Imochen's hand into his storage pouch before soaring into the distance on his sword. After Ru Yun departed, Tuoba Mui could hardly be bothered. He adjusted himself and with a huff, took to the skies as well. Standing aside, Jian Pengfei merely observed the unfolding drama. He could not contend with either Ru Yun or Tuoba Mui. Their prowess in physical cultivation rendered him powerless, compelling him to return to his sect to further enhance his own abilities, hoping for an opportunity to draw closer to Xian Yuanqing in the future. Once the group had left, the remaining Fanghua sect female disciples exchanged glances, then turned to the still unconscious Xian Yuanqing, resigning themselves to report the current situation back to the Fanghua sect. Wu! Blood trickled from the corner of Ru Yun's mouth as he soared through the air, having overextended his spiritual power. He had not anticipated encountering a golden core expert. While the Tianshan's annihilation palm wielded immense destructive force, the spiritual energy it consumed was beyond his capacity to employ twice. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he descended. Emotion tumbled down beside him after he fell within the yin-yang secret realm. Old man, what shall we do? If that bald, shameless monk summons the sect master of Tianshan, we are doomed. After having raged for over an hour, the Yin matriarch could only look helplessly at the young duke, seeking his counsel for escape. At this moment, the two had regained their late-stage golden core cultivation. Had they not engaged in a fierce battle, they would have already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Their current strength was restored solely through the plundered spirit stones from slain cultivators. Most critically, the yin-yang stone was missing, an energy stone they had meticulously gathered for their ascension to the nascent soul stage. Without spirit stones, they could not reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage and were left waiting for death. Old woman, let us abandon our cultivation. If we unleash the boundless yin-yang thunder in a sustained attack, we may break through the Tianshan. The Yin matriarch, with no other option, acquiesced. Together, they expended their spiritual energy to shatter the formation, overextending themselves to the point where their cultivation plummeted to the early golden core stage. However, they successfully breached the formation and quickly fled toward the demon territory, apprehensive of the imminent arrival of Tianshan's disciples within the Tianjin sect. How dare you, Wei Ming, accuse my Tianjin sect of injuring your disciples and killing your son? Yin Sang bellowed in the grand hall of the sect, hurling a teacup in fury. He had received a message from Wei Ming, the sect master of the Beastmaster sect, claiming that disciples of Tianjin had slain his son and gravely injured several of his disciples in recent days. This revelation, following the death of his son and disciples, led Yin Sang to suspect that the one who had killed his son may indeed have ties to the Beastmaster sect. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. How could those who merely trained animals possess the prowess of a swordsman? Could it be the Lingjin sect? Yin Sang pondered, only to shake his head again, reasoning that with a lecherous fellow like Jian Pengfei among their ranks, it was implausible for them to have such strength, and the Lingjian sect lacked any formidable disciples. Among the three great sword-wielding sects of humanity, Tianjin, Lingjian, and the reclusive Shenjian sect, it seemed impossible for it to be the latter, as they had remained silent for many years. Even if they were to re-emerge, they would not seek to establish their dominance over his sect. Yet Wei Ming had insisted that the assailant wielded the Tianjin sword art. If Yin Sang did not believe him, he could send the bodies of his disciples for verification. This only deepened Yin Sang's confusion. Did his own sect truly harbor a mid-foundation establishment cultivator capable of slaying his son? For days and nights, he ruminated over this matter, and what had once been a head full of dark hair now bore streaks of white. He resolved to confront the Beastmaster sect personally to uncover the truth. Within the Jingqi sect, Sida Haoran knelt in the grand hall of the sect, flanked by Lan Yuru and 3 disciples who had survived their trials. Present were the sect leader Yuan Jun, the Grand Elder Tang Yen, the Second Elder Yu Ji, and the 5th Elder Tai Yan, all pivotal figures within the sect. Upon returning to the Jingqi sect, Lan Yuru had remained silent, and Sida Haoran retreated to his cave for recuperation. However, the other 3 inner disciples could not remain passive. Directly approaching the 5th Elder Tai Yan to discuss the events of the secret realm, they reported that several of their fellow disciples had perished after entering the secret realm, and when Sida Haoran encountered the demon cultivators, he had faltered, ultimately relying on other righteous cultivators to battle the demons, seizing the opportunity to break the seal and escape. As the sect leader's direct disciple, Sida Haoran's cowardice in the secret realm, failing to engage in battle, left them grappling with the loss of their fallen comrades. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, Tai Yan summoned the sect leader and the Grand Elder to convene, determined to address the plight of this coward they had nurtured for over 30 years. Haoran, is there any truth to what the 3 disciples have claimed? Yuan Jun inquired, gazing sorrowfully at his own disciple. He felt both helpless and heartbroken. After more than 30 years of cultivation, he had produced such a timid individual. There is no falsehood in what my fellow disciples have reported, Sito Haoren admitted candidly. The truth was that he had indeed faltered. While others in the mid-foundation establishment stage dared to take on 2 opponents, he, at late foundation establishment, had not even mustered the courage to move. Had it not been for Lan Yuru pulling him back, he might have perished in the Yin-Yang secret realm. Fifth Elder, how do you propose we handle this matter? The sect leader, resigned, realized that the time for protection had passed. According to sect rules, we shall revoke his cultivation and expel him from the sect, Tai Yin declared clearly, unwavering in his stance. He would not show favoritism. Any hint of bias in his judgment would cost him his position in the law enforcement hall. Chapter 32, The Abolition of Cultivation. Second Elder, what is your perspective? The sect leader, Yuan Jun, felt that the punishment was excessively severe, but since this was his disciple, he hesitated to plead for leniency and thus shifted the responsibility onto the second elder. The old man presides over the penalties. Once the sect leader has made a decision, I shall simply execute it, without concern for anything else, Yuji retorted, unwilling to take on this burden. It was your own disciple. If you don't take charge, others will say that Tai Yin is harsh, and that I, as your instructor, have produced a rogue like Meng Jiao while favoring the sect leader's direct disciple. My reputation must be preserved. And what does the Grand Elder think? Yuan Jun's expression soured further. Tai Yin had already made it clear he would not spare anyone, and now Yuji had also undermined his authority. He could only turn to Tang Yen for support. I have produced a disciple who dares not even release a fart. How can I have the audacity to decide the fate of other disciples? Tang Yen replied, casting a disappointed glance at Lan Yuruo. She had failed to report this incident to him promptly, leaving him in a precarious position, unable to face her master. She lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her fingers, wishing for time to pass swiftly. This sect leader believes this punishment is too severe, Yuan Jun continued, still hoping to save this disciple. A 16-year-old genius with dual mutated spiritual roots in the late foundation establishment stage, now to be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, was tantamount to a death sentence. Sect leader, even if you were to amend the sect rules now, we must first resolve the matter of Sita Haoren before invoking the new regulations, Tai Yin interjected, unwilling to see someone indifferent to the lives of fellow disciples remain within the sect. Yuan Jun's face darkened with anger. He longed to strike Tai Yin, but he was a body cultivator and not easily intimidated. The hall fell into a heavy silence, as no one wished to address the fate of the sect leader's direct disciple, who represented the sect and its future. This demonstrated that, as Yun had said, declaring war on behalf of the sect was no idle threat. Once the sect leader's direct disciple announced a declaration of war, the sect would be compelled to respond, not merely for the sake of pride but for its future as well. Oh, when did the righteous sect become so lively? Jiang Wuqing entered, glancing at Sita Haoren kneeling on the ground before shifting his gaze to the sect leader and several elders. Yuan Jun's expression darkened further upon Jiang Wuqing's arrival. He had instructed Jiang to recall the disciples in preparation for an assault on the demon clan, but Jiang had How do you propose we handle it? Yuan Jun, still fuming, thrust this burden onto Jiang Wuqing, eager to see how he would respond. Sect leader, have you lost your mind? I manage the pill line, not the enforcement hall. Jiang Wuqing refused to accept this blame, as his disciples were his responsibility, and he would not send them to their deaths against the demon clan. Junior brother is correct. Jiang Nukan entered at that moment, aware that his own disciples were also absent from the sect. Knowing Jiang Wuqing would confront Yuan Jun, as a fellow sect brother, he felt compelled to lend his support. Yuan Jun, observing these two protective elders, felt his frustration mount, yet he could do nothing about them. As an 8th-tier artifact refiner and an 8th-grade alchemist, without their assistance, the righteous sect would falter. However, I believe the matter is quite simple. Jiang Wuqing spoke again, initially reluctant to involve himself in this issue, but sensing Yuan Jun's dissatisfaction over the lack of recalled disciples, he felt compelled to wade into these murky waters. Oh? 6th Elder, please elaborate. Yuan Jun, having calmed somewhat, recognized that Jiang Wuqing was more reliable in handling sect matters. Although he held the title of 6th Elder, he was merely disinterested in managing the sect. Otherwise, the position of Grand Elder would undoubtedly belong to him. Disciples are the heart and soul of their masters, Tai brother. While abolishing his cultivation may be acceptable, expelling him from the sect seems inappropriate. After all, it is understandable that Haoran's Dao heart has been shattered, Jiang Wuqing stated, looking at Tai Yan. That he knew that the fifth elder typically adhered to sect regulations, and his statement was in line with those very rules. Junior brother Jiang speaks wisely. Your proposal does not contravene sect regulations. Tai Yan considered Jiang Wuqing's words as to Haoran's shattered Dao heart had led to this predicament. Thus, the abolition of his cultivation was consistent with the rules. He nodded in agreement toward Jiang Wuqing. Does the sect leader and the disciples have any objections? Jiang Wuqing inquired, surveying Yuan Jun and with a swift strike to his dantian, Sito Haoran was sent crashing against a pillar in the hall, blood spurting from his mouth before he promptly lost consciousness. Brother Yu, I have overstepped my bounds. Tai brother, please assess Haoran's cultivation, Jiang Wuqing remarked, standing within the hall, awaiting Tai Yan's examination. As for Yu Ji, he was more than eager for someone else to take action. Was it a joke for the sect leader to have his direct disciples' cultivation abolished? Indeed, his cultivation has been abolished, sect leader. I shall take my leave, Tai Yan declared after concluding his inspection. There was nothing further for him to do here, as the matter had been resolved according to the sect regulations. No one would dare speak ill of him. Yuan Jun nodded, not feeling angered, for he understood that Jiang Wuqing surely had further plans. He would not allow his direct disciple to be arbitrarily stripped of his cultivation without recourse. You all, are you satisfied with such a punishment? Jiang Wuqing inquired of the reporting disciples, well aware that their sentiments were paramount, for they represented the future of the sect, and he could not allow them to harbor discontent. The disciples nodded, having witnessed Jiang Wuqing act in accordance with the sect regulations regarding Sita Haoran. He would likely become a mere labor disciple henceforth, so they had no reason for dissatisfaction and bowed in agreement, expressing their contentment. Jiang Wuqing instructed Lan Yurua and the others to withdraw. After the disciples exited, he ascended the main hall and took his seat, regarding Yuan Jun in silence. Ahem, does the sixth elder have nothing to say? Yuan Jun observed Jiang Wuqing's unwavering gaze, knowing he awaited a significant statement. What is there to say? I merely came to hear the sect leader's reprimand and coincidentally abolished your direct disciple, Jiang Wuqing shrugged, feigning innocence as if he were entirely uninvolved. Since junior brother has nothing to add, if your disciples wish to remain in seclusion during the assault on the demon clan, let them be. The sect's benefits shall continue as usual. Yuan Jun, realizing that the two elders were subtly threatening him, could only concede, knowing that he awaited their handling of the situation regarding his abolished disciple. Ha, sect leader, you jest. These benefits were earned by the sect's disciples through their efforts for the sect. How could they not be distributed? Jiang Wuqing was unyielding, as if implying that his disciples were receiving handouts. Junior brother Jiang, you jest. If the sect leader were to dare withhold the disciples' benefits, would not Tai brother create chaos throughout the sect? Tang Yen, as the Grand Elder, stepped in to mediate, aware that if they continued their sarcastic banter, he would be left with the task of cleaning up the mess. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Oh, by the way, I found a 7th grade Nirvana pill earlier by the alchemical furnace. I hear it can restore cultivation, and after several decades, one might recondense their Dao heart and regain their state of mind. Jiang Wuqing toyed with the pill in his hand, while Yuan Jun's eyes fixated on it, captivated. Such a pill was virtually unattainable from the outside world. Chapter 33 of the Dreamlike Blossoms. How shall I put it? I believe it is best not to recklessly consume the medicinal pills one finds. Jiang Wuqing continued to toy with the elixir in his hand, observing Yuan Jun as he awaited his concession. What could the sect master do? Even the sect master could not send his disciples to their demise. Well, let us say this, within 3 years, you shall double your contributions to the sect in both medicinal and spiritual stones, Yuan Jun conceded. He knew that if he did not make some sacrifices today, a mere tremor of Jiang Wuqing's hand could reduce the elixir to dust. Wise sect master, let this elixir be given to my disciple Haoran. He shall be confined for 50 years, whether he can condense a golden core will depend on his own fortune. Jiang Wuqing handed the pill to Yuan Jun, having even arranged how to present it externally. Yuan Jun received the elixir and glanced at Jiang Wuqing, but saw only his retreating figure. He then looked around at the other elders, only to find they had all departed. The grand hall now contained only him and the unconscious Siddha Howran. Everyone understood the necessity of granting the master and disciple some private time. After all, 50 years of separation was no trifling matter. The next day, the Jingqi sect convened a sect meeting, during which Yuan Jun announced the punishment for Siddha Howran due to Howran's cowardice in battle, which nearly resulted in the death of sect disciples within the secret realm. His cultivation was to be abolished, and he was to be confined for 50 years, stripped of his status as a direct disciple and demoted to that of a mere servant. Upon hearing Yuan Jun's pronouncement, the disciples felt that the sect master's actions were just and impartial. Their own direct disciple had violated sect rules and was dealt with according to those rules. Truly, he was the paragon of a righteous sect leader, earning their profound admiration. Yuan Jun, however, felt a sense of helplessness. The news had spread among the disciples, and if he did not take decisive action, the morale of the Jingqi sect would dissipate, and a disheartened sect would surely perish. Interestingly, Jiang Wuqing and Jiang Wuchen were absent. They loathed such gatherings and would only appear when matters of the sect demanded their presence. After the meeting disbanded, the disciples eagerly inquired about Lan Yuru and the 3 returning disciples. Upon learning that Jiang Wuqing had personally stripped Siddha Howran of his cultivation, they recognized the truth in the sect master's words and resolved that they could not falter in the face of enemies. Otherwise, if even the sect master's direct disciple could be reduced to nothing, what hope remained for them? On the 3rd day following the battle in the Yinyang secret realm, Mo Chen awoke from his unconscious state. The beast transformation he had undergone had spontaneously dissipated soon after his fainting, lacking the spiritual energy to sustain it. He rose and saw Ruyan not far away. Retrieving a healing elixir from his storage bag, he swallowed it and then slowly approached Ruyan, prying open his mouth to place a medicinal pill within. This was a healing elixir of his own concoction, a 5th-grade regeneration pill. After meditating for a little over half a day, he finally felt his injuries mending, but upon seeing Ruyan still unconscious, he rummaged through his storage bag for the Fanghua umbrella, only to find the absence of the Fanghua sword quite perplexing. Had it fallen during his unconsciousness? As he opened the umbrella, he beheld a woman in white, holding the umbrella, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky, her beauty so striking that even Shen Yuanqing's looks would pale in comparison. "You are indeed a rare beauty, a lifetime of blossoms," Mo Chen muttered, entranced by the sight, as though he wished to step within the umbrella. He had merely appreciated the beauty, unaware that Ruyan held such a frivolous perspective. Ding! "Be careful, Shen Yuanqing may come seeking to reclaim it," Ruyan warned, tossing the Fanghua sword towards Mo Chen. The sound of the sword resonated throughout the cave as it landed in Mo Chen's grasp. Examining the slender sword in his hand, he noted the faint glimmer of sword energy emanating from its blade. Unable to discern its true quality, he recalled having seen Jiang Wuchen's sword, which was a peak 7th grade, near 8th grade weapon. That sword had exuded a far more potent aura, while this one felt comparatively subdued. He understood that Jiang Wuchen could not forge an 8th grade weapon simply due to the scarcity of materials. "Nana, which is mightier, the spear or the shield?" Mo Chen inquired, raising the Fanghua sword and lunging towards the Fanghua umbrella. Before Ruyan could respond, Mo Chen's attack struck the umbrella's surface. "Ah ha ha, who disturbs my slumber?" The moment the Fanghua sword collided with the umbrella, a blinding red light flared up, and the woman within the umbrella, chuckling, appeared. "What respectable woman resides within a weapon?" Mo Chen retorted, observing the composed Ruwaming, recalling her earlier languorous demeanor, questioning what else she could be but a fairy. A flicker of anger crossed Ruwaming's eyes as she raised her umbrella to strike Mo Chen's head once more. He had anticipated her retaliation and attempted to evade, but ultimately, he was struck again, causing him to exclaim once more. "Aha, Amitba!" Ruyan, who had been lying on the ground, clutching his belly in laughter, abruptly ceased his mirth and sat up, his demeanor turning serious upon being noticed by Ruwaming. "Are you the disciple of Tian Chanzi? What are you laughing about?" Ruwaming glared at him, her irritation intensifying upon recognizing the bald monk. Ruyan was taken aback. How could an outsider know of his sect's founding master? Moreover, the tone of the remark seemed to suggest a peer of the master. "How does this esteemed one know of our sect's founding master?" Ruyan approached respectfully, seeking guidance. "Damn it, it was that old fart who cast me down from the upper realm. How could I not know him?" Ruwaming's tone was filled with indignation, her anger palpable. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Ruwaming refer to Tian Chanzi as an old fart, Mo Chen could not help but burst into laughter, and his mirth proved contagious. Ruyun, who had been stifling his laughter, could no longer contain himself, his face turning crimson. Ruomun could only shake her head in exasperation as she witnessed the duo's antics. Had her words not been serious? How had they managed to provoke such laughter from the two? Chapter 34 of The Essence of the Sword of Fragrance. Please continue, esteemed elder. Emochen could no longer contain his amusement, and Ruyun turned around as well, though without uttering a word. He too was likely stifling a laugh. What is so amusing is it that Tian Shanzi and Fang Ruohua were entangled in a scandal, and ultimately, they did not end up together due to some exposure of their illicit affair. Ru Meng's words left both Emochen and Ruyun in stunned silence. What on earth connected their relationship to such scandalous implications? Oh, that was many years ago. Tian Shanzi has long since established his own family, while Fang Ruohua remains an unmarried maiden. As for what transpired afterwards, my memory is rather hazy, but their relationship was certainly not one of purity. Emochen, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Was this truly the sort of information they ought to be privy to? If such matters were to leak, would not the Tianshanzong and the Fanghuazong feel compelled to silence him for the sake of their reputations? Ruyun felt as though a massive weight was pressing down upon him. If this information were to escape, their sect would surely be the subject of scorn from outsiders. Esteemed elder, if there is nothing further, perhaps you might retire to rest. Emochen wished to hear more, yet he recognized the perilous nature of such discussions. If a certain bald monk were to catch wind of this, it would spell disaster. Reluctantly, he urged Ru Meng to depart. Brother Wang speaks wisely. Ruyun, too, could not bear to remain, fearing that should he carelessly divulge this information, his own sect would meet its doom. Oh, so you are surnamed Wang, young man? Ru Meng, being a cunning old fox with countless years of experience, could easily discern the underlying meanings in the words of the two youngsters. I am Emochen, not of the Wang family. My surname is Mo, my given name Chen, and my courtesy name is Wang Xiong. Emochen stumbled through his response, unsure of how to navigate this conversation. Revealing his true name would surely lead to Ruyun's reproach for not being forthright, so he resorted to fabricating a story. Mo Wang Xiong? Is your father quite lacking in wit to bestow upon you such a beastly name? Ru Meng burst into laughter, and Ruyun, standing nearby, smirked as if a thought had crossed his mind, yet he remained silent. Alas, it is a tale steeped in tears. Esteemed elder, I have endured a life of poverty, and it was no easy feat to acquire the name Emochen. Little did I know, upon stepping into the realm of cultivation, I would be humiliated by the son of the sect leader of Tianjin sect, who mockingly dubbed me Wang Xiong. Emochen lamented, pinching his thigh with his left hand to summon a few tears. Ruyun, witnessing this self-inflicted pain, was utterly astonished. Could one really resort to such measures? What a pitiful child. Very well, you and I are fated. I shall bestow upon you the essence of the Sword of Fragrance. From this day forth, may your every strike carry the spirit of the sword. Once you grow strong, avenge yourself upon that wretched Tianjin sect, Ru Meng proclaimed, a stream of intent flowing from her brow and entering Emochen's mind. She then instructed him to sit aside and comprehend the sword's essence. As for you, little bald monk, given your association with Emochen, I shall spare you from the journey to the afterlife, Ru Meng said with a chuckle before reclining upon the fragrance umbrella and drifting into slumber. Ruyun pondered, why should this be the case? They had all encountered the fragrance sword spirit together, yet Emochen received the essence of the sword while he was merely granted a reprieve from the afterlife. Truly, the one who cries receives the milk. Helpless, he gazed at the sleeping Ru Meng and the meditating Emochen, ultimately resigning himself to sit quietly in contemplation. Within the Fanghua sect, you worthless fools, you have lost our sect's treasured fragrance umbrella, and you dare return here. In the great hall, the sect leader of Fanghua, Lu Shangyun, was unleashing her fury upon several disciples. During their recent expedition to seek opportunities, not only had they lost several Foundation establishment disciples, but Shen Yuanqing had also sustained severe injuries, nearly succumbing to them. Most importantly, they had lost the fragrance umbrella, leaving her at a loss on how to face their end. They knew well her volatile temper. One disciple recounted the events slowly, though they were unaware of how Shen Yuanqing had been injured. It was Ruyun who had instructed them to carry her to the exit of the secret realm. Do you still dare? The fragrance umbrella was never in their possession. Have you all lost your wits? Lu Shangyun, upon hearing the account, could not fathom why her disciples would be foolish enough to confront Tianshanzong. The fragrance umbrella had never been seized by them, it was the detestable disciples of Tianjin sect who were to blame. Lu Shangyun ordered her disciples to care for Xianyuan Chang and, after arranging for the elders to manage sect affairs, she set out for Tianjin sect herself. Within the Beastmaster sect, Yin Sang surveyed the wounds of the two severely injured disciples of the Beastmaster sect. After a prolonged examination, he found nothing amiss with their injuries. He instructed that the injured be removed and proceeded to sip tea with Wei Ming, seeking to understand the unfolding events. Wei Ming's demeanor was far from congenial, although Foundation establishment disciples held little sway within the sect. Who could guarantee that they would not surpass them in cultivation in the future? Most importantly, his own son had perished. Yin sect leader, I implore you to offer me an explanation. Wei Ming glared at Yin Sang, his expression suggesting he was ready to resort to violence at any moment. After all, the Beastmaster sect had suffered significant losses, and it was unacceptable for Tianjin sect to provide no reasonable explanation. Calm yourself, sect leader Wei, there is no way any Foundation establishment disciple from our sect could possess such strength. Furthermore, your son, along with several Foundation establishment disciples, fell victim to this individual. Yin Sang felt a deep frustration. Any inquiry into the murderer would inevitably lead back to his own sect, especially since he had just examined the sword wounds on the two Beastmaster disciples, unmistakably inflicted by the Tianjin secret arts passed down to his son. What does the death of your disciples have to do with my Beastmaster sect? It is now my disciples who have been killed by your Tianjin disciples. You must provide me with an explanation today. Wei Ming's anger flared as he glared at Yin Sang, unable to swallow the insult. His son had been murdered, and a rare spirit beast egg had been stolen. Without these two treasures, the Beastmaster sect would suffer grievous losses for a decade. Just like this time, they could not send anyone to the Yin Yang secret realm, thus missing a significant opportunity. Little did he know, had the Beastmaster sect sent their people, with Mo Chen's decisive nature, even if they had not perished within the secret realm, he would have slaughtered them all. Very well, I ask sect leader Wei to grant me a month. Within that time, I shall. Yin Sang was cut off as the jade token at his waist began to glow. It was a message from the sect's Grand Elder, announcing that Lu Shangyun of Fanghua sect had breached their protective array and demanded the surrender of the culprit who had harmed her disciples with the fragrance umbrella. Should they fail to comply, she threatened to annihilate their sect. Stunned by the message, Yin Sang was left in disbelief. How had they incurred the wrath of that old hag from Fanghua sect? A late-stage nascent soul cultivator was not someone to provoke lightly. Sect leader Wei, a grave matter has arisen within my sect. I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory answer within a month, Yin Sang declared, and without waiting for Wei Ming to respond, he took to the skies on his sword, hastening back to his own sect. If he delayed, that madwoman Lu Shangyun would indeed carry out her threat to obliterate Tianjin sect. Chapter 35 of the Blind Oracle. Master Lu, please hold your hand. After a long journey, Yin Sang finally returned to the Heavenly Sword sect. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of half the sect's buildings in ruins and a considerable number of casualties. At that moment, Lu Shangyun was engaged in combat with several Golden Core elders in the sky. Upon hearing his voice, she turned around, and upon seeing her sect leader return, she lost the will to continue fighting. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect sighed in relief as Lu Shangyun ceased her attacks. Had they not relied on their magical artifacts for defense, they would have perished countless times over. Although their sect leader was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and sword cultivators could challenge those of higher levels, Lu Shangyun was also a sword cultivator. Master Lu, please come to the hall for a discussion, Yin Sang said, realizing he could not defeat her and thus resorting to inviting her to the main hall to clarify matters. Otherwise, if the skirmish continued, the Heavenly Sword sect would likely be eradicated from the lower realm. There is no need, Lu Shangyun replied, her voice laced with fury. A disciple of your sect named Wang Xiong, at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, seized our sect's treasured artifact, the fragrant umbrella, in the Yin Yang secret realm. I demand both the individual and the fragrant umbrella be surrendered. The anger in her words instilled fear in all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the oppressive aura she exuded made it difficult for them to breathe. Just moments ago, she had slain a mid-stage Golden Core elder with a single sword strike. The terror of a nascent soul cultivator was palpable. Please, Master Lu, wait a moment. Summon Elder 7 for me, Yin Sang spoke softly to Lu Shangyun before shouting to the sect, as he was unfamiliar with the names of most disciples aside from a few. On the ground, a middle-aged man who had been lying down heard the call and had disciples assist him in standing. He had been struck down by Lu Shangyun's sword energy moments before, and he was still recovering from the fall. After consuming a healing pill, Elder 7 forced himself to fly into the air on his sword, standing respectfully beside the two. "Is there a disciple in our sect named Wang Xiong at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment?" Yin Sang inquired of Elder 7, already cursing Wang Xiong's ancestors in his mind. Why did he choose to steal the fragrant umbrella of all things? It was no surprise that the sect would retaliate fiercely, and even if he had succeeded, he should not have claimed to be from the Heavenly Sword sect. Such foolishness. Reporting to the sect leader, "I have examined the records of our over 5,000 disciples, and there is no one by the name of Wang Xiong," Elder 7 replied, swiftly flipping through the sect's roster and finding no trace of the individual. Upon hearing this, both Lu Shangyun and Yin Sang were taken aback. What did it mean that there was no such person? If he did not exist, then who had stolen the fragrant umbrella? "Master Lu, recently many disciples, including my son, have been slain by an individual at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. I believe there is more to this matter," Yin Sang explained helplessly, as he was unable to match Lu Shangyun's strength. Otherwise, he would have launched a direct assault. "This matter has the testimony of the direct disciple of the Heavenly Zen sect, and there are also disciples from my sect who witnessed this individual wearing the attire of your Heavenly Sword sect. Do you truly believe that our two sects would conspire to deceive you?" Lu Shangyun, though initially puzzled, understood that the Heavenly Zen sect's disciples were not prone to lying, not out of honesty, but due to the nature of their cultivation techniques, which fostered inner demons from deceit. Yin Sang was momentarily stunned. The testimony of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Zen sect could not be mistaken. He knew well that their unique cultivation methods prevented them from lying, which was one of the reasons for their enduring prominence. "Master Lu, please temper your anger. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. As for Wang Xiong, there is indeed no such person in our sect. I hope you will perceive this as the truth," Yin Sang stated, genuinely concerned that this mid-stage Foundation establishment individual had brought impending ruin upon his sect, yet feeling utterly powerless. Lu Shangyun took the roster from Elder 7 and quickly perused it. After confirming that they had not deceived her, she left with a final remark, "I shall give you 1 month," before soaring away on her sword. After Lu Shangyun departed, Yin Sang gazed at the dilapidated state of the sect and the injured disciples and elders, letting out a weary sigh. Was it truly a year cursed by Foundation establishment? Before he could tend to the chaos, a disciple rushed in with news of finding the corpses of his son and sect members. Upon hearing this, he hurried to the ground to examine the remains of his beloved child. As the disciple unwrapped the white cloth covering the body, Yin Sang's tears flowed freely as he beheld the dismembered remains of Yin Chi, but as he wept, his sorrow transformed into rage. He realized that the wounds on Yin Chi's body had been inflicted by the sword energy of the Heavenly Sword technique. Who could it be? Yin Sang shouted in a frenzy, commanding Elder 7 to compile a list of all disciples and elders who had not returned, aside from those deceased or in seclusion. He also demanded a roster of those who had practiced the Heavenly Sword technique, determined to uncover the audacious individual who dared to slaughter members of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, when the list was presented to him, he was left dumbfounded. It did not align with his expectations. Among the surviving disciples of Foundation establishment, none were outside, while over 200 Qi refining stage disciples were away. As for the miscellaneous disciples, they were all engaged in study and cultivation within the sect and had not ventured out. Aside from the recently deceased Elder 5, all other elders were present within the sect. Unconvinced, he scrutinized the list of those who practiced the Heavenly Sword technique. Each disciple was required to register at the library to study, with strict regulations against taking any texts outside the sect. Yet, upon reviewing the list again, he sighed. It comprised solely of his own and the elders' apprentices. None were capable of such an act. Turning away, he noticed that Yin Chi was missing his storage bag and contemplated whether an outsider had stolen Yin Chi's Heavenly Sword technique and impersonated him after cultivation. Yet, it was impossible to master the Heavenly Sword technique to such an extent in such a short time. Even he could not achieve that. Unable to identify the culprit left him perplexed, but what could he do now? Once the month elapsed, he feared the wrath of the fragrant umbrella sect's madwoman might descend upon him, threatening the very existence of his sect. "Master, should we not seek out that blind oracle, Bershiezi?" At that moment, the Grand Elder approached, observing the once mighty Yin Sang, now with hair as white as snow, filled with a myriad of emotions. Once, simply declaring oneself as a member of the Heavenly Sword sect would earn respect. Now, this sect leader stood on par with a madman on the street. Indeed, the rogue cultivator known as Bear Shiezi is renowned for his ability to divine the secrets of the heavens. Yet, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he demands 100,000 spirit stones, Yin Sang acknowledged, well aware of the oracle's reputation, but the cost was exorbitant enough to sustain the Heavenly Sword sect for 5 years. What options remain for the sect leader? The Grand Elder understood his reluctance to part with the spirit stones, yet the survival of the Heavenly Sword sect hung in the balance. Although this course of action might lead to a temporary decline, it would prevent the catastrophic fate of annihilation. Realizing he was out of options, Yin Sang reluctantly opened the sect's treasury and retrieved 100,000 spirit stones. Accompanied by the Grand Elder, he set forth towards the Endless Coast. Master, this is the place. After 2 days of flight, they finally arrived at the dwelling of Bear Shiezi, the Endless Sea Pavilion. Please return, fellow cultivator. Before the two could land, a deep and aged voice resonated from within the Endless Sea Pavilion. This was the voice of Bear Shiezi, now at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, rumored to be on the verge of transcending. I am Yin Sang, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, here to request your esteemed guidance in discerning the secrets of the heavens. Yin Sang spoke earnestly, but the same voice echoed from within the pavilion once more, leaving both men feeling quite helpless as they were compelled to plead once again. The matters you seek to divine are obstructed by a great power. It is not that this old man wishes to decline your 100,000 spirit stones. Bear Shiezi's voice resounded again, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 36, the 7th-rank Night Flame. Upon hearing this, Yin Sang and his companion exchanged a glance, reluctant to relinquish their final glimmer of hope. They proposed a demand for a rough estimate, assuring that they would gladly present 1,000,000 spirit stones. In 10 days, the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan, Xiong Shazi declared, falling silent thereafter. Yin Sang tossed a storage bag brimming with 1,000,000 spirit stones onto the Endless Sea Pavilion, where a force drew the bag inside the hall. Master, not only is that territory under the Demon Clan's dominion, but those beasts of the Dragon Clan are not to be trifled with either, the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect lamented, regretting his decision to bring. Yet, what alternative do we have now? You need not accompany me, return and safeguard our sect, Yin Sang replied with resignation. He sought a secluded spot, changed into attire befitting a wandering cultivator, and subsequently suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the Demon Clan, determined to personally slay the one responsible for his son's death. Within the cave, Mo Chen had been comprehending sword intent for 3 days. He had grasped 7 or 8 parts of the sword intent that Ruoming had transmitted to him. Summoning the black sword, he stepped out of the cave and struck at the defensive array with a single sword strike. A sword energy intertwined with black and white cleaved through the array, fracturing its barrier. Can sword intent indeed imbue sword energy with color? Mo Chen pondered, somewhat perplexed. He returned to the cave, noticing Ruoming still sleeping atop the umbrella and chose not to disturb her. However, he found it curious how her long form could comfortably rest upon the small surface of the umbrella. What is it? Ruoming inquired, her eyes still closed, yet she sensed Mo Chen's gaze upon her, knowing he would not have. Only my dark spiritual root possesses such a trait, Mo Chen countered. At this, Ruoming sprang to her feet, and Ruyun, who had been meditating, also opened her eyes. You possess a dark spiritual root? You possess a dark spiritual root? Ruoming and Ruyun exclaimed in unison. In their minds, it was inconceivable that a human could have a dark spiritual root, which was typically a characteristic of the demon or devil races. Ruoming soared into the air, hovering before Mo Chen, extending her right hand to rest atop his head for a moment, then fell silent. She could sense that both of Mo Chen's spiritual roots were indeed mutated and concealed. The testing stone could only detect the light spiritual root, while the dark spiritual root remained undetectable, much like how one can see the sun during the day but not the moon at night, even though the moon exists. Moreover, the light spiritual root's mutation was also imperceptible, only detectable by those of high cultivation. Such a spiritual root was something she had never encountered in her thousands of years of existence. Then why does my use of the Tianjin technique not produce white sword energy? Mo Chen queried, struggling to comprehend. Even if the shadow demon utilized black sword energy from the dark spiritual root, the Tianjin technique and the righteous sword technique should not yield light spiritual root's white sword energy. It is merely a matter of incompatible techniques. The fragrant blossom sword intent has awakened your light spiritual root. Ruoming, having lived for eons and being a sword spirit, naturally understood the situation. Mo Chen rose and executed a move from the Tianjin technique, and indeed, a white sword energy erupted forth. He pondered whether it was the result of lightning striking his light spiritual root into awakening, yet what of his black sword energy? The thought of being struck by lightning prompted him to glance at Ruyun, who had ominously predicted he would encounter a blood calamity and be prone to lightning strikes. This had proven true in the Yin-Yang secret realm, a rather ominous prophecy. Ruyun, feeling inexplicably sneezy, caught sight of Mo Chen's gaze and realized he must be muttering something derogatory about him. No matter, once you reach the golden core stage, your sword energy will lose its coloration. After your spiritual roots transform into the golden core, the aura of the mutated spiritual roots will convert into transparency, rendering them undetectable. Mo Chen had been contemplating further inquiries when the communication stone illuminated, revealing that Hua Xiaotian was inviting him to the demon clan to witness his entry into the dragon pool to condense his golden core, a ceremony akin to a human's observance of a rite. This news filled Mo Chen with joy and surprise. He had not anticipated being able to observe the demon clan's golden core condensation at such an early stage of foundation establishment. He was also taken aback by Hua Xiaotian's invitation, given that their collaboration had been limited to a single endeavor to seize the Tianshan Spring. "Nana, I am headed to the demon clan. Will you accompany me?" Mo Chen inquired of Ruyun once he had formed his plans. "Ha ha, you little bald donkey, dare to call her Nana." Before Ruyun could respond, Ruoming's laughter echoed throughout the cave, her delight palpable. After a considerable time, her laughter subsided, yet her body continued to tremble with mirth. The little monk intends to venture into the Yin-Yang secret realm to check whether the seal has been breached. If not, I shall send someone from the sect to eradicate those two fiends. Should the seal be broken, I must return to the sect to report. Ruyun felt rather embarrassed. Had she known, she would not have divulged her mundane name to Mo Chen, for now, every mention of it invited ridicule. Before departing, Mo Chen gifted Ruyun a communication stone, feeling that this brother was worth befriending, certainly more so than the superficially upright individuals within the sect. After their farewells, Ruoming condensed into a human form and stood beside Mo Chen, reluctant to return to the fragrant blossom umbrella. Having finally emerged, she wished to explore. Mo Chen stored the fragrant blossom umbrella in his bag and requested her to alter her appearance. Her beauty was so striking that it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. A less alluring guise would suffice, at least to deter prying eyes. However, Ruoming was discontented, and after a day and night of spirited debate within the cave, she ultimately acquiesced to Mo Chen's suggestion. He donned the garments prepared for him by Chen Xian but hesitated over which sword to wield. Ruoming suggested forging them into a single weapon, but as a fifth-tier artifact smith, Mo Chen was inexperienced. Thus, Ruoming reluctantly spent another day, guiding Mo Chen through the crafting process. Eventually, they expended considerable materials to create a 7th-rank sword, half red and half black, with a small white dragon spiraling along its blade and a white hilt. It is a 7th-rank sword. Choose a name for it. Once it reaches the 8th rank, you may begin to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to birth a sword spirit, Ruoming jested, having devoted an entire night to instructing this novice 5th-tier artifact smith to craft a 7th-rank sword. Night Flame, Mo Chen replied, feeling the blade's superiority compared to his previous swords. Though it could not contend with a golden core cultivator, it at least afforded him a better chance of escape. As Mo Chen soared through the skies on his sword, Ruoming stood atop the Night Flame, her cultivation level concealed from his view. When he inquired, she remained reticent along the journey. Mo Chen questioned her about why his demon-devouring heart technique had faltered in the final stages of battle. Ruoming explained that it was due to the technique's incompatibility, as it was of demonic origin and required the essence of the demon realm to nurture the dark spiritual root for smooth utilization. However, such resources were scarce and fiercely contested. With no recourse, Mo Chen continued his flight, and 2 days later, they arrived at the demon clan's territory, where Hua Xiaotian awaited his arrival. Chapter 37 of Friends from Afar. Brother Mo, welcome, welcome. Hua Xiaotian greeted warmly as he approached with 2 companions. Mo Chen observed that he could not discern the cultivation levels of the two, but Ruoming conveyed through a mental message that they were both at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, urging him to exercise caution. Brother Ho, your hospitality is indeed overwhelming. I am quite taken aback by your eagerness to welcome me, Emo-chen replied, embracing Hou Xiaotian, which appeared to outsiders as a reunion of long-lost siblings. Come, in 3 days, I shall condense my golden Dan at the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the meantime, allow me to entertain you, Hou Xiaotian said, taking Emo-chen by the hand as they walked closely together, with Ruoming and the 2 nascent soul cultivators trailing behind. As they walked, Hou Xiaotian inquired via mental communication whether Ruoming was Emo-chen's sister and La. Emo-chen suggested he ask her directly, and they exchanged a knowing smile before continuing on their way. Before long, they arrived at the town of the demon race, Wanlong City. Hou Xiaotian explained that this was the territory of the Dragon Clan, noting that despite the abundance of demon beasts, there were also many humans. After all, numerous resources needed to be exchanged with the human race, leading to the establishment of a grand trading city for both human and demon cultivators, offering special services as well. In Wanlong City, private duels were strictly prohibited. If discovered, the elder nascent soul cultivators of the Dragon Clan would rally to apprehend the duelists and annihilate their very souls. Thus, since the city's inception, instances of conflict were exceedingly rare. Should one be pursued outside, they could find refuge within the city, as few would dare to offend the entire Dragon Clan over a momentary dispute. 3 prominent families divided the territory within the city. The Hou family, the Tuoba family, and the Ming family. These 3 were the most powerful clans of the dragon race, and no one dared to oppose them unless they saw death or wished to forfeit their lives. The group entered a tavern and ascended to the top floor, which belonged to the Hou family and was one of the tallest structures in the city. Although only 3 stories high, each level was resplendently adorned, leaving Emo-chen somewhat dazzled. Brother Mo, please take a seat. Attendants, bring forth the food and drink, Hou Xiaotian instructed as he settled down to host his guests. The 2 nascent soul cultivators stationed themselves at the staircase, preventing unwanted individuals from entering. The 3rd floor was generally exclusive to the Hou family's reception of friends and relatives, making Emo-chen feel quite uneasy in the vast hall with only the 3 of them. He was uncertain of Hou Xiaotian's intentions, suspecting that such a lavish invitation could not bode well, recalling a prior incident involving a celestial spring that led to a near-fatal confrontation with Xian Yuancheng. Dear Brother Mo, I plan to condense my golden Dan in 2 days. However, upon reviewing my available celestial materials, I find the chances of success rather slim. Emo-chen's heart sank. It became evident that Hou Xiaotian sought something from him, hence the excessive warmth and the long journey he had undertaken to observe the ceremony. Could it be that Brother Hou desires the celestial spring from the Tianshan Mountains? Emo-chen inquired, taking a sip of wine to gauge Hou Xiaotian's intent. Before Hou Xiaotian could respond, he noticed that the dishes on the table had nearly vanished. He observed Ruoming, who exhibited no semblance of femininity, reclining on a long bench with one leg raised, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, voraciously consuming both meat and wine, having nearly polished off the entire spread. Hou Xiaotian hastily communicated to the attendants to expedite the replenishment of food and drink, fearing that should Ruoming finish her meal and inquire if there was any more, it would reflect poorly on his hospitality. If word got out that the Hou family could not adequately host guests, their standing in Wanlong City would be jeopardized. Before long, the attendants cleared away the empty platters and 2 wine jars, returning with over 100 hearty dishes and 20 more jars of wine. Please do not take offense, Brother Hou. My sister has been in seclusion for an extended period and may be a bit uncouth, Emo-chen remarked, surprised to discover that a sword spirit like Ruoming required sustenance. She should have been a spiritual entity, after all. Not at all, not at all. It is my oversight in hospitality, Hou Xiaotian replied, observing Ruoming closely. As he did so, he sensed something amiss and discreetly inquired of the 2 guardians at the staircase whether they could discern her cultivation level. Both responded that they could not, indicating her formidable strength. This revelation astonished Hou Xiaotian. Could it be that this woman was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Among humans, only Lu Xinyun of the Fanghua sect and Chen Yunling of the Hongqian sect were known to be late-stage female cultivators. Could it be that she had recently ascended to such a level unbeknownst to him? As Hou Xiaotian pondered this, he was suddenly struck by the sight of the remaining dishes. Half had already vanished. Bring forth a maidservant, he exclaimed, genuinely embarrassed. This was his first time hosting a meal, and he felt inadequate that his own provisions seemed insufficient for his guests. After a maidservant arrived, he instructed her to monitor the table, ensuring that if they ran low, the kitchen should prepare more, and to bring up 100 jars of fine wine immediately. Brother Hou, that pavilion looks splendid. Shall we converse over there? Emo-chan suggested, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he felt he had lost face before both the human and demon races, especially in the presence of the formidable Dragon Clan. Hou Xiaotian grabbed a jug of wine, and the two made their way to the pavilion, enjoying the view as they drank and discussed matters. Where were we? Hou Xiaotian stammered, having been momentarily taken aback by Ruomeng. Emo-chan prompted him, reminding him that they were discussing whether he required the celestial spring. Hou Xiaotian promptly shook his head, stating that he never reclaimed gifts once given, not even a wife, which left Emo-chan speechless. What does Brother Hou seek? Whatever I possess, I shall gladly provide, Emo-chan declared, raising his cup to Hou Xiaotian, aware that should he fail to offer something today, he might find it difficult to remain in the city on future visits. I require a black gold lotus seed. I am still in need of one, Hou Xiaotian confessed to Emo-chan without reservation. Since returning, he had been preparing to condense his golden Dan, only to discover that the materials at hand would yield a mere 70% perfection in the golden Dan's formation. If the golden Dan was subpar, his future accomplishments would be severely limited, achieving the divine transformation would be an impossibility, and even reaching the nascent soul stage would be a challenge. Perfection? Emo-chan had never encountered such terminology before. Wasn't condensing the golden Dan sufficient to reach the golden Dan stage? Hou Xiaotian observed the bewilderment on Emo-chan's face and poured him another cup of wine, explaining the significance of the perfection of the golden Dan's formation. Generally, a cultivator required sufficient celestial materials to break through their cultivation level, but once the golden Dan was formed, it could not be recondensed. Should one advance to the nascent soul stage after an imperfect golden Dan, their nascent soul would be weak and unable to fight independently, leaving them only capable of fleeing. The more perfect the golden Dan, the stronger the resulting nascent soul would be, and the greater the cultivator's spiritual energy. Many claimed that the foundation stage was crucial, but the golden Dan stage was even more vital. If either stage was imperfect, the chances of ascending to immortality were slim, and merely stepping into the nascent soul realm would require extraordinary fortune, akin to ancestral graves emitting green smoke to reach the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan felt enlightened. Fortunately, his foundation had been solidified with the last vestiges of the Dragon Clan's power, suggesting that his foundation was indeed quite perfect. Now, he too needed to contemplate how to achieve perfection in his golden Dan formation. Here, Emo-chan said, producing a black gold lotus seed for Hou Xiaotian. This was not something he was particularly reluctant to part with, as he had acquired 9 in one go and still possessed 7. Rest assured, I shall not take from you without recompense. There will be an auction in 3 days. Each of the 3 families will host an event. I will provide you with a token worth 100 million spiritual stones. Should you see anything of value during these days, feel free to purchase it without hesitation, Hou Xiaotian declared, his eyes gleaming with delight as he accepted the black gold lotus seed. Should his golden Dan formation succeed, he would surely soar to the heavens, just like his ancestors, gazing down upon the world below. Chapter 38 The Grand Auction. Observing the joy on Hou Xiaotian's face, Emo-chan felt a surge of happiness within himself as well. Coming from a humble background, he had few friends. Aside from his fellow disciples, his only companions were Hou Xiaotian and Ruomeng, being a creature of a different nature, did not count among them. The prospect of the auction excited Emo-chan, for although his spiritual root was stable, it had yet to perfectly merge with his cultivation techniques. This had nearly cost him his life at the hands of the yin and yang spirits. Now, he sought the essence of the demonic realm to achieve a flawless resonance with his demonic root. After conversing for a while longer, the two entered the hall, where they found Ruomeng reclining on a long bench, caressing her round belly, with remnants of meat and grease adorning the corners of her mouth. This sight caused Emo-chan genuine distress. Had he known, he would have kept her from coming out. Hou Xiaotian, however, let out a hearty laugh and inquired if Ruomeng was full. If she wasn't, he would have the maidservants bring more dishes, determined to ensure that both she and Emo-chan left satisfied that day. Ruomeng, unable to speak due to a morsel lodged in her throat, could only nod and give Hou Xiaotian a thumbs up. Hou Xiaotian prepared to return and refine his golden core. He retrieved 6 invitation cards from his storage bag and handed Emo-chan a token. The invitation cards were essential for entering the auction. They symbolized not only status but also a testament to one's wealth and power. As for the token, it could be exchanged for 100 million spirit stones at 3 different auction houses. Emo-chan also intended to auction off the dozens of storage bags he had obtained from the Yin Yang secret realm, along with some 7th grade fine iron. Hua Xiaotian simply instructed his servants to take them away, assuring Mo Chen that he could collect his payment at the auction house that evening, having already offered him a price at market value to spare him the troubles of waiting for the auction. This made Mo Chen feel that his friendship with Hua Xiaotian was indeed worthwhile. Regardless of sincerity, Hua Xiaotian was undeniably generous, yet, unbeknownst to Mo Chen, Hua Xiaotian had once trampled on the head of Sita Haoran in a ruthless display of ambition to seize a rare celestial herb. Their bond was grounded in fate and mutual understanding, which accounted for Hua Xiaotian's treatment of him. After Ruoming lounged for a while, Mo Chen also took the time to meditate, adjusting his state of being. He needed to remain in peak condition at all times to avoid any mishaps during combat. As night fell, Mo Chen and Ruoming arrived at the Hua family's auction house. Upon presenting their invitation cards, 2 maidservants approached to escort them to a private room on the 2nd floor. These invitation cards were not of the ordinary kind distributed outside, they were reserved for esteemed guests of the Dragon Clan, hence the presence of maidservants. Other cultivators were seated on benches in the 1st floor. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by 2 young maidservants of exquisite beauty and slender figures awaiting them. Mo Chen and Ruoming settled onto a long bench, which was upholstered with a special technique that offered a soft and comfortable seating experience. While Mo Chen found it delightful, Ruoming remained indifferent, as she could sit in mid-air and had little need for such luxuries. Once seated, a maidservant approached to activate a formation that allowed Mo Chen and Ruoming to observe the happenings within the auction house. She inquired about their service needs, to which Ruoming promptly requested some fruits. Having indulged excessively in meat that day, after half an hour, a middle-aged man dressed in resplendent attire ascended the auction stage. Ruoming transmitted a thought to Mo Chen, revealing that this elder was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, which made Mo Chen realize that even the auctioneer was of such caliber, on par with the leader of the righteous sect. Truly a remarkable allocation of talent. The maidservant explained that these days were dedicated to the auctions of 3 major clans, which is why elders from each clan had come to oversee the proceedings. Each year, during these 3 days, a multitude of experts gathered in Wanlong City. In addition to the elders, the head of the Hua family, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was also present, wary of any potential disruptions or thefts of auction items. After hearing this, Mo Chen nodded in understanding. No wonder there were so many people in Wanlong City today. He also grasped why Hua Xiaotian had brought along 2 nascent soul cultivators. His family must have been concerned about his safety and sent people to accompany him. Moreover, every individual entering the venue was required to bring 10 million spirit stones. Even those of noble status could not enter without this. Mo Chen was taken aback, realizing that his monthly allowance from the sect was a mere 20 spirit stones, and even after 20 years of income, he could not afford entry. Before long, the nascent soul cultivator accompanying Hua Xiaotian knocked and entered, handing Mo Chen a ring. He informed Mo Chen that all the items Hua Xiaotian had intended to sell that day had been exchanged for spirit stones at market value, and this storage ring contained 80 million spirit stones. After passing the ring to Mo Chen, he withdrew. As Mo Chen gazed at the ring in his hand, he realized just how much of a country bumpkin he truly was. His previous assumptions had been proven wrong. He acknowledged this with a nod. Having never encountered a storage ring among the human race, he was astonished that Hua Xiaotian had simply given him one. Ruoming, observing Mo Chen's navette, sighed and prompted him to bloodbind the ring to himself, reminding him that the auction was about to commence. After Mo Chen pricked his finger and infused the ring with his blood, he transferred the contents of his storage bags into it. Turning his attention back to the formation, he saw that the first auction item was a 6th grade great axe, with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones, and each increment could not be less than 10%. It was indeed a rarity to encounter a 6th grade weapon, and the initial price seemed reasonable. Before long, the axe was bid up to 70,000 spirit stones. Mo Chen, observing this price, realized that what he had considered a decent income as an inner sect disciple was utterly insignificant in this realm. Ultimately, the axe was purchased by a demonic cultivator for 80,000 spirit stones. Intrigued, Mo Chen asked the maidservant why there were demonic beings present at the auction. The maidservant smiled gently and explained that Wanlong City did not discriminate between good and evil, nor did it distinguish between races. Only strength and wealth mattered. After hearing this, Mo Chen understood why Hua Xiaotian was willing to offer him 100 million for a single lotus seed. Business in Wanlong City was indeed highly lucrative. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the auction house collected a 20% service fee, amounting to 16,000 spirit stones, more than he earned in an entire year. Young man, bid on this, Ruomang transmitted. He turned to see a celestial herb being auctioned, a 5th-grade Yimo flower. Although its quality was not particularly high, it was tremendously beneficial for his demonic root and exceedingly difficult to find. The starting bid was set at 200,000 spirit stones. As the auctioneer called for bids, the Yimo flower was soon bid up to 3 million spirit stones, shattering Mo-chan's understanding of value. However, he also recognized that this herb had nourishing properties for his blood-dark spiritual root, and if he acquired it, consuming it would enhance his compatibility with the demonic devouring technique. Mo-chan inquired how to place a bid, and the maidservant, wearing a smile, instructed him to press the red button beside him, which would automatically transmit his bid in increments of 10% to the auctioneer. Alternatively, he could press the blue button to speak directly. If feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mo-chan pressed the red button, realizing that a barrier formation had been set up. He could hear the outside sounds, but those outside could not hear him. He preferred to maintain a low profile, a principle that Ningyi had always emphasized. VIP number 3 bids 330,000 spirit stones to is there a higher bid, the auctioneer announced, prompting a flurry of murmurs among the cultivators present, who believed that 300,000 was already an astronomical price. To their surprise, another voice called out, 400,000. The sharp tone sounded familiar to Mo-chan, as if he had heard it before. Chapter 39 Tuobamui, the third distinguished guest, bids 440,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Just as the auctioneer was about to announce 4 million, Mo-chan swiftly raised the bid to 440,000, leaving the auctioneer no choice but to acknowledge the. The more Mo-chan listened, the more familiar it sounded. Where had he heard this voice before? Are you going to raise your bid or not? If not, stop your incessant chatter as if this auction house belonged to you. A young man, displeased with the voice, retorted loudly within the auction hall. Silence! This is the auction of the Hua family, not a marketplace that if you wish to purchase, raise your bid, if not, refrain from speaking. The auctioneer's words brought an immediate hush over the crowd. This was the territory of the Hua family, and should a commotion arise, even the other two families might struggle to maintain order. I no longer desire it. The sharp voice, filled with indignation, incited muffled laughter from the audience. Before long, a maid entered the private room, presenting Mo-chan with the exotic demon flower. She instructed him to place the spirit stones within the luminous circle before him, or alternatively, into his storage bag, as the stones would be automatically deducted. This procedure humbled Mo-chan, who felt the weight of his insignificance as he placed his hand within the circle, watching as 440,000 spirit stones vanished from his storage ring. Ruomang observed Mo-chan, who resembled a child in his innocence, and chose to ignore him, instead enjoying the auction while indulging in the delicious demon fruit she had requested the maid to bring in abundance. Next on the auction block is the demonic cultivation method, the soul-devouring refining technique. Upon the auctioneer's announcement, the hall erupted in excitement. The soul refining method was something rarely seen outside, especially one from the notorious soul devourer, making it a priceless rarity. The starting bid is 10 million spirit stones. The declaration sent waves of commotion through the crowd. While all present could afford it, the exorbitant price for a single technique was simply outrageous. Mo-chan remained undeterred. He knew he had to acquire this technique. Having previously cultivated the soul-devouring heart method, he believed that combining it with the soul-refining technique would significantly. Despite the steep price, the bidding continued unabated, each offer climbing by 10 million. For the cultivation of the soul was notoriously arduous, and techniques were exceedingly scarce. Before long, the price soared to 70 million, and Mo-chan realized that in Wanlong City, money truly bore little weight. 80 million! That sharp voice rang out once more. Mo-chan sensed the energy of a late-stage foundation cultivator. How audacious to bid so boldly without concealing their cultivation level. Observing that no one else was raising their bid, Mo-chan pressed the red button. The third distinguished guest bids 88 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer's words sent a fresh wave of astonishment through the hall, as whispers circulated about the identity of the prominent figure in Box 3. Who is in Box 3, daring to compete with my Tuoba family? What audacity! The sharp voice echoed again, But this time, no one dared to respond, for upon hearing the Tuoba family name, they recognized the individual as formidable status, one of the 3 great clans of the dragon lineage, not to be trifled with. Inside the private room, Emo-chan was momentarily taken aback. Tuoba's family? What of it? This was the Hua family's auction house. What of the Tuoba family? This is an auction house. Even if it were on your Tuoba family's territory tomorrow, you must adhere to the rules, the auctioneer stated firmly, showing no leniency. If the rules were disregarded, who would dare to participate in future auctions? Humph, the individual sneered, desiring the item yet unable to act, as his funds were reserved for the final item. With no further bids, Emo-chan successfully acquired the soul-devouring refining technique. Although costly, he believed that with strength came the assurance of life, and with life, a future. The maid entered with the technique in hand, along with a visiting card. Realizing he lacked sufficient spirit stones, Emo-chan inquired how to exchange for more. The maid instructed him to place the token upon the white light and then place his storage ring atop it. After completing the process, the token vanished, and his storage ring swelled with an additional 12 million spirit stones. The small formation within the white light intrigued Emo-chan. Ruo Meng informed him that the formation was not complex, merely a modified teleportation array. Gazing at the visiting card, Emo-chan learned from the maid that the auction house's rules stipulated that aside from the owner, anyone wishing to enter another's private room must obtain the consent of the guests within. Otherwise, anyone attempting to intrude would be pursued and killed. Opening the card, Emo-chan chuckled upon reading, Tuoba Mui seeks an audience. No wonder he found the voice so familiar. It belonged to that repugnant creature from the demon race who turned out to be of the dragon lineage. Let him in, Emo-chan said, curious as to why Tuoba Mui sought him out, likely regarding the soul-devouring refining technique in his possession. Ah, if it isn't Little Bear. I thought someone was stealing my things. Tuoba Mui exclaimed as he entered the private room, his surprise evident upon seeing Emo-chan. Ugh! Ruo Meng, who had just swallowed a spirit fruit, found it lodged in her throat, struggling to expel it as the maid rushed to pat her back. Who is this androgynous figure? Almost choked me to death. Ruo Meng finally managed to expel the fruit with the maid's assistance. You are hardly one to speak about androgyny, Tuoba Mui began, but was abruptly silenced as 2 powerful consciousnesses locked onto him, sending tremors through his soul. The energy behind him belonged to an elder of the Hua family, while the presence before him was unknown. Though clad only in a red, embroidered apron, the dual energies made him break into a cold sweat. Esteemed guests, would you like to keep this individual? If you are displeased, I shall have him expelled from the auction house, the elder of the Hua family declared. The auction house's profits were among the family's greatest sources of income, and although Tuoba Mui had presented a visiting card and Emo-chan had allowed him entry, should the guests take offense, he could still be thrown out. Tuoba Mui dared not act recklessly. The elder behind him was at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. One pressure from him could spell death. No matter, he is my friend, Emo-chan stated, prompting the elder to bow and exit the room, allowing Tuoba Mui to breathe a sigh of relief. Had Emo-chan claimed not to know him, he would have been unceremoniously tossed out. Tuoba brother, please take a seat. I am Emo-chan, may I ask what brings you here? Emo-chan inquired. No, since you have changed your name, henceforth I shall call you Xiao Chen Chen. Tuoba Mui declared, disregarding Emo-chan's name, for he had come solely for the soul refining method. Ugh! Ruo Meng, having barely recovered, was once again choked, prompting the maid to hurriedly assist her, grateful for the attentive service, as Emo-chan alone would have found it challenging to help her. This time, there was no pressure, only a fierce gaze from Tuoba Mui, which sent chills down his spine. Brother Tuoba, I hope you are well. What brings you here today? Emo-chan inquired, fully aware of the item Tuoba Mui desired, casually twirling the soul-devouring refining technique in his hand for him to see. Xiao Chen Chen, are you not asking the obvious? I seek the soul refining technique in your possession. Tuoba Mui, with his diminutive stature, leaned closer to Emo-chan, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. Chapter 40. The priceless item. Speak your mind, don't get too handsy, Emo-chan remarked, his gaze fixed on the approaching Tuoba Mui. The latter's frail yet rugged appearance, coupled with his increasingly close orchid-like fingers, made Emo-chan's stomach churn once. She fell back onto the bench, laughing heartily while the 2 maidservants beside her stifled their giggles. How absurd, little Chen Chen, just a moment ago you claimed we were brothers, and now you sit so far away. Tuoba Mui, unfaithful. Should rumors arise about their closeness, his own path of cultivation would surely be shattered. "Oh dear, you intend to call for help. The more you call, the more I know, the more frightened I become," Tuoba Mui stammered, fearing that if he continued, he might indeed be thrown out by Emochen. "State your purpose." "I still have items to purchase," Emochen insisted, unwilling to linger on this matter. In the course of their conversation, 2 items had already been auctioned off. Fortunately, Ruo Meng was attuned to the proceedings and would alert Emochen to any remarkable items. "Brother, I seek the demon-slaying soul refinement technique in your possession. Could you provide a copy?" "Name your price." Tuoba Mui shifted to a more serious tone, straightening up to look at Emochen, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. "However, let me be clear, I can only offer 20 million spirit stones." Tuoba Mui retracted one of his 3 fingers, which irked Emochen, who recalled that just moments ago this fellow had bid 80 million. "Oh, please don't look at me like that. I need my spirit stones to assist my family in bidding for the ultimate treasure." Tuoba Mui, noticing Emochen's confusion, candidly revealed his intentions. He was determined to secure the final treasure for himself, and he even playfully rubbed Emochen's arm with his finger. 20 million is insufficient. You must offer something more." Emochen was indifferent to the idea of providing a copy, yet having spent nearly 90 million spirit stones himself, he found it unreasonable for Tuoba Mui to offer only 20 million. The context sent shivers down his spine. Ruo Meng, on the side, found the situation increasingly amusing. She had never anticipated that Emochen would associate with such an eccentric character. Tuoba Mui was akin to Emochen's own Yi Yan, indistinguishable. Emochen was uncertain of its nature, but Ruo Meng transmitted to him that he should agree to it. Without hesitation, Emochen provided a copy of the demon-slaying soul refinement technique to Tuoba Mui. "Thank you, little Chen Chen. I shall take my leave now. Remember to think of me." Tuoba Mui, having received the item, stored it away and tossed a token to Emochen. As he departed, he blew a kiss, bouncing away with exuberance. Within the private room, aside from a darkly exasperated Emochen, Ruo Meng continued to chuckle, while the 2 maidservants covered their mouths, fearing they might burst into laughter. "What is this item worth several tens of millions of spirit stones?" To alleviate the awkwardness, Emochen She informed him that this was a Demon Clan Essence Stone, a rare gem that could take millennia to produce. Once refined and absorbed, it would ensure that one would not fear the failure of Demon Clan techniques in the future. "So this is the essence." However, Ruo Meng cautioned him that should a Dragon Clan member refine this item, they would inevitably succumb to demonic transformation and become a demon dragon. Emochen, concerned about his own draconic lineage, inquired if he too might fall into corruption. Ruo Meng assured him that the Dragon Clan's bloodline naturally repels evil forces, and as his bloodline was human, he would be unaffected. "No wonder that perverse fellow would offer me this. Just moments ago, Emochen had considered Tuoba Mui." Yet Ruo Meng explained that the demon dragon was a formidable branch of the Dragon Clan, and those with pure blood, upon succumbing to demonic influence, would undoubtedly ascend to divinity. Thus, this item was a treasure even for the Dragon Clan. With this newfound understanding, Emochen's perception of Tuoba Mui shifted. Despite his peculiar demeanor, he seemed genuinely good-hearted. As the auction continued, more than 10 items of exceptional rarity were presented, though none were necessary for Emochen, who marveled at the outside world's splendor and resolved to explore further afield when the opportunity arose. The final item up for bid is the Dragon Soul Stone, starting at 100 million spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10%. Those without sufficient spirit stones may offer items as collateral. This auction house will purchase at 80%, the auctioneer declared. As soon as the words left his lips, the auction house erupted in excitement. After all, this was the famed Wanlong city, where such treasures seldom appeared. "What is the Dragon Soul Stone?" Emochen, satisfied with his haul for the day, had no intention of continuing to bid. Instead, he bit into a spirit fruit, reclining on the bench beside Ruo Meng as they observed the auction. When a dragon above the divine transformation realm is slain, its nascent soul escapes and becomes imprisoned within this stone. "This is the Dragon Soul Stone," Ruo Meng explained, though it took at least a millennium for a dragon soul to form. "And what is its significance?" Emochen inquired, struggling to grasp. In the late Golden Core stage, should one refine this stone, the nascent soul transforms into a dragon even upon death. If the nascent soul is destroyed, rebirth is still possible. In essence, it is a means to achieve immortality. Ruomeng elucidated. Mo Chen could only comprehend the immortality aspect, realizing that this stone rendered its wielder invincible. No wonder it commanded such a high starting price of 100 million. Ruomeng added that possessing this dragon soul stone would ensure survival during the Thunder Tribulation, prompting Mo Chen to understand its extraordinary worth. From the Ming family, bid 3 billion, a voice rang out, causing even Mo Chen to lose his composure. 3 billion spirit stones was a staggering sum. 3.5 billion, another voice countered, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Only the Hua family and the Tuoba family possessed the wealth and strength to vie with the Ming family in Wanlong City. Today, it was the Hua family's home turf. They could not afford to tarnish their reputation, leaving the Tuoba family as the only contender. Mo Chen, still holding the spirit fruit, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He recognized that the voice belonged to Tuoba Mui, who had just moments ago appeared so miserly with his spirit stones. This item is valued at a minimum of 5 billion, Ruomeng observed Mo Chen's stunned expression, explaining. In that moment, Mo Chen no longer felt his own lotus seed had been sold at too high a price. What kind of world was this, where the wealthy had amassed such fortunes? He recalled how, in his youth, he sometimes struggled to find a meal. Chapter 41 The Perfect Golden Elixir 6 billion. As the voice reverberated through the auction hall, the trading records were once again shattered, igniting a fervor among the attendees. Even cultivators at the Great Ascension stage would scarcely amass such wealth this time. Tuoba Mui remained silent. The tokens provided by his family amounted to a mere 55, and the small token gifted to Ling Xian came from his personal savings, leaving him with no choice but to concede. After all, seizing something from the demon clan on their own territory seemed rather inconsequential. 5 late-stage nascent soul demon cultivators. How do you expect me to take action? Ruomeng gazed at Mo Chen as if he were a fool. Upon hearing of the 5 late-stage nascent soul demons, Mo Chen abandoned his greed for the dragon soul stone. Nascent soul cultivators could fly without the aid of swords, and even if he set up formations, he could not swiftly eliminate them. At this level of cultivation, everyone had some means of self-preservation. Mo Chen could only lament, resigned to witness the treasure fall into the hands of the demon clan, a power he could not contend with. Members of the Tuoba family and the Ming family communicated swiftly through sound transmissions within the auction hall, hoping that their combined financial strength could secure the Dragon Soul Stone, as it would be better suited remaining within the demon clan. However, whether due to a failure to reach an agreement or opposition from the clan leaders, no one ultimately raised their bid. The demon cultivator triumphantly secured the Dragon Soul Stone for 70 billion spirit stones. Once news spreads from Wanlong City, the demon clan would likely find themselves in turmoil. Everyone understands the perils of possessing a treasure. Even Mo Chen, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, contemplated robbery. What of others? After exchanging the token given by Tuoba Mui for spirit stones, Mo Chen departed the auction hall alongside Ruomeng. The tussle among the powerhouses had nothing to do with him. As they stepped outside, Ruomeng informed him that someone was scanning the foundation establishment cultivators within Wanlong City with their divine sense. Ruomeng advised Mo Chen to mask his aura with the essence of dark spirit roots and to condense some demonic energy around himself. As she sensed that the individual, Mo Chen was left speechless. He had come merely to observe, yet someone had fixated on him. The one investigating Wanlong City was none other than Yin Sang, who had flown here from the Endless Sea Pavilion and had been lingering for 8 days. He anticipated that the individual would appear in 2 days but refused to overlook any opportunity. As soon as his soul energy regained some strength, he began scanning for the auras of Foundation establishment cultivators, hoping to find one resonating with the essence of his heavenly sword technique. However, to his chagrin, he had yet to discover anyone bearing that distinctive aura. With no other options, he began to restore his soul energy, preparing to identify the individual 2 days hence. As for why he had come here, it was merely a feeling. The Dragon Clan was vast, and he had no idea where to search, so he had decided to try his luck in the main city. Who could it be? Mo Chen pondered this question on his way back, contemplating for a long time, unable to fathom who might be seeking him. Perhaps from the Fanhua sect? Stop overthinking. That person would utilize the heavenly sword technique. Ruomeng, despite being a sword spirit, possessed a divine sense stronger than Yin Sang's, and could perceive the sword intent and energy emanating from him. She communicated this to Mo Chen. Have I been exposed? Chen shook his head after hearing her, believing it unlikely. After all, Ming Yi had taught him for 6 years, and he had complete faith in his ability to conceal himself. Chen resolved to refrain from using the heavenly sword technique for the time being. Since he lacked any deficiency in swordsmanship, he made his way to the residence arranged for him by Hua Xiaotian, a grand estate where Hua Xiaotian usually resided alone, attended by merely a handful of servants. Upon entering the estate, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator guarding the entrance acknowledged Chen with a nod, which he reciprocated as he and Ruoming stepped inside. In 2 days, Hua Xiaotian would be condensing his golden elixir, and Chen intended to observe the process. On the following day, Chen and Ruoming roamed the city, indulging in culinary delights for most of the day. That evening, he opted not to attend the auction, as there was nothing pressing he needed, and he wished to conserve his spirit stones for gradual absorption. He understood that his dual mutated spirit roots were not innate, and his cultivation would undoubtedly be slow, relying heavily on resources. On the 3rd day, in the secret chamber of Hua Xiaotian's estate, Hua Xiaotian sat, guarded by 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, preparing to condense his golden elixir. Chen's gaze was fixed upon him, barely daring to blink, fearful of missing a crucial moment. Hua Xiaotian produced a dozen heavenly materials and earthly treasures, beginning to absorb their energies one by one. Ruoming informed him that Hua Xiaotian had already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. He had merely restrained his power in search of these water-attributed treasures to successfully condense a perfect golden elixir. Chen nodded, awaiting the moment when Hua Xiaotian would finish absorbing the energies of these materials. Following this, Hua Xiaotian entered meditation, his aura gradually consolidating within his dantian. The 2 spirit roots within began to intertwine, merging into a single root. The tip of the root began to shrink, ultimately forming a sphere that rotated gently within the dantian. The base of the spirit root gradually vanished, and the sphere began to float within the dantian, spinning slowly as Hua Xiaotian's spirit energy rapidly converged toward it. The sphere began to compress and diminish, gradually turning golden. 3 hours later, the golden elixir neared completion, yet Hua Xiaotian's spirit energy had nearly depleted. Still, the golden elixir seemed to lack a touch of perfection, and he could not afford to halt. Otherwise, the elixir might shatter, potentially costing him his life, rendering him a cripple even if he survived. Give him another lotus seed. Ruoming's voice resonated. Chen retrieved a black gold lotus seed from his storage ring and tossed it before Hua Xiaotian, who quickly absorbed its energy into his dantian. The 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators remained motionless but communicated silently, confirming that all was well before resuming their watch. Should any issue arise, they would take action against Chen and Ruoming. Another hour passed, and Hua Xiaotian's golden elixir was perfectly condensed. He slowly opened his eyes, and Chen could feel his aura had grown significantly stronger. Was this the essence of the golden elixir stage? Thank you, brother. Hua Xiaotian expressed his gratitude to Chen after rising. He sensed that he ultimately fell short by half a lotus seed. Fortunately, he had invited Chen today, or his efforts would have been in vain. We are brothers, there is no need for formality, Chen replied, equally grateful to Hua Xiaotian for inviting him to the auction, or else he would have missed out on the essence stones and the soul refinement technique. With brothers like you, my journey to this mortal realm has not been in vain. Come, let us head to the Dragon Transformation Pool, Hua Xiaotian declared, leading a group of 5 out of Wanlong City toward the forbidden grounds of the Dragon Clan. While Chen and his companions enjoyed a light-hearted adventure, Yin Sang was in a state of utter frustration. Today marked the 10th day since the bear-like creature had provided an answer. That person was undoubtedly within the Dragon Clan. He questioned whether he had searched in the wrong places, but the Dragon Clan's territory was vast, and where could he possibly look? He contemplated approaching the Dragon Clan's stronghold, but it was guarded by late-stage nascent soul cultivators in rotation. Wasn't that tantamount to seeking death? He could only hope that the individual had yet to appear and once again released his divine sense to scan for Foundation establishment cultivators within the city. Along the way, Chen inquired of Hua Xiaotian regarding his identity as a carp spirit and how he could be associated with the Dragon Clan. Hua Xiaotian laughed heartily, explaining that the Hua family lineage traced back to carp transforming into flood dragons, and thus it was not unreasonable to refer to himself as a carp spirit. Chen nodded, pondering that the Tuoba and Ming families must possess different bloodlines, which explained the division among the Dragon Clan into 3 factions. Younger generation Hua Xiaotian, having cultivated for a century, today I shall condense my golden elixir, and I humbly request entry into our clan's forbidden grounds to transform from flood dragon to true dragon. As the five entered the Dragon Clan stronghold, they arrived before a colossal formation, where Hua Xiaotian spoke his piece, causing the formation barrier to open, allowing them to step inside. Chapter 42 The Dragon Cave Retreat. As several individuals walked forward, Hua Xiaotian elaborated, in our Dragon Clan, each member has one opportunity to undergo the transformation into a dragon during the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages. If both stages are perfected, the bloodline will become purer and stronger after transformation. He continued, this place is off limits to outsiders, except during the transformation when one may invite friends to witness. This ceremony often manifests extraordinary phenomena that can inspire those present. The group arrived before a colossal blood pool. Ruomeng conveyed to him telepathically that this was the essence of dragon blood, mixed with naturally formed blood springs. At the brink of death, dragons return to their ancestral grounds to offer their essence to the blood pool, ensuring their descendants are imbued with greater strength through this baptism. Emochen nodded in understanding. This was the essence of inheritance. It was no wonder that the human race struggled against the demon race. Human nature was far too greedy and selfish. In contrast, the Dragon Clan's countless ancestors willingly sacrificed their essence for the benefit of future generations. Such a legacy undeniably fosters strength. Hua Xiaotian approached the transformation pool and removed his upper garment. Mo Chen beheld the myriad scars adorning his body, testament to countless battles fought. Roar! Hua Xiaotian transformed into a 3-meter-long dragon, shimmering with colorful scales, no horns adorning his head, and soared into the air, diving toward the transformation pool. He glided through the blood pool, where thunder roared above, and bolts of lightning began to strike down. The water in the blood pool began to boil, releasing plumes of white mist. The vibrant scales of the dragon gradually turned black, the light red of its belly fading to white, as 2 dragon horns began to sprout from its head. The density of the lightning indicates the perfection of his golden core. Ruomeng communicated to Emochen, explaining that typically, dragons in the early stages of golden core transformation would only experience a few dozen strikes of lightning. As the lightning continued to strike, the essence from the blood pool permeated the dragon's body. The 3-meter dragon began to grow in size and length, with smooth whiskers sprouting from its jaw. As the lightning subsided, a black dragon, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, emerged from the transformation pool. When the dragon opened its eyes, the pressure of its bloodline radiated throughout the entire Dragon Clan residence. Roar! Thousands of dragon roars echoed within the residence, resonating in harmony. Subsequently, soul clouds began to coalesce around the black dragon. The 2 Yuanian cultivators standing beside the pool were filled with excitement, as they too could perceive the gathering of soul clouds, allowing them to gain insights. As the mist swirled around the black dragon, it gradually became more substantial. A white soul cloud began to take form, weaving through the dragon's neck and wrapping around its arms. The black dragon slowly transformed into a human figure, while Hua Xiaotian floated above the transformation pool, the soul cloud draping over his shoulders like a delicate scarf, exuding an ethereal aura. Emochen sensed the pure energy of the Dragon Clan emanating from the translucent soul cloud. Though ephemeral, it felt profoundly real. How delightful, he mused. Despite Hua Xiaotian's unchanged appearance, his aura had shifted, imbued with the dominance and majesty of the Dragon Clan. Upon gathering the soul cloud, he was astonished to have achieved such a feat. This was one of the symbols of Dragon Clan strength. Those with soul clouds were a different breed from those without. Hua Xiaotian had now qualified to enter the divine transformation stage. As long as he did not fall, he would inevitably ascend to divinity. Emochen realized the significance of the energy consolidation he had witnessed. Upon his return, he would enter seclusion, as the power of the Dragon Clan's bloodline had awakened his dormant spirit root. My brother, no need for thanks. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall brave any challenge for you, Hua Xiaotian said as he donned his clothing and placed an arm around Emochen's shoulder, departing from the Dragon Clan residence. What are your plans, brother? If you have no pressing matters, why not stay in Wanzhong City for a while? My clan will ensure you are well taken care of, Hua Xiaotian suggested cheerfully, never expecting that such a perfect golden core would yield the opportunity to gather soul clouds. Brother, I must return to seclusion. Today's witnessing of your transformation has inspired me, Emochen replied. He had initially considered staying in Wanzhong City for a time, but he was aware that the arrival of individuals from the Wanjian sect could potentially involve the sect master, and he wished to avoid causing trouble for Hua Xiaotian. Why travel elsewhere for seclusion? This Dragon Clan residence not only possesses abundant spiritual energy but is also blessed by the Dragon Clan's aura. Why not retreat here? Hua Xiaotian implored, reluctant to see Mo Chen leave. To express his gratitude for Mo Chen's assistance with the black gold lotus seed, he insisted that Mo Chen seclude himself in the Dragon Clan residence. Though outsiders were generally prohibited from cultivating here, exceptions were made for those who had aided the Dragon Clan. Hua Xiaotian had already informed his father, the clan leader, of how Mo Chen had assisted him in successfully gathering the soul cloud. His father, wishing to express gratitude to his son's benefactor, was willing to allocate a dragon cave for Mo Chen's retreat. Hua Xiaotian's father was the esteemed leader of the Hua clan, a late-stage Yuanian cultivator of high status within the Dragon Clan. What is a dragon cave? Mo Chen inquired, puzzled by Hua Xiaotian's invitation to retreat there. You may understand it as a sacred place of the Dragon Clan's lineage. Retreating there offers advantages far beyond those encountered elsewhere, Hua Xiaotian explained, preparing to also enter seclusion to stabilize his foundation. The two companions behind him withdrew, having fulfilled their duty of safeguarding Hua Xiaotian during his golden cork. Mo Chen, unaware of the significance of the Dragon Cave, was oblivious to its true value. This cave was not only a site of dragon lineage but also a realm of fortune for the Dragon Clan. Cultivating within its confines greatly increased the likelihood of enhancing one's cultivation and comprehending techniques. She had not anticipated Hua Xiaotian's considerable status. The Dragon Cave was not typically accessible to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen naturally accepted the invitation. Hua Xiaotian would also enter seclusion, and they proceeded to the residence to retrieve tokens from Hua's clan leader. Mo Chen followed Hua Xiaotian's lead, pricking his finger to let his blood fall upon the tokens. The black wooden tokens then resonated with their essences. Only those bearing the tokens could enter the Dragon Cave, which had limited quotas. Each of the 3 dragon families had only 100 slots annually, making them exceedingly precious among tens of thousands of Dragon Clan members. Brother, these tokens only grant access for 1 year. The quotas for the Dragon Cave are limited, so prolonged stays are not permitted. Hua Xiaotian lamented. He felt frustrated by the ancestral restrictions. Having gained an additional 500 years of lifespan at the Golden Core stage, he wondered what could be accomplished in just 1 year. Understood, Mo Chen replied, though he held a different perspective. If he valued his time, a year could yield countless accomplishments, and the Dragon Cave was a place few outsiders could access. Having the fortune to enter even once would suffice for a lifetime. The group arrived at a grand formation, and Hua Xiaotian instructed Mo Chen to enter with the token. He had initially intended for Ruo Meng to wait outside, but she entered the formation without hesitation. Who is this individual, able to disregard the barriers of our Dragon Clan's great formation? Hua Xiaotian wondered, watching Ruo Meng walk straight in. After a moment of deliberation, he decided not to dwell on such trivial matters. After all, fortune should not be squandered on outsiders. Upon reaching the teleportation array, Hua Xiaotian assured Mo Chen that he could simply step inside, as it would directly transport him to the unoccupied Dragon Cave. A year later, the token would signal his exit. After Hua Xiaotian entered the array, Mo Chen took out the fragrant umbrella, allowing Ruo Meng to enter first, intending to follow her into the Dragon Cave shortly thereafter. Chapter 43, Gathering at Tianshan. The Fanghua sect. Xinger, have you awakened? Lu Xianyun stood by Xian Yuanqing's bedside. Had it not been for timely medical intervention, Xian Yuanqing would likely have succumbed to the demonic energy, becoming a demon cultivator. When the disciples of the Fanghua sect brought her back, her meridians had been severed in several places, and her bones were shattered in multiple areas. Were it not for Lu Xianyun administering a 6th-grade restoration pill, Xian Yuanqing would now either be consumed by demonic energy or have perished entirely. Xian Yuanqing had never imagined that, given her beauty, a man would resort to such lethal force against her. In her 60 years of life, this was the first time she had been severely injured by a man. Usually, when men beheld her, their eyes brimmed with admiration, pity, and ill intent, yet, she had dreamt of the pure murderous intent in that man's gaze while she lay unconscious. Xinger, what troubles you? Have you been rendered senseless? Lu Xianyun observed that although Xian Yuanqing had regained consciousness, her eyes were dazed, staring blankly at the bed curtain, leading her to believe that something was amiss with her mind. Master, I am fine. Xian Yuanqing regained her composure. Having just traversed the gates of death, and suddenly felt that her thoughts were rather chaotic. Lu Shangyun, seasoned in life's tribulations, sensed that Shen Yuanqing's mental state was somewhat unstable. She sat beside her, gently stroking her hair, gazing tenderly at her disciple, whom she regarded as a daughter. "Speak to me, my dear disciple, and tell me what transpired. Otherwise, the sect might face dire consequences, losing a crucial source of support." Shen Yuanqing, unable to sense the Fanghua umbrella either, understood her master's deep concern for her well-being. Aware of her master's maternal regard for her, she recounted everything that had occurred before her unconsciousness. "Very well, my disciple. Rest assured, I shall handle the remaining matters," Lu Shangyun responded, having learned that the situation was far more convoluted than she had anticipated. While she understood her disciple's misjudgment, the former sect leader had mentioned that the Fanghua umbrella had long since condensed into a sword spirit, which would act independently. If she did not promptly locate the Fanghua umbrella, the Fanghua sect might lose this invaluable treasure. As Lu Shangyun pondered the situation, she gazed into the distant sky, soaring into the air, her eyes filled with helplessness, flying towards the Tianshan sect. Out in Wanlong City, Yin Sang had exhausted his spiritual power in search of the individual he sought, convinced he had come to the wrong place. With only a few days remaining, he pondered how to safeguard his sect and avenge his son. For over a fortnight, he had been plagued by worries, his hair turning gray. Having served as sect leader for over 8 centuries, he had never felt so drained. He was determined not to let the foundation of his sect crumble under his watch. He considered a place, Tianshan sect, where he could find Ruyan and ascertain the identity of the person responsible, in hopes of resolving his current predicament. With no other options, he contacted the Grand Elder of the Tianjian sect, instructing him to manage sect affairs in his absence. Should he fail to return within a month, the position of sect leader would be passed to him. Drawing his sword, Yin Sang stood atop it, embarking on his journey to the Tianshan sect. Within the beast-taming sect, the anxious sect leader Wei Ming paced back and forth in the main hall. A significant number of disciples had mysteriously vanished, prompting him to dispatch elders with inner disciples to search for them, yet there was no sign of life or death. He questioned whether misfortune plagued his sect this year, as troubles seemed to befall them incessantly. Moreover, all the missing disciples shared a common trait: they had tamed spiritual beasts and possessed beast bags. Disciples without beast bags had suffered no harm, deepening his unease about the situation. "Leader, we have found a lead." The Grand Elder of the beast-taming sect entered the main hall, bringing news of their investigation. The disappearance of their disciples might have been the work of the Demon Clan. They had discovered the corpse of one missing disciple, marked with the Demon Clan's palm print on his chest. Was it the work of the Wan Beast sect? Wei Ming pondered, unable to fathom who else would require spiritual beasts aside from those who controlled demonic beasts. However, the spiritual beasts of their sect were not demonic and had not fallen into corruption. What could they possibly want with them? "Leader, it was the Blood Soul sect," the Grand Elder clarified, noting Wei Ming's speculation regarding the Wan Beast sect. He worried that with Wei Yun's recent death, Wei Ming might lose his composure and unleash a rampage against the Wan Beast sect, leading to disaster for their own sect. After all, the combat prowess of spiritual beasts and demonic beasts differed greatly, and although the Wan Beast sect's leader, Han Yumi, was also at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, Wei Ming was no match for him. "Han Yumi, has the Blood Soul sect gone mad, slaughtering my beast-taming sect disciples without reason?" Wei Ming was infuriated, feeling as if he might vomit blood. He had not wronged anyone recently. Why were they being so ruthlessly attacked and killed? "Summon the Phantom Wolf. I shall take him to unite with the human sects and seek retribution against the Blood Soul sect," Wei Ming fumed, instructing the Grand Elder to bring forth their guardian spiritual beast. The Phantom Wolf, at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, had been captured by Wei Ming in its early stage and bound by a master-servant contract, thus becoming the guardian beast of the beast-taming sect. "However, leader, if you take the guardian beast with you, what shall we do if our sect is attacked?" The Grand Elder voiced his concerns, fearing the worst. "What do you mean, however?" "If my beast-taming sect does not assert itself, the outside world will regard us as mere playthings for birds and dogs," Wei Ming retorted, fully aware of the risks yet feeling he had no alternative. If he did not curtail the escalating situation, the reputation of the beast-taming sect would be utterly obliterated. When the Phantom Wolf arrived, Wei Ming explained the circumstances, seeking its assistance in battle. However, the wolf regarded him with disdain, its lip curling in derision. Seeing the contempt in his guardian beast's gaze left Wei Ming exasperated. Fortunately, the contract bound the Phantom Wolf, preventing it from resisting. After storing it in a beast bag, Wei Ming set forth towards the Tianshan sect. Within the Tianshan sect, Master, I observe that your countenance bears a hint of rose, as though you are entangled in worldly affairs, and misfortune may soon befall you. Ruyan sat upon a meditation mat, watching Master Dumo, who was deep in meditation, sensing impending calamity for his master. Smack! A hand struck Ruyun's bald head. Though Dumo appeared calm, his face betrayed his displeasure. He had trained this disciple, who now spent his days reading fortunes for others. One day, he might venture out and be killed without knowing why. Always neglecting to learn, what use is there in reading faces? The countenance reflects the heart. Mine is devoted to the Buddha, so how could misfortune arise? Dumo retorted that he intended to lecture his disciple further, but news arrived that the leaders of the Fanghua sect, Lu Shangyun, the Tianjin sect, Yin Sang, and the beast-taming sect, Wei Ming, had come to seek an audience with him, prompting him to step outside. By the Buddha, you ought to refrain from reading fortunes for others. With your ill-fated tongue, you may one day bring about your own demise, you foolish boy. Dumo glared at Ruyun, flustered, as he swept out the door. Alas, my predictions have never been wrong. How could I bring harm upon myself? Truly, the older one gets, the more fearful one becomes. Ruyun sighed, rising to follow, aware that these visitors were also connected to him. In the side hall of the Tianshan sect, Dumo welcomed the visitors inside, with Ruyun standing behind him. After more than an hour, the visitors conveyed their purpose, inquiring about Dumo's perspective. Lu sect leader, you wish to take Fuxing to seek Rawaming, do you not realize that Mai is a Chapter 44 of the ephemeral life of Heaven Zen that is only natural. Our sect has deep-rooted connections with one another. Now that the Fanghua umbrella has gone missing, we cannot rely on those inept individuals to search for it, Lu Shangyun remarked, casting a glance at Yin Sang. Her words were like daggers, cutting into him, yet he found himself unable to retort. Moreover, the Fanghua sword spirit of our sect is merely a tale. I have never laid eyes upon it, thus I must seek assistance from the master. The legacy passed down through the sect included not only the Fanghua umbrella but also this secret. Lu Shangyun, fearful of losing the Fanghua umbrella, had no choice but to turn to Dumo for help. Master, did you come here to inquire about something from my disciple? Dumo did not respond to Lu Shangyun, as he wished to address Yin Sang's matter first, which he deemed more straightforward. Now that the master has spoken, I shall not be impolite. I wish to ask Master Ruyun if, on the day of the Yin Yang secret realm, you can confirm whether the one who attempted to seize the Fanghua umbrella was indeed a disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect. Yin Sang was not concerned about Ruyun's honesty. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that Wang Xiong, having searched for days, had found no trace. On that day during the battle in the Yin Yang secret realm, no one seized the Fanghua umbrella. As for the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, I have seen his disciple token. It belongs to one Wang Xiong. Ruyun knew that this visitor brought no good news, yet he could not lie. His statement held truth. After all, he did not name the Heavenly Sword disciple as Wang Xiong, merely recounting what he had observed. Could it truly be one of our sect's disciples? I understand now, Lu Sect Master, you have heard that no one seized the Fanghua umbrella. You must not hold this against our Heavenly Sword sect. Yin Sang's tense demeanor eased significantly upon hearing Ruyun's words. As long as it was not his own disciple who had committed the act, Lu Shangyun had no grounds for further trouble. However, he dared not mention the destruction of the sect, forced to swallow his grievances in silence. I naturally believe that the people of Tianshan sect do not lie. I never expected you to retrieve our sect's treasured artifact. Having listened to Shen Yuanxing, Lu Shangyun, aware of her disadvantage, knew that Ruyun had not spoken carelessly. The notion of annihilating the Heavenly Sword sect would have to be abandoned. As for Sect Master Wei, you mentioned that the Demon Clan's Blood Soul sect has seized the spiritual beasts of your disciples and slain them. Are you suggesting we join forces to eradicate the Blood Soul sect? After addressing the matter of the Heavenly Sword sect, Dumo turned to Wei Ming. Blood for blood, is this not to be expected? Furthermore, Tianshan sect stands as the foremost righteous sect in the realm of cultivation. It is our duty to lead the charge against these demons, Wei Ming declared with fervor, embodying the righteous spirit that shone like gold. One strand pulled can unravel the entire tapestry. If we recklessly declare war, the demon clan will surely unite in retaliation, and the formidable beast clan lurks with malicious intent. Our righteous sects will find ourselves besieged on all fronts. Dumo analyzed the current situation, yet Wei Ming was blinded by hatred, unable to heed the caution. Humph. If you will not go, I shall not. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish those demons. Dean sang, if your heavenly sword sect assists my beast sect this time, I shall consider the matter of my son and the disciples resolved. Wei Ming, though aware that war was ill-advised, felt that inaction might lead to his sect's disappearance from the realm of cultivation. Well, very well, I shall accompany you. Yin Sang relented, though he was reluctant. Wei Ming's insistence regarding his son's demise left him with little choice. Since that is the case, let us return and summon our disciples to the Blood Soul sect. You two sect masters may converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave now, no need to see me out. Wei Ming stood, turning on his heels and exiting the side hall of the Tianshan sect, with Yin Sang following closely behind. Master, do you find Floating Life's words trustworthy? He is not one of our Tianshan sect, he is capable of deceit. Ruyun stood behind Dumo, gazing at Floating Life's departing figure, feeling a sense of pity for Lu Shangyun. And what of deceit? Did you not just withhold the truth? Dumo, having raised Ruyun since childhood, discerned that he had omitted something. He was aged, not foolish, and could easily perceive the nuances in their exchange. Amitba, I did not lie. I simply did not disclose the entirety of the matter. Ruyun retorted before stepping out of the hall, eager to avoid Dumo's admonishment. Chapter 45 A Mother's Strength. Within the dragon lair of the demon clan, upon entering, Emochan discovered a cave adorned with colorful stones, each radiating a spectrum of hues. The spiritual energy within was at least tenfold that of the outside world. Oh my, this place is truly delightful, Ruo Meng exclaimed as Emochan released her from his grasp. She stretched languidly, yawning as if just awakening from slumber. If I were to spend a decade here, I firmly believe I could attain the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Emochan relished the abundant spiritual essence that enveloped him. Speaking of spiritual energy, Emochan seemed to have an epiphany, retrieving his beast pouch and placing. Where did you acquire this? Ruo Meng inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the black egg. Can a dog really be inside an egg? Emochan pondered, perplexed by the notion of a dog residing within such a shell. This is a hound, not a mere dog. This spirit beast egg is a manifestation of the world's yin energy, so naturally, the hellhound resides within. Ruo Meng regarded Emochan as though he were a simpleton, bemused by his ignorance. A dog is a dog. It can be kept for amusement. Emochan shrugged off the significance, believing that personal strength outweighed the value of any spirit beast. After placing the egg on the ground, Emochan began to meditate, extracting a vitality stone and the demonic soul refinement technique. He initially absorbed the vitality stone, feeling his dark spiritual roots solidify, likely impervious even to the grasp of Mingyi. Furthermore, a black demonic aura enveloped him, promising to enhance his strength during future beast transformations. Emochan, are you on the path to becoming a demon? Just as he was about to delve into the soul refinement technique, Ruo Meng interrupted him. Me? A demon? Emochan was baffled by Ruo Meng's assertion, setting aside the technique to focus on her. Do you understand why you possess both a light and dark spiritual root? Ruo Meng reclined on her umbrella, propping her head as she scrutinized Emochan. Sensing her insight, he recounted his encounter with Mingyi and how he acquired his spiritual roots. The powerful beings of the demon clan can only bestow upon you a demon root. Your light spiritual root is innate. If you persist in indulging solely in the demon clan's techniques without embracing those of the human clan, the balance of light and darkness will inevitably shatter, leading you down the path of demonic transformation. Ruo Meng's words struck fear into Emochan, yet he sensed his spiritual roots, discovering that the power of his dark root had grown significantly, while that of the light root had diminished considerably. Ruo Meng advised him to master both light and dark attribute techniques concurrently, achieving a harmonious transformation, one righteous and one wicked, one luminous and one shadowy, coexisting without interference, akin to the night flame, where black and red fused, the white dragon at its core serving as a perfect balance. Upon hearing this, Emochan abandoned his pursuit of the demonic soul refinement technique, choosing instead to further comprehend the essence of the Blossom Sword. He resolved to wield sword intent as the equilibrium for his spiritual roots. Observing Mo Chen grasping her message, Ruo Meng drifted back into slumber, her body beginning to absorb the spiritual energy within the dragon lair. You little rascal only knows how to eat, eat, and eat. What else can you do besides feast? Lu Shangyun remarked as she sat with Fu Sheng in a tavern within Wanlong City. Fu Sheng, small of stature, struggled to reach the meat atop the table, resorting to standing on his chair, clutching a large cow leg and gnawing at its flesh incessantly. Wah, mother, how can you scold me for eating too much? Fu Sheng lamented, one hand grasping the cow leg while the other wiped away tears, his little mouth quivering in a display of extreme indignation. How could I, your mother? Lu Shangyun stammered, momentarily at a loss for words due to his protest. Women of the human race are so petty. A child merely enjoying some meat warrants scolding, they hardly deserved the title of mother. The demon clan patrons at the nearby tables could no longer contain their disdain, vocally chastising Lu Shangyun. As Lu Shangyun felt the weight of the tavern's scrutiny upon her, she nearly wished for death. Over the past 5 days, this little rascal had incessantly complained of hunger, claiming he could not sense the blossom umbrella unless he was well fed, consuming a staggering total of 100,000 spirit stones in the process. Supporting her forehead, Lu Shangyun mused that her decision to remain childless had been wise, for the sight of this gluttonous child made her want to scold him, yet he was not even corporeal. Wait a minute, how is it that he can hold the cow leg if he has no physical form? Lu Shangyun suddenly realized, staring incredulously at Fu Sheng. Sensing the ominous aura, Fu Sheng trembled. Smack! Lu Shangyun's palm landed on Fu Sheng's head, sending him crashing onto the table, which shattered under the impact. This strike was delivered with full force, her late-stage nascent soul pressure uncontrollably manifesting. The blow sent Fu Sheng deep into the ground, startling all present, yet the ensuing pressure attracted the... Who was responsible for this commotion? An elder from the Ming family, in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, was on duty that day and, sensing the pressure, promptly led the guard to the tavern's entrance. Upon entering, they beheld a late-stage nascent soul woman triumphantly dusting off her hands before a shattered table, gazing down at the child still clutching the cow leg but now partially embedded in the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a misunderstanding. This unruly child refused to listen, and as a mother, I merely took it upon myself to discipline him. Everyone present can attest that I did not engage in any private conflict, Lu Shangyun asserted, having vented her frustrations with that single slap, feeling exhilarated beyond measure. The elder from the Ming family paid little mind to her cultivation level. Should she dare to resist, he would promptly notify the 3 dragon clan heads to pursue her to the ends of the earth. He thus inquired among several tables of patrons and the tavern owner, all of whom confirmed that the woman had merely disciplined her son for overeating, especially since Fu Sheng's cries for mother had resonated throughout the tavern. While we do not interfere in child rearing, do remember to compensate for any damages caused. The Dragon Clan guards, seeing it was a mother chastising her son, opted to leave, deeming the matter outside their jurisdiction. However, the once proud Fu Sheng now felt as though he had dug his own grave. My dear son, if you do not rise soon, I shall administer another slap. Lu Shangyun suddenly felt a yearning for motherhood, realizing that disobedience could be easily managed with a swift smack. If one slap failed, 2 would surely suffice. Fu Sheng remained silent, rising to continue feasting on the cow leg, using one hand to wipe his face and nose, resembling a disobedient child who had just been reprimanded by his mother. Yet, the tavern patrons found it puzzling. How could a child, having endured such a powerful blow that shattered the floor and left a significant dent, emerge unscathed, save for a bit of dirt and dust? Dear lady, when dealing with a disobedient child, do refrain from striking the head. It risks rendering him foolish. Look at your child's bottom, so fair and ample. In the future, a good whack on the backside will suffice. It provides catharsis without the danger of making him dim-witted. An experienced demon matron approached Lu Shangyun to offer her unsolicited advice. Lu Shangyun, far from angered, smiled gratefully at the woman, and in her hand appeared a 7th-grade rod. Upon seeing it, Fu Sheng instinctively shielded his rear with his small hand. I grant you 3 days. Should you fail to locate the blossom umbrella, prepare for my hand to blossom your backside. Lu Shangyun, unacquainted with the trials of motherhood, relished this newfound joy, finding it far more fulfilling than her role as sect leader. Refrain from striking the child indiscriminately. Else, you may find your future sons lacking a backside, Fu Sheng retorted, voicing his discontent. Chapter 46 Abduction. With a resounding crash, the tavern owner's newly replaced table shattered once more. This time, Lu Shangyun did not use her hands. Instead, she wielded a stick and struck the boy, Floating Cloud, on the head, exclaiming that he deserved such punishment. Observing Floating Cloud, who had once again become ensnared in the earth, she raised her small hand high, fearful that her own large leg might touch the ground and become soiled. Witnessing this scene brought a smile to Lu Shangyun's face. She had discovered Floating Cloud's weakness. Whenever he clutched something, he was vulnerable to attack. No ethereal spirit could withstand her forceful strike. Mother, I was wrong, Floating Cloud apologized as he rose and took a seat, disregarding the dust on his clothes, and continued to gnaw on a large leg of meat. My dear, once you are full, assist your mother in locating the Fanghua umbrella, and I shall reward you with another large leg of meat. Lu Shangyun felt a strong sense of immersion in her role as a mother. After the tavern owner resignedly replaced the table yet again, the onlookers still beheld the scene of maternal affection and filial piety that had unfolded moments earlier. The aura of your Fanghua umbrella has vanished. It may have been brought into a forbidden area, and I cannot sense its location, Floating Cloud informed Lu Shangyun as they exited Wanlong City. Curse it, if I cannot find my Fanghua umbrella, I shall take my anger out on you. Lu Shangyun felt deceived by Floating Cloud. After indulging him for days, he now claimed he could not locate it. Do not look at me with such a predatory gaze. The aura of the Fanghua umbrella indeed dissipated here, Floating Cloud retorted, aware of his limitations. If he could find the umbrella now, he would still be reveling in the outside world for many more days. Shall we split up to search? The Fanghua umbrella must be within this 100-mile radius, Floating Cloud suggested, his temper waning, resigned to the fact that they would have to search separately. Thus, Lu Shangyun tossed a communication stone to Floating Cloud, as she could not sense the umbrella, and agreed to search in this manner, planning to reconvene at dusk. Auntie, have you ever seen a sword umbrella? Floating Cloud glided for a while before spotting someone squatting on the ground, peering at something, and descended to inquire about the whereabouts of the Fanghua umbrella. What did you say? I am, a man. Tuobamui rose in anger, turning to see a small child, whose red apron was more exquisite than his own, yet he wore no trousers. Yuck, Floating Cloud retched. After living for countless years, he had never encountered anyone so ambiguously gendered. Why do you appear neither male nor female? Floating Cloud, after regurgitating, found it unbearable to converse with the person before him, yet he needed to find the Fanghua umbrella. Which uncultured child are you? You are the one who appears neither male nor. Tuobamui was cut off as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Floating Cloud, reminiscent of that day in the private room at Emochen. He probed Floating Cloud with his divine sense but could discern nothing, leading him to ponder if this child was a reincarnation of a nascent soul expert. What sort umbrella? I have never seen one. Tuobamui's piercing voice, so distinctly androgynous, re-emerged, causing Floating Cloud to feel nauseated. Speak properly, and also compensate me for the roasted meat I just vomited. Floating Cloud expressed his displeasure, contemplating whether to strike the person before him. I have no time for that. I must learn spells. Tuobamui was indifferent to Floating Cloud's feelings, as he inherently possessed such a demeanor. Learn what nonsense. Are you not aware that your soul is incomplete? You still wish to study soul refinement spells? Quickly repay me for the roasted meat. Floating Cloud's anger flared. He could hardly recall the last time he had ventured outside, and after finally having a chance to feast on Lu Shangyun's meat, he had been repulsed by this individual. You very well, but you must assist me in practicing the demonic devouring body refinement technique. Tuobamui, intending to explode with fury, considered that this small child might indeed be his fortuitous encounter. Thus, he led Floating Cloud to the tavern operated by the Tuoba family, guiding him to a private room on the second floor and instructing the servants to bring forth fine wine and meat. The establishment boasted 3 stories, but Tuobamui was not qualified to ascend to the top level, where only direct descendants of the family could bring friends. In this manner, Floating Cloud, who had barely exited the city for a mere quarter of an hour, found himself back within its confines. Upon witnessing the table laden with meat, he was so delighted that he momentarily forgot his original intentions. Tuobamui even thoughtfully arranged for a maid to assist in serving and slicing the meat, fully aware of Floating Cloud's diminutive stature and short arms. Outside the city, Lu Shangyun was busy gathering information, which left her exhausted. As night began to fall, a satiated Floating Cloud, rubbing his round belly, followed the increasingly agreeable Tuobamui out of the city. During their meal, Floating Cloud kept his promise and requested Tuobamui to prepare numerous items. Coincidentally, as this was the time of the auction, the Tuoba family had acquired many undervalued items, and Tuobamui quickly gathered everything they needed, even arranging for several tons of fresh meat to be placed into storage bags. Tuoba Mui had originally requested 2 tokens to enter the Dragon Cave from his family, but as a collateral family member, he was only granted 1. When the 2 arrived at the entrance to the Dragon Cave array, Tuoba Mui pondered how to bring Floating Cloud inside. "Is this the good place for seclusion you mentioned?" Floating Cloud, noticing Tuoba Mui waiting, impatiently inquired. Tuoba Mui nodded, explaining that there was an array, and without a token, entry was impossible. He had intended to wait for someone to negotiate the purchase of the token from him, but before long, Floating Cloud grew anxious. "What a trivial matter," Floating Cloud exclaimed, striding directly into the array, urging Tuoba Mui to hurry, as he was eager to roast meat. In the astonished gaze of Tuoba Mui, Floating Cloud disregarded the array's barrier and entered. Upon reaching the inner teleportation array, Tuoba Mui produced a first-grade magical artifact, and Floating Cloud transformed into a beam of white light, soaring into the artifact. Tuoba Mui dared not delay. Stepping into the teleportation array upon arriving at the Dragon Cave, he tapped the artifact, and Floating Cloud emerged from within. This action left Tuoba Mui utterly speechless. Although he had encountered nascent soul cultivators before, he had never seen anyone so casually bypass an array's barrier and enter a magical artifact. Once inside, Tuoba Mui did not rush to begin his cultivation. Instead, he pulled out a barbecue grill and laid out the purchased meat and various ingredients on the ground, handing a storage bag filled with raw meat to Floating Cloud, which greatly pleased him upon inspection. As Floating Cloud grilled the meat, he simultaneously instructed Tuoba Mui on how to cultivate his incomplete soul to master the demonic devouring soul refinement technique, and thus the 2 settled in the Dragon Cave. Outside Wanlong City, Lu Shangyun stood at the designated meeting point. When Floating Cloud failed to arrive, she attempted to contact him through the communication stone, but he did not respond, causing her temper to flare as the stick she had used to strike Floating Cloud earlier inexplicably reappeared in her hand. Thus, she stood there with the stick until the dawn of the following day, her consciousness persistently searching for the Dragon Clan stronghold. Yet finding nothing, reluctantly, she contacted Duemo. Duemo conveyed through sound transmission that there was no cause for concern and advised her to return if she could not locate the Fanghua umbrella. As for Floating Cloud, she could summon him back at any time as long as she possessed the Tianshan Dharma Bowl. With no other choice, Lu Shangyun departed from the realm of the Demon Clan, aware that her position as a sect leader made it perilous to remain outside for too long, especially since she had not found the Fanghua umbrella. 3 days later, within the Grand Hall of the Tianshan sect, disaster upon disaster, Duemo had been tapping the Dharma Bowl for 3 days, yet Floating Cloud had not returned, and he had even lost his connection with him. This prompted Duemo to recall the visage that Ru Yun had shown him, and in a fit of rage, he sought out Ru Yun, furious that the spirit of the Tianshan Dharma Bowl had vanished, longing to find someone to vent his frustrations upon. "Alas, my predictions have never been wrong. What fault is it of mine?" Ru Yun, covered in injuries and with swollen features, lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, a faint trace of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 47 The Causes of Chaos Outside the Blood Soul Sect. In the territory of the Demon Clan, Wei Ming and Yin Seng had led over 1,000 disciples from 2 major sects to seek vengeance against the Blood Soul Sect. "You 2 rascals, my Blood Soul Sect bears no grudge against you, nor have we ever infringed upon the human race. Why, then, do you seek to annihilate my sect today?" The sect leader, Han Yumi, confronted Wei Ming and Yin Seng in mid-air, bewildered and enraged by the unprovoked slaughter of his sect. Thud! The lifeless body of a Beastmaster sect disciple fell to the ground. Han Yumi looked down and saw that the young man's shirt had been torn open, revealing the unmistakable imprint of the blood soul palm upon his chest. "Old fool, what else do you have to say? When has my Beastmaster sect ever provoked your Blood Soul sect? Your people have slain hundreds of my disciples. If I do not avenge them today, who would dare join my Beastmaster sect in the future?" Faced with Wei Ming's accusations, Han Yumi found himself equally perplexed. He had never commanded his disciples to attack the Beastmaster sect. Just because there are marks of my sect's techniques, does that mean we are responsible? Have you lived so long that your brain has turned to mush? Infuriated by the false accusations, Han Yumi was indignant. While it was true that the Demon Clan was known for their bloodlust and did not engage in charitable deeds, he refused to accept the blame for this unwarranted crime. "If it is not you, then who else? You, Yu Lang, eliminate these fiends at once." Wei Ming's rage clouded his judgment, and he dismissed all reason, fixated solely on revenge. Yin Sang hovered nearby, troubled. Han Yumi's expression did not suggest deceit, and given their adversarial relationship, there was little to hide if they had indeed harmed the Beastmaster sect. However, Wei Ming was obstinate, and should Yin Sang refuse to assist him, he feared Wei Ming would turn his wrath upon the Heavenly Sword sect. "You old dog, you seek to destroy my sect without cause. One day, my demon clan will surely raze your Beastmaster sect to the ground." Han Yumi witnessed Yulang, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, mercilessly slaughtering within his sect, as disciples and elders from all three sects joined the fray. Helpless, he turned to his father-in-law for aid. Within the Holy Demon sect, sect leader Fenyu received a desperate transmission from his son-in-law, Han Yumi, and immediately ordered all cultivators of the Golden Core stage and above to accompany him to the Blood Soul sect for rescue. However, by the time Fenyu, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, arrived, his son-in-law's body had already been destroyed, and his nascent soul was fleeing through the air, pursued by Yulang. "Who dares to destroy my son-in-law's corporeal form?" Fenyu, enshrouded in swirling black demonic energy, unleashed his oppressive might at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yulang felt the impending danger and hastily retreated towards Wei Ming. "You cur, you bite, and still wish to flee?" Fenyu swiftly appeared before Yulang, seizing its jaws with his demonic claws. In pain, Yulang attempted to claw Fenyu's hand away, but Fenyu unleashed a devastating technique, the sacred demon art, directly into Yulang's body. Yulang was sent flying hundreds of meters away, landing beside Wei Ming, who was engaged in eliminating the remaining few hundred members of the Blood Soul sect. Upon seeing Yulang approach, he noted Fenyu's face, filled with fury. "Retreat!" Wei Ming summoned the beast bag and swiftly pulled Yulang inside, leading his disciples away in haste. If he could not contend with Yulang, then his entire sect stood no chance. Meanwhile, Yin Sang was caught up in the heat of battle. Having just captured the wife of the Blood Soul sect's leader, he was deliberating whether to take her back or eliminate her when a cold voice pierced through his thoughts. "What do you intend to do with my beloved daughter?" Startled, Yin Sang turned to retaliate, but a powerful palm strike pierced through his body, causing dark demonic energy to erupt from his chest. He fell to the ground, injured and spitting blood. "Father, they of the Heavenly Sword sect and Beastmaster sect have attacked my husband's sect without cause. You must stand up for us." Fenyu's daughter cried as she rushed to embrace her father. Had he arrived a moment later, she would have faced death or disgrace. After collapsing, Yin Sang disregarded his injuries and quickly rose, shouting for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to flee, before activating a teleportation talisman to escape. "Humph! Have you fled? Do you think a monk can run from a temple?" Fenyu commanded, and his followers captured all remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect and Beastmaster sect who had not managed to escape. Instead of executing them, Fenyu chose to strip them of their cultivation, infusing them with demonic energy, leaving them in a state of torment, unable to die nor live, as they hovered on the precipice of demonic transformation. With their cultivation nullified, they could not become demons, doomed to suffer until their bodies ultimately exploded. "Shinger, do not worry, your father shall seek out your uncles and allies to join forces against the human race, and we will obliterate these two treacherous sects." After soothing his daughter, Fenyu found the corpse of an elder at the late Golden Core stage and ordered Han Yumi to possess it, resulting in a drop in his cultivation from mid-nascent soul to early nascent soul, yet he had preserved his life. Originally, the Blood Soul sect boasted over 3,000 disciples, but with several hundred away and the rest decimated, fewer than 200 remained, all the elders having perished. In despair, Han Yumi sent a message to the disciples who had been dispatched, informing them of the calamity that had befallen the sect, instructing them to return directly to the Holy Demon sect. Surveying the devastation of his sect, his nearly dishonored wife, and the countless corpses of his disciples, Han Yumi vowed to ensure that the Beastmaster sect and Heavenly Sword sect would face a fate 100 times worse than his own. Perched upon a distant tree, a man and woman observed the conclusion of the battle among the four sections. Their communication stones flickered incessantly. The man wore a satisfied smile, and playfully pinched the woman's rear. "Darling, you're so annoying. Do you think they will truly come to blows?" Hiromo nestled against Meng Jia's chest, coquettishly inquiring of her husband, who had already succumbed to demonic corruption. "Humph, this is just the beginning. I have also slain many from the righteous Qi sect. Given Yuan Laoda's temperament, he will undoubtedly come seeking vengeance." Meng Jia held Hiromo close, after being expelled from their sect, they harbored deep resentment, which led them to cultivate recklessly, ultimately joining the Blood Soul sect. Yet, their discontent remained. They began to incite discord between the Demon Clan and the human race, aiming to use the Demon Clan as pawns to annihilate human sects in retribution for their expulsion. Thus, under their scheming, Mang Jia and Hirumo targeted the disciples of major human sects venturing out for training, slaying them and plundering their possessions, leaving behind the mark of the Blood Soul palm on the corpses, misleading the human race into believing that the Demon Clan was wantonly slaughtering innocents. Should the humans come to eradicate the Blood Soul sect, the Demon Clan would surely unite to retaliate. Let us depart. Our esteemed sect leader has procured us a new home. Once there, you must serve your husband well, Meng Jia declared, clutching the communication stone as he leapt down from the tree, the two of them sharing sinister smiles as they made their way toward the Holy Demon sect. Inside the Beastmaster sect, Wei Ming inquired, "How is Yulang faring?" He watched as the Grand Elder examined the wounded creature. After a thorough inspection, the Grand Elder solemnly informed Wei Ming that Yulang's internal organs and bones had been shattered, and demonic energy continued to ravage its body. If a healing elixir was not procured swiftly, Yulang risked succumbing to demonic corruption, at which point the contract would dissolve, transforming a late nascent soul demon wolf into a catastrophe wherever it roamed. Sigh, I must swallow my pride and seek out that heartless alchemist, Wei Ming lamented, securing Yulang within the beast bag before gathering a wealth of spirit stones and treasures, setting off towards the Righteous Qi sect in search of Jiang Wuqing's medicinal aid. Chapter 48 The End of the Seclusion Period in the Grand Hall of the Sacred Demon Sect. What, you expect me to endure for the sake of Amir Jr.? Feng Yu stood in the hall, indignant. Present were the leaders of the four major sects of the Demon Clan, all of whom were his old friends, having forged bonds of camaraderie since their youth, now united as sect masters. Their feelings ran deep, akin to that of brothers. Old Feng, you know well that we have just acquired the Dragon Soul Stone, and if we engage in battle now, what will happen to the Dragon Soul Stone that Xiao Feng has only just fused with? When Bishu patiently advised from the side, yet Feng Yu's expression was as dark as coal, showing no signs of appeasement. Feng Santong is undoubtedly gifted, but did our sacred demon sect not invest in the Dragon Soul Stone? You of the One Yu sect remain unscathed, while my daughter and son-in-law were unjustly annihilated by the human race, nearly losing their lives in the process. How can I possibly endure this? Feng Yu was acutely aware that the Demon Clan needed to nurture a talent capable of reaching the great ascension stage for their future, ensuring someone would care for them after their ascension. However, he found it impossible to swallow his anger now. Moreover, his daughter and son-in-law were present in the hall. If he heeded his friend's counsel, how would he face them afterward? Xiao Feng is currently at the late foundation establishment stage. You must allow him to fully integrate the Dragon Soul Stone before we eradicate those two human sects. Tian Yiling, the leader of the Demon Sect of Heaven, also advocated for patience, for they had collectively selected this prodigy, and it would be unacceptable to see him fall so easily. Even if he were to perish, they would ensure the Dragon Soul Stone did not fall into the hands of others, for it was procured at great cost from the 5 major sects of the Demon Clan. I concur with their opinions. However, Old Feng, if you truly wish to attack, I shall personally lead all the beasts of the Wan Beast sect to annihilate them, Lan Tian remarked from his seat, stroking the blood-red-eyed demon tiger beside him. He cared little for the prospect of battle, confident in the superiority of the Wan Beast sect over the Human Beast Control sect. Then, Old Feng, make your stance clear. If Feng Santong is indeed your son, but he is also our nephew. My daughter, however, is not someone I merely picked up off the street. You, as the uncle, must handle this matter. The leader of the Mad Demon sect, Feng Xiao, the eldest and most powerful among them, was on the verge of transcending to the divine realm. His efforts to cultivate his son were also aimed at securing their future. Xiao Feng requires 3 years to fuse the Dragon Soul Stone. While we are all sect masters, you are well aware of the nature of the Demon Clan, Feng Xiao added, bringing up the recent events concerning the Blood Soul sect, suspecting that someone was instigating a conflict between the human and demon races. I cannot wait 3 years. By next month at the latest, if need be, I shall strike first alongside Old Lan. What do I have to fear from merely 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators? Feng Yu declared. Were it not for the necessity of consolidating the Blood Soul sect and assisting Han Yumi in restoring her cultivation, he would have already marched into the Beast Control sect. Though the human cultivators may be low in cultivation, they possess ninth-grade weapons. Do you? When Bishu interjected, he had once battled Lu Shangyun and prided himself on his defensive capabilities, yet he was still pierced through by a single sword strike. That tigress and that bald donkey are more than enough to handle the five of us, Tian Yiling remarked, his words tinged with despondency, yet they held an element of truth. The demon clan had once allied with the beast clan to assault the human race, only to be thoroughly subdued by the Fanghua umbrella and the Tianshan alms bowl. The ninth-grade weapons were not mere artifacts. They were divine instruments. Little did they know that those two treasures now lay with the beast clan, a fact that would have led to the extermination of the human race had they been aware. This was also the reason why Lu Shangyun was in such a hurry to reclaim the Fanghua umbrella, as a monk from the demon clan was willing to personally discipline his own disciple to avoid a calamity. I will wait 1 year. I shall wait for my son-in-law to fully restore his cultivation. If you do not come, I shall go myself, Fengyu declared, insisting that after his demise, his brothers should cremate him and bury his ashes in the 5 major sects, leaving them both amused and helpless, ultimately agreeing to his wish. After Meng Jia and Hirumo arrived at the sacred demon sect, Han Yumi found herself without a trusted aide and had no choice but to promote the two. Unbeknownst to her, these very individuals were the ones responsible for her sect's downfall. Half a year later, Mo Chen had comprehended the essence of the Fanghua sword intent to its utmost limit. Throughout these 6 months, he had exhausted more than half of his spirit stones, leaving him with merely 20 million spirit stones. Gazing at the dwindling reserves in his ring, he contemplated consuming the little black dog before him. Woof, woof, woof. The palm-sized hellhound scampered before Mo Chen, wagging its tail and extending its tongue in a comically endearing manner as it begged for spirit stones. 6 months prior, following Ruoming's advice, Mo Chen had placed spirit stones beside the spirit beast egg, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy for a quicker hatching. 3 months ago, a tiny black puppy had emerged, marked by a white birthmark that resembled an eye on its forehead. It consumed 5 meals a day, each consisting of spirit stones, reducing Mo Chen's reserves to this meager amount. Fortunately, Mo Chen had learned beast control techniques and had pricked his own blood to have the hellhound recognize him as its master as soon as it hatched. He subsequently forced it into a contract, ensuring it could never defy his commands. Senior, do you truly believe raising this foolish dog is worthwhile? Mo Chen queried, feeding it spirit stones while stroking its head, feeling increasingly pained at the expenditure. Which is more valuable, your life or spirit stones? Ruoming remained reclining on the Fanghua umbrella, eyes closed as she absorbed spiritual energy. Over the past 6 months, her form had approached corporeality. Should she achieve full substance, she would wield the Fanghua umbrella in battle, impervious to attacks from lower realm cultivators. What is that, senior? Mo Chen began to respond when he noticed a strand of yellow gas, no larger than a finger, drifting up from the ground, leisurely gliding through the air. Hurry, use your divine sense to capture it and draw it into your sea of consciousness. Before Mo Chen could fully comprehend, he immediately unleashed his divine sense in an attempt to ensnare the yellow gas within his consciousness. Sensing danger, the yellow gas fled wildly within the dragon cave. Thus, half a day passed, with the hellhound gazing up at the yellow gas in confusion. A day later, the yellow gas, as if exhausted, was finally drawn into Mo Chen's sea of consciousness, where it began to swim leisurely, offering no resistance. What is this, senior? It nearly depleted my soul power, Mo Chen gasped, lying on the ground, weary from the exertion as he gazed at the stones above in the dragon cave. Heavenly fortune, Dragon Chi, Ruoming explained, revealing that the dragon energy had long suppressed the earthly fortune, giving rise to this faint breath. Once you condense your golden core, you must integrate it into your core. Keeping it in your sea of consciousness will also greatly benefit you. Upon finishing her explanation, Ruoming instructed Mo Chen to begin cultivating the soul-devouring technique. Now that his dark spiritual root's power could be shared with his light spiritual root, learning this demon clan technique would not lead him to corruption. Mo Chen condensed the formless sword within his dantian using the Fanghua sword intent, thereby balancing his light and dark spiritual roots. The struggles he faced in this endeavor were known only to him. After a year had passed, Mo Chen's sea of consciousness, once akin to a tranquil lake, now resembled an endless ocean, boundless and vast. Though he remained at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his divine sense was comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The token given by Huashaotian flew through the air, resonating with a humming sound. After storing the hellhound, now dubbed Arai, in his beast pouch, Chen tidied up his belongings in preparation to leave. Ruomeng directly stowed the Fanghua umbrella on her shoulder and stepped out alongside Chen. He found it hard to believe that this Ruomeng was the same figure depicted on the umbrella's surface. The woman portrayed on the umbrella was graceful, beautiful, ethereal, and exuded an unearthly charm, while Ruomeng was coarse, vulgar, prone to cursing, and unrefined, a stark contrast. Those old geezers of the Dragon Clan are truly stingy. After a year, I'm still at the early golden core stage. What was the point of my entering? Chen and Ruomeng had just exited the formation when they heard Hua Xiaotian cursing the heads of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 49 A Fateful Encounter. Senior, it hurts, please be gentler. Chen hadn't even had the chance to greet Hua Xiaotian when he noticed a small child behind him, holding a roasted chicken leg in one hand while tugging at Tuoba Mui's ear with the other, forcibly dragging him out of the teleportation array. Tuoba Mui dared not resist. He was being pulled along, his hands grasping the child's, likely due to the pain from his ear being yanked. It hurts, you say. You were supposed to prepare meat for an entire year, and now, before even a year has passed, it's all gone. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Fu Sheng fumed, his grip showing no sign of loosening. It turned out that nearly a year ago, during a meal, Fu Sheng had suggested that Tuoba Mui enter seclusion for a year, during which Fu Sheng would guide him. With nothing else to do, Fu Sheng had asked Tuoba Mui to prepare a year's worth of raw meat and liquor. After ensuring everything was ready in the Dragon Cave, Tuoba Mui began his seclusion. However, today, after roasting the last chicken leg, Fu Sheng discovered there was no meat left. Upon inquiring, Tuoba Mui had admitted there was none, leading Fu Sheng to drag him out by the ear. With a few days of seclusion time wasted, Tuoba Mui dared not protest. He had already restored his fragmented soul and completed the cultivation of the demon-devouring body refinement technique within the year. He felt immense gratitude towards Fu Sheng but was unable to express it. Fu Sheng? Yes, Ruomeng. What brings you here? Upon seeing the child on the ground, Ruomeng sensed his aura, leading to this coincidental encounter. Why haven't you grown? And you, why have you grown? Both asked simultaneously, leaving Chen and the others bewildered, utterly clueless about their exchange. However, as Ruomeng was a senior, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Senior, could you please let go of my ear? Tuoba Mui, still on the ground, could no longer bear the tugging. You useless fool, your soul may be flawed, but your mind is intact. You can't even handle something so trivial. Fu Sheng remained irate, but in front of outsiders, he refrained from making things difficult for the younger generation and reluctantly released his grip. Oh, isn't that Tuoba air? What new spell have you learned after your seclusion? Hua Xiaotian, having heard the commotion, approached and could not help but tease Tuoba Mui, as they were of similar age and both belonged to the Dragon Clan. Humph. I haven't learned any new spells, I just can't stand up straight. Tuoba Mui dared not admit that Fu Sheng had dragged him by the ear. If Hua Xiaotian were to spread that around, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon Clan. Greetings to both esteemed seniors. I have prepared a feast at my family's establishment. I humbly invite you to join us, Hua Xiaotian said, bowing respectfully upon seeing Fu Sheng and Ruomeng, fully aware that their power surpassed that of his father, hence he dared not act presumptuously. Slap! Fu Sheng suddenly struck Tuoba Mui, who had just risen from the ground, rendering him momentarily dazed. Why did you get slapped suddenly while Hua Xiaotian was speaking? Look at you! You're a dragon, yet you've brought such disgrace upon our kind. You emerge from seclusion and don't even take care of my meals. Fu Sheng continued to contemplate striking Tuoba Mui again, but Ruomeng intervened, reminding him to be mindful of his status as a senior. Upon hearing this, Fu Sheng let her small hand down, while Tuoba Mui felt even more wronged. He had barely emerged from seclusion and had already arranged a banquet to host Fu Sheng, only to be yanked out before he could even finish. He felt utterly innocent in the matter. Senior, you jest, please, both of you, follow Ruomeng to the top floor of my family's restaurant. I have made arrangements there. After I pay my respects to my father with Chen, we shall join you, Hua Xiaotian said, intending to visit his father after emerging from seclusion. Chen had met him before but had not had the chance to familiarize himself with Hua Xiaotian during his recent seclusion. Look at that, they're dining on the top floor while you bring me to the second floor. Do you look down on me or what? Fu Shang grumbled, preparing to hit Tuoba Mui again. However, just as he raised his hand, Ruo Meng kicked him squarely in the rear, sending him flying. Are you done yet? You've delayed me from eating meat. I swear, I'll deal with you later, and you, stop staring and lead the way. After chastising Fu Shang, Ruo Meng turned to Tuoba Mui, who was too lazy to remember the restaurant's location, instructing him to get up and guide them. This delighted Tuoba Mui, as not only would he avoid further punishment, but he would also have the chance to see the top floor of the Hua family. He quickly got up, dusted himself off, and said to Ruo Meng, "After you, senior," as he led her towards the Dragon City. This woman has been around for countless years and still dares to hit me. How audacious! Fu Shang grumbled as he picked himself up, scurrying after them. Within the Dragon Clan's residence, Hua Lingyun sat at the head of the table when Hua Xiaotian entered with Mo Chen. Mo Chen noticed that the aura emanating from Hua Lingyun felt even more oppressive. It seemed he would soon reach the transformation god stage. "Father, I have emerged from seclusion and come to pay my respects with Mo Chen," Hua Xiaotian said, bowing deeply, his crimson soul cloud manifesting. Hua Lingyun looked at his son's soul cloud with evident satisfaction. "Greetings, Uncle Hua. I apologize for not being able to pay my respects a year ago. It was my oversight." Mo Chen stepped forward, feeling somewhat impolite for having accepted the Dragon Clan's invitation to the Dragon Cave without properly thanking them. No matter. Your contributions to Xiaotian's progress are not insignificant. Our Dragon Clan has never been one to adhere to such trifles. You are a friend of my son, and thus a friend of our clan, Hua Lingyun said, scanning Mo Chen with his divine sense. He noted that Mo Chen's foundation was exceptionally stable. Should he successfully condense a perfect golden core, he would surely soar to great heights in the future. After conversing with Hua Lingyun for a while, Mo Chen and Hua Xiaotian took their leave and made their way to the top floor of the Hua family restaurant. Upon entering, they found Tuoba Mui standing beside Fu Shang, serving him with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Ruo Meng was busily instructing a maid to slice meat for her, consuming it greedily alongside fine wine, leaving Mo Chen feeling slightly embarrassed, while Hua Xiaotian laughed heartily, unfazed by such antics. Having learned from Ruo Meng's previous dining experience, Hua Xiaotian had ensured a plentiful supply of meat was sent to the restaurant, fearing he might not adequately entertain Ruo Meng. He knew that while Mo Chen might not discern any flaws in his golden core, Ruo Meng was the key to obtaining the black golden lotus seeds. "Brother Mo, I will always remember your kindness. Come, let us toast." Although Hua Xiaotian had not made any progress in his cultivation over the past year, the benefits his crimson soul cloud would bring him in the future far outweighed mere cultivation levels. "Brother Hua, you are too kind. I have also gained much from this seclusion in the Dragon Cave, and I must express my gratitude to Uncle Hua and you as well." Mo Chen raised his cup, and the two brothers began to drink heartily. Both had endured hardships. Despite being the legitimate son of the Hua family, Hua Xiaotian had long navigated life and death in his training. Mo Chen, having come from humble beginnings, knew that without encountering Ming Yi and Jiang Wuqing, and later Ruo Meng, he might still be tending horses and cattle at the age of 36 or perhaps even have perished due to the schemes of Butler Wang during those earlier years. Chapter 50 of the Mission of Guardian Clan. Brother Hua, why is that Tuoba Mui also of your Dragon Clan, yet he lacks the essence of the dragon? After several rounds of drinks, Mo Chen, slightly inebriated, voiced his lingering curiosity. The Dragon Clan is divided into three families of the Hua family, which is of the Blood Dragon lineage, the Tuoba family, which belongs to the Soul Dragon lineage, and the Ming family, known for their dark demon dragons, Hua Xiaotian replied, taking a sip before elaborating on the distinctions among the three branches of the Dragon Clan, captivating Mo Chen's attention. The demon dragons possess three branches within the demon tribe. The blood dragons can ignite their lifeblood to enhance their combat prowess. If someone like Hua Xiaotian can condense soul clouds, then igniting their lifeblood will also set the soul clouds ablaze, doubling the strength compared to an ordinary blood dragon. This explains why Hua Lingyun, upon learning that Hua Xiaotian had condensed soul clouds, generously offered a slot in the dragon cavern to Mo Chen, disregarding the loss of one slot for his own kin. The soul dragon bloodline of the Tuoba family endows them with exceptionally powerful souls. If they cultivate body techniques, their physical strength is formidable, and they can disregard control-type spells. However, an individual like Tuoba Mui, despite ranking second in talent within his clan, is a side descendant with a fragmented soul, making him looked down upon within the Soul Dragon lineage. This is precisely why he covets Mo Chen's demonic soul refinement technique, and now, with his soul restored and having learned soul cultivation techniques, he, being a body cultivator, will undoubtedly gain prominence both within his family and in the outside world. This explains why he tolerates Fu Sheng's admonitions without a hint of anger. To him, Fu Sheng is akin to a reborn parent. As for the Ming family, known for their dark demon dragons, their strength lies in their immense demonic power. Their dark demon roots are exceptionally potent, allowing them to master demonic spells and magic spells with greater proficiency than the average demon clan, resulting in greater potency when unleashed. Is that so? Imochen pieced it together, realizing that the Ming family is indeed the lineage of his master. Ming Yeit stands to reason that Ming Yi must have been one of the stronger members of the family, otherwise, how could he have attained the great ascension stage? Just as the group was reveling in their merriment, Fu Sheng and Ruo Meng stood up and exchanged glances. Subsequently, Ruo Meng picked up the Fanghua umbrella and informed Imochen of her departure back to Fanghua sect. Fu Sheng also expressed his intent to return, which left everyone perplexed. The protective formation of Fanghua sect is under attack. Ruo Meng sensed the situation, burdened by her mission to prevent Fanghua sect from being annihilated in the lower realm. Fu Sheng also sensed a powerful assault on the protective formation of Tianshan sect and resolved to return to safeguard his sect. Farewell, esteemed seniors. Imochen, Hua Xiaotian, and Tuoba Mui stood to pay their respects. The three had all benefited from the guidance and care of Fu Sheng and Ruo Meng, thus it was only fitting to bid them farewell. Until we meet again, fate permitting, Ruo Meng declared, her presence emanating an overwhelming pressure as she vanished within the tavern, Fanghua umbrella in hand. Damn woman, why the rush? Are you hurrying to be reborn? Fu Sheng remarked, grabbing a beef leg before disappearing from sight. Tuoba Air, who was that esteemed senior, after Fu Sheng and Ruo Meng departed, the remaining group resumed their conversation, with Hua Xiaotian having never encountered anyone whose aura surpassed that of his father. I have no idea. I met her while waiting on the road, Tuoba Mui replied, tossing a piece of meat into his mouth and downing a cup of wine. That he had come here without tasting any food, solely attending to Fu Sheng. Brother Mo, do you know the identity of the esteemed senior accompanying you? Hua Xiaotian recalled Ruo Meng mentioning the attack on the protective formation of Fanghua sect, but he knew that the sect leader, Lu Xinyun, was somewhat weaker than his father and could not possibly possess such a formidable aura. The Fanghua sword spirit, Imochen blurted out, realizing that since Ruo Meng had already returned to Fanghua sect, revealing her identity posed no issue. As long as she was present, no one could annihilate Fanghua sect. Oh, so it is the Fanghua treasure, the Fanghua sword spirit. I was puzzled as to why a 9th grade umbrella sword was considered a treasure. Now it makes sense. Hua Xiaotian recalled mentioning to Imochen that the 9th grade umbrella sword, Fanghua umbrella, was one of the 3 treasures of Fanghua sect. Imochen had come to Fanghua sect under his guidance, yet he could not fathom how the Fanghua umbrella ended up in Imochen's possession. Imochen recounted the events that transpired in the Yin-Yang secret realm at the table, while Tuoba Mui nodded in agreement, having witnessed the Fanghua sword being taken away by the ethereal Yin Chen. Brother Mo possesses such fortuitous encounters. In the future, you will undoubtedly flourish alongside me in the upper realm. Let us drink another cup, and Tuoba Air, you too should partake. Do not just focus on eating. Hua Xiaotian expressed his satisfaction in befriending Imochen, acknowledging that despite his humble origins, his luck was extraordinary, and he was destined to become a powerful figure in the future. The 3 of them shared their innermost thoughts, drinking throughout the night until they were utterly intoxicated and lost to consciousness. A year ago within the Jingqi sect, the sect leader, Yuan Jun, surveyed the corpses of his disciples in the Great Hall, seething with rage. He could not comprehend why the Blood Soul sect would target his disciples when they had yet to strike first. How could the demon clan have attacked them preemptively? In the Great Hall, all the elders were gathered, a rare occurrence, as it was a matter of great importance that warranted their presence. Elder, what is your perspective? Should we unite with the human cultivators to launch an offensive against the demon clan? Despite his anger, Yuan Jun contemplated the possibility of directly annihilating the Blood Soul sect, yet without successors within the sect, he feared that an impulsive act of vengeance could lead to the sect's demise. He could not gamble with the legacy established by countless ancestors. At times, he pondered that if he were merely an elder, he could act recklessly and indulge in revenge without hesitation. I support the sect leader's opinion. If we are to fight, Jingqi sect has no fear of the Blood Soul sect. Tang Yan stroked his beard. Should a human sect have slain his disciples, he would counsel the sect leader to ascertain the truth before taking action, but given that this involved the demon clan, he advocated for war. Fight, are you all out of your minds? Jiang Wuqing examined the injuries on 2 disciples' palms and discerned that the aura of the Blood Soul palm was amiss. indicating that someone had deliberately instigated conflict. Elder Lu, why do you say such things? Yuan Jun, though angered with Jiang Wuqing, understood his character well. He too despised the demon clan, especially since Jiang Wang had perished at their hands. Come and take a look at these palm injuries. Do you not detect the aura of our Jingqi sect's palm technique? Jiang Wuqing beckoned Yuan Jun to inspect. After scrutinizing for quite some time, he recognized the presence of his sect's martial arts aura within the injuries of the blood soul palm. This could it be that our own people are responsible? Upon realizing the truth, Yuan Jun's fury intensified. If it were the demon clan's doing, he could simply retaliate, but if it were his own disciples, then attacking the demon clan would be unjustified. Having come to this understanding, he began to calm down, looking towards Jiang Wuqing, encouraging him to continue. He held a high regard for this sixth elder. Although he did not oversee sect affairs, he was adept at managing significant matters. While many of our disciples study demon clan and demon tribe techniques, the blood soul palm can only be learned through corruption. It is not the doing of our current disciples. Jiang Wuqing, despite being at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, was widely respected for his insights, with the exception of Jiang Wuqing. Your disciple speaks truth. I suspect it was that Meng Jia's doing. Jiang Wuqing, having also examined the injuries, sensed that the aura of the palm technique emanated from someone who had practiced Jingqi sect's techniques for a considerable time. If it truly was that rebellious disciple, I shall personally cleave him in two. The second elder could no longer contain himself. Not only had his disciple brought shame upon him and the sect, but after being expelled, he had succumbed to corruption, joining the demon clan and turning against his former comrades. How could he remain unperturbed? Chapter 51 of The Unfeeling Alchemist. Second elder, temper your anger. What is your perspective, unfeeling? Upon uncovering the truth, Yuan Jun's fury dissipated entirely. He understood that if he were to wage war against the demonic clan, falling prey to the scheming of a treacherous individual, it would spell the utter ruin of the righteous sect under his stewardship. We must intensify the patrols within the sect and enlist assistance to reinforce the protective grand formation. For the next few years, let the disciples cultivate within the sect while we retreat into seclusion to enhance our cultivation, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Wuqing contemplated for a moment, sensing the complexity of the situation. The one orchestrating the game had made their move, undoubtedly with further strategies in reserve. Given the suspicion that it was Meng Jia behind this, he surely possessed other means to confront the righteous sect. Since direct conflict was currently unfeasible, they could only adopt a defensive stance and await the opponent's next move. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Additionally, we must exercise heightened vigilance regarding this year's new recruits. We cannot permit any infiltrators to compromise our integrity. Yuan Jun conceded. Despite his temperamental nature, he held a profound trust in Jiang Wuqing's meticulousness. Master, the Beastmaster sect's leader has arrived with a significant gift, seeking an audience with the sixth elder, a disciple announced, informing them of Wei Ming's visit. What business does that scoundrel have with me? I refuse to see him. He can take his leave. Jiang Wuqing expressed his disdain for such dubious characters seeking his attention, convinced they brought no good tidings. Unfeeling, one must consider that he is the leader of a sect. It would be unwise to rebuff him so harshly. Perhaps a meeting would be more prudent? Yuan Jun recognized Jiang Wuqing's temper was not much milder than his own, yet as the sect leader, he could not simply cast Wei Ming out, given their future encounters were inevitable. I have no obligation to him. Why should I grant him an audience? Jiang Wuqing flicked his sleeve and endeavored to depart. Yuan Jun exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Wuqing, who reluctantly nodded in understanding. Junior brother, he has brought a gift. It would be trivial to meet him. The outcome of our discussion matters less than receiving the offering, Jiang Wuqing remarked. His words only darkened Yuan Jun's expression further. What was the point of accepting gifts without any dealings? Such behavior would tarnish the righteous sect's reputation. Very well, have that old fool wait for me in my cave. I am currently unwell. Once I have finished in the lavatory, I shall see him. Jiang Wuqing instructed the disciple to convey his message to Wei Ming before striding out of the great hall. Yuan Jun, witnessing Jiang Wuqing's obstinacy, could only shake his head in resignation. He ordered his disciples to properly bury their fallen comrades before retreating to his secret chamber for meditation. The other elders, seeing Yuan Jun's departure, also took their leave. Within the Fragrant Blossom sect. Xinger, why does your state of mind seem so unstable? Lu Xiangyun observed her disciple, Xian Yuanxing, in a state of turmoil, her spiritual energy in disarray and her thoughts restless. Lu Shangyun sensed that something must have transpired to distress her apprentice. After misplacing Fuxing, Lu Shangyun had returned to the sect in a state of melancholy, pondering how she had lost someone else's child after bringing them out. Having consumed her own 100,000 spirit stones over 5 days without recovering her sect's treasured artifacts, she felt a sense of grievance. Upon her return, she discovered her cherished disciple spending every day confined to her chamber. Thus, today she came to check on Shen Yuancheng and found her mental state to be precarious. Lu Shangyun felt a deep concern, especially since she had recently reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and was on the verge of transcending to the divine transformation stage. She did not wish for her sect to lose its pillar after her ascension. Master, Shen Yuancheng hesitated to divulge the events that transpired, feeling ashamed that a stranger had seen her in such a vulnerable state. However, under Lu Shangyun's persistent inquiries, she eventually recounted the incident of that day. Alas, if that is the case, you should venture forth to cultivate outside the sect. If fate has entwined you with that individual, perhaps it could lead to a beautiful union, Lu Shangyun suggested. Though she had not experienced romantic love herself, having lived for over a millennium, she had witnessed her fair share of such matters. Master, but I do not harbor feelings for him, Shen Yuanqing cried, feeling utterly wronged. Lu Shangyun sat beside her, embracing her gently and offering words of comfort. My dear Qinger, fate is a matter of destiny. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. Of the fact that you wield the fragrant blossom sword and could not harm him is a testament to this predetermined course, Lu Shangyun reassured her disciple, advising that if she wished to avoid this entanglement, she could directly enter closed-door cultivation upon her return from her journey, as her current unstable mindset was ill-suited for such endeavors. After voicing her concerns, Shen Yuanqing found her mental state considerably steadier. She resolved to embark on her cultivation journey, determined to forget the matter. The prospect of becoming a partner with such a person seemed utterly implausible. Once Shen Yuanqing set off for her journey, Lu Shangyun remained in her chamber, gazing at the portrait of her grandmaster, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. Although she was unaware of the events that transpired between her grandmaster and Tian Shanzi, the traditions of the sect dictated that fragrant blossom disciples must seize opportunities with fated individuals when they arose, lest they be left with regrets. Very well, I shall leave it all to fate, Lu Shangyun declared, closing her eyes to begin her meditation, striving to break through the bottleneck of the late nascent soul stage and achieve the divine transformation realm. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, you wretched beast, Wei Ming, you abandoned this sect leader and fled, nearly costing me my life at the hands of the demonic clan. Yin Sang meditated in his chamber, his injuries grave. Had Wei Ming not departed without a word, he would not have been struck down by Fan Yu's devastating blow. Despite these thoughts, he recognized that he had become distracted by Fan Xing's intentions and had overlooked Wei Ming's command to retreat. Yet, he could not quell his resentment towards Wei Ming. Had he not dragged him into the demon realm to annihilate that blood soul sect, he would not find himself in this weakened state, requiring extensive recovery. With the Heavenly Sword sect's talent dwindling, should further calamities arise, how could he face the esteemed predecessors of the sect who had ascended to the higher realms? How could he reconcile the sacrifices of so many valiant souls lost to the sect? Meanwhile, Wei Ming of the Beastmaster sect was not faring much better. He had come to the righteous sect seeking an audience with Jiang Wuqing, yet he had stood before the cave for 3 hours without encountering anyone. The righteous sect offered no hospitality, not even a disciple to greet him, leading him to question whether he had arrived at the correct location. Jiang Wuqing had claimed to be unwell, but as a fellow cultivator, could he truly believe such a far-fetched excuse? After achieving foundation establishment, one could fast, and even if he had truly needed to attend to nature's call, surely he would have returned by now. Ah, is that not sect leader Wei? What brings you here? Just as Wei Ming was about to leave in frustration, Jiang Wuqing appeared, soaring through the air on his sword, observing him from above. Greetings, Master Alchemist Wuqing. I have come with a request. Wei Ming recounted the events and presented the gifts he had brought for Jiang Wuqing's perusal. Sect leader Wei, a 7th grade pill is a rarity in this realm. Are you not placing an undue burden upon me? Jiang Wuqing remarked, glancing at the offerings before descending to stand before Wei Ming, his expression one of feigned helplessness. Though the world may claim that Master Alchemist Wuqing is devoid of emotion, in the realm of cultivation, he is renowned for his righteousness, championing the weak and harboring compassion for the lower realms. Given that I have personally come to beseech your assistance, I implore you to grant me a 7th grade nirvana pill, Wei Ming thought to himself, Feeling disgruntled, however, in this realm, Jiang Wuqing was the only 8th grade alchemist available. Previously, he could have sought assistance from Jiang Wang, but fate had conspired against him, leaving him with no choice but to approach the notoriously difficult Jiang Wuqing. "Humph, it is not that I am miserly, sect leader Wei, but my beloved disciple's heart has been shattered, and I had no choice but to part with the sect's treasured 7th grade nirvana pill for her sake. I now find myself regretting that decision." Jiang Wuqing lamented, smiting his thigh in a display of remorse, his expression eliciting a wave of exasperation from Wei Ming, who thought to himself that everyone knew the righteous sect owed its current standing to Jiang Wuqing's efforts, with other sects seeking high-grade pills from him. Chapter 52 The Shadowless Sword Technique. Wei Ming was acutely aware that Jiang Wuqing held a grudge against him. His habitual indulgence of his son and disciples in seizing treasures from other sects, and occasionally eliminating a few, had nothing to do with his role as the sect leader. Wei Zhongzhu, there remains but a single 7th grade nirvana pill in the lower realms. If the treasures of our sect are fed to dogs, what face will the righteous sect have left? Jiang Wuqing was resolutely unwilling to yield. The mere sight of Wei Ming made him anxious to retreat to the lavatory. "If Master Dan feels that the gifts I bring are insufficient, I shall certainly present anything within my possession with both hands," Wei Ming retorted. Although Jiang Wuqing insulted his guardian beast as a dog, Wei Ming was enraged but refrained from departing, for without the Shadow Wolf, the Beast Master sect would decline and ultimately vanish from the realm of cultivation. "Oh? I have heard that you possess the long-lost Shadowless Sword Technique. If you were willing to trade it, I would consider it," Jiang Wuqing remarked, aware that Wei Ming held valuable relics left behind by a fallen transformation stage cultivator, reputed to include the Shadowless Sword Technique. Jiang Wang had once proclaimed that the ultimate path of the sword encompassed the fragrant sword intent, the heavenly mysterious sword intent, and the worldly sword intent, of which the Shadowless Sword Technique was among the most elusive, rendering its sword chi nearly impossible to evade. Could Master Dan, might it be possible to exchange for something else? Wei Ming pondered, for this technique was his fortune, a safeguard against the potential decline of his sect, intended for auction should the need arise. One need not provide the original. Simply provide a copy for me. I can swear by my heart's demon that I shall pass this sword technique to but one disciple and ensure it remains undisclosed. Jiang Wuqing was unperturbed by Wei Ming's reluctance. In the lower realms, his alchemical skills were unparalleled, and since the passing of his master Jiang Wang, he had dictated the terms unilaterally. After much deliberation, Wei Ming acquiesced. Jiang Wuqing reviewed the copied sword technique, accepted the gifts on the ground, and tossed Wei Ming a 7th grade nirvana pill, bidding him farewell as he retreated into his cave dwelling. Left alone atop the Danmai mountain of the righteous sect, Wei Ming stood, the wind tousling his disheveled hair. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he summoned the Shadow Wolf, administered the pill, and returned it to the beast pouch, dazedly flying back to the sect. Upon returning to his cave, Jiang Wuqing erupted in laughter, retrieving a vial of 7th grade nirvana pills, counting several hundred remaining, enough to exchange for numerous valuable items. "Master, Xian'er has returned," came the voice of Chen Xian from outside the cave. Initially intending to enter seclusion, she had been summoned back by Jiang Wuqing to receive her share of spirit stones along with those of Mo Chen and Gu Ting, before paying her respects to her master. "Xian'er, your timing is impeccable. Shortly, I shall write a letter for you to deliver this sword technique to your junior brother Mo Chen," Jiang Wuqing instructed as he opened the formation to let Chen Xian enter, allowing her to sit while he penned the letter. The reason Jiang Wuqing sought to acquire valuable items from others was solely for the benefit of his remaining disciples. Following the departures of Gu Ting, Mo Chen, and Chen Xian for their own cultivation, he had received messages from 3 of his disciples before their tragic demise, leaving him heartbroken. Of his 6 disciples, 3 had perished, and he was determined to ensure that the remaining 3 could condense their golden pills, extending their lifespans by 500 years, and potentially 1,000 more should they reach the nascent soul stage. His disciples all possessed commendable talents, yet their focus on alchemy had hindered their cultivation, leading to untimely demises. "Xian'er, what grade of pills can you now refine?" Jiang Wuqing inquired as he wrote. However, upon hearing Chen Xian claim she could produce 4th grade pills, his expression grew increasingly somber. "Do not become overly engrossed in alchemy. Your elder brothers and sister have reached the end of their lives and have perished. You must diligently cultivate to condense your golden pill," he said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I understand, master. After delivering the items to Gu Ting and Mo Chen, I shall enter seclusion, Chen Xian replied, recognizing her master's protective nature. While his words bore a reprimanding tone, they were laced with affection. Jiang Wuqing presented Chen Xian with 3 boxes and 2 storage bags, distributing their belongings and urging her to deliver them promptly. Master, why is there no cultivation resource for junior brother Mo Chen? Chen Xian queried, puzzled as she received the items, noting the absence of resources for Mo Chen, unlike those for herself and Gu Ting. Do not inquire too deeply. Your junior brother is different. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours, Jiang Wuqing said cryptically, dismissing Chen Xian, who nodded in understanding, accepting the items and leaving the cave to contact Gu Ting and Mo Chen. Shen'er, I hope you encounter the opportunity to fully integrate the demonic cultivation method, Jiang Wuqing murmured, watching her retreating figure. Years prior, the half-complete shadow demon slaughter and devouring demon methods that Mo Chen had obtained were contributions Jiang Wuqing had orchestrated for his disciples, concerned that Mo Chen, due to his humble origins, might feel inferior upon receiving such valuable techniques upon entering the sect. He had arranged for his disciples to exchange for these items. Unbeknownst to Mo Chen, who believed himself fortunate to have acquired such treasures, it was all part of Jiang Wuqing's meticulous planning. His decision to withhold cultivation resources from Mo Chen was intended to encourage him to venture forth and integrate the devouring demon method more swiftly. The shadowless sword technique he bestowed upon Mo Chen was far more precious than the items given to Chen Xian and Gu Ting. Junior brother, awaken, Chen Xian called, shaking Mo Chen atop the highest floor of the Hua family's tavern. Mo Chen had informed her of his whereabouts upon exiting seclusion and had instructed the maidservants to allow her entry. Mo Chen was aware that the maidservants on the top floor were formidable golden pill cultivators. Should they obstruct entry, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to enter upon her arrival. Chen Xian found 3 individuals, a frail man, a remarkably handsome young gentleman, and her junior brother, entwined in slumber. It was dawn, yet the trio had indulged excessively the previous night, with wine jars strewn across the hall and 2 maidservants stationed at the staircase, awaiting their awakening. With no other choice, Chen Xian administered a pill to Mo Chen. She had never witnessed him intoxicated before. He typically maintained moderation, and his current state indicated that those beside him were trustworthy. However, within the sect, even among familiar faces, Mo Chen would never allow himself such indulgence. Junior brother, why do you remain guarded against both master and me? Chen Xian mused softly as she observed Mo Chen beginning to stir. From the moment she met him, she had recognized his distrust of anyone beyond herself. Mo Chen had never encountered kindness throughout his life, naturally fostering a wariness towards outsiders. Even the enigmatic Ming Yi had not earned his trust. Otherwise, he could have sought out the head of the Ming family here, presenting the jade pendant and ensuring his ancestors' release upon ascension. Sister, what brings you here? Mo Chen inquired, clarity returning after consuming the pill, though the remnants of last night's revelry blurred Chen Xian's image into a haze. Did I not inform you yesterday that master instructed me to find you? Chen Xian replied, patiently waiting for Mo Chen to regain full consciousness. She also conveyed the message from the sect's communication stone, which stated that Jiang Wuqing had advised against any concern, asserting that as long as the righteous sect possessed an 8th-grade alchemist, it would not face obliteration. Realizing the urgency, Mo Chen retrieved the communication stone and discovered that the sect leader Yuan Jun had issued a gathering order a year prior, and just yesterday had warned the disciples not to leave the sect's protective array. Chen Xian informed Mo Chen of the recent attacks on the sect's disciples and revealed that Jiang Wuqing suspected it was the work of Meng Jia, advising Mo Chen to exercise caution should he encounter him outside. Chapter 53 of the Fiery Domain of the Demon Clan. Junior brother, may I embrace you? This might be our final meeting in this lifetime, Chen Xian said, tears welling in her eyes as she handed the box to Mo Chen. She did not wish to meet the same tragic fate as her fellow disciples. Mo Chen, aware that Chen Xian's days were numbered, understood that, as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator like himself, she had merely 20 years to advance to the late foundation establishment stage, followed by another 20 years to reach the golden core stage, an aspiration that seemed far beyond her grasp. Senior sister, fret not. You will surely succeed in condensing your golden core, Mo Chen reassured her, rising to place the box into his storage ring, then opening his arms to envelop Chen Xian in a tight embrace. Chen Xian rose onto her toes and whispered softly into Mo Chen's ear, slipping a small sealed pouch into his palm before planting a gentle kiss on his cheek and burying her face against his chest. In that moment, the two stood in the hall, embracing silently, their hearts communicating unspoken sentiments. "Oh dear, you've tangled her hair," a sharp voice pierced the air, startling the two into releasing their hold on one another. Tuobamui, with his untimely interjection, caused Chen Xian to blush furiously as she averted her gaze, hastily arranging her disheveled hair and attire, wiping her tears, and fleeing down the stairs with her hands covering her face. "Tuoba, what on earth are you shouting for?" "I hadn't finished savoring the moment," Xiao Tian grumbled, smacking Tuobamui on the head. After awakening, the two had shared an unspoken understanding and had been watching Imochen embrace his senior sister with keen interest. Yet they had become so engrossed that Xiao Tian ended up pressing down on Tuobamui's hair, inadvertently disturbing him, which in turn startled the embracing duo. "When did you two wake up?" Imochen inquired, observing the pair as they stood up, while he tucked the pouch into his storage ring, a glint of mischief in his eyes that caused the two to feel a slight unease. "Not too long ago, just as you were saying, senior sister, you can definitely condense your golden core," Tuobamui replied, his mischievous eyes blinking playfully. "You could be even more cheeky," Xiao Tian retorted, giving Tuobamui another light smack on the head before instructing a maid to bring some food and wine. They had indulged excessively the previous day and required a few drinks to regain their composure. Imochen found their antics amusing, a smile breaking through his irritation. He sensed that the two genuinely regarded him as a friend. Despite being demons, they lacked the scheming nature that often characterized their kind. "Brother Mo, I have a splendid place in mind, would you care to join me?" Xiao Tian asked mysteriously during their meal, prompting Tuobamui to express his desire to accompany them. Xiao Tian shot him an exasperated glance, instructing him to stay put. 3 days hence, the 7 flame flowers in the demon territory will have matured. Would you like to join me in seizing or competing for the opportunity?" Xiao Tian caught himself mid-sentence, awkwardly sipping from his cup. "That is indeed a precious treasure. I wish to partake in the competition as well," Tuobamui exclaimed, undeterred. He was well aware that Xiao Tian, as the scion of the blood dragon, was privy to valuable information regarding rare treasures. With his fractured soul now mended, he had been diligently cultivating the soul-devouring art under the guidance of Fu Shang and could now harness his powers to their fullest without the need for medicinal pills. "The fiery flower of the demon clan's forbidden domain?" Imochen remarked, causing both Xiao Tian and Tuobamui to pause in surprise. This was a closely guarded secret of the demon clan. How did Imochen come to know of it? In truth, having studied alchemy for 3 years, he had learned to identify various herbs and was familiar with many of the rare resources available in the lower realms. "My brother is informed, so there is no need for further explanation. Currently, the demon clan is waging war against the human race, and since you are not returning to aid your sect, why not accompany me in pursuing that opportunity?" Xiao Tian, now at the golden core stage, with his soul cloud solidifying, wished not to squander time. He aimed to reach the nascent soul stage swiftly, especially since his father would soon face the divine tribulation, and he needed to prove his talent to inherit the family head position. Moreover, the 7 flame flowers were typically contested only by the demon clan's disciples at the foundation establishment in golden core stages. With their current assault on the human race, the demon clan's golden core and nascent soul cultivators were absent, presenting a perfect chance for them to exploit the situation. "What if we obtain it? How shall we divide it?" Tuobamui inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling. He knew that even a single petal could significantly increase his chances of achieving a flawless golden core. "Let us first secure the flowers, then discuss division. After all, the demon clan is also coveting them. I will suppress my cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage and accompany you. I've heard that the highest cultivation level of the demon clan this year is at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage," Xiao Tian stated, his sly grin instilling confidence in the other two, who were relieved to not be his adversaries, lest they become his pawns. The trio agreed to set off for the demon clan's fiery domain the following morning. After finishing their breakfast, they arrived at Xiao Tian's residence, where he arranged a secret chamber for each of them to cultivate. Xiao Tian aimed to solidify his cultivation, Tuobamui sought to perfect the soul-devouring art, while Imochen retrieved the box given to him by Chen Xian, an unassuming item containing a letter and a jade token. In the letter, Jiang Wuqing advised Mo Chen against hastening his cultivation, urging him to stabilize his demonic energy and demonic roots before pursuing further development. He also mentioned that he had discovered a sword technique particularly suited for Mo Chen, encouraging him to practice diligently. Upon reading the letter, Mo Chen began to question whether the soul-devouring method he had obtained was indeed arranged by Jiang Wuqing. The Dragon Clan's demonic pill, the God-slaying seal, and this shadowless sword technique seemed to suggest that he was treading a path meticulously laid out by Jiang Wuqing. The essence of the sword, formless and shadowless. Mo Chen committed the sword technique to memory and began to practice. By the early hours of the morning, he had mastered the first layer, though the second layer would require him to reach the golden core stage, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, the prospect of wielding a finger as a sword in the final layer filled him with anticipation. The following day, the trio set forth towards the Demon Clan's territory. They soared through the night, arriving at the fiery domain, where Mo Chen provided each of them with a transformation pill, a 5th-grade elixir that would allow them to exude demonic energy indistinguishable from that of the Demon Clan for 10 days. "Brother Mo, where did you procure such a fine item? If you have more, do share," Hua Xiaotian remarked, his mind racing with pleasant thoughts as he accepted the transformation pill. Mo Chen, sensing mischief afoot, tossed him a vial containing a dozen more pills he had hastily concocted the previous night. Hua Xiaotian, with experience to spare, produced 3 masks designed to shield against spiritual detection, distributing them to Mo Chen and Tuobamui. He cautioned them that the masks only offered protection from cultivators at the golden core stage and below, being utterly ineffective against those at the nascent soul stage. Additionally, he presented attire from the Wanyu sect for the Two to Dawn. When Mo Chen inquired about its origin, Hua Xiaotian explained that it belonged to the sect leader of Wanyu, who had sought his father's assistance in attacking the human race. His father had declined, leading to a confrontation where Huo Lingyun's overwhelming pressure had resulted in several disciples of Wanyu perishing. Hua Xiaotian deemed the garments useful and took them for himself. Once they were prepared, they ventured to the heart of the fiery domain, where hundreds of Foundation establishment demon cultivators awaited. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Mo Chen's eyes as he spotted Meng Jia and Hirumo standing behind a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Meng Jia had also reached the late Foundation establishment stage, while Hirumo had attained the mid-stage. Though the murderous aura was faint, one of the demon cultivators noticed it, startling Mo Chen, who had never encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator so sensitive to killing intent. He relayed a warning to Hua Xiaotian and Tuobamui to be cautious of this individual. Hua Xiaotian communicated telepathically, revealing that this person was a prodigy of the Demon Clan, the son of the Demon Clan's mad demon sect leader, Feng Santong, who was also a prospective leader of the Demon Clan. The Dragon Soulstone auctioned previously had been delivered directly to Feng Santong by the 5 leaders of the Demon Clan and his father. The complete fusion of the Dragon Soulstone would take 3 years, and Hua Xiaotian hinted that if Mo Chen had the opportunity to extract the Dragon Soulstone from Feng Santong's Dantian and fuse it himself, his future tribulation would be much easier to navigate. Upon hearing Hua Xiaotian's suggestion, Mo Chen scoffed at the notion, realizing that should he attempt such a feat, the entire Demon Clan would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. "Tomorrow, we shall enter together. Something feels amiss about this place today, exercise caution," Hua Xiaotian suddenly declared. Mo Chen utilized his spiritual sense to survey the surrounding cultivators and identified 2 at the early golden core stage, who had also suppressed their cultivation, Yang Gong and Yin Pu from the Yin Yang secret realm. Chapter 54. Entrapped in the art of deception. After meticulously scouting the area, Mo Chen and his companions took flight to a distant location, where they established a barrier formation. Hua Xiaotian produced 3 jars of wine, distributing 1 to each of them, as they devised a strategy for seizing the 7 flame flower the following day. "Brother Mo, what is your perspective on this matter?" Hua Xiaotian remarked, having noticed Mo Chen's earlier displeasure, suspecting there were unspoken concerns. "It is not just Feng Santong. There are also 2 individuals at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm from the Yin and Yang secret realm, Yin Gong and Yin Pu," Mo Chen stated. No sooner had he spoken than Tuobamui, infuriated, sprang to his feet, recalling how Yin Gong had once seized his leg and hurled him to the ground in an act of humiliation. Moreover, there are 2 traitors from the Jingxi sect, one of whom is named Meng Jia. It is said he instigated the strife between the human and demon races. Mo Chen divulged all he knew, wary of any unforeseen complications, for they were in the demon realm, and a single misstep could spell doom for the trio. "Is that so? It appears we are indeed facing a significant predicament," Hua Xiaotian mused, contemplating their approach to the heist. Given their limited numbers and modest cultivation levels, eventually, he advised his companions to refrain from rushing towards the seven flame flower when it bloomed, as it would initially manifest as an ethereal form. Upon entering the fiery domain, 7 flame suns would appear in the sky, and they must disperse to seize these suns. Once acquired, they should flee, returning to collect the flower petals once the 7 flame flower fully blossomed. Without all 7 suns, they could not obtain the entire flower. Mo Chen's beast pouch stirred, and he released Erhe, producing spirit stones to nourish it. Upon sensing it, he discovered that the little black dog had achieved the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Ruo Meng had informed him that such spirit beasts are born at the foundation establishment stage. Having spent over half a year in the Dragon Cave and consuming numerous spirit stones to absorb an abundance of spiritual energy, it was not surprising that it had reached the Golden Core stage now. "Oh dear, Xiao Qinshan, why not let us play with your pup?" Tua Bamui exclaimed, clearly enamored by Erhe. However, when the little dog shot him a glare, he fell silent, sensing that this creature could easily overpower him. Mo Chen, observing this exchange, inquired about it, to which Tua Bamui replied that he felt a tremor in his soul, as if the dog possessed the ability to devour souls. Mo Chen instructed Tua Bamui to release a wisp of demonic energy before Erhe. The dog sniffed and promptly inhaled it, followed by attempts with both demonic and spiritual energy, which it consumed with ease. This reminded Mo Chen of Ruo Meng's words, "Do you desire spirit stones or your life?" Once cultivated, Erhe's combat prowess would rival his own. In critical moments, unleashing the dog to attack could prove fatal. Hua Xiaotian and Tua Bamui watched in awe as Mo Chen wore a chilling smile, making them feel he embodied the essence of the demon race. Tomorrow, we shall find an opportunity to. After finalizing their plans, the trio settled into meditation, awaiting the emergence of the fiery domain. Lacking prior experience, they relied solely on the information transmitted from the Hua family. However, Mo Chen found it difficult to meditate peacefully, as an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting that this trial would harbor dangers. "Esteemed friends, may my wife and I join you for a moment?" Yin Gong and Yin Pa approached the trio. Mo Chen discreetly conveyed their identities to Hua Xiaotian through a mental transmission. "Please, esteemed seniors, take a seat. How may we assist you?" Hua Xiaotian replied, relaying a brief acknowledgement to Mo Chen, then warmly inviting them to sit. Mo Chen's curiosity deepened. After all, both individuals had once possessed cultivation above the mid-stage of Golden Core, making their interest in the 7 flame flower suspect. "Have you 3 heard of the Dragon Soul Stone?" Yin Gong's inquiry stunned the trio, leaving them perplexed about the intent behind the question. In unison, they shook their heads in feigned ignorance, prompting Yin Gong to enlighten them about the Dragon Soul Stone. He revealed that it resided within one of the hundreds present, and if they could assist in extracting it from that individual's abdomen, Yin Gong and Yin Po would aid them in seizing all the flame suns, thus facilitating their acquisition of the 7 flame flower. Old and cunning, not a single truth uttered, the trio collectively thought, fully aware that the Dragon Soul Stone was integrated within the dantian, not the abdomen as claimed by the two. "I see that you also appear to be at the late stage of foundation establishment. How can you guarantee your promises to us?" Hua Xiaotian feigned ignorance, knowing well that both were at the initial stage of Golden Core and felt no fear. Should a confrontation arise, he could always abandon Mo Chen and Tua Bamui to flee. Yin Gong and Yin Pa each released a hint of their Golden Core pressure, prompting the trio to nod in agreement to the proposition. As they watched the two depart, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Mo Chen's eyes. He had narrowly escaped death at their hands in the Yin and Yang secret realm, and he vowed to avenge that grievance. "Brother Mo, do you think we should take action?" Hua Xiaotian sought Mo Chen's counsel, aware of his astute nature. "They must have sought out more than just us 3. Tomorrow, while they aim to seize the Dragon Soul Jade, we shall devote ourselves to obtaining the Flame Suns and depart immediately thereafter," Mo Chen declared, sensing an ominous shift. If hundreds of cultivators were to unite against Feng Songtong, unless he suppressed his own cultivation, his survival was far from guaranteed. Death was one thing, but it mattered who dealt the fatal blow. If any restrictions on him were observed, the demon race would undoubtedly pursue his killer relentlessly, making it a futile endeavor. Hua Xiaotian and Tua Bamui nodded in agreement, recognizing that while the Dragon Soul Stone was enticing, life was essential to enjoy its benefits. They understood that should Feng Songtong fall, the demon race would swiftly retaliate against the murderer, leaving no avenue for escape. Once Hua Xiaotian and Tuobamui resumed their meditation, Mo Chen produced a pouch gifted by Chen Xian, a delicately embroidered mandarin duck pouch, sealed with a restriction. He could open it, yet Chen Xian had instructed him to await the automatic dissolution of the seal or further instructions from her before peering inside. Holding the pouch, Mo Chen found himself lost in thought, pondering whether it could be related to Jiang Wuqing. Is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist? While fate may be predetermined, could this be part of someone's grand scheme? As he contemplated, he closed his eyes to rest, wishing to unwind, even if he did not require sleep. Let us proceed. They have entered. Hua Xiaotian's voice roused Mo Chen from his reverie that he had long forgotten the sensation of dreaming. Wishing fervently that the previous night's visions were mere illusions, the trio arrived at the center of the fiery domain, where a pitch-black flower stalk had inexplicably sprouted, its petals resembling flames, dancing gracefully, while the stamen exuded a dense aura of demonic energy. As Mo Chen observed someone approaching within 3 meters of the seven-flame flower, his form began to shimmer and fade, vanishing before the flower. Was this the entrance? The three stepped forward, feeling as though they stood upon a teleportation array. Upon entering the fiery domain, Mo Chen looked up to behold the flame suns, suspended high above, their fiery orbs pulsating with a volatile energy. Surveying the surroundings, he discovered hundreds of individuals gathered atop a crimson sand dune, where the temperature soared to extremes. Mo Chen noted the oppressive heat, a discomforting near 100-degree sensation. Attempting to retreat towards a distant light, he found it impossible to escape. He communicated with Hua Xiaotian, inquiring about the situation, only to receive a cryptic response indicating that this was the demon race, leaving Mo Chen bewildered. Brother Mo, it appears we have fallen into a trap set by the demon race, Hua Xiaotian remarked, his eyes narrowing as he observed the hundreds of figures gradually encroaching upon Feng Sangtong, weapons and artifacts in hand, seemingly surveying their surroundings while covertly advancing towards their target. Chapter 55. Seizing the Dragon Soul. Kill him, snatches Dragon Soul Jade. A voice cried out amidst the crowd, and in an instant, hundreds surrounded Feng Sangtong. Brother Mo, should we? Hua Xiaotian began to inquire if Mo Chen wished to retreat, for the demons were armed and dangerous, yet devoid of intellect. He feared that they might inadvertently become collateral damage. However, when he turned to glance at Mo Chen, he found him vanished without a trace. Disregarding the chaos, Mo Chen soared into the sky on his sword, his hand reaching out to touch the blazing sun. Yin Yang. Come forth, Yin Yang, Mo Chen uttered as he attempted to absorb the celestial flame into his storage ring, but suddenly, Yin Yang pulsated with energy, as if on the verge of exploding. Is it a mirage? A trap? Mo Chen's consciousness probed the radiant flame before him, revealing it to be an illusion, starkly contrasting with the intelligence he had received. Despite his suspicions of its authenticity, the imminent explosion of Yin Yang left no room for doubt. His demise was assured. Surrounded by hundreds of cultivators, Feng Sangtong remained unfazed, leisurely fanning himself with a fan, a triumphant smirk dancing upon his lips. At that moment, Yang Gong and Yinpa positioned themselves behind him, while Meng Jia and Hirumo prudently stepped back, allowing space for the duo. Damn it, they are in cahoots. This is a trap. A realization dawned upon one of the cultivators. Days prior, Yang Gong and Yinpa had seduced the hundreds of demon cultivators with the same deceitful rhetoric they had employed against Mo Chen and his companions. Ever since their cultivation had plummeted due to the seal set by Ru Yun in the Yin-Yang secret realm, they had encountered Meng Jia, who had cunningly manipulated them into servitude with sweet words. What now? Mo Chen gazed at the impending explosion of Yin Yang, sensing the restless struggle of the underworld dog within its confines. He swiftly opened the beast pouch and released it. The underworld dog expanded in size, voraciously devouring the impending explosion of Yin Yang. You consumed it? Mo Chen marveled at the sudden growth of the underworld dog, which now measured over a meter in length, its jaws extending to 50 centimeters, its demeanor far removed from the playful puppy gaze it once had. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the underworld dog exhibited a blend of demonic and spectral energy, its forehead's white mark shifting to crimson, resembling a bloodshot eye. Go, consume the remaining 6. Mo Chen, disregarding all else, commanded the underworld dog to feast, hoping to escape together once it had finished. The underworld dog became transparent, vanishing entirely, as the celestial flames in the sky faded one by one. Mo Chen marveled at the incredible ability of a mere dog to cloak itself. Indeed, the underworld dog was an exceedingly rare spirit beast, having consumed the 7 yin-yang. The underworld dog's originally black form transformed entirely to a fiery red, resembling a hellish beast wreathed in flames. Woof! Emo-chan observed the underworld dog beside him in bewilderment. How could it, a mere golden core stage creature, perform aerial maneuvers akin to those of a nascent soul? Yet he had no time for contemplation, swiftly retracting the underworld dog and soaring towards Huashaotian and Tuoba Mui. The yin-yang is gone. The exit is opening, we must flee. Just as the cultivators were about to act, one among them shouted, causing a momentary stillness. Wasn't the yin-yang of the flame domain supposed to be accessible only the next day? How could it vanish so soon after their arrival? Feng Songtong too was momentarily taken aback. He had orchestrated a scheme with Meng Jia to incite the cultivators against him, intending for Yang Gong and Yin Pe to suppress them with their golden core prowess, thereby allowing him to monopolize the 7 flame flowers. With those in his possession, he could refine their energy, condensing his golden core and becoming the first cultivator to achieve this feat before the age of 40 in the lower realms, ultimately leading the demon race to supremacy in the upper realms. Brother Mo, shall we depart? Huashaotian observed Emo-chan ascend into the air only to witness the disappearance of Yin Yang. However, he had no time to question further, as the hundreds of demon cultivators were charging towards their exit. Damn it, eliminate them all! Feng Songtong barked, directing his 4 companions to engage, oblivious to the fact that they had synchronized in donning masks. Ah, you traitors! Just as Feng Songtong began to process the betrayal, a knife's edge pierced his abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet before he could turn around, Yin Po's sword had already penetrated his heart. As the demon cultivators advanced, Emo-chan and his companions had long vacated the scene, hiding behind a nearby sand dune. Upon witnessing Yang Gong and Yin Po spring into action, Tuoba Mui attempted to seize the Dragon Soul Stone but was intercepted by the duo. Do not rush, that man is not dead yet, Huashaotian remarked, knowing well that someone possessing a Dragon Soul Stone must be adorned with treasures, and thus could not be so easily vanquished. As Feng Songtong collapsed, Yang Gong and Yin Po, having already drawn their weapons, remained vigilant, wary of his potential resurrection. After a brief moment, sensing the absence of life, Yin Po drove her sword into his dantian. As her blade pierced and withdrew, the Dragon Soul Stone from the auction floated before the 4 of them. Old man, this treasure is truly remarkable! Yin Po exclaimed joyfully at the sight of the Dragon Soul Stone, her hand reaching out to claim it, only for it to vanish abruptly, akin to the vanishing yin-yang moments prior. What is happening? Who is responsible? Yin Po bellowed in fury, yet before her tirade could conclude, something severed her neck, sending her head soaring into the air. Before her decapitated body stood Feng Songtong, who indeed possessed protective artifacts, but had carelessly neglected to activate them. Fortunately, the resources of the 5 major demon sects had favored him, endowing him with a resurrection artifact that merely required time to activate. Where is the Dragon Soul Stone? Feng Songtong, clutching the 7th-rank Crimson Demon sword dripping with Yin Po's blood, sensed the absence of the Dragon Soul Stone within his dantian, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He had never fathomed that his own subordinates would turn against him. Were it not for the demon race's assault on humanity, he would not have found himself so vulnerable, bereft of guardians, leading to the loss of the Dragon Soul Stone. His inquiry rendered Yang Gong, Meng Jia, and Hirumo utterly bewildered. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, having stood behind Yin Po. Dang! After Yin Po's demise, Yang Gong's fury reached a boiling point. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Songtong was distracted, he swiftly drew his blade, aiming for the latter's neck. Yet, the resurrected Feng Songtong was no fool. He had already activated his protective artifact, deflecting Yang Gong's attack. Enraged, he clashed with Yang Gong, wielding his demonic sword. Upon the return of Erhe with the Dragon Soul Stone, Emo-chan's heart raced uncontrollably. This was a treasure worth 70 billion spirit stones. After securing the Dragon Soul Stone in his storage ring and retracting Erhe into the beast pouch, he resolved to reward Erhe with a chicken leg upon exiting. With the Dragon Soul Stone in hand, he conveyed a silent message to Huashaotian and Tuoba Mui, and the 3 discreetly vacated the premises. Meanwhile, the still-living Yin Po roared in wrath, yet they were oblivious to the fact that someone had already reached the exit and departed the flame domain. Chapter 56 Feeding the dogs. Upon their emergence, Mo Chen and his companions discovered that several hundred demon cultivators had already fled the area, realizing they had fallen victim to Feng Song Tong's machinations. Fortunately, the unexpected disappearance of Yin Yang today allowed them to escape.
Brother Mo, where is Yin Yang?
Hua Xiaotian, unaware that Yin Yang would not attempt to seize anything until the next day, assumed that Mo Chen possessed some formidable secret technique that had whisked Yin Yang away.
He was eaten by a dog, Mo Chen replied sheepishly, scratching his head before summoning the Netherhound.
He noted that the creature seemed to have undergone a mutation, its blood-red form ablaze with an eerie green netherfire.
Woof, woof, woof.
Upon its arrival, the Netherhound wagged its tail, gazing at Mo Chen with an expression of eager obedience.
With a resigned shake of his head, Mo Chen tossed a pile of spirit stones, and upon seeing them, the hound eagerly devoured them.
Hey, go fetch that flower. After the Netherhound finished the spirit stones, Mo Chen decided to see if it could retrieve the 7 flame flower. The hound raced to the flower, and instead of being transported to the realm of flames, it bit down on the flower's root and pulled it free. The 3 of them were overjoyed at the sight.
The Netherhound returned, proudly carrying the 7 flame flower in its mouth. Mo Chen accepted it and stored it in his storage ring, then placed the hound back into his beast pouch.
Exchanging glances with Hua Xiaotian, the trio swiftly took to the skies on their swords, escaping the area with haste. Within the realm of flames, Feng Song Tong, leveraging his own strength and the advantages of his magical artifacts, had managed to injure Lord Yang.
However, the gap in their realms ultimately allowed Lord Yang to flee. Damn it!
The usually refined Feng Song Tong erupted with a curse. After Lord Yang's escape, he approached the corpse of the Yin Granny, furiously striking at it with his sword. This display of wrath terrified Meng Jia and Hiru Mo, who clung to each other, trembling in fear of Feng Song Tong's brutality. Starkly contrasted the demeanor of the noble demon they had encountered previously. In truth, the assault by Lord Yang and the Yin Granny had been instigated by Meng Jia, who had plotted for them to eliminate Feng Song Tong, thereby securing the Dragon Soul Stone for himself.
He intended to dominate the demon clan and seek revenge against the righteous sect for his expulsion. Aware of Meng Jia's scheme, Lord Yang and the Yin Granny had conspired to seize the Dragon Soul Stone first and then eliminate Meng Jia and Hiru Mo, planning to sell the stone for a fortune in spirit stones to transcend to the nascent soul stage and reclaim their status as the yin-yang duo of the demon clan.
However, the unexpected disappearance of the Dragon Soul Stone thwarted the plans of all 5 involved.
"You 2 worthless fools, what have you brought me?"
After reducing the Yin Granny's corpse to a bloody pulp, Feng Song Tong stalked toward Meng Jia and Hiru Mo. Naturally, the 2 were no match for him, as he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, on the verge of breaking into the golden core stage.
"Please spare us, young master, we had no idea these 2 were so treacherous," Meng Jia pleaded, retreating while clutching Hiru Mo, fully aware that in the demon realm, reason held no sway, power dictated reality.
"Ah, my hand!"
Feng Song Tong seized Meng Jia and, with a swift kick, sent Hiru Mo flying.
In a fit of rage, he severed Meng Jia's left arm with a single stroke of his sword, causing the latter to collapse in agony. Crying out in despair, still unsatisfied, Feng Song Tong knew Meng Jia had been courting weaker demon women, and he retaliated with a kick to Meng Jia's groin, the excruciating pain knocking him unconscious.
"Please, don't kill me. I can do anything for you." As Hiru Mo saw Feng Song Tong approaching, she attempted to curry favor, thinking that by offering her body, she might escape her fate. "You filthy wretch, you dare to presume?"
Feng Song Tong had intended to end her life but was incensed by her attempt to debase herself before him. He struck her face with a resounding slap, leaving her shocked to find herself regarded as less than human in his eyes. Now with a swollen face and missing several teeth, she dared not scream, stifling her cries in fear that it would provoke Feng Song Tong further, leading to her demise.
"Bah! What ill fortune, how could you arrange for such wretched creatures to accompany me?"
Feng Song Tong, observing Hiru Mo's pitiful state, lost all desire to kill her. Instead, he approached the dismembered Yin Granny, absorbing her storage pouch and examining its contents. He believed the Dragon Soul Stone must still be in the possession of the Yin Granny, which was why he had lingered to deal with these nuisances. However, upon inspecting the pouch, his expression darkened.
No.
It wasn't teeny, that Dragon Soul Stone vanished on its own. Hiru Mo, clutching her swollen face, watched Feng Song Tong approach her again, terror gripping her heart. causing her to involuntarily wet herself. Feng Songtong, disgusted by her fear-induced humiliation, carved several gashes across her face before departing the realm of flames, intent on searching for the lost Dragon Soulstone. The fusion of the Dragon Soulstone required 3 years, and once removed from the body, it could not be returned to the Dantian within 3 days. All previous efforts would be rendered futile. Within the realm of flames, Hirumo, bloodied and in pain, could not afford to dwell on her injuries. She needed to seek out her protector. If Meng Jia were dead, she would find herself utterly alone in the demon realm. After administering a healing pill to Meng Jia, she watched as he regained consciousness and assessed his injuries. He realized his arm could not be reattached. The demonic sword wielded by Feng Songtong possessed an ability that rendered his wounds irreparable. Looking down at his abdomen, he attempted to move but found himself utterly unresponsive, plunging back into despair and unconsciousness. Hirumo had no choice but to support him and, using her sword, flew out of the realm of flames towards the sacred demon sect. In a valley of the demon realm, joyful voices emerged from a cave, where Mo Chen and his companions beamed at the sight of the 7 flame flower. Even the now larger nether hound sat on the ground, barking excitedly in celebration. As Mo Chen contemplated the flower in his hand, he recalled its potent effects. A single petal could enhance one's cultivation, and for those practicing fire-based techniques, its power would be magnified. Consuming it would ignite their latent potential, particularly for those with fire-type roots or dragon lineage. Mo Chen believed that after consuming a petal, he could attempt to refine a 6th-grade elixir. "Brother Mo, you decide how to divide it," Huashao Tian remarked, acknowledging that during this venture into the realm of flames, he and Tuobamui had contributed little, their success resting solely on Mo Chen and Hei's efforts. Even if Mo Chen chose not to share, they would have no complaints. Tuobamui nodded in agreement. He recognized that he had merely tagged along during this endeavor and had no qualms about not receiving a share. 2 petals each. "The extra petal goes to the dog," Mo Chen declared, prompting hearty laughter among them. Upon hearing that there was something for it, the nether hound sprang about joyfully. After distributing their spoils, Mo Chen resolved to enter seclusion and push for the late stage of foundation establishment, while Tuobamui intended to return to Wanlong City, as his soul had been restored and he aimed to claim the title of the strongest in his clan. Tuobamui planned to invite Huashao Tian to accompany him, but Huashao Tian declined, urging Tuobamui to leave first. Once he departed, Huashao Tian moved closer to Mo Chen, draping an arm around his neck. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Mo Chen surmised Huashao Tian's intentions from his body language, recalling their initial meeting when he had taken him to spy on women bathing, knowing he was not to be trusted. "Well, I have a matter to discuss with you." Huashao Tian and Mo Chen conversed in the cave for an hour, after which Mo Chen abandoned his seclusion plans. The two departed, setting their sights on the nearest major demon sect, the Beast Sovereign sect. Chapter 57. A sword to vanquish evil. The protective formation of the Fanghua sect was under siege, assailed by 5 demonic cultivators of the Yuaning stage, causing the array to tremble ominously. Lu Shangyun commanded the disciples below the Golden Core stage to refrain from engaging in battle, instructing them to retreat to the sect's auxiliary halls for safety. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Fanghua sect were both in the mid-Yuaning stage, while the Third Elder was at the initial Yuaning stage. In contrast, the attacking forces from the Tianma sect comprised 1 cultivator at the late Yuaning stage and 4 at the mid-Yuaning stage. Although Lu Shangyun had initially brought the 3 elders to confront the demonic forces, their adversaries proved considerably stronger, inflicting injuries upon them. To preserve the sect's strength and ensure its legacy, they were compelled to retreat within the protective formation. Lu Shangyun had already contacted the Tianshan sect and the Hongshan sect, but their responses indicated they too were under attack from the demonic hordes. Deprived of the Fanghua umbrella, she lamented that had it been at her disposal, she could have fought through her wounds to vanquish 2 mid-Yuaning demonic cultivators. Without it, she found herself ensnared in a bitter struggle yielding no results. "Lu Shangyun, if you agree not to assist the other human sects, I can cease my assault on your Fanghua sect. What say you?" Tiamakong's leader, Tian Yiling, had gathered all the experts from his sect for this operation to aid Wenyu. His task was to delay the Fanghua sect, preventing them from supporting the Beastmaster sect and the Tianjian sect. However, he was acutely aware of the Fanghua umbrella's existence and was puzzled as to why Lu Shangyun did not utilize it in battle. That he dared not gamble the fate of his sect on the notion that the umbrella was not within the Fanghua sect. "How can evil triumph over righteousness? Though our Fanghua sect is comprised solely of delicate maidens, our gentleness does not equate to vulnerability. Lu Xiangyun ascended into the air, observing the protective formation teetering on the brink of collapse, yet she remained undaunted. The 3 Yuanying elders of the Fanghua sect also soared into the sky, prepared to engage in a mutual destruction if the protective formation were breached. Then do not blame me for annihilating your Fanghua sect, Tian Yiling remarked, realizing Lu Xiangyun was impervious to persuasion. He understood that without the aid of the demon race, they lacked the strength to confront the human sects, thus, he resolved to risk everything to eliminate Lu Xiangyun before aiding the other demonic sections.
Master, watch out behind you. Suddenly, one of Tian Yiling's elders shouted a warning, but it was too late. With a resounding clang, Tian Yiling felt a sword pierce through his left chest. Anyone who dares to offend the Fanghua shall be executed. Ruo Meng wielded the Fanghua sword, surrounded by the Fanghua umbrella, ready to defend against any incoming attacks. As Tian Yiling's sword was withdrawn from his chest, he turned only to have his head severed by Ruo Meng's blade, plummeting from the sky. Although his corporeal form might have survived, he had entrusted his rebirth treasure to Feng Santong. Now, with his body dead, his Yuanying attempted to escape, seeking an opportunity to possess another body and be reborn. However, Ruo Meng offered him no chance, harnessing the power of space to appear before his Yuanying, seizing it and rendering him immobile. Who are you? Release our master's Yuanying, or face dire consequences. Several elders of the Tianma sect panicked. If Tian Yiling perished, the other 4 major demonic sects would surely devour the Tianma sect. Who do you think you are to command me? It seems you are courting death, Ruo Meng retorted, disregarding their pleas as she opened her mouth and devoured Tian Yiling's Yuanying. The scene froze in time, with both the Fanghua sect members and the elders of the Tianma sect rendered speechless. Devouring a Yuanying, did this woman not fear the potential for self-detonation? Yet the calamity they anticipated did not materialize. Ruo Meng merely belched after her meal. Subsequently, she demanded the remaining elders of the Tianma sect surrender their Yuanyings, suggesting that their assault on the Fanghua sect would be forgiven. This provoked the mid-Yuanying elders of the Tianma sect to anger. Master, is that woman our ancestor? The Grand Elder, positioned behind Lu Xiangyun, recognized Ruo Meng's visage, recalling a portrait from Lu Xiangyun's quarters that bore an uncanny resemblance, as did the woman depicted on the Fanghua umbrella. She is the spirit of the Fanghua sword, Lu Xiangyun acknowledged, having never encountered Ruo Meng since taking command of the Fanghua sect, despite her numerous attempts to summon the sword spirit, all of which had ended in failure. Vile enchantress! Return our master's Yuanying, and we shall withdraw. The Tianma sect elder, regarding the woman before him, could not discern her cultivation level, yet her ability to slay the late Yuanying Tian Yiling attested to her formidable strength. Ruo Meng chuckled, then charged at the 4 elders, who, sensing hostility, ordered their golden core elders to retreat to safeguard their sect. If they could not subdue this white-clad woman today, the Tianma sect still had hope to rise again, rather than be consumed by the other sections. The 4 elders of the Tianma sect summoned their weapons and treasures, encircling Ruo Meng. They knew their sect leader's demise was merely an accident. Despite the formidable nature of the woman before them, her defenses could prove vulnerable. Thus, they all launched their attacks simultaneously. Ruo Meng formed a sword gesture with her right hand, guiding the Fanghua sword to follow her lead. The spells and weapons from the Tianma sect's elders struck her as if they were mere air, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The spirit body is insubstantial. She is the spirit of the Fanghua sword, flee. The Tianma sect elders, having cultivated to the mid-Yuanying stage, possessed discernment. Although they lacked weapon spirits or sword spirits, they had heard of such ethereal entities in ancient texts. Yet Ruo Meng's speed was unparalleled. She had already reached one of the Tianma sect elders, her Fanghua sword poised to strike. Quick, attack her. The remaining elders of the Tianma sect understood that once a spirit body grasped an object, it could reach her true form, prompting them to strike as Ruo Meng swung her sword. As she decapitated the elder before her, the remaining attacks converged upon her. The Fanghua umbrella automatically unfurled to deflect all assaults, leaving onlookers, including the members of the Fanghua sect, utterly astonished. The Fanghua umbrella can be wielded in such a manner? Lu Xiangyun had always utilized the Fanghua umbrella in one hand and the sword in the other, never considering the possibility of employing spiritual energy to control the umbrella as a protective shield while engaging in combat. The 3 remaining elders of the Tianma sect, witnessing the deaths of their leader and the 3rd elder, communicated silently before splitting into 3 paths, desperately fleeing the Fanghua sect.
Ruo Meng hovered in the air. As the Yuan Ying of the three elders attempted to escape their corpses, she seized them and swallowed them whole. Spirit of the Fanghua sword, the demon race is invading the human realm. All major sects are resisting their onslaught. I implore you to join us in exterminating the demons. Lu Shangyun approached Ruo Meng, accompanied by the elders, beseeching her assistance in annihilating the demonic forces.
I have no time.
I still intend to obliterate the Tianma sect, Ruo Meng remarked, casually picking her nose and regarding Lu Shangyun with incredulity, perceiving her as a fool for attempting to protect her sect while neglecting others. Later, collect the storage rings of those two old fools. If you wish to uphold justice, so be it. It has nothing to do with me, Ruo Meng concluded, embedding her sword within the Fanghua umbrella and hoisting it onto her shoulder, transforming into a streak of white light as she soared towards the demon race. Lu Shangyun and the elders exchanged glances, and in resignation, she commanded the remaining elders to defend the sect while she proceeded to assist the Hongqian sect in their struggle. Chapter 58, The Seizing of the Demonic Vessel. These bald-headed monks are truly tenacious, mused Fengxiao, the leader of the Mad Demon sect, as he found himself engaged in a relentless siege against the Heavenly Zen sect for the better part of a day. Despite his comparable strength to Du Mo, the Heavenly Zen sect still boasted a late-stage nascent soul elder and 4 mid-stage nascent soul elders, all of whom matched his own capabilities. Consequently, after hours of fierce conflict, neither side had gained any significant advantage, and Du Mo had even managed to capture several of their golden core demon practitioners with the Heavenly Zen vessel. It's all those damned dragon clans. They refuse to assist us no matter what we say, Fengxiao lamented, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Before launching their assault on the human factions, they had sought the aid of various demon clans, promising that if they eradicated the human sects, they would share the spoils of the conquered territories. However, only 5 clans had agreed to lend their support, and despite their unmatched strength, none of the 3 dragon families were willing to intervene, either citing their seclusion or outright declining.
Du Mo, since neither of us can vanquish the other, how about your Heavenly Zen sect retreats for a 10-day period? Fengxiao proposed, his resolve wavering after such a protracted stalemate.
However, with Lan Tian still attacking the Beastmaster sect and Fengyu besieging the Sword sect, they could not afford to linger against the human sects, for should reinforcements arrive, the demon clan would suffer severe losses.
Retreat?
You shall suffer misfortune today, young monk. Du Mo did not respond directly, but Ru Yun, standing atop the sect's statue, cast an ominous glance at Fengxiao, leaving him feeling embarrassed.
Humph. You, a mere foundation establishment youth, dare to converse with me?
Fengxiao sneered, regarding Ru Yun as no more significant than an ant beneath his foot, easily crushed without a second thought. Fengxiao, I advise you to reconsider your reckless path. Turning back is the only escape. Should you persist in your assault on the human sects, calamity will befall you today, Du Mo warned. Though uncertain of whether he could truly deter Fengxiao, he recognized Ru Yun's uncanny ability to predict misfortune.
Ha! You must be muddled from reciting mantras. Though I may not be able to annihilate you, who could possibly detain me?
Fengxiao boasted, for it was indeed true. Among the 3 clans of the lower realms, he ranked within the top 5 in strength. If he could not defeat them, he could still escape. None possessed the power to restrain him, but he had tested the Heavenly Zen vessel earlier and found it lacking in the rumored might, unable even to capture his own sect's elders, let alone himself. Just as he finished speaking, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Feng Songtong's artifact had consumed its sole resurrection opportunity, a treasure extorted from Tian Yilang. How could it be that mere moments after departing the demon clan, his own trap sensed Feng Songtong's demise? Anxious for his son, he sent a message and received a reply. Although the dragon soul stone was lost, at least his son remained unharmed. Fengxiao was convinced that finding a stone within the demon clan would be a trivial matter. Just as he settled his concerns for his son, he sensed the presence of Tian Yiling fading away, sending him into a panic. Who could kill him so swiftly in the lower realms?
Could it be Lu Shangyun? You boast that no one can restrain you?
The series of shocks set Fengxiao's heart racing, and he heard a voice from behind, though he could not detect anyone's presence with his spiritual sense.
Where is the Heavenly Zen vessel? Come forth at once.
Suddenly, Fu Sheng appeared behind Fengxiao. Though he appeared as a mere 3-year-old child, his imposing aura instilled tremendous pressure upon all present demon practitioners. Responding to Fu Sheng's call, the Heavenly Zen vessel, which had been in Du Mo's possession, shimmered with golden light, soaring into the air and hovering above Fu Sheng's head. You are a Fengsha began, but before he could finish, he turned to see a young boy clad in a red belly band, with the heavenly Zen vessel floating above him. As the boy uttered a command to collect, Fengsha was instantly drawn into the vessel. Will you depart willingly, or shall you all enter together? After capturing Fengsha, Fu Sheng turned to face the hundreds of demon practitioners without a hint of fear. His words carried immense authority, silencing the elders of the Mad Demon sect, who hesitated to voice their thoughts. Following a brief exchange of silent communication, the elders reached a consensus to retreat, planning to regroup with other sects for assistance in rescuing their leader. Thus, the battle concluded abruptly, without a single casualty. Fu Sheng had initially intended to eliminate the demon practitioners, but given the sanctity of the Buddhist sect, he refrained from bloodshed. Within 10 years, I hope he will no longer pose a threat to the lower realms, Fu Sheng declared as he entrusted the heavenly Zen vessel to Du Mo, subsequently transforming into a beam of white light that entered the vessel. Exhausted, he sought rest. Amit Badar Yu Yun, when you venture out for training, refrain from casting fortunes for others, safeguard your own life, Du Mo remarked, having sweated profusely during Ru Yun's earlier divination of Feng Zhao's fate. His concern was not for himself, but for his naive disciple. Though Ru Yun's prophecies had proven accurate, once he reached the transformation stage, he would be venturing to the higher realms. Who would ensure his safety in the lower realms? He could not remain confined to the heavenly Zen sect indefinitely. Master, I perceive that your fortune today bears the signs of bloodshed, Ru Yun began, but Du Mo swiftly struck him on the head with the heavenly Zen vessel, then casually demonstrated a fatherly affection that felt like a mountain pressing down on him. Silence your ominous tongue. I must make haste to the sword sect for rescue. You shall remain here and behave yourself, Du Mo commanded, retracting the heavenly Zen vessel and instructing several elders to safeguard the disciples within the sect, ensuring they would notify him of any emergencies without delay. After giving his instructions, Du Mo sighed, casting a glance at Ru Yun, who lay injured on the ground, before swiftly ascending and flying toward the sword sect. Alas, life is fraught with difficulty, and being an honest person is even more challenging. Ru Yun lamented as he watched Du Mo's departing figure, then sprawled on the ground in a star shape, closing his eyes to contemplate. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air as several elders of the heavenly Zen sect, exhaling sighs of their own, settled down to meditate and cultivate nearby. Outside the Red Dust sect, Sect Master Chen Yunling was engaged in battle alongside her disciples against the members of the Xianming and Xianyin demon sections. Although their leaders were merely mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, they were two factions derived from a single family. Ji Qiu of the Xianming sect and Gudong of the Xianyin sect, brothers leading 8 early-stage nascent soul demon practitioners and 2 mid-stage elders, had come to aid Fengsha in the conflict. Fengsha had promised that should they hold off the Red Dust sect members and prevent them from disrupting his plans against the human sects, he would reward them with a bounty of spiritual stones and treasures. Chen Yunling, my brother and I intend to marry you today. If you agree, the hundreds behind me will become your kin, and we shall cease to disturb the Red Dust sect, boasted the two brothers. Initially, they had only intended to surround the sect without engaging in battle, but upon laying eyes on the stunningly beautiful Chen Yunling, they were overcome with desire, momentarily forgetting their objective. Shamelessly, they proposed a scenario where Chen Yunling would serve as a wife to 2 husbands. Though she was a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, the elders within her sect were in seclusion, leaving only one early-stage elder to defend the sect. Upon hearing their brazen words, she took to the battlefield alone, severely wounded, and managed to slay one of their early-stage elders, shattering his nascent soul with a single strike. You audacious scoundrels, do you wish to take me as well? Just as Gu Qiu and Gudong were arguing with Chen Yunling, an angry female voice accompanied by the oppressive aura of a late-stage nascent soul resonated from behind the throng of demon practitioners. Chapter 59. Your word to dismiss the enemy. The individuals from the Xianyin and Xianming sects were startled by the voice behind them. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, a stunningly beautiful woman whose grace and presence rivaled that of Chen Yunling, their desires were instantly reignited. Brother, this woman is quite remarkable. Today, we shall each have our share, and there is no need for contention, Gu Qiu remarked as he beheld Lu Shangyun, finding her spirited demeanor even more appealing than that of Chen Yunling. Indeed, if you grow weary of her, we can always exchange. Haha, Gudong leered at Lu Shangyun in a similar fashion, contemplating that he would gladly take both, even if it meant eliminating his brother in the process to usurp the Xianming sect, thus amplifying his own power while indulging in wealth and beauty. Oh, by the way,
fair maiden, what is your name? If you please me today, I shall reward you with a grand treasure, Guqiu declared. Bursting into laughter, the two demon sect members joined in, their gazes lingering on Lu Shangyun as they fantasized about the names of their potential offspring with her. I am Lu Shangyun, the leader of the Fanghua sect. However, their laughter was abruptly silenced upon hearing her words, leaving several hundred people in stunned silence, the distant chirping of insects ringing clearly in the stillness. Why you're the Fanghua witch, Lu Shangyun, Guqiu stammered, unable to control his trembling finger pointing at her. Though Lu Shangyun was the righteous leader of the human sect, her notorious reputation for bloodlust had spread among both the demon and monster clans. It was rumored that when Lu Shangyun was still in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, she had been taunted by an older demon at the mid-nascent soul stage. Utilizing her Fanghua umbrella, she engaged him in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights. Ultimately, she vanquished his corporeal form and sealed his nascent soul within a cauldron, incinerating it to ashes, while the demoness body was dismembered and fed to wild dogs. Since that incident, the notorious reputation of Lu Shangyun as the female demon of the cultivation world had spread, instilling fear in the hearts of the three clans, who dreaded provoking her. Indeed, the whispers of three can create a tiger, Lu Shangyun mused, recalling that during her battle with the demon, she had summoned assistance from the Immortal Crossing, and together they had slain the mid-nascent soul demon. When his nascent soul attempted to flee, it was captured and consumed by Fuxing, leaving her with no need to strike the corpse again. This tale had morphed into one of her ruthlessness, torturing souls, obliterating bodies, becoming a monster in human guise. As time passed, the name of the Fanghua fairy became synonymous with Xin Yuanqing too, with all mentioning Lu Shangyun referring to her as the heartless female demon, the first among murderous cultivators. What's wrong? Would you like me to join in serving you two brothers? Lu Shangyun nonchalantly dismissed the rumors, focusing on resolving her sister's crisis, indifferent to what others chose to say. Fanghua witch, Fanghua sect leader, you must forgive us, it was merely just between my brother and I, Guqiu stammered, attempting to flatter while realizing that they were no match for her, let alone the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. If she wielded the Fanghua umbrella, their hundreds would be no match for its bloodthirsty blade. Look at your mother, can't you see that sect leader Lu is here to enjoy tea at the Red Dust sect? Did your mother not teach you not to obstruct others? Gudong, quick-witted, seized an elder by the collar, reprimanding him sternly. The elder, unfazed, smiled and nodded in submission. Yes, indeed, show some decorum and do not block the path of a beautiful lady. The two brothers harmonized their commands, as the hundreds of demon cultivators gradually retreated under Lu Shangyun's predatory gaze. Once they had distanced themselves by 100 meters, they hastily fled back to their clan, fearing that a displeased Lu Shangyun might unleash the Fanghua umbrella and annihilate them all. Lu Shangyun's expression darkened. How could they flee in terror when she was but a gentle soul? Ha, you are indeed fearsome, Shangyun. Those 7 or 8 mid-nascent soul demons approached me brazenly, yet they scurried like mice before a cat at the sight of you. Chen Yunling, witnessing the retreat of the demon cultivators, soared into the air to greet her dear sister. Having known each other for over 1,000 years, though they were both sect leaders, their bond remained strong. Leader, please maintain your composure. Be mindful of your image, as our disciples are watching, an elder beside Chen Yunling interjected, unable to bear the sight of their unrefined banter. Humph. I am always poised and gracious, unlike some old hags who are inherently cruel, causing hundreds of demons to flee at the mere mention of their name. Ha, it's quite amusing. Chen Yunling chuckled, her laughter echoing as she gazed at Lu Shangyun, completely disregarding her position, much to the chagrin of the elder from the Red Dust sect. You little imp. Once I've resolved my sect's issues, I shall assist you. But you dare mock me, I'll tear your tongue out, Lu Shangyun retorted, soaring beside Chen Yunling, playfully pinching her ample bosom before tickling her waist. Thus, the two leaders, disregarding their dignified statuses, frolicked in the air like rebellious adolescents. The elder from the Red Dust sect, unable to watch any longer, instructed the disciples to return to their chambers for cultivation, assuring them that once the two mad women had finished their antics, she would reconvene for discussions. What, the Fanghua umbrella has gone missing? After their playful scuffle left their hair and garments in disarray, the two arrived at the grand hall of the Red Dust sect, taking their seats at the main table, demonstrating their strong camaraderie. Lu Shangyun nodded and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing that the Fanghua sword spirit could fight independently, Chen Yunling's reaction was so exaggerated that Lu Shangyun felt compelled to scold her. Don't be so astonished, I witnessed the Tianshan Law Bole's spirit engaging in battle centuries ago, Lu Shangyun stated,
inciting further envy and frustration from Chen Yunling. Both leaders were prominent figures of the human race, both at the late nascent soul stage, yet why did her sect lack a treasured artifact? Moreover, both of their sects had developed artifact spirits capable of combat. If only her sect possessed such a formidable existence, the two lowly demons would have been swiftly dealt with. This revelation deeply moved Chen Yunling. Her sister had ventured into danger without a treasured artifact, solely to rescue her. This was the essence of sisterhood. Luo Luo, come pour some tea for your Aunt Lu. You should also learn from the little ones who have already captured the hearts of men. It's time for you to venture out for some experience, Chen Yunling instructed her disciple, Luo Shuya. Upon hearing her master's words, Luo Shuya's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly out of place in the current discussion. Luo Luo, don't heed this old hag's words. In the presence of outsiders, you shall refer to me as sister, understood? Lu Shangyun objected to the term Aunt Lu, worried that if she encountered a charming man in the future, being addressed as such would seal her fate to solitude. Ah, yes, you shall call her sister henceforth. This old witch has no shame, Chen Yunling teased, and the two resumed their playful bickering, leaving Luo Shuya to shake her head and stand by, waiting for further instructions. Yet, she too was soon to embark on her journey of trials, having been stuck at the late foundation establishment stage for far too long without achieving her golden core. She sought to venture forth and seek her own opportunities to break free from her constraints. Chapter 60 of The Fox. Assuming the tiger's might as Dumo soared through the sky, he retrieved the Tianshan Dharma bowl, taking a moment to sense its energy. Fortunately, he discovered that Fuxing had merely exhausted his spiritual power and had succumbed to slumber. Understanding Fuxing's temperament, he knew that if there remained even a trace of vitality, he would not rest quietly within the bowl, often emerging to engage in various endeavors. Indeed, the Fanghua umbrella is far superior. One can simply slay the enemies without hesitation. During his time at the Tianshan sect, Dumo had received a message from Lu Shangyun, who apprised him of her sect's circumstances and the need to assist the Hongshan sect, urging him to lend support to the Tianjian sect. Although she expressed it thus, in Dumo's eyes, Fuxing was the very backbone of the Tianshan sect. Without him, the sect would have long been annihilated, and how could it then claim the title of the foremost sect among humanity? Should Fuxing choose to slay their foes, he would not have fallen into slumber. It was only because he had used his unparalleled magical prowess to confine the peak Yuanying level Fengxiao within the Dharma bowl that his spiritual energy had depleted. Dumo also understood that Fuxing acted out of consideration for him. Had he killed Dumo, the demonic clan would undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault on the Tianshan sect. Simultaneously, he felt considerable displeasure towards Yinseng and Wei Ming, who, over trivial matters and without verifying the truth, had obliterated the Blood Soul sect, igniting conflict between both parties and resulting in countless casualties. It was one thing to provoke trouble, but they shamelessly sought assistance from the major sects while hiding within the protective formation, cowardly awaiting rescue. Upon arriving at the Tianjian sect, Dumo, upon witnessing the situation, contemplated turning away. He observed Yinseng soaring within the sect's grand formation, desperately trying to curry favor with the nearby Fanhui Yuidai. In the past, he would refer to himself as this sect master, but now he constantly belittled himself with terms like junior and this humble one, provoking Dumo's desire to take matters into his own hands and eliminate him. Humph. Today, even if you lay bare the heavens, you have destroyed my son-in-law's sect and attempted to tarnish my beloved daughter's honor. If I do not obliterate your sect, how can I face the world? Fan Yu's voice reverberated around the Tianjian sect, inciting a flurry of discussions among the disciples below, who recognized that their sect master was indeed capable of such actions. Much like Yinseng's indiscriminate son, Yin Shi, these two appeared as stallions, accepting any female, whether alive or dead. Truly, one could not help but reflect that like father, like son. While Tianjian sect master Yinseng embodied virtues such as filial piety, loyalty, and integrity, his son, Yin Shi, would have surely met his demise long ago had he not relied on his father's status as sect master. Yinseng, in the mid-Yuanying stage, possessed keen hearing, naturally catching wind of the disciples discussing him and his deceased son, further compounding his embarrassment as the sect was besieged by the demonic clan. Yet, the disciples spoke the truth. He could only afford to make their lives difficult in the future. With the sect's talent dwindling, he could not afford to execute these disciples now. Senior Fan, please quell your anger. The incident that day was solely the result of Wei Ming's misguided ideas. I was coerced by him and acted under duress. I implore you not to hold it against me. Yinseng was well aware that his words would only lead to disappointment among the disciples and elders present. tarnishing the reputation of the Tianjin sect. However, in comparison to reputation, life was far more precious. As the saying goes, a true man can endure and bend. But you two wretches, I shall first eradicate your Tianjin sect and then join forces with my old brother to obliterate the Beastmaster sect. Fan Yu, having lost his patience, prepared to shatter the protective formation, issuing commands for several Yuanying elders to join in the assault. Fan Shizhu, might I beseech you to spare this wretch just once, for the sake of my old face? Dumo, filled with ire, recalled their previous visit to the Tianshan sect, where he had laid out the pros and cons, only for these two fools to act rashly, leaving him to clean up their mess.
Lu Yunsheng, this matter is none of your concern.
Fan Yu and Dumo were contemporaries, and Lu Yunsheng was Dumo's secular name, one that had long fallen into disuse, making it feel quite foreign to him. You old ghost jest.
I have come to inform you, not to negotiate. Have you forgotten how many times I have bested you over the past millennium?
Before becoming a monk, Dumo had been a decisive swordsman of the human race, but due to personal matters he could not reconcile, he retreated to the Tianshan sect to become a monk. In his earlier ventures into the demonic realm, he had frequently clashed with Fan Yu over opportunities, winning most of the time, with a few losses being due to his disdain for those opportunities, leading him to merely engage in perfunctory skirmishes. I acknowledge your prowess, but should you dare obstruct me today, I shall ensure you regret it. Fan Yu realized that without resolving Dumo, he would not be able to annihilate the Tianjin sect today, and thus, he had no choice but to let him go for now. Yin Sang had initially been quite pleased to see Dumo's arrival, believing that he would be spared from death today. However, upon hearing Dumo refer to him as a wretch, he felt a swell of indignation. After all, he was the master of a sect, and being called a beast was akin to slapping the face of the Tianjin sect, yet, he dared not voice his grievances. Dumo was his only savior now, but if he were to provoke him and he walked away in anger, his fate would be uncertain. I shall protect this man. Not if you dare to challenge, feel free. Do not think that just because I have become a monk, I am incapable of taking lives. Dumo withdrew his prayer beads, and his 7th grade black sword materialized in his grasp, ready to vanquish evil. Fan Yu felt a chill as he beheld the sword, aware of how much blood it had been steeped in. Had Dumo not renounced worldly matters, he would undoubtedly be a notorious demon among humanity. Just as Dumo brandished his sword, he was struck by a hidden arrow from behind, shot by the sect master of the Xiangsha sect, Qin Tiansha. Dumo expelled the arrow with his spiritual power and swallowed a healing elixir, contemplating how to give Ruyun a good thrashing to alleviate the pain from his back wound.
Qin Tiansha, are you meddling in this matter, seeking my sect's destruction?
Dumo unleashed his oppressive aura, causing Qin Tiansha, in the mid-Yuanying stage, to sway unsteadily in the air. Lu Yunsheng, if you leave now, I will pretend you were never here. This matter was instigated by the Tianjin sect and has nothing to do with you. Fan Yu, now at the late Yuanying stage, stood no chance against Dumo alone, but with Qin Tiansha joining him and the 3 mid-Yuanying elders behind him, they could certainly overpower Dumo. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hand conjuring the Tianshan Dharma Bowl, Fan Yu felt a sense of dread wash over him. Hadn't it been said that the Dharma Bowl was ineffective against Yuanying level cultivators? Yet now, they stood at the very gates of the Tianjin sect, and to retreat would be an utter disgrace. How could he return to his daughter and son-in-law, or explain to the old friends who had joined him in this endeavor? Dumo, too, was disinterested in engaging in battle. He levitated the Dharma Bowl in the air, its opening directed at Fan Yu, who assumed he intended to capture him and hastily summoned his spiritual power to prepare for flight. However, upon witnessing the scene within the bowl, he abandoned that thought, as he found Fengxiao imprisoned inside. He lacked the confidence to escape. Release my brother, and I shall return to the demonic clan with my people. Let this matter be settled. Fan Yu, at a loss, realized that he had taken the lead in this affair, only to have his companion captured. If he did not rescue Fengxiao, returning to the demonic clan would be a difficult task when facing Feng Sungtong. I offer you a moment of appreciation, not a chance to bluster. I shall say this within 10 breaths, if there are any demons here, you shall all join them. Upon uttering these words, Dumo's aura intensified, and Qin Tiansha, who had intended to shoot another arrow, sensed the energy fluctuations from the Tianshan Dharma Bowl. Lacking confidence in his ability to escape, he dissipated into black smoke and vanished. Wait for me.
Fen Yu was no fool, rescuing his ally could wait, as if his group were to enter the bowl, who would come to their aid? Thus, Fen Yu led his followers toward the Beastmaster sect. Chapter 61 A modicum of faith. Thank you, Master Dumo, for repelling the formidable foes and ensuring the continuation of our Tianjin sect's legacy, Yinsang expressed, hurrying to Dumo's side after observing that Fen Yu and his entourage had departed. His tone was imbued with obsequiousness. This is a one-time concession. Should you choose to employ your intellect in such a manner again, you shall be left to your own devices, Dumo retorted, soaring back to the Tianshan sect without sparing Yinsang a glance. He harbored a profound disdain for such foolishness, pondering how Yinsang had managed to cultivate to the mid-Yuaning stage, perhaps a stroke of luck from his ancestors' graves. Yinsang, caught mid-bow in the air, felt utterly humiliated, though he had long since lost his dignity. With a heavy sigh, he returned to the sect to cultivate, yearning to reach the late Yuaning stage as soon as possible, hoping to restore the morale of his currently beleaguered sect. Meanwhile, Dumo experienced a pang of trepidation. Were it not for the imposing presence of the Tianchans, they would have engaged in battle, and his frail old bones would have surely sustained several fractures. He was unable to harness the full power of the, otherwise, he would not have struggled to subdue even a mid-Yuaning practitioner that he believed that in the future, Ruyun would be capable, for the Ruyun of the past was not even Dumo's direct disciple. It was only after an encounter when Fuxing spotted Ruyun holding spiritual stones that he approached her for some, and she willingly obliged. Fuxing was never one to shy away from asking for items, nor did he take what was not offered. He simply requested from those he found agreeable, but would cease without hesitation from those he deemed unpleasant, uttering not a word of explanation. At that time, Ruyun was merely in the qi refinement stage, possessing little in terms of spiritual stones, yet she willingly shared them with Fuxing. Their fates were intertwined, as Buddhism speaks of destiny. Thus, Dumo took Ruyun as his direct disciple. She possessed many admirable qualities and was fundamentally a decent person, save for her infuriatingly brash tongue. Dumo had admonished her countless times to no avail. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was her uncanny ability to utter misfortunes, her words striking true every time. Yinsang, while merely suffering a loss of face, found himself in a far graver predicament upon receiving a distress signal from Wei Ming. Infuriated, he immediately responded to Wei Ming, stating that he had already assisted in eliminating the Blood Soul sect, thus their debts were settled, and he would not involve himself further in the ensuing matters. This response nearly drove Wei Ming, besieged by the Beast sect, to the brink of apoplexy. He considered Yinsang a brother, albeit one who stabbed him in the back. Under such dire circumstances, he expected assistance, yet Yinsang's callousness astounded him. Humph! How dare you threaten this sect leader? Now you seek aid. I shall not be foolish enough to rush to my demise in the Tianshan sect or the Fanghua sect. Yinsang fumed, incensed by Wei Ming's misguided insistence on dragging him into conflict with the demon race. Had it not been for Dumo's timely intervention, the Tianjin sect would have faced annihilation. Have the people from the Just Righteous sect arrived? That old dog Yinsang is utterly unreliable, Wei Ming lamented. He had sought assistance from various human sects during the onslaught by the Beast sect, yet no one had come to his aid, provoking regret for his impulsiveness. Additionally, he observed that the expression of Han Yumi did not appear deceitful. The demon race was notorious for their lack of shame in their misdeeds, never hesitating to deny them. That old fool has remained hidden since my arrival, allowing the beasts to persist in their assault on the protective formation. I refuse to believe that we cannot breach it today. Lan Tian, accompanied by 3 elders from the Beast sect and dozens of elite practitioners, relentlessly attacked the protective array of the Beast Master sect. He had brought his full resources to support his brother Fen Yu, and now, all beasts above the Golden Core stage were unleashed, with hundreds of creatures exuding black demonic energy, fiercely assaulting the protective formation of the Beast Master sect. Lan Tian awaited the moment the array would shatter, at which point he would eradicate the Beast Master sect entirely, ensuring that his family alone would reign as the Beast King in the lower realms, leaving the likes of Wei Ming, those who toy with beasts, to their demise. Lord Lan Tian, might I request a favor from you, to let this matter rest? As Lan Tian commanded the beasts to attack with fervor, Jiang Wuqing's sudden appearance caught him off guard. Had they not dispatched the Xueyue sect to contain the Just Righteous sect? Master Wuqing, it is not that I refuse to grant you face, yet this old dogway has wantonly slaughtered the Blood Soul sect, and my brother Fen Yu cannot let this slight go unaddressed. As his brother, I cannot simply stand idly by.
Lan Tian, though arrogant, was not one to dismiss the significance of the human sections. He knew that only Jiang Wuqing could concoct 7th-grade pills and had sought his assistance numerous times. If he were to offend him now, he might find himself barred from the just righteous sect in the future. I will mediate with Lord Fan. How about you cease your hostilities today? Jiang Wuqing was well aware of the situation's complexities. After all, disciples from the just righteous sect bore scars from the blood soul sect. However, he could not disclose that this was the doing of Meng Jia, expelled from their sect, for that would only worsen matters. Old man Lan Tian, Feng Shao has been taken into the Baidumo of the Tianshan sect. Lan Tian, caught in a dilemma, was startled by Fan Yue's arrival with hundreds of followers, appearing frantic and disheveled, resembling a beggar fleeing for his life. Hearing that Feng Shao had been captured and left him aghast. Was it not said that they were merely surrounding the Tianshan sect without engaging? With Jiang Wuqing present and Fan Yue's timely arrival, Lan Tian decided to relent. The opportunity for a resolution was being presented to him, and prolonging this conflict would only lead to greater complications. Greetings, Master Wuqing. May I inquire as to your purpose here? Fan Yue, upon spotting Jiang Wuqing, found himself contemplating why the just righteous sect had not sent anyone to engage them, now intrigued by the latter's presence. Jiang Wuqing wasted no time, directly requesting that they let the matter go, recognizing that both Han Yuming and Fan Xing were still alive, leaving room for reconciliation. Fan Yue understood Jiang Wuqing's stature in the lower realms. They had refrained from attacking the just righteous sect due to his presence, knowing that offending him would hinder their access to medicinal pills in the future. However, he could not shake off the bitterness of his grievances. Jiang Wuqing required Wei Ming to offer an apology, which ultimately led to Wei Ming conceding and compensating them handsomely before both parties parted ways, though they did not head towards the demon race's territory. Master Wuqing, I express my deepest gratitude for your timely intervention in preserving our sect. Wei Ming stood beside Jiang Wuqing, earnestly attempting to curry favor, aware of the repercussions his sect faced due to his actions. Is this your way of keeping me here, sect leader Wei? Jiang Wuqing's expression remained inscrutable as he scrutinized Wei Ming, sensing that the latter had become somewhat dog-like after a prolonged association with them, having seemingly forgotten the basic courtesies of humanity. Oh, yes. Please, master, come inside. Attendants, prepare tea. Wei Ming quickly regained his composure, instructing his sect's members to prepare refreshments for Jiang Wuqing, recognizing that his sect's survival hinged upon the latter's intervention. In the lower realms, who would not extend him a modicum of respect, upon entering the grand hall of the Beastmaster sect, Wei Ming dismissed those present, engaging in a private discussion with Jiang Wuqing. By the time Jiang Wuqing emerged, his countenance was radiant, while Wei Ming's expression was grim, having bled profusely once more at Jiang Wuqing's behest. Alas, it is far better to be a dog, Wei Ming mused, stroking the head of his ghostly wolf. Yet, his lament was met with an irritable glare from the creature, leaving him feeling somewhat abashed, uncertain whether Jiang Wuqing had likened his pills to dog food, as he now treated the ghostly wolf as a mere pet. Chapter 62 The Beast Sect's Treasure Hunt. Is this indeed the Beast Sect? Mo Chen and Hua Xiaotian arrived outside the Beast Sect of the Demon Clan. Mo Chen had initially intended to enter seclusion to break through to a higher realm, but Hua Xiaotian persuaded him that the Demon Clan's assault on the human race presented an opportune moment due to their internal vulnerabilities. With such a chance at hand, how could one resist seizing a few benefits? Thus, Mo Chen was coaxed into coming along. Prior to their arrival, he produced a disguise pill, capable of altering his appearance as desired, though it could not be used in conjunction with spiritual power, lest he revert to his original form. Brother Mo, might I have a taste of that miraculous elixir? Hua Xiaotian exclaimed, his eyes widening with intrigue at the sight of the potion in Mo Chen's hand. It was not merely the high grade of the elixir that astonished him, but rather the fact that the formula was not available in the market. It was said to be concocted solely by the emotionless alchemists of the righteous sect, who were notoriously difficult to approach, and obtaining even a single pill was no easy feat. You certainly know how to take advantage of a situation, Mo Chen remarked, observing the greedy glimmer in Hua Xiaotian's eyes as he drooled in anticipation. With a resigned sigh, he tossed a vial to him, fully aware that Hua Xiaotian would likely use it to cause mischief elsewhere, and he chose not to dwell on it any further. As fate would have it, they encountered two patrolling disciples of the Beast Sect, both at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Hua Xiaotian swiftly maneuvered behind them, swiftly subduing the pair, while Mo Chen produced a soul control pill to administer to them. Now, tell us about the current state of affairs within the sect, he commanded. The two disciples recounted the circumstances within their sect, detailing the locations of the treasury, the breeding grounds for magical beasts, and the whereabouts of various techniques, which Imo-chen diligently noted. Afterward, he fed them a forgetfulness pill, ensuring that they would have no recollection of today's events upon awakening. Upon observing Hua Xiaotian's mischievous grin, Imo-chen sighed and tossed another vial his way. Hua Xiaotian gleefully accepted it, pondering how much easier his life would have been had he encountered Imo-chen sooner, though he could not shake his curiosity about the origin of such rare elixirs. These potions were unattainable on the market, exclusive to the Jiang family, and seeking them out often came at a steep price that few could afford. Imo-chen had heard whispers of this during his training, and he too pondered why only his master was capable of refining 7th grade and rare elixirs in the lower realms. His master, however, had yet to master 8th grade potions, despite possessing the formulas and ingredients, which only served to deepen Imo-chen's suspicions. Although Jiang Wucheng could not concoct 8th grade elixirs, he had once produced one, thus claiming the title of an 8th grade alchemist. The longer Imo-chen trained, the more he questioned his master's credibility. The discontinuity in alchemical heritage in the lower realms left him wondering if his master was truly the only one capable of refining high-grade elixirs. Despite his reluctance to doubt his benefactor, human nature was inscrutable, and he could not help but wonder if there were hidden secrets lurking beneath the surface. Lost in thought, Imo-chen and Hua Xiaotian soon arrived before the protective formation of the beast sect. After consuming the disguise pills and donning the attire of the two disciples they had subdued, they boldly strode inside with their tokens.
Hua, don't you think this method is far more convenient? Imo-chen teased, unable to resist the jest.
While they could have forcibly breached the protective formation, it would have drained their spiritual energy and time, not to mention the risk of detection. Indeed, had I encountered you sooner, we might have unified the demon race by now, Hua Xiaotian replied, fully aware of Imo-chen's jest but evading the point, instead showering him with praise, leaving Imo-chen feeling slightly exasperated. Having already inquired about the location of the treasury, they headed straight for it. To their astonishment and delight, the treasury was left unguarded, presumably due to the ongoing conflict or a shortage of personnel within the demon sect. As they approached, however, Imo-chen's beast pouch stirred, prompting him to halt Hua Xiaotian's advance. Hua Xiaotian looked quizzically at Imo-chen as he released his dog, unsure of the reason for the interruption.
I sensed a warning beast ahead, Imo-chen explained.
Hua Xiaotian, even more puzzled, noted that the dog had not made a sound. How could it possibly communicate such information to Imo-chen? The underworld dog, having recognized its master and bound by a contract, possessed the ability to convey thoughts telepathically, a fact lost on Hua Xiaotian, who had never raised a spirit beast.
How can I not see or sense anything?
Hua Xiaotian queried, using his nascent golden core to scan the vicinity of the treasury, finding nothing. Imo-chen, having sensed the same, still trusted his dog's instincts, for it was exceptionally perceptive. Arii, go eliminate it, Imo-chen commanded. The underworld dog vanished from sight, and shortly thereafter, the two heard the sounds of a beast tearing apart its prey. Upon its return, the dog's sharp fangs glistened with fresh blood. As they gazed toward the treasury, they were taken aback by the sight of several corpses of magical beasts scattered about. Imo-chen approached one, examining it closely. It resembled both a bat and a cat, its body adorned with a peculiar pattern of black and blue spots. Although he had not anticipated so many warning beasts, he soon discarded the thought, choosing instead to focus on their primary objective, the treasury. Meanwhile, the underworld dog began to devour the carcasses of the magical beasts, and Imo-chen instructed it to remain vigilant while feasting. Utilizing his knowledge of formations and Hua Xiaotian's brute force methods, Imo-chen struck the defenses of the treasury with a palm. Hua Xiaotian froze in astonishment upon seeing Imo-chen's hand. Was that not the dragon claw of the Ming clan? However, there was no time for inquiries. As the formation temporarily faltered, they stepped inside to witness an incredible sight. The first layer contained a scattering of spirit stones. Truly impoverished, Hua Xiaotian muttered as he scooped up half the spirit stones into his storage ring, leaving the remainder for Imo-chen. Unfazed, Imo-chen collected the stones, his true desire lying in acquiring rare spells. The second layer revealed a sparse collection of magical artifacts, with the original storage platforms left empty. Imo-chen mused that the Dragon Soul Stone had truly drained the demon clan's coffers. They were now utterly destitute. Hua Xiaotian collected half of the meager offerings, rationalizing that even refuse could be sold for profit. After all, returning empty-handed would be a wasted endeavor. Upon reaching the final layer, both men were left speechless. Nearly 2 spell manuals graced the space, with nothing else in sight. Hua Xiaotian, enraged, contemplated setting the place ablaze.
Beast Compendium, Beast Control Technique.
Hua Xiaotian tossed one of the manuals to Mo Chen, treating the instruction on how to properly raise a dog as if it were treasure. Mo Chen, however, found it quite useful, as the Beast Compendium would allow him to learn more about magical beasts. Let us proceed to the Beast Garden and see if there is anything of value we can procure. Hua Xiaotian was filled with frustration, having believed himself clever for seizing the opportunity while the demon clan was preoccupied, only to be met with paltry offerings. As they approached the Beast Garden, they spotted 2 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples guarding the entrance. Hua Xiaotian considered taking action, but Mo Chen held him back, producing a black pill and tossing it toward the 2 guards. As the guards began to question the approaching figures, they promptly fell unconscious. Hua Xiaotian paused for a moment, then decided not to inquire about the pill, opting for a more direct approach rather than the inconvenience of simply incapacitating them. Hua Xiaotian seized their storage bags, distributing one to each of them before they entered the Beast Garden, which was filled with Foundation establishment magical beasts, leaving them both disappointed. Yet, the underworld dog barked twice at Mo Chen, who nodded in response. The dog then proceeded to gorge itself within the garden, devouring both young beasts and eggs with gluttonous abandon. Once it had finished its feast, the dog returned to Mo Chen, barking once more, prompting him to understand that something of interest lay ahead. Thus, he and Hua Xiaotian ventured forth together.
Chapter 63, Revenge is a Must. What is this egg, Brother Mo?
Hua Xiaotian inquired, gazing at the sizable white egg before him. Though large, it bore no discernible difference from a duck egg. Having witnessed Mo Chen with a spirit beast, he assumed he would possess knowledge regarding its nature. I am equally perplexed. I have no understanding of beast eggs, Mo Chen replied. The information he possessed was relayed to him by the spectral hound, which he had asked if it recognized the egg. The creature merely shook its head, conveying through thought that the egg emanated a powerful aura, hence it refrained from consuming it. Hua Xiaotian sighed, suggesting Mo Chen keep it, as it would merely serve as an additional meal.
Mo Chen accepted without hesitation, hoping it would be a spirit beast as formidable as the spectral hound.
Let us proceed to the Holy Demon Sect, Hua Xiaotian declared. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, they found no patrolling disciples, allowing them to breach the protective array and enter unimpeded. After a prolonged search, they encountered 2 mid-foundation stage men. The 2 adeptly subdued their targets and administered soul control pills to ascertain the situation. Subsequently, they donned the men's attire and, with tokens in hand, made their way to the treasury.
Senior brother, I implore you to grant me a restoration pill.
My husband is now physically impaired. Without this elixir, his life is effectively rendered futile. Mo Chen overheard He Ruomal pleading with a late foundation stage cultivator. However, the man disregarded her entirely, eventually losing patience and delivering a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground.
Who are you to demand a restoration pill?
This is a 7th grade elixir, procured with great difficulty by our sect leader. Be gone. He Ruomal, undeterred, rose and knelt at the man's feet, persistently begging, appealing to their shared sect affiliation, only to be met with scorn. You of the Blood Soul sect dare consider yourselves our peers? Were it not for our sect leader's mercy, you would be even lower than a dog. The guard insulted He Ruomal before kicking her down once more, forcing her already disfigured face against the ground. Disheartened, she stood and slowly approached Mo Chen and Hua Xiaotian. Hua Xiaotian silently communicated with Mo Chen, inquiring whether they should eliminate the guards. Mo Chen shook his head, feeling that sometimes, enduring life was more tormenting than death. Perhaps death would indeed offer relief. He Ruomal, too, wished to avoid the degradation of begging these treasury guards, yet ever since returning from the Yin Yang secret realm, Meng Jia had subjected her to daily beatings and verbal abuse. He berated her as a harlot, a worthless being, claiming that had it not been for her, she would never have fallen into the clutches of the demon clan. He was a disciple of the 2nd elder of the righteous sect, with a promising future ahead. He found her disfigured appearance repugnant, and now he could not even afford a single restoration pill, having spent all his spirit stones on the yin and yang beings. He Ruomal contemplated replacing him, especially since Meng Jia had been incapacitated by Feng Songtong's kick. Without the restoration pill, she might as well leave and scavenge for a stick to survive. Regrettably, her disfigurement rendered her undesirable. The male cultivators who once pursued her now shunned her, and she was now a pariah even to dogs.
Why, it's you, junior brother?
He Ruomo approached Mo Chen, her disfigurement failing to suppress her attempts at seduction, thinking that once the candles were extinguished at night, it would matter little.
Indeed, senior sister, what troubles you?
Mo Chen replied, mimicking the voice of the earlier Soul Controller, curious to see what this woman, now at such a low point, would attempt. Feigning coyness, he Ruomo spoke in a sultry tone, subtly hinting at her desire for a restoration pill, suggesting that if Mo Chen could provide it, she would be obedient to his wishes. Upon hearing Hua Xiaotian's voice, asking whether to kill her, Mo Chen contemplated and replied, "No need, I have a plan. Senior sister, how about this? My junior brother and I will incapacitate that sycophant and procure 2 restoration pills for you." But Mo Chen's words trailed off as he grasped her hand, using his other hand to caress it.
He Ruomo, experienced in such matters, immediately understood his implication, indicating that if she received 2 restoration pills, she would become Mo Chen's subordinate henceforth.
"Senior sister, please wait for me in my room. My junior brother and I will return shortly," Mo Chen said, imitating Meng Jia's demeanor as he pinched her rear, eliciting a more sultry response from her. She informed him to wait in another room, where Meng Jia was still lying. After dealing with her, Mo Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He mused that he would prefer to engage with Tuoba Mui instead. Subsequently, he and Hua Xiaotian subdued the treasury guards and breached the array to plunder the treasury. However, upon entering, they were taken aback by the vast differences in scale compared to the 10,000 Beasts sect, as the spirit stones within nearly blinded them with their brilliance. Ha! It seems this old ghost has not fully depleted his resources while auctioning the Dragon Soul Stone. The Dragon Soul Stone had been auctioned from the Hua family, and Hua Xiaotian had gleaned much information from Hua Lingyun, knowing that the 5 major demon sects had pooled their resources to acquire it. "Then let us not hold back, my brother," Mo Chen replied, sharing a knowing smile with Hua Xiaotian as they began collecting the spirit stones in equal measure. Upon reaching the 2nd level, they found no magical artifacts left, likely taken for warfare. Fortunately, there were still some treasures remaining, which could fetch a considerable sum. Upon reaching the 3rd level, they discovered valuable items, yet only 1 restoration pill. It remained unclear whether he Ruomo was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. 7th-grade elixirs were not as easily obtainable as spirit stones. Even without her disfigurement, no one would willingly trade a 7th-grade restoration pill with her.
"Were you not going to offer it to that woman?"
Mo Chen handed the restoration pill to Hua Xiaotian, who looked puzzled. However, when Mo Chen produced 2 black-red pills, he employed a mysterious technique to transform them into replicas of the restoration pill. The patterns, aromas, and quality were indistinguishable, astonishing Hua Xiaotian, who realized that if he could convert a 1st-grade trash pill into a 7th-grade elixir, it would be a tremendous windfall. Mo Chen shook his head, asserting that such a feat was impossible. Skilled practitioners could discern counterfeit elixirs, especially 7th-grade ones. Those from the lower realms shared a consensus that only heartless alchemists could achieve such deception. "What purpose do those 2 black pills serve?" Hua Xiaotian inquired while selecting items, estimating the total value of the treasures before him to be no less than several million, leaving him somewhat dizzy.
5th-grade Eternal Decay Pill.
It causes unhealed wounds to decay permanently, rendering even a restoration pill ineffectual. Mo Chen's words caused Hua Xiaotian to pause, having just seen the bleeding sword scar on the woman's face, likely a result of the treasury guard's kicks. If this were the case, did it not imply that she would never regain her beauty? Moreover, the man she mentioned earlier was likely doomed for life.
"Did those 2 offend you?"
Hua Xiaotian suddenly felt a twinge of fear towards Mo Chen, whose seemingly harmless demeanor belied a ruthless nature.
He now understood why Mo Chen had advised against taking action. Death was indeed the most favorable outcome.
"Yes, those 2 once sought to kill me, but I have no desire to eliminate them now," Mo Chen said, a smile gracing his simple face, while Hua Xiaotian felt as though he had glimpsed the gates of hell. He was grateful not to be Mo Chen's enemy, lest he find himself unaware of his own demise. He reflected on how, moments ago, Mo Chen had flirted with those who sought his life, suppressing his hatred and disgust. This man was certainly shrewd.
"Hua brother, do you wish to acquire the Holy Demon Technique?" Mo Chen inquired, holding the Holy Demon Sect's body refinement secret technique, but Hua Xiaotian shook his head, stating that the Dragon Clan was best suited to cultivate their own body refinement techniques.
Moreover, the Holy Demon Sect's body refinement methods were indeed subpar. Mo Chen, considering his words, decided to keep it for himself, suspecting the true treasures lay with Fengyu, Xiaotian and Imo Chen agreed to gather all the loot, planning to sell it upon their return and share the proceeds. Thus, the two successfully plundered the Holy Demon Sect's treasury, with Imo Chen exiting clutching 2-inch 7th grade restoration pills. Chapter 64 The Condemnation of the Offender. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed through the courtyard of the Western Hall where the disciples of the Holy Demon Sect resided. Within this very place, Hirumur was in a room with an acquaintance, while that man had ventured out to join the assault on the human race. "I'm coming." A sultry voice wafted from within, as Hirumur deliberately loosened her collar before opening the door, exposing her fair skin, believing this would make her more captivating to the visitor. Alas, she had forgotten that her face was marred by scars from sword wounds, inflicted by the demonic sword of Feng Songtong, which were notoriously difficult to heal. Presently, she appeared as a grotesque sight that could evoke disgust. "Senior sister, I have stolen the elixir you requested," Imo Chen proclaimed, gazing at Hirumur as she opened the door, presenting her with the coveted pill. Upon seeing the 7th grade restoration pill, her eyes sparkled with desire. She was in dire need of this remedy that if only she could restore her former beauty, she would no longer care about Mengjia. Men were easily replaceable. Just as she reached out to receive it, Imo Chen retracted his hand. In response, Hirumur adjusted her clothing, pulling down the fabric that revealed her delicate shoulder. "Senior sister, do you still recall what you confided to me?" Imo Chen asked with a mischievous grin. Though he harbored a strong urge to retch, he could endure it for the sake of revenge. Hirumur seized Imo Chen's hand, attempting to guide it to her bosom, but a voice interrupted her actions. "Senior brother, how is looking for you?" At that opportune moment, Xiaotian appeared, prompting Imo Chen to depart with him as per their prior arrangement, fearing that Hirumur might grow suspicious if he appeared too eager. "Brother Hao, what nonsense is this? Why summon me in vain?" Imo Chen's hand, which had nearly grazed Hirumur's chest, was withdrawn in frustration. He then grasped her hand, placing the 2 elixirs into her palm. "Senior sister, wait for me," Imo Chen leered at her, lingering for a moment to caress her hand before departing. Hirumur softly acquiesced, watching him leave with a lingering gaze. "Bah, you think a worthless fool like you is worthy of me. Once I regain my beauty, I shall report you to the sect master." Hirumur plotted with cunning, intending to feed one pill to Mengjia to see if he survived. If he did not suffer any ill effects, she would consume the other pill herself, then complain to Han Yumi about the theft of the elixirs from the sect's treasury. Ultimately, she would incite Han Yumi to confront Fengyu, thus orchestrating a scheme to eliminate that fool who dared to desire her company. How revolting! "Meng Lang, come and take your medicine." Hirumur cooed tenderly at Meng Jia's bedside, holding the restoration pill aloft. Meng Jia's eyes lit up at the sight of the elixir. He recognized it as a 7th grade restoration pill. Previously, when Fengyu had procured the elixir, it had been paraded before the entire sect, a treasure capable of reviving the dead. Revitalized, Meng Jia seized the elixir from Hirumur's hand and swallowed it whole, instantly feeling relief from the pain in his left shoulder and lower abdomen. He then grasped Hirumur's hand with fervor, vowing through tears to cherish her above all other women, a sentiment that made the frequently scorned Hirumur feel a wave of nausea. She had already resolved that once she consumed the elixir and regained her beauty, she would seek out Han Yumi to lodge her grievances, ultimately leaving this place in search of a more suitable man. After comforting Meng Jia, Hirumur exited the room and entered another lover's chamber, swallowing the 7th grade restoration pill in one swift motion. Almost immediately, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The pain from her injuries and those inflicted by Meng Jia had vanished. This was due to Imo Chen's deliberate enhancements in the elixir's formulation, incorporating pain-relieving ingredients. However, once the analgesic effects wore off, her wounds would begin to fester, oozing pus, leaving her to endure a torturous existence. In the courtyard of the Holy Demon Sect, 2 anguished cries echoed, lingering in the air. Where to next? Imo Chen felt a sense of satisfaction now that vengeance had been exacted. Xiaotian replied that they were headed to the Sky Demon Sect, as the resources they had acquired thus far were limited, and they lacked formidable martial techniques. Xiaotian also sought powerful techniques to enhance his explosive capabilities, as the time he could burn his bloodline was finite. Failing to eliminate strong adversaries would mean his own demise. Despite his family's auction house, they had yet to find a suitable technique over the years, as such resources were scarce, and many cultivators were reluctant to sell them. However, upon arriving at the Sky Demon Sect, they were taken aback to see a familiar silhouette hovering in the air. With a swift motion, she struck the sect's protective array with her sword, causing the formation to tremble violently as if on the verge of collapse. Fanhua Sword Spirit, my Sky Demon sect has been decimated to the point where I am the last remaining Yuanian cultivator.
Will you not relent?
Elder Wang, the last Yuanian cultivator of the Sky Demon sect, pleaded desperately. The three elders had fled separately that day. The other two had already been caught by Ruomang, their bodies shattered, their souls devoured. I have decreed that all who offend Fanghua shall be slain. If you choose to take your own life, I may spare your sect. Ruomang's oppressive aura enveloped the Sky Demon sect, instilling fear in all, including Imochen and Huashaotian, who were not far off.
Is this elder truly so powerful? Huashaotian felt the pressure of Ruomang's aura threatening to burst forth from his dragon bloodline, while Imochen remained unaffected, his own Fanghua sword intent shielding him from her might.
Indeed, she is quite formidable. Her form has solidified, Imochen observed, noting that Ruomang appeared more corporeal than when they first encountered her in the Dragon Cave, indicating she could now exist freely in the world without being confined to the Fanghua sword. Elder Wang of the Sky Demon sect struggled to find words, but what could he say? Would he express a willingness to die, or lament the loss of his sect alongside him? Since you refuse to take your own life, I shall send your entire sect to reincarnation. Ruomang gathered her spiritual energy and unleashed her most potent strike upon the protective array, rendering it transparent and vanishing into nothingness. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Sky Demon sect fell to their knees, imploring Elder Wang to sacrifice himself for their sect's survival. Yet, after centuries of cultivation, how could Elder Wang resign himself to such a fate?
Will you two not step forward?
Ruomang sensed something amiss and shifted her gaze toward Imochen. The two exchanged glances and donned their masks, soaring towards Ruomang. Upon recognizing Imochen and Huashaotian, Ruomang inquired about their presence. They disclosed their intentions, prompting Ruomang to nod thoughtfully. If you wish to spare your life, relinquish the treasures of the treasury to me, and I shall let you go free today. Elder Wang, on the brink of self-detonation in a last-ditch effort, heard her words and immediately ascended into the air, presenting the key to the treasury with both hands.
He noted the two individuals behind Ruomang were clad in the attire of the Holy Demon sect. Though puzzled, he dared not question or probe their identities, fearing Ruomang's wrath would spell doom for him. Ensure your sect members maintain a distance of 5 kilometers from the treasury. Should I sense anyone lingering, I shall annihilate your entire sect. Ruomang's command left Elder Wang no room for hesitation. Grateful, he promptly notified all sect members to evacuate at least 10 kilometers away. Imochen and Huashaotian were both moved by the absurdity of the situation. Here they were, robbing the sect, and the victims were expressing gratitude. They resolved to become just as formidable, no longer needing to resort to stealthy tactics to acquire treasures. Chapter 65 Reacquisition of the exotic beast. Imochen and his companions arrived before the treasury of the Heavenly Demon sect, their consciousnesses extending outward to find no one from the sect remaining. He mused to himself that it was indeed a testament to Ruomang's influence. Ruomang tossed the key onto the array above the treasury, causing the formation to dissipate and the vault to open. As the three entered, they were met with an empty interior. The treasury consisted of only 2 levels, and if there was nothing here, the second level might hold little promise either.
Do you think I made a poor bargain by sparing his life? Ruomang recalled Elder Wang's sycophantic demeanor and felt a twinge of regret for this deal. If there was nothing of value, it might have been better to annihilate the Heavenly Demon sect altogether. Her words left Imochen and Huashaotian at a loss for a response, and they could only share an awkward smile as they proceeded to the second level, which also yielded little of worth. It appeared that aside from the selfish Yuanyue, who hoarded many treasures and spirit stones, the other sects had wholeheartedly supported Fengxiao, allowing him to acquire the Dragon Soul Stone at an exorbitant price. As they ventured deeper, an array blocked their path. Imochen and Huashaotian were eager to showcase their skills in breaking formations, yet Ruomang effortlessly shattered the array with a single strike of her sword. The two were left in awe of her formidable combat prowess. As Elder Wang had said, she alone could decimate an entire sect. They sensed that they would likely struggle even against the leaders of other sections. Behind the array lay 3 items: the scroll, a tome, and a vial. Imochen and Huashaotian refrained from touching them, waiting for Ruomang to inspect, as this was her conquest. Here, take these, they are merely trash. Ruomang tossed the scroll and vial to Imochen, and the tome to Huashaotian. The two exchanged glances at their newfound possessions. Mo Chen had acquired Zhang Wang's notes in the blood of a demon, while Hua Xiaotian received the heavenly demon sex heart technique, the heart-devouring art. Both were pleased with their acquisitions, as Hua Xiaotian's capabilities would surely enhance with the heart technique, while Mo Chen cherished the insights of his master, valuing it more than any dragon soul stone, for it might contain rare alchemical recipes and techniques. The demon blood could also be absorbed during the condensation of his golden core, enhancing its perfection and stabilizing it, something he greatly needed. Mo Chen, where do you intend to go next? Ruo Meng, holding her umbrella, led the two out of the heavenly demon sect, her mind set on returning to the Fanghua sect. As for the other forces of the demon clan, she had no intention of taking action. She would not engage in unwarranted slaughter. I shall escort you back to the Fanghua sect. I too must enter seclusion. Mo Chen initially considered accompanying Hua Xiaotian to the Mad Demon sect and the Wanyu sect, but an unsettling feeling had taken root within him, prompting the decision to retreat into solitude. Hua Xiaotian, however, was indifferent. He had obtained the resources he sought and could reach the mid-phase of his golden core with a period of cultivation. Do I require your escort? Who in the lower realms could threaten me? Ruo Meng, aware that Mo Chen likely had other matters at hand, felt slightly slighted by his offer. You are a senior, and it is merely a matter of etiquette for a junior to escort you. Mo Chen remained unfazed by her words, finding comfort in her presence amid his unease, just as she stated. Who in the lower realms could harm her? Very well, I have nothing else to occupy my time, she conceded. After arranging their departure, Mo Chen handed Hua Xiaotian 3 vials of pills. Soul control pills, disguise pills, and everlasting decay pills. Fearing for Hua Xiaotian's safety should he act alone, Hua Xiaotian accepted the pills with a smile, tossing Mo Chen a box, which he received and stored in his spatial ring for later examination. Senior, could you take a look at this egg? After Hua Xiaotian left, Mo Chen strolled alongside Ruo Meng, who remarked that it was rare to have the opportunity to explore. Despite the demon folk's unappealing nature, the scenery was rather splendid. Illusion Eye Beast, Ruo Meng recognized it immediately with a single glance. Mo Chen, upon hearing this, retrieved the beast compendium and scanned through it. The Illusion Eye Beast, a feline spirit beast of exotic origin, spawned in the Aurora Lands, possessed eyes that could induce hallucinations, leading to fatal attacks born from delusion, ranked 35th among spirit beasts. Afterward, Mo Chen sought information on the Netherhound. The Nether Beast, a canine spirit beast of exotic origin, emerged from the land of extreme Een, its inky black form capable of invisibility and the consumption of ethereal attacks, ranked 27th. So it is called the Nether Beast, Mo Chen realized, understanding that Netherhound was merely a general term, which explained Ruo Meng's reference. As he contemplated, he noticed something amiss. His own Erhe was entirely crimson and bore the flames of the underworld. It dawned on him that exotic beasts were capable of evolution, and he suddenly grasped the underlying principle. Did you steal someone's wife? Ruo Meng's abrupt remark left Mo Chen staring at her in bewilderment. When had he ever done such a thing, and how was he unaware? Two individuals approach from this direction. They surely do not seek me. Ruo Meng's keen senses detected someone flying towards them from afar, one at the late stage of foundation establishment, and another at the early stage of golden core. Is it him? How could he sense my presence? Mo Chen, extending his consciousness, discerned that it was Feng Santong heading their way, and he wondered how he had located him. Feng Santong had nurtured the Dragon Soul Stone for a year, enabling him to sense its location. On the way, he received a transmission from the sect's elders, informing him that his father had been taken by the Tianshan Lawbull, yet, after much deliberation, he resolved to pursue the Dragon Soul Stone. His father may have been captured, but he was not dead, whereas the Dragon Soul Stone, if lost, would be irretrievable. Thus, he followed the sensed position of the Dragon Soul Stone, pursued by the partner he had slain and the injured Yang Gong, who trailed him, intent on seizing the opportunity to exact revenge and claim the treasure. Upon releasing his consciousness, Mo Chen sensed only Feng Santong. Who was the other? He had no time to ponder, for Feng Santong was nearly upon them. Senior, look, Mo Chen produced the Dragon Soul Stone for Ruo Meng. She nodded, murmuring, I see, and then placed her finger upon the stone. It's fine now, he can no longer sense it, Ruo Meng stated casually as she continued her leisurely stroll, eager to observe how the world outside had changed. Mo Chen, filled with trepidation, realized that his earlier excursion with Huashaotian to the Mad Demon sect had likely led to an ambush by Feng Songtong. At that juncture, he doubted he could withstand overwhelming odds. While Huashaotian might evade capture, his own escape was uncertain. Who could say if the Mad Demon sect had retained any Golden Core cultivators in their ranks? What is happening? Why has the Dragon Soul Stone vanished? Feng Songtong, wielding a 7th-grade magic sword, contemplated exacting a gruesome vengeance upon the thief of the Dragon Soul Stone, only to find himself inexplicably devoid of the ability to sense it. Hovering in the air, he strained to re-establish contact, but no presence returned to him. The Dragon Soul Stone he had fused with for a year had inexplicably vanished. "If I find you, I will ensure your demise." Feng Songtong roared in frustration, his only recourse being to soar toward the human realm, intent on reuniting with his sect's elders to devise a plan to rescue his father. Following closely behind him, Yang Gong felt increasingly vexed. He had initially considered an opportunity to eliminate Feng Songtong, yet for reasons unknown, Feng Songtong accelerated toward the human realm. Thus, he resolved to first recuperate and restore his cultivation to the later stage of Golden Core before seeking vengeance against Feng Songtong. Chapter 66 The Change of Fortune. As Mo Chen and Ruo Mang walked and conversed, Mo Chen absorbed a wealth of valuable knowledge. He inquired of Ruo Mang why she did not eradicate the demon race, but instead chose to release them. Ruo Mang explained that she viewed herself as a balance scale, with the human race, demon race, and devil race as the weights upon it. If she were to disrupt the equilibrium among the three races, it might not necessarily yield positive outcomes. Should the demon race vanish, the ambitions of the human race would be laid bare, compelling them to wage relentless war against the demon race in their quest for dominion over the mortal realm, aspiring to become the sovereigns of the cultivation world. This would not only result in untold suffering but would also lead to internecine strife among human cultivators once they established their rule over the mortal realm. Besides the pursuit of immortality, the ambition to dominate a realm is, after all, a common aspiration among cultivators. Furthermore, her mission is to safeguard the Fanghua sect, rather than to wield the sword of slaughter, and she cannot engage in indiscriminate killing. Mo Chen nodded, recognizing that had he been born into a more favorable circumstance, he might have mirrored the likes of Yin Qi and Wei Yun, disregarding the sanctity of life and succumbing to the temptation to slay at will, ultimately losing himself to become a wretch. Ruo Mang also cautioned him against revealing his cultivation level, advising that one must learn to temper their brilliance, and excessive ostentation may not prove beneficial. Additionally, given Mo Chen's unique spiritual roots, while he had balanced them through the essence of the Fanghua sword, this was merely a temporary solution. He needed to discover a more enduring method to harmonize his spiritual roots to avoid straying into the demonic path. "Shall we go inside for a while?" Mo Chen arrived at the Fanghua sect, where the Tianshan spring was located, yet he had no desire to enter. He sought a secluded place to meditate, as he had much to comprehend and learn. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Ruo Mang stepped into the protective array of the sect, while Mo Chen departed, aimlessly searching for a retreat. "Ah, isn't this the Fanghua sword spirit returning to our sect? You actually know how to come back." Lu Shangyun, pondering how to locate the Fanghua umbrella, was taken by surprise as Ruo Mang, who had run away from home, returned carrying the umbrella. In the main hall of the Fanghua sect, Lu Shangyun had invited Chen Yunling for a visit, and Luo Shuya followed suit, intending to seek out Xian Yuanqing, who was currently out training. "If it weren't for me, your worthless Fanghua sect would have long since perished," Ruo Meng declared, turning her back as she strode toward the heavenly spring, leaving the three in the hall exchanging glances, with Lu Shangyun letting out a helpless sigh. "Ha, your sect's treasure, the Fanghua sword spirit, certainly has a personality," Chen Yunling laughed heartily upon witnessing Lu Shangyun's predicament, further deepening the embarrassment on Lu Shangyun's face. She was at a loss as to how to handle Ruo Meng, who had solidified her form and could go wherever she pleased, leaving Lu Shangyun utterly powerless. "What can I do?" "I can't defeat her," Lu Shangyun mused, resigning herself to the notion that her child had grown up and spread her wings. She might as well let her be. Failing to adopt such a mindset would surely lead to her being driven to the brink of bloodshed by Ruo Meng's provocations. With no other option, she decided to escort Chen Yunling out of the sect and then seek out Ruo Meng to negotiate whether she could return to the Fanghua umbrella, for if she were allowed to act freely, the sect might indeed face grave troubles. "Senior, I have matters to discuss with you." Lu Shangyun stood by the heavenly spring after seeing Chen Yunling off, where Ruo Meng and the Fanghua umbrella rested comfortably in the warm waters. "Speak," But do you intend to make me look up at you? Ruo Meng dismissed her, relishing her repose, and Lu Shangyun, resigned to the situation, set up a barrier to isolate their conversation. She then removed her clothing and joined Ruo Meng in the spring. Go ahead. Ruo Meng kept her eyes closed, not bothering to glance at Lu Shangyun. Lu Shangyun proceeded to explain her purpose for coming, expressing her desire for Ruo Meng to return to the Fanghua umbrella, allowing her to emerge only when the sect encountered issues. Return, if I go back, will you simply let that useless disciple of yours handle the Fanghua umbrella? Ruo Meng reacted unfavorably to this suggestion. Although she had been in slumber, she was still aware of the happenings outside. Had it not been for Mo Chen stabbing the Fanghua umbrella, she would have remained in her slumber for an indeterminate time. She harbored considerable dissatisfaction toward Xian Yuanqing, for how could the sect's treasure be lost while in her possession? To her, there was no way Xian Yuanqing should be allowed to possess the Fanghua umbrella, especially when he was unable to vanquish those in the Foundation establishment late stage while being merely in the mid stage. Lu Shangyun could tolerate her disciple being labeled as worthless, yet she could not fathom how her carefully chosen disciple could be deemed a failure. With looks and talent that were exceptional, she felt displeased, but Ruo Meng was indeed a senior, and she refrained from retorting. I see you have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Seek a place to enter seclusion and strive for the transformation stage. The position of sect leader can be passed to the Grand Elder. With me here, Fanghua sect shall remain unshaken. Ruo Meng continued to recline, while the Fanghua umbrella seemed to respond, gracefully floating upon the warm waters, as if also relishing the nourishment of the heavenly spring. This Lu Shangyun wished to say more, but with Ruo Meng's firm stance, she found herself at a loss for words. Although she still had several hundred years of life left, without achieving the transformation stage, she could hardly escape demise. Thus, she could only relax and enjoy the warm waters, awaiting the day she would pass her position to the Grand Elder, after which she would enter into a deep seclusion. Mo Chen soared through the skies aimlessly until he beheld a colossal statue of Buddha, which seemed to belong to the Ruyan sect. He reasoned that since he had arrived, he might as well descend and request a cup of tea. Greetings, little master. I am Mo Chen, seeking an audience with Master Ruyun. I kindly request that you relay my message. Upon hearing that someone sought his master, a young monk scurried into the sect to deliver the news. Before long, a battered and swollen-faced Ruyun, resembling a pig's head, approached the foot of the mountain. Are you not? Mo Chen gazed at the pig-headed Ruyun, astonished that this was once the dashing Zhu Binana. How did he end up looking like a pig-headed monster? Upon seeing Mo Chen and hearing his request for tea, Ruyun took him to the Heavenly Zen sect for refreshments. Along the way, he explained his current state, revealing that he was unsure why his master had been in such a frenzy since returning from Tianjin sect, resulting in him receiving a thorough beating. Feng, I wish to shave your head. Would you be willing to ordain at my sect for 10 years? As Mo Chen stepped into the Heavenly Zen sect, he heard a voice calling out. Following the sound, he saw a demon kneeling on the ground, exuding a weak and almost imperceptible aura. After deliberating with the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Zen sect on how to deal with Feng Shao, it was proposed that he ordain for 10 years, which would serve two purposes. First, it would prevent him from wreaking havoc upon the world. Second, it would allow him to contemplate Zen teachings, potentially leading to his reformation for the benefit of sentient beings. Moreover, with the demon race approaching, confining Feng Shao within the sacred vessel would deter their assault on the Heavenly Zen sect. Although they were not fearful, as practitioners of Buddhism, they preferred to avoid killing whenever possible, even hoping that the demon race might redeem themselves and become virtuous individuals once more. Once I escape, the first thing I shall do is annihilate your Heavenly Zen sect. Feng Shao, trapped within the confines of the Heavenly Zen sacred vessel, found himself powerless against even a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator. Refusing to accept his fate of being imprisoned for a decade, he lamented the dire implications for the demon race, which had just emptied its coffers to acquire the Dragon Soul Stone. If he were to be trapped here, the future of the demon race would be bleak. He was uncertain if his son had managed to retrieve the Dragon Soul Stone, and without his presence to oversee the demon race, any assault from the human or demon races could lead to the utter annihilation of his kin. Chapter 67 of the Three Demons of Tianquan. The old monk advises you to take vows for a decade, remarked the venerable elder of the Tianquan sect, seated beside the demon slayer. From his countenance, which radiated kindness and benevolence, he appeared to be a middle-aged monk whose aura imparted a profound sense of comfort. It's you belong to the demon race. Ming, before Feng Shao could finish his words, the demon slayer interrupted him with a resonant umutba. for he himself had forgotten that he was of the demon lineage, specifically the former young master of the Dragon Clan's Ming family.
Ming Tianshu, how could you willingly degrade yourself to become a hound of the human race? Ha ha ha.
Feng Xiao recognized him instantly and erupted into a frenzied laughter, convinced that the Tianquan sect members would not dare take action against him, as he was the leader of the formidable Mo clan. If he were to perish here, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for the myriad demons to besiege the sect.
There is no need to dwell on the past.
I am now a monk of the Tianquan sect, with the Dharma name of Demon Slayer. The elder maintained his gentle demeanor, speaking in a calm tone. Who could have imagined that he was once a great demon wreaking havoc upon the lower realms?
Hearing that the elder was indeed of the Ming lineage left Mo Chen astonished.
Do not linger in silence. Did you not mention tea? Our Tianquan sect boasts a Bodhi tree, and the Bodhi tea is a rare delicacy of the mortal world, Ru Yun urged, pulling Mo Chen towards his meditation chamber to brew tea. However, Mo Chen, captivated by the unfolding scene, was reluctant to depart, instead keeping Ru Yun by his side to observe further.
Feng, if I were to unleash my full power against the demon race, how many of your kind do you believe would remain?
The demon slayer's gaze fixed upon Feng Xiao, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. He was acutely aware of Ming Tianshu's strength. During a previous confrontation with 3 mid-stage Yuanian cultivators, he had sustained injuries while annihilating them by extracting and crushing their Yuanian gut. If a battle were to ensue now, he was uncertain if he could prevail, having never anticipated the presence of such formidable individuals within the Tianquan sect,
aside from the Tianquan Dharma Bowl and the Demon Slayer.
Brothers, the demon race is expected to arrive tomorrow morning, reported the second elder, Du Shi. Upon seeing him, Feng Xiao's eyes widened even further, for this second elder was none other than the inheritor of the Mo clan's devouring arts. He could not fathom why members of the demon and monster races would seek refuge in a human sect, especially considering their notorious pasts as harbingers of chaos.
If these two were to join forces, the lower realms would undoubtedly face annihilation. Ah, old Xiao, why are you kneeling here?
Du Shi greeted Feng Xiao warmly, having known him from the past. Feng Xiao had been on the receiving end of his beatings countless times and would flee at the mere sight of him. Ru Yun informed Mo Chen of the identities of the elder and second elder, and he felt that his visit was fortuitous, as he could seek guidance regarding his demon root and cultivation from these two esteemed figures.
Why retreat into seclusion?
I have come to the Tianquan sect to become a monk, Feng Xiao mused. He could disregard the demon slayer and the demon slayer, yet Du Shi was a notorious figure within their ranks. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that becoming a monk was not akin to facing death. Why resist?
Brothers, I believe it would be best to eliminate him. What use is there in keeping such a demon alive? Du Shi's suggestion sent a chill down Feng Xiao's spine.
After all, he was the true demon lord, having slaughtered countless from the 3 clans. Whoever dared to confront him? Junior brother, your hostility still lingers. You ought to immerse yourself in the teachings of Buddhism, remarked the demon slayer, aware of his disciples' proclivity for violence. While the demon slayer was somewhat more restrained, Du Shi's demonic nature occasionally surged forth, rendering him more inclined to action than discussion. Du Shi acquiesced and took a seat, and the 3 brothers gathered before Feng Xiao, who, moments ago brimming with arrogance, was now rendered speechless. He did not recognize the demon slayer, as the latter had entered the Tianquan sect long before Feng Xiao had attained significant cultivation. Once, the 3 of them had dominated their respective clans, wreaking havoc until they were subdued by Fu Shang, ultimately surrendering to the Buddhist path, thereby reducing the number of demons in the lower realms while adding 3 compassionate monks to the Tianquan sect. I, an old man, wish to take refuge in the Buddha and join the Tianquan sect, Feng Xiao conceded, his bravado extinguished, realizing that the one who could contain these 2 demon lords could hardly be a benevolent figure. It was perhaps wiser to comply. Very well, Du Shi, you shall assist our brother in his ordination, the demon slayer decreed, unwilling to let Feng Xiao's status be diminished. He referred to him as a junior brother. Du Shi pressed his fingers together into a sword gesture and directed a stream of spiritual energy toward Feng Xiao's head.
This Feng Xiao was petrified. Was not ordination performed with a razor? Would this gesture not send him to the underworld? Fear gripped him as he recognized Du Shi's true nature as a demon lord, yet he could not flee. As a cool breeze swept over him, several strands of his hair drifted away. What was once a flowing mane now lay under the moonlight like a river of stars. As your elder brother,
I take you as my disciple and bestow upon you the Dharma name of Du Heng. May you diligently cultivate the teachings of Buddhism, quell your hostility, and benefit all sentient beings, intoned the demon slayer. He then produced the Tianken Dharma bowl and directed it toward Fengxiao, from which a golden light emanated, enveloping Fengxiao and absorbing the black demonic energy that had once enveloped him, reducing his cultivation to the late Yuanying stage.
As a fragment of his soul was drawn into the Dharma bowl, Fengxiao felt his spiritual power restored, yet he understood that should he attempt to escape or engage in any forbidden actions, the Tianken Dharma bowl could annihilate his very essence in an instant.
Du Shi, take Du Heng to his meditation chamber for quietude.
Henceforth, he shall be the fourth elder of the Tianken sect. The demon slayer arranged matters and walked over to Imochen alongside the demon slayer. Ru Yun introduced her master and uncle to Imochen, after which the demon slayer instructed Ru Yun to escort Imochen to his meditation chamber for hospitality, as he and the demon slayer needed to deliberate on how to confront the impending invasion of the demon race. Imochen followed Ru Yun to his meditation chamber, realizing that time was plentiful and he could seek the wisdom of the esteemed monks at any moment, which would greatly benefit him. Nana, why do such esteemed elders remain in your sect?
Surely they could hold positions as leaders elsewhere, Imochen inquired, perplexed. Ru Yun recounted all she knew, explaining that her master had come to challenge and ultimately be defeated by Fu Shang, leading to his ordination, while the elder and second elder were once notorious demons who had caused havoc among the three clans, brought back by Fu Shang himself. The details of this process remained elusive, as Fu Shang had not disclosed them, and the two elders did not speak of it either. Asa Jr., he felt it inappropriate to pry further, especially since both elders treated others with remarkable kindness, making it difficult to associate them with their previous demonic identities. Imochen nodded, expressing his desire to retreat into seclusion, but Ru Yun explained that outsiders were not permitted to do so unless they joined the sect. However, within the guest courtyard stood a statue of the 10,000 demons Buddha, where he could contemplate.
The 10,000 demons Buddha? Imochen queried, to which Ru Yun replied that there was no distinction between Buddha and demon.
Enlightenment could arise from a single thought, as could demonic descent. After their tea, Ru Yun led Imochen to the guest courtyard, which was serene and immaculate, dominated by a statue of a laughing Buddha with a kind demeanor. Yet, as Imochen approached, he noticed that the Buddha was intricately carved with the likenesses of demons. The body of the Buddha was composed of a multitude of demons, prompting Imochen to ponder.
Could one still attain Buddhahood even when surrounded by myriad demons, as long as one's heart remains steadfast on the righteous path?
Imo, feel free to meditate here. This place remains uninhabited, allowing you to cultivate in peace. Ru Yun bid farewell. After her departure, Imochen summoned his netherhound and retrieved a 7 flames flower, which still had 3 petals intact. He plucked 2 petals and offered the 7 flames flower to the netherhound, which eagerly consumed both the flower and its stamen, much to Imochen's chagrin. He then produced the egg of the illusionite beast and set it aside, releasing spirit stones for it to absorb. The netherhound gradually lay down, and sensing its desire to slumber and absorb the energy of the 7 flames flower, Imochen hastily stored it away in his beast pouch. Chapter 68 The Incomplete Heart Method. Imochen harbored the hope that the slumber of the netherhound would lead to another mutation, granting him yet another means of self-preservation. There remained much for him to accomplish. Let us first merge this, he declared, producing the Dragon Soul Stone. He then established a small concealment array around himself, ensuring that no ordinary cultivator could perceive his presence, while also safeguarding against potential interruptions during his cultivation. Upon merging the Dragon Soul Stone into his dantian, he discovered a small red dragon entwined around his 2 spiritual roots. He attempted to draw forth the formless sword formed from the essence of the Sword of Blossoms and found that this red dragon could balance the spiritual energy of both roots. This revelation filled him with elation. It appeared there was indeed merit to the expensive artifact. Not only that, but the red dragon also nourished his spiritual roots. Imochen believed that with 3 years of nurturing, his roots would surely attain the same innate quality as those of others. After consuming a petal of the 7 flames flower, Imochen felt the faint dragon fire within his dark spiritual root begin to intensify, enriching his spiritual energy and ensuring that he would not be drained of power by a single strike of the god-slaying seal in future battles. He refrained from rushing into further cultivation and instead retrieved the notes of Jiang Wang. He was puzzled as to why this document was found within the Heavenly Demon sect, having heard from Jiang Wuchan that Jiang Wang had been slain by the Demon Clan. When he inquired with Jiang Wucheng, however, she remained tight-lipped. Upon perusing the notes, he found them largely filled with Jiang Wang's insights on alchemy and various prescriptions that Imochen had never studied, along with insights on weapon forging and crafting methods, all of which proved immensely beneficial. Yet, when he reached the section detailing Jiang Wang's attempt to become an 8th-tier alchemist, he discovered that he had failed. The concocted elixir was merely at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, falling short of the 8th, yet Jiang Wuqing had produced 8th-tier elixirs.
Could it be that his master had surpassed his own teacher? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Imochen refused to believe that Jiang Wuqing could exceed Jiang Wang. As a dual practitioner of alchemy and artifact forging, he understood the path of alchemy. It was rare for a disciple to surpass their master without attaining equal cultivation. Even if it were possible, it would require extraordinary talent and extensive time. Just as Imochen could refine 8th-tier elixirs, he had yet to successfully craft even a 6th-tier one. The distinction was clear. Jiang Wuqing could refine 8th-tier elixirs, yet after 3 years of learning, Imochen had witnessed him create numerous 7th-tier ones but not a single 8th-tier. The elder believed that his failures stemmed from not reaching the transformation stage, and furthermore, that his mutated fire spiritual root had not yet attained its limit. If he could elevate the upper limit of his fire attribute in his nascent soul, perhaps he could refine 8th-tier elixirs. Jiang Wang had also proposed a plan to collect golden cores from various beings with mutated fire attribute spiritual roots and refine them into a single elixir, believing it would enhance his nascent soul's attributes. However, he dismissed this method as detrimental to the heavens and chose not to pursue it. This account from Jiang Wang stirred unsettling thoughts within Imochen, leading him to feel as though he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, which left him quite uncomfortable. Jiang Wang had tried various methods to enhance his nascent soul, all ending in failure, until one day he had learned from Jiang Wuqing that the demon clan possessed a method to elevate the nascent soul. Jiang Wang then resolved to venture into the demon clan's territory, and the notes ended abruptly there. Imochen recalled a saying from Ruoming, urging him to temper his brilliance. He had offended too many people in the outside world and decided it prudent to enter seclusion and elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, seeking opportunities outside could lead to disaster. He attempted to absorb more spiritual energy using the devouring demon heart method, augmented by the heavenly spring nearby and additional spirit stones, yet his cultivation progression remained sluggish. He suspected it was an issue with his spiritual roots. However, now that he had merged the dragon soul stone, the imbalance of his spiritual energy had been rectified. After consuming the petal of the 7 flames flower, he ought not to be absorbing energy at such a slow rate. At this pace, it would take him 50 years to reach the late foundation establishment stage. Such a duration was intolerable. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength. He thought of Sita Haoren, Meng Jia, and the young cultivators he had encountered in the late foundation establishment stage, all of whom possessed innate spiritual roots and cultivated at a faster rate than he. Yet, the cultivation achieved through stacking spirit stones and elixirs was prone to issues. Xiaotian had only entered the golden core stage at 100 years old, despite his noble lineage and abundant resources, as he sought perfection in his foundation. Younger benefactor, who taught you the method of absorbing spiritual energy? The wandering doucher, feeling bored, strolled through the sect and, upon noticing Imochen meditating, sensed the familiarity of his technique and approached with inquiry. Oh, I have encountered Master Doucher before. Imochen stood, presenting the devouring demon heart method for Doucher to examine, knowing that Doucher was a successor of the devouring demon. Doucher inspected the heart method before returning it to Imochen, advising him never to practice it again and to forget it entirely. Master, what is the issue with this heart method? Imochen persisted, yet Doucher revealed that it was not the complete version. Someone had deliberately altered certain sections. While it appeared powerful, it would only allow one to reach the golden core stage in this lifetime. His words sent a shudder through Imochen. The heart method was incomplete, yet he had experienced no significant problems in his practice save for a single incident in the Yin-Yang secret realm. Ever since balancing his spiritual roots, he had encountered no further issues. Doucher felt that their meeting was fortuitous and proceeded to sit on the ground, penning a complete version of the heart method for Imochen. He cautioned him against forcibly cultivating a demon clan heart method with a human spiritual root, as it could easily lead one to demonic corruption. Although the heart method Imochen had practiced absorbed spiritual energy adeptly, the modifications had tampered with critical components. Once he condensed a golden core, he would be unable to transform it into a nascent soul, forever remaining at the golden core stage. After receiving the heart method, Imochen expressed his gratitude to Doucher, who smiled and departed to continue his leisurely stroll, seeking tranquility in preparation for a potential battle the following day.
Who is this? They aim to harm me. After perusing the complete devouring demon heart method, Mo Chen realized that it was far less formidable than he had believed. His slow progress was indeed an issue with his spiritual roots. Had he possessed innate roots, he might have already reached the golden core stage. The complete heart method emphasized a gradual absorption of spiritual energy, allowing for the intake of spiritual energy even without active cultivation, converting it into spiritual power and some degree of cultivation. During combat, it could not absorb an opponent's spiritual energy for personal use. He had previously deemed that capability too outrageous. However, the ability to absorb various energies remained unchanged, and in combat, should he be struck by spells, he could absorb half of the attack's power, converting it into spiritual energy far superior to his previous method. The crux of the matter lay in the ability to absorb an opponent's spiritual energy and the rapid absorption of spiritual energy. According to Dusher's teachings, should he absorb spiritual energy quickly, he would enter the golden core stage within 10 years. Yet, due to the damage to his foundation from the heart method, he could only remain at the golden core stage. Moreover, the absorption of others' spiritual energy, due to the differing techniques, would lead to chaos within his own energy, making him susceptible to issues akin to his previous fainting spell during combat. Mo Chen felt the emergence of demonic energy within him, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he gazed at the myriad demons on the statue. He now yearned to flay alive the one who had bestowed upon him this incomplete heart method. Chapter 69 Zen Enlightenment. As Mo Chen gazed upon the Buddha statue amidst the myriad of demons, Dewey approached him, delivering a forceful pat on his head that sent him crashing to the ground. Ouch! Who struck me? Mo Chen exclaimed, raising his head from the ground to see Dewey, who had seemingly appeared by his side without him noticing. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he got up and offered his respects. Dewey invited Mo Chen to sit on a nearby stone bench before taking a seat opposite him and inquiring about the matter at hand. Mo Chen recounted the events that had just transpired. Young disciple, your heart has succumbed to demonic influence. What relation does your incomplete heart technique have to others plotting against you? Dewey gently admonished Mo Chen, explaining that even if he had been wronged, the root cause lay in his own lack of discernment and experience, which led him to mistakenly learn this flawed heart technique. He then shared the origin of the myriad demons Buddha statue, recounting a tale from long ago when demonic entities wreaked havoc across the realms. A solitary cultivator, unable to bear the suffering of the sentient beings, took it upon himself to eradicate thousands of demons over a decade, ultimately restoring peace to the realms. However, despite his celestial heart, he too fell prey to demonic temptation. During a critical moment in his ascension, as he faced the thunder tribulation, his heart was besieged by demonic thoughts, leading to his demise. He initially resolved to withstand the tribulation and the demons with his cultivation and treasures, but eventually found peace, recognizing that demons are also sentient beings. Thus, he relinquished his resistance and allowed the myriad demons to consume him. The thunder tribulation obliterated his physical form, yet from the lingering demonic essence, he was reborn, attaining the golden body of the Buddha and ultimately overcoming this trial to achieve fruition. This, dear disciple, is the origin of the myriad demons Buddha statue, Dewey concluded, instilling in Mo Chen a glimmer of understanding, revealing that he had perceived the world too darkly. Yet, was the world not indeed such? Noticing that Mo Chen had not grasped the deeper meaning, Dewey produced a spirit stone, infused it with a trace of spiritual energy, and surrounded it with demonic aura before placing it in Mo Chen's hands. Mo Chen gazed at the spirit stone in bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, the trace of spiritual energy began to emerge from the stone, only to be enveloped by the demonic aura, rendering it unable to escape. Moments later, this trace of energy was devoured by the demonic essence and vanished. Young disciple, I ask you, does that spiritual energy still exist? Mo Chen, observing the spirit stone, nodded. Although it was no longer visible, he could still feel the presence of that trace of energy, albeit now mingled with the demonic aura. Dewey encouraged Mo Chen to contemplate this on his own before exiting the courtyard. He had initially come to discuss matters with Du Mo, but, sensing the demonic energy, decided to investigate. Upon entering the courtyard and noticing Mo Chen's unstable mental state, he interrupted him with a swift slap. Now alone, Mo Chen sat quietly with the spirit stone, deep in thought, and gradually came to a realization: this flawed demonic devouring technique, even if it had been imposed upon him by others, was ultimately his own issue, and he had no one to blame but himself.
With this newfound clarity, he approached the Buddha statue and stood in silence, gazing upon it. During this time, Dewey returned once more, nodded in acknowledgement, and then departed. At the Dragon Clan's outpost, Huolingyun, along with the Ming and Tuoba families, were engaged in discussions. They had declined the demonic clan's invitation to attack the human race and were now deliberating on how to prevent a potential invasion by the demons, who were largely mindless and capable of any misdeed.
Hua, do you think these mindless entities might turn their aggression towards us?
Ming Tianqing expressed his concerns, though in truth, he was simply apprehensive about potential trouble. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. That he was the current head of the Ming clan and the younger brother of the second elder of Tian Shan sect, Ming Tianchu.
Do not worry.
With Tian Yilang dead and Feng Shao captured by the Tian Chan's law bull, the remaining three pose little threat. Huolingyun reassured him. He then inquired whether they had sold their respective dragon soul stones. The Tuoba family had auctioned theirs for 30 billion, while the Ming family had a mere 20 billion. 120 billion, you say? It seems most of the spirit stones in the lower realms are now in the possession of my dragon clan, Huolingyun mused. His decision to abstain from the conflict between the human and demonic clans stemmed from the existence of the Fenghua umbrella and the Tian Shan law bull. Additionally, he believed there was little of value to be contested in the lower realms, as he planned to utilize the spirit stones to support his clan's members, enabling them to eventually dominate the upper realms.
We three are on the verge of entering the transformation stage.
My son, Xiaotian, has been named the head of the Hua family. Have you two selected your family heads? Hua Xiaotian had condensed blood-colored soul clouds and was designated as the heir to the Hua family's leadership, with unanimous support from the clan. He intended to invest 10 billion spirit stones into the Dragon Cave and remain in seclusion until he reached the transformation stage. Our clan lacks outstanding talents. If only my elder brother were still within the clan. His offspring would undoubtedly surpass my worthless son, Ming Tianqing lamented. The Dark Dragon clan had always prided itself on producing exceptional individuals, yet without such talents, their strength remained mediocre. I now wish for that child Mui to succeed. Tuoba Zhuoling's words left the others in shock. They were aware that Tuoba Mui had a flawed soul, often appearing neither male nor female, clad in mismatched attire, with unkempt hair and an unshaven visage. His erratic behavior and disheveled appearance resembled that of a vagabond. Was the Tuoba family truly willing to entrust such responsibilities to this descendant? Yet, it seemed odd, for Tuoba Zhuoling's son was also a prominent figure within the Dragon clan, nearly on par with Hua Xiaotian.
What had prompted this sudden shift in attitude?
He effortlessly defeated my son, Tuoba Zhuoling explained. He too wished to pass the mantle to his own son, but the Dragon clan's tradition dictated that inheritance was based on strength rather than lineage. Although he felt discomfort in his heart, he believed that Tuoba Mui would undoubtedly lead the Tuoba family to continued glory, and thus, he had no choice but to make this decision. After their separation, Tuoba Mui returned to his family, consumed 7 flames of the flower petals along with various rare treasures he had prepared, thereby condensing a perfect golden core. He then entered the dragon transformation pool, solidifying a flawless physical form. Bolstered by his formidable spirit and physique, he challenged Tuoba Zhuoling's son on the clan's arena, ultimately defeating his opponent without sustaining a single injury.
At least you have a successor. What about me?
Ming Tianqing chuckled bitterly from the sidelines. Regardless of collateral lineage, having an opportunity to lead the family ensured its continuity. Though the Ming family was also part of the Dragon clan, none among the younger generation had yet condensed a perfect golden core.
He could not fathom how even someone like Tuoba Mui could achieve such a milestone.
In that case, I shall provide your Ming family with 20 billion spirit stones, and the Tuoba family shall receive 10 billion. My family will retain 20 billion. I shall cover the spirit stones necessary for your ascension to the transformation stage. Huolingyun declared. The three were poised to enter seclusion to break through to the transformation stage, with the Ming family lacking a designated successor, leaving the deputy head to manage affairs until they found a suitable candidate capable of condensing a perfect golden core. Once the three had come to an agreement, they resolved to finalize family matters within 3 days, after which they would simultaneously enter the Dragon Cave for seclusion, vowing not to emerge until they reached the transformation stage. Chapter 70 of the Gathering of the 5 Sects in the realm where the 3 races converge. At the boundary where the human, demon, and beast tribes meet, lies the largest black market of the human world, a tumultuous place teeming with diverse beings. Here, cultivators from the three races gather to trade. Anything can be acquired, provided one can afford the price. Among the coveted items are the human race's Fanghua umbrella, the heavenly Zen bowl, the beast race's dragon transformation blood, the absolute Yang Cold Jade, the demon race's divine demon seal, and the long-lost 10,000 demons Bodhi seed. These 6 treasures are unattainable in this realm, some are guarded by formidable entities, others have vanished, and some are rumored to have been taken to the upper realms. Outside the town, the 5 great sects of the demon race congregated, inviting the heavenly Zen sect to surrender Fengxiao, or face the annihilation of their people and the destruction of their sect. Wang Xia, why is it that you alone from the heavenly demon sect have come with just a handful of people? Where is Brother Qianni? Fengyu expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing Wang Xia surrounded by only a few dozen followers. How could such a meager force be sufficient for a rescue mission? Wang Xia was the elder of the heavenly demon sect, spared by Ruoming. Considering the current circumstances, bringing even this many was commendable. All the other nascent soul experts from his sect had perished, leaving him as the sole pillar of the heavenly demon sect. With a heavy sigh, Wang Xia recounted the demise of Tianni and the swallowing of his nascent soul to the sect leaders. What did you say? The Fanghua sword spirit single-handedly slaughtered all the nascent soul experts of your heavenly demon sect. Lan Tian, Wen Bishishi, and Feng Yu were astounded. They had previously clashed with the Fanghua sect and were aware of the Fanghua umbrella's might, yet, the emergence of the Fanghua sword spirit was unexpected. How could one individual vanquish an entire major sect of demons? The 3 of them believed that even if their 3 sects joined forces, they might not be able to subdue the Fanghua sword spirit. How could a junior like me dare to deceive the 3 esteemed sect leaders? I beseech you to consider the late sect leader's legacy and assist my sect in preserving our heritage, Wang Xia lamented, tears streaming down his face. The 3 of them surrounded him, offering consolation, assuring him that this minor issue would be handled by them. However, unbeknownst to Wang Xia, their thoughts were turning sinister. They contemplated how to justify the annexation of the heavenly demon sect. How could a mere mid-nascent soul waste like him stand on equal footing with them? Greetings, esteemed uncles. I apologize for my tardiness. Feng Songtong arrived from the demon race, visibly distressed by the loss of his connection to the Dragon Soul Stone. He had no choice but to prioritize the rescue of his father. Little Feng, you do not appear well. What has transpired? Feng Yu noticed Feng Songtong's unstable cultivation and inquired with genuine concern. If anything were to happen to him, it would mean the loss of their accumulated resources for the 5 great demon sections. He had already invested 1/5 of his sect's wealth. Every bit counted, especially since it had taken years to amass. Feng Songtong glared at Feng Yu, recounting the events that had unfolded in the Flame Domain, placing blame on Han Yumi. Had it not been for him and his unscrupulous accomplices, he would not have lost the Dragon Soul Stone. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's expression darkened. How dare his son-in-law's accomplices lay hands on Feng Songtong? Lan Tian and Wen Bishishi were equally enraged. They had exhausted their resources for this endeavor, and now they were left with nothing. Wang Xia, of lowly status and merely acting as the sect leader, could only stand silently by, tears and snot flowing unabated. Little Feng, the Dragon Soul Stone has been nurtured within your Dantian for a year. Surely you can sense it? Lan Tian's inquiry left Feng Songtong at a loss for words. He could not confess that he had prioritized the Dragon Soul Stone over his father's safety. Instead, he spoke ambiguously, claiming he would search for the stone after rescuing his father, expressing that he would not regret it even if he could not ascend to immortality after the 3-day sensing period. The 3 sect leaders, hearing his words, recognized Feng Songtong as the future of the demon race. They comforted him, mentioning that they had heard someone had bid 20 billion spirit stones for the Dragon Soul Stone and promised to do everything in their power to retrieve it for him. Feng Songtong expressed his gratitude to the 3 elders, yet he understood well the difficulty of the situation. The 5 great demon sects had drained their resources. They could only resort to theft, but would anyone fear them if they dared to claim the stone? In their hearts, the 3 were already cursing Feng Songtong, labeling him a waste for failing to protect the Dragon Soul Stone, yet still having the audacity to complain to them. To avert future complications with the Mad Demon sect, Feng Yu decided to send a message to Han Yumi, instructing him to eliminate the 2 culprits. Even if they did not strike directly, it would be the same if those they summoned did. As they set forth towards the heavenly Zen sect, combining the strength of the 4 sects to rescue Fengxiao, they viewed the heavenly demon sect as nothing more than a subordinate faction. This included Feng Songtong. Though his father was trapped, the sect elders still survived, and as long as their strength remained, annexing the heavenly demon sect would not be a challenge.
Within the holy demon sect, you filthy wretch, what is this vile concoction you have fed me?
Meng Jia bellowed as he struck Hirumo with a stick in his chamber. His left arm had been lost, and the wound oozed pus and blood, exuding a foul stench. It was all due to the 7th grade restoration pill that Hirumo had given him. Fortunately, the wound on his abdomen had healed, or he would have been reduced to crawling like a crab.
My lord, please let me explain. I too was deceived by the disciples of the holy demon sect.
Look at my face, it is marred just like yours. Hirumo, now on the ground, looked up at Meng Jia with tearful eyes. However, upon seeing her face, Meng Jia was repulsed, and his stick fell like a torrential downpour. As she shielded herself with her arms, Hirumo wept in despair. She had been deceived as well. Upon witnessing Meng Jia's apparent recovery after taking the pill, she had foolishly consumed one herself, yet, within the span of a single incense stick, her face began to throb painfully. Rushing to a mirror, she discovered white pus and blood streaming from her visage. After a shriek, she hurried to find the alchemist responsible for healing within the sect, but despite taking numerous hemostatic pills, none proved effective. The disciple had even suggested she make additional cuts on her face to allow the pus to drain, providing some relief, but for one who valued beauty above all, how could she inflict further harm upon her already disfigured face? It would be more merciful to end her life than to carry out such an act. She recalled the disciple from that day, running to report the theft of the pill, only to be reprimanded by Han Yumi, who claimed that the disciple had been patrolling the mountains and had never returned to the sect. Upon hearing this, her mind went blank. If the disciple had been patrolling, then who had she encountered? That voice, demeanor, and lecherous nature, who else could it have been? With a crash, Meng Jia's door was kicked open, and Han Yumi stormed in, radiating an aura of murder, wielding a 5th-grade longsword that startled Meng Jia. Feng Yu had sent a message to Han Yumi, accusing Meng Jia and his wife of colluding with external foes against Feng Sangtong, reporting that the Dragon Soulstone had been stolen and urging Han Yumi to eliminate the pair. Understanding Han Yumi's intent, Meng Jia fell to his knees, pleading pitifully. Hirumo, dazed from the beating, silently wept until Meng Jia's kick jolted her awake, prompting her to kneel alongside him, begging for mercy. They vehemently denied any collusion with outsiders, claiming instead to have been unfortunate victims of deception by those two old wretches. Moved by compassion, Han Yumi, recognizing the dwindling numbers of Blood Soul sect disciples, allowed them to leave the demon race and seek their own path, warning them that if they were discovered, he could not be held responsible. Grateful beyond measure, the couple hastily departed the holy demon sect, leaving behind their belongings. Chapter 71 of The Ultimate Poison in Absolute Yang. Get lost, you wretched creature, it's your fault that I find myself in this miserable state. After leaving the sacred demon sect, Meng Jia's ire towards the woman before him intensified. He could not fathom why his simple desire to eliminate a rural fool had led to such misfortune. In his impotence, he could only unleash his pent-up resentment upon Hirumo. For what other recourse did he have?
Meng Jia, you scoundrel!
If it weren't for your despicable actions towards me, I would not have descended to this pitiful state. After enduring his insults for far too long, Hirumo could no longer contain herself. Her visage now marred, she found herself unable to seek solace in any other man. It was better to leave Meng Jia at a loss for words, ensuring that he would, in due course, treat her as before. Although he had lost some of his prowess, he was still a practitioner at the late Foundation establishment stage, and many sects in the lower realms would vie for his allegiance, even if he were merely a formidable pawn.
Go to hell!
How dare you retort, I will beat you to death. Meng Jia had left the sacred demon sect empty-handed, but he did bring along the stick to strike Hirumo. Upon seeing it, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes once more, yet the act of crying only exacerbated the agony of her festering wounds.
Ah, is this not my dear younger brother Meng? How amusing to see you two engaging in such intimate affairs in this desolate wilderness. Surely it is most inappropriate.
Just as Meng Jia was about to strike, the unexpected arrival of Yang Gong caused him to retract his weapon and prepare his sword for confrontation. Yang Gong's sudden appearance presented him with the opportunity to confront the individuals responsible for his plight. If it weren't for those two old coots' incompetence, Feng Sangtong would not have escaped.
Bah! You dare to call me brother, I could extinguish you with a mere finger.
Yang Gong clasped his hands behind his back, regarding Meng Jia as nothing more than a mere insect. Had it not been for Yin Po's negligence, leading to Feng Sangtong's slaying, they would have long secured the Dragon Soul Stone and entered seclusion to restore their cultivation. Haha, esteemed elder, please do not misunderstand. I merely seek to slay this vile woman. Regaining his composure, Meng Jia realized he was no match for Yang Gong and sought to shift the blame onto Hirumo. Though she had long wished to part ways with Meng Jia, she had never contemplated causing him harm. His words extinguished her last flicker of hope, and she silently vowed to one day take his life. Do not play tricks with me, you were still in your mother's womb when I was already a master of such schemes. Yang Gong scrutinized Meng Jia and noted the deficiency of yang energy emanating from him, which struck him as odd. A young man should possess an abundance of such energy. With his own injuries destabilizing his cultivation, he had heard of a technique from the Absolute Yang sect that could cause a meteoric rise in one's power without any side effects, and he resolved to investigate further. Esteemed elder, you jest. I would never resort to deception. As he spoke, Meng Jia brandished his sword, intending to slay Hirumo, but Yang Gong commanded him to desist. To strike down a destitute wife in such dire circumstances was an act that appealed to Yang Gong's sensibilities. I shall be heading to the Absolute Yang sect, where techniques to dramatically enhance one's power await. Would you care to accompany me? Upon hearing Yang Gong's proposal, Meng Jia sheathed his sword, yet his contempt for the woman before him remained, and he delivered a swift kick to her face. He then retracted his sword, ignoring Hirumo's anguished cries as he joined Yang Gong, the two of them embarking towards the Absolute Yang sect. Meng Jia, I, Hirumo, shall not rest until I have personally shredded you to pieces. After rolling on the ground for some time, Hirumo managed to rise, swearing a bitter oath. She then produced a sharp knife, slicing at the unblemished areas of her face. With each new wound, the pain of her previous injuries began to subside. All men are heartless creatures. Do you dare consume this? A woman, adorned in a red dress and a mask resembling a sinister face, appeared before Hirumo, holding a pristine white spider, its blood-red eyes perched upon her palm. Are you afraid? If you swallow this creature whole, the effects of the eternal rot pill upon your face will be nullified. Seeing Hirumo cease her weeping and gaze at her with despairing eyes, the woman revealed the effects of consuming the 10,000 poison spider. Yet she added a caveat: while it could detoxify, it would render the consumer eternally tainted, transforming them into an abominable visage, forever unable to return to their former self. Hirumo's outstretched hand hesitated before the 10,000 poison spider. She had always cherished her beauty, yet now her appearance was grotesque beyond recognition. What did it matter if she became hideously ugly? What did it matter if she died? As long as she had breath left to exact revenge and personally slay that beast Meng Jia, what else was there to fear? Wah! With a determined grasp, Hirumo seized the 10,000 poison spider and swallowed it whole. Her once fair skin began to darken, as countless orifices erupted across her body, spilling forth black blood. She clutched her throat, her eyes bloodshot, as the wounds on her face began to scab over, transforming into grotesque, festering lumps that gradually solidified into scales. A surge of spiritual energy erupted within her, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. She stood tall, offering her gratitude to the woman before her. How does the 10,000 poison spider taste? The woman before Hirumo was none other than Jini Zhang, the leader of the 10,000 poison sect. This sect only accepted women abandoned by men, and their techniques were laced with potent toxins, rendering them poisoned bodies themselves. Once struck, unless one possessed overwhelming cultivation or immunity to toxins, death was inevitable. I implore you, esteemed elder, accept me into your sect. I seek vengeance. Hirumo's words were simple yet brimming with unquenchable hatred. From the moment Meng Jia sought to kill her, she had lost all faith in men and abandoned any thought of relying on them again. Come with me. You shall find the 10,000 poison sect to your liking, ha ha ha. Jini Zhang handed Hirumo a black mask and provided her with a set of black sect robes. Within the 10,000 poison sect, she would be the only one adorned in red from head to toe, while all others, including the elders, were clad in black. Hirumo accepted the garments and, without hesitation, stripped off her clothing right there, unperturbed by the transformation of her body into scales. Though her alluring figure remained unchanged, she had become indistinguishable from a beast. After donning her new attire, she followed Jini Zhang away from this place that had granted her a second chance at life. Esteemed Elder Yang, is it true that the Absolute Yang sect possesses such formidable techniques as rumored?
Yang Gong chuckled, assuring Meng Jia that the sect's techniques, once learned, would not only stabilize their cultivation but also elevate it to unprecedented heights. The two soared through the skies on their swords. Arriving at the entrance of the Absolute Yang sect, Meng Jia observed the surroundings and felt something was amiss. Other sects had protective formations that barred entry to outsiders. Yet, the Absolute Yang sect appeared somewhat dilapidated. Raising his suspicions upon reaching the Grand Hall, they entered to find the walls adorned with vivid murals of exquisite maidens, seemingly poised to spring to life in song and dance. "What brings you to the Absolute Yang sect?" A voice, laced with an odd cadence, echoed from the throne within the hall. They turned to see a person of ambiguous gender, clad in red, adorned with a large crimson flower atop their head, their face heavily painted. "Esteemed elder, we have come to seek admission into your esteemed sect. We humbly request your acceptance." Yang Gong bowed respectfully. Meng Jia, still dazed, stared at the figure upon the throne, yearning to discern their gender, until Yang Gong nudged him, snapping him back to reality, prompting him to bow in unison. Chapter 72 The Absolute Yang Spell. There is no need for formalities. My Absolute Yang Palace has always been unrestrained and lawless. You too may proceed to the rear hall to learn the first tier of the Absolute Yang Spell. Upon your success, you shall become disciples of my Absolute Yang sect. The speaker, lounging lazily on the throne, did not even spare them a glance. There were countless individuals eager to join the Absolute Yang sect, yet in the end, most were too intimidated to make a commitment and fled in fear. Though perplexed, both Yang Gong and Meng Jia complied. Upon arriving at the rear hall, they found the walls adorned with the spells of the Absolute Yang Palace. They were puzzled by the apparent lack of caution. Didn't they fear others would steal their teachings? However, when they discovered the text detailing the first tier of the Absolute Yang technique, they stood frozen in shock. The inscription proclaimed the Absolute Yang technique as unparalleled across the realms, stating, to practice, one must first sever their Yang root. "Senior Yang, I have a question. Does severing the Yang root mean self-castration?" Meng Jia felt a surge of panic. Though his own situation was dire, he thought perhaps he could seek out Jiang Wuching for help, as he was once the third elder of their sect, and there remained a modicum of camaraderie. "Are you foolish? Is this not self-castration?" Yang Gong tightened his legs, reflecting on why the sect had so few members. He wanted to inquire why women did not practice this technique, but the second line of text nearly terrified him to death. Should a woman practice, she would age 1,000 years in a day, her form withered like that of an old crone, her lifespan extinguished. As Meng Jia contemplated whether to flee, Yang Gong brandished a large knife, leaving Meng Jia dumbfounded. Was such a large blade truly necessary for self-castration? "Here, you go first." As Yang Gong handed the knife to Meng Jia, the latter cursed him silently, wondering why Yang Gong didn't just do it himself. Despite his own predicament, he had no desire to proceed with such a drastic measure. "Senior Yang, I'd like to think it over a bit more," Meng Jia replied, his expression one of distress. He hoped to glimpse further into the techniques, considering if he could sever first and then practice the Absolute Yang spell, but the third line of text immediately prompted thoughts of suicide. To sever the Yang root is to achieve mastery. Imbued with Yang energy, death is inevitable. Seeing Meng Jia's reluctance, Yang Gong unfastened his belt, leaving Meng Jia in stunned silence. "Senior Yang, are you certain you won't regret this?" Meng Jia panicked, not wishing to witness such a scene, fearing it would haunt him for life. The mere thought of this unspeakable sight filled him with dread, as he believed it would give rise to inner demons during his future tribulations. "Regret? Nonsense, I am old, what use is it to me now?" With that, Yang Gong let his trousers drop, the blade flashing before Meng Jia's eyes, and in one swift motion, he completed the act of self-castration. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swallowed a healing pill, pulled up his trousers, and handed the knife to Meng Jia. "Senior Yang, I really don't want to." Meng Jia still attempted to refuse, but for some inexplicable reason, his mind went blank, and he caught the knife with his sole remaining hand. Glancing down, he then looked at the large blade in his grasp. Yang Gong, mistaking Meng Jia's hesitation for a lack of ability, stepped forward, unfastened his belt, and let Meng Jia's trousers fall to the ground. "Hurry up! Do you still wish to roam the lower realms?" Yang Gong urged, yet Meng Jia was lost in dreams of a future with multiple wives and a harem of countless beauties. Just as he envisioned this splendid future, Yang Gong snatched the knife back. "Ah, you old fool!" With another swift motion, Yang Gong struck again, and Meng Jia cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. As he gazed at the bloodied blade in Yang Gong's hand, his vision began to blur, and the pain beneath him rendered him unconscious. When Meng Jia awoke, Yang Gong had already commenced his training in the Absolute Yang techniques, cycling through mental arts, palm techniques, and swordplay before Meng Jia's eyes. He reached down to find his precious possession had vanished. Raising his gaze, he spotted something familiar yet foreign not far away. Upon recognition, tears of sorrow and regret streamed down his face. He vowed that once he attained mastery, he would kill Yang Gong. The hatred for this severance would make it impossible for him to coexist peacefully, since encountering Yang Gong, his already tragic fate had become irretrievable. Yet as he rose to his feet and beheld the spells on the wall, he was drawn in deeply. Beginning his practice Dai in the Grand Hall of the Absolute Yang sect, a man clad in red sensed the fluctuations of Yan's spiritual energy, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. After waiting for over a century, someone had finally come to study the spells of the Absolute Yang sect. Once Yang Gong and Meng Jia mastered their skills, he could retreat into seclusion and strive for the transformation of his spirit. Success would allow him to depart from this lower realm, which held no allure for him. Dai in the 10,000 Poison sect, Hirumo observed the rampant poisons within the sect. Various venomous beasts swirled around her, but fortunately, they did not attack. They merely sniffed at her before scattering. Despite her resolute determination, a trace of fear lingered in her heart. Upon entering the main hall of the sect, she found all disciples and elders present. "Greetings, sect leader," they chorused. Ji Nishong nodded slightly and motioned for Hirumo to stand aside with the disciples. She proceeded directly to the center of the hall. Hirumo gazed longingly at Ji Nishong occupying the central seat, dreaming of the day she might sit in that position herself, slaying Meng Jia. She would have no regrets in life. She would even willingly consume every poison within the sect if it meant achieving her goal. "I have just returned from Wanlong City with specific news about the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed. It will appear in the demon clan's abyss of demons 3 years hence." Ji Nishong had ventured to Wanlong City to acquire precious information, which was a unique service of the city. No one knew how they obtained their intelligence, but every piece of information was undeniably accurate. On her journey back to the sect, she had witnessed the events surrounding Hirumo and decided to bring her along. She surveyed the sect's disciples and elders donned in black masks and robes, women abandoned by men, most of whom had slain those same men in vengeance, ordered to remain within the sect for 3 years. Not only had she acquired the information, but she had also returned with many lethal poisons. She intended to strengthen the sect's members within the next 3 years, ensuring they were far superior to their former selves, all in preparation to seize the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed. It was said that the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed was condensed from the essence of a great being from the higher realms, yet for reasons unknown, it had fallen to the lower realms. Possessing it would significantly enhance one's cultivation and augment various abilities. "Rumo, you will train with me for the next 3 years, Ji Nishong declared. Upon hearing this, Hirumo knelt in the center of the hall, expressing her gratitude and vowing to follow Ji Nishong's every command, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Ji Nishong nodded with satisfaction, then instructed the sect members to return to their training. She led Hirumo towards the poison pit of the 10,000 Poison sect. Upon entering, Ji Nishong taught Hirumo the 10,000 Poison art. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, Hirumo mastered the first tier of the art within a day. Ji Nishong opened the stone door within the poison pit, revealing a mass of venomous snakes, insects, and beasts filling the chamber. Even standing outside, Hirumo could feel the toxic miasma wafting from within. Any ordinary person would perish from a single breath of that air, even if the creatures chose not to attack. "Strip down and enter. Remain inside for a month," Ji Nishong commanded, casting a glance at Hirumo before sealing the door to the poison pit. At this moment, she was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, only a step away from the late stage. Once she attained the late stage, she would seek revenge on the heartless man who had ruined her life. She intended to poison everyone in his sect to avenge her bitter resentment. Chapter 73 Resolving the Karma. Hirumo gazed into the abyss of poisonous substances that lay before her, a myriad of toxins swirling in the air fueled by a deep-seated animosity. She shed her garments and, with her bare body, ventured into the toxic lair. The venomous creatures sensed her presence, releasing toxic fumes as they bared their fangs and claws, launching an onslaught against her. Various toxins infiltrated her being. She collapsed amidst the poisonous depths, her emotions spiraling into a state of exhilaration, soon followed by vivid hallucinations and an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Despite her discomfort, she perceived that the art of the 10,000 poisons was assisting her body in absorbing the toxins. Before long, scales began to shed from her skin,
transforming her flesh into a grotesque shade of black and green. Pain surged through her, compelling her to scream, but the numbing effects of the toxins rendered her voiceless. As more venomous creatures drew near, countless fangs and claws assailed her, and her consciousness began to fade into a blur, leading her to unconsciousness. Outside the Temple of Celestial Zen, the demonic beings had encircled the area, accompanied by the fierce roars of beasts from the 10,000 Beast sect. They dared not assault the protective formation of the temple, for an attack would signify open war. Fearful of the power of the Celestial Zen's sacred bowl, they could only compel Du Mo to surrender Fengxiao, hoping to leave room for negotiation as long as no violence ensued. Junior Feng Songtong beseeches the esteemed elders of the Celestial Zen to release my father. Feng Songtong stood before the protective formation, refraining from soaring through the air on his sword, fully aware that such an act would be seen as a grave insult to the temple. Though they were monks, they were also cultivators, unbound by the constraints of Buddhist doctrine. Du Kong, every cause has its effect. This matter arose because of you, so you must resolve its consequences, Du Mo stated, pausing his teachings of the Celestial Zen techniques to Fengxiao for several elders. Though the assailants were demons, Du Mo wished to avoid excessive bloodshed, knowing that should the demon race face extermination, the beastmen and humans would inevitably plunge into conflict. Fengxiao nodded, rising to walk toward the temple's exit. Although he had only heard a single lesson of Buddhist law, its profound impact resonated deeply within him, especially the patient guidance of Du Shi, which filled him with remorse for his past actions. Master, may I inquire, are you my father? Feng Songtong, witnessing a monk emerge, initially presumed him to be a representative from the Celestial Zen for negotiations. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the newcomer was none other than his father, Fengxiao, the leader of the Mad Demon sect. The old monk has severed his worldly ties. My Dharma name is Du Kong now, and I am no longer your father. Esteemed patrons, please return. Fengxiao performed a Buddhist gesture, leaving not only Feng Songtong in shock but also the surrounding demons bewildered. What was this? Just days prior, the foremost madman of the demon race had been taken into the Celestial Zen's fold, and now he had transformed into a successfully brainwashed monk. Father, have you lost your senses? How can you renounce your family to become a monk? Surely those old bald heads from the Celestial Zen have fed you some sort of narcotic. Feng Songtong grasped his father's arms, shaking him vigorously in an attempt to rouse him from this stupor. Yet, Fengxiao merely waved his hand, urging them to return and pursue their own passions. He intended to cultivate within the Celestial Zen for a decade, perhaps even longer. Enlightened by Du Shi and having mastered a significant portion of the temple's techniques, his demonic aura and malevolence had been absorbed by the sacred bowl of the Celestial Zen. He was no longer the Fengxiao of 2 days prior, but rather the fourth elder of the Celestial Zen, Du Kong, whose current mission was to eradicate demons and uphold the righteous path, safeguarding the temple. Past events are as empty as space, all matters are void, emptiness is my essence, and I am one with emptiness, Fengxiao declared, disregarding the dense throngs of demons and beasts outside, turning instead to re-enter the temple. Feng Songtong reached out in a futile attempt to grasp his father, only to be repelled by the protective formation of the temple. Fortunately, Fan Yu and the others, being cultivators themselves, reacted swiftly, catching Feng Songtong. Yet, as he watched his father's departing figure, despair washed over him. If Fengxiao were no longer with the Mad Demon sect, although he would not face the same fate as the Heavenly Demon sect, Feng Songtong, being young and of low cultivation, might struggle to suppress the elders within the sect, rendering him helpless. Fan Yu and the others were equally astonished by the drastic transformation Fengxiao had undergone in such a short span. However, once he was entrenched within the Celestial Zen, the scattered rogue demons and ambitious minor sects would undoubtedly unite, leading to chaos within the demon race. Several sect leaders among the demons conferred in hushed tones, excluding Wang Xie from their discussions, believing him unworthy even to carry their shoes. They quickly reached a consensus to consult Feng Songtong, as he still had 2 days to retrieve the Dragon Soul Stone. If necessary, they could accompany him, provided it was not against an insurmountable foe like the spirit of the Fanghua sword or the Celestial Zen's artifact spirit. Young Feng, how do you propose we handle this situation? Fan Yu inquired, supporting Feng Songtong with genuine concern, knowing he possessed the Dragon Soul Stone. However, they later learned that the exorbitantly priced Dragon Soul Stone, purchased for 70 billion spirit stones, was actually part of the dragon race's scheme. The 3 dragon clans had long conspired to deceive the demon race, inflating the price of the Dragon Soul Stone to lure them into a trap. The bidding wars had primarily involved the Tuoba and Ming clans, aimed at ensnaring the demon race. The true price of the Dragon Soul Stone emerged 2 days later, and while they were infuriated upon discovering the deception, they dared not provoke the dragon race, whose clan heads wielded formidable power and possessed the strength of their bloodlines. Despite being swindled out of billions of spirit stones, as long as Feng Songtong remained, they still held hope for the future unbeknownst to them. However, Feng Songtong had not only been robbed of the Dragon Soul Stone but had also lost his ability to sense it. Feng Songtong now found himself in a precarious situation. With Feng Shao refusing to return, he had to seek the Dragon Soul Stone but had lost his connection to it. What could he possibly do? Uncles, please return for now. I shall retrieve the Dragon Soul Stone, and then we will discuss further, he uttered, mustering the courage to fabricate a lie. Fan Yu and the others insisted on accompanying him, but Feng Songtong reassured them that their adversaries were merely Foundation establishment cultivators, sparing them from involvement. Thus, the demon sects dispersed, and Feng Songtong, fearing the exposure of his predicament, dismissed the elders and disciples of his sect, citing Feng Zhao's absence as the reason. At a loss for direction, he wandered aimlessly through the demon territories, ultimately returning to the Flame Domain. He attempted to recall the events that transpired but found himself utterly perplexed. Although he could not pinpoint the source of the problem, one name surfaced in his mind of the blind fortune teller, Xiong Xiazi. He resolved to journey to the Endless Sea, bringing with him 100,000 spirit stones to consult him for guidance. Who dares to ransack my sect's treasure vault? Fan Yu, upon returning to the sacred demon sect, was met with the alarming report from Han Yumi. When he learned that a disciple from his own sect was implicated, disbelief washed over him. He had taken the elders with him. How could a handful of disciples breach the vault? The array and restrictions guarding the vault were not only formidable but would also generate immense noise if forcibly breached. Yet, there were no signs of forced entry. His heart ached. He had secretly retained spirit stones and treasures to develop the sect, only to find them entirely plundered. Moreover, the sect's foundational techniques had been stolen, heralding impending catastrophe. Lost in thought, he felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Yumi rushed forward, patting his back in a bid to ease his discomfort. Investigate, dispatch someone to uncover the truth. I wish to know who dares to disturb the peace of my domain. Though furious, he instructed Han Yumi to conduct the investigation discreetly, ensuring that the elders and disciples within the sect remained unaware. Otherwise, the sacred demon sect would surely face ruin. Chapter 74. The sorrowful reflection of the Buddha. After the soul of the departed spirit fled, he transmitted a message for the Grand Elder to come forth. Subsequently, he wiped the corner of his mouth, unwilling for others to discern that he had coughed up blood. When the Grand Elder arrived, he instructed that the disciples managing the spiritual veins outside the sect hasten to deliver spirit stones to the sect. He recounted the situation to the Grand Elder. Although he had initially hesitated to speak, the circumstances demanded it. Without the support of spirit stones, the elder disciples would surely abandon the sect. Upon learning the details, the Grand Elder shook his head and exited the Grand Hall. He recalled the time when the 5 major sects had intended to pool their resources to auction the Dragon Soul Stone. He had opposed this notion, believing instead that resources should first be allocated to the sect's disciples. At that time, although Fan Yu had heeded only half of his counsel and had selfishly contributed merely 1/5 of their assets, he never anticipated that the treasures he had painstakingly preserved would be plundered by an unknown assailant. The other 3 sects faced a similar plight. Despite having surrendered a significant portion of their assets, they at least retained their sect's martial arts and some essential expenses, which were now entirely lost. The most tragic of all was Lan Tian, who found that not a single magical beast remained in his beast garden. Upon his return, he initially believed he was experiencing an illusion, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, until he ultimately realized that while he had been away on a campaign, his home had been robbed. He regretted allowing the guardian beasts to accompany him on his journey, but now there was little he could do. His search for Xiong Xiazi bore no fruit, as he lacked spirit stones, and Yu Beast sect's Wei Ming had raised a dog, seemingly named the Ghost Dog. However, when he approached Wei Ming for assistance, it was clear that Wei Ming would not lend him the dog to search for his lost juvenile magical beasts and beast eggs. Most importantly, the spirit beast egg he had obtained from the Aurora realm had also vanished. Though the demonic clan raised primarily magical beasts, powerful spirit beasts that hatched could interbreed with formidable magical beasts, resulting in offspring imbued with demonic blood, becoming even stronger after the binding of a contract. Yet now, they had nothing left. Their plans to annex the Tianma sect had thus fallen through. Now, to absorb those from the Tianma sect, they would need to expend spirit stones for sustenance, rendering the endeavor utterly unnecessary. Upon arriving at the Endless Sea Pavilion, Feng Santon learned from Xiong Xiaozi that he had discerned the locations of 2 dragon soulstones, yet neither was the one he sought, for his own dragon soulstone was shrouded in heavenly secrets, eluding calculation. Thus, Feng Santon remained transfixed upon the surface of the endless sea until, a day later, the leaders of the 4 major demonic sects and the elder of the Mad Demon sect received word of Feng Santon's pursuit of the Dragon Soulstone. This news brought a glimmer of hope to the demonic clan, which had been plagued by misfortune. Feng Santon, however, found himself devoid of leads in his search for the Dragon Soulstone and could only deceive everyone, including himself, with lies. Only in this way could he establish a foothold within the demonic clan in the absence of Feng Xiao. As long as the demonic clan believed he possessed the Dragon Soulstone, the Mad Demon sect would not decline, and the elders within the sect would not rebel, continuing to regard him with reverence. Yet, upon returning to the sect, when he sought to draw forth spirit stones to consolidate his golden core, he discovered the treasury lay barren. His pent-up rage erupted once more. He was determined to find the culprit and summon the full might of the sect to obliterate him. The 5 major demonic sects were left in a state of despair, yet Hua Xiaotian returned triumphantly. Although his subsequent visits to the Wanyu sect and the Mad Demon sect yielded few spirit stones or treasures, he successfully pilfered their foundational martial arts. He was confident that once he mastered the techniques of these 3 sects, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge, and he would dare to confront even those at the pinnacle of the golden core within the same realm. Thus, he cheerfully sent a message to Mo Chen, yet received no response. Assuming Mo Chen had entered seclusion, he set off towards the Dragon Clan's encampment to return and engage in his own meditation. Within the Tianshan sect, Mo Chen had been gazing at the myriad demonic Buddha statue for 3 days and nights, remaining utterly motionless. Ru Yun had glanced at him once, sensing something amiss, and fortuitously encountered Du Shi, to whom he relayed the situation. Du Shi instructed him to disregard it and simply ensure that the disciples of the sect did not disturb Mo Chen. Presently, Mo Chen was in an extreme state of selflessness. If he could endure, his cultivation would surely experience tremendous growth, while failing to persevere would result in stagnation. 3 years later, huff, as the spring breeze caressed, the snow accumulated upon Mo Chen began to melt, and a puff of white vapor escaped from the snowman. Mo Chen had stood before the Buddha statue for 3 years, oscillating between purgatory and the realm of immortals. The spiritual energy within his body coursed through him, causing the snow to dissipate. He glanced at the myriad demonic Buddha, his heart filled with tranquility that he had come to understand many matters. Exhaling a sigh, unaware of how long he had stood there, he lamented the treachery and injustice of the world, the selfishness and avarice of mortals, the indifference and arrogance of cultivators, and his own faltering resolve that had halted before the gates of purgatory, redirecting him toward the realms of immortality, where he could cultivate for the benefit of others. He sensed that the Dragon Soulstone had fully merged with his spiritual root. The small red dragon atop his spiritual root had vanished, yet a black dragon-shaped mark now adorned it, while a white dragon-shaped mark appeared upon his dark spiritual root. He found this peculiar, having never heard of marks manifesting upon spiritual roots, though they bore the appearance of being inscribed. After performing a complete cycle of the demon absorption heart method, he discovered that he could now absorb several times the amount of spirit stones he could previously manage. With the fusion of the Dragon Soul Stone, his spiritual root was now comparable to those of other cultivators possessing innate spiritual roots. "Why must you lament?" a voice inquired. Mo Chen turned to see Ru Yun standing nearby, cradling a spirit beast with unusual eyes. Lowering his gaze, he realized that his spirit beast egg was gone. It must have been the spirit beast that had emerged from its shell in Ru Yun's embrace. Mo Chen recalled Ru Mang mentioning that the illusory eye beast bore spots resembling glimmering lights, yet this one, pure white as snow, had peculiarly red and purple irises. Ru Yun handed the illusory eye beast to Mo Chen, who accepted it and dropped blood to establish a bond of ownership. The creature was docile, offering no resistance as he formed a soul contract, ensuring its loyalty. "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Shui," he declared, embracing the illusory eye beast with affection. It resembled a young white tiger, and given its snowy appearance, born on a day when snow fell, the name was quite fitting. Were the nether beast present, it would likely glare at Mo Chen, envious that while other spirit beasts bore the name Xiao Shui, it was relegated to the moniker Er He, despite its current lack of darkness. Recalling the nether beast, Mo Chen attempted to summon it, but it remained in slumber. However, the ghostly flames upon him had turned blood red, no longer the faint green of before. Imochen produced a petal from the Seven Flames flower. Upon seeing it, Xiaoshui began to whine and nuzzle against him, signaling its desire for the petal. Imochen promptly fed it to the creature, and soon, it let out a sound and drifted into sleep.
Nana, how long have you been waiting for me?
When did Xiaoshui hatch? Observing that the illusory eye beast had also succumbed to slumber, Imochen stored away both spirit beasts, eagerly anticipating that when Xiaoshui awakened, it would surpass its current foundation-building cultivation. Ruyun informed Imochen that he had stood there for 3 days. 3 days prior, Duomo had instructed him to wait for Imochen, and upon his arrival, he witnessed the illusory eye beast emerge from its shell, promptly feeding its spirit stones. He also conveyed that the Demon Clan's secret realm, the Demon Abyss, would open in 10 days, rumored to contain the long-lost demon Bodhi seeds, a treasured artifact of the demonic clan, inviting Imochen to join him. Imochen intended to acquiesce, but upon realizing that Ruyun's cultivation was now beyond his comprehension, he understood that Ruyun had successfully condensed his golden core and entered the initial stage of golden core cultivation. Chapter 75 of the 7 Days of Buddha's Light. How long will it take to reach the abyss of demons? I wish to enter seclusion for a few days first. Imochen was acutely aware that during this quest to seek the 10,000 demons relic, his mid-foundation cultivation was inadequate against any adversary. Approaching middle age, he lamented that he had yet to achieve even the late foundation stage of others, yet, he bore no grievances, for his spiritual root was sown by fate itself. It was a rare opportunity for a mortal to aspire to immortality. Unbeknownst to him, Ruyun had taken a century to solidify her golden core. At the age of 40, Ruyun too was at the mid-foundation stage, and her progress had been solely attributed to her unwavering diligence, devoid of exceptional talent. Ruyun informed Imochen that they would arrive in 2 days, leaving him with 8 days for cultivation. After conveying this, she turned and exited the courtyard. Imochen settled onto the ground, not rushing to begin his meditations. Instead, he retrieved a communication stone, eager to discover what transpired during his period of enlightenment. The first message came from Huashatian, and Imochen could discern the pride woven into his words, eliciting a smile as he continued to listen. The second message was from Gu Ting, an individual with whom he seldom corresponded. What could possibly compel Gu Ting to reach out to him? However, the 3 pieces of news he received from Gu Ting left Imochen feeling perplexed. The first was that Lan Yura was preparing to succeed Siddha Haoran as the sect's direct disciple, inviting him to return for the ceremonial observance. The second was that Ji Shuyan had gone missing, prompting Jiang Wuqing to search for her frantically. The reason Gu Ting shared this with Imochen was at the behest of Chen Xian, though he himself remained unaware of the rationale. The third message inquired about Imochen's current cultivation level and whether he required any resources, which Jiang Wuqing could arrange to have delivered by Gu Ting. Reflecting upon the first message, Imochen found it reasonable. After all, it was customary for the sect to grant a disciple the honor of being acknowledged by the sect leader during significant transitions. The latter 2 pieces of information, however, puzzled him. Why had Ji Shuyan vanished, and why did Jiang Wuqing not contact him directly? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, the sharp voice of Tuoba Mudi pierced through the silence of the communication stone, inviting Imochen to join him in the abyss of demons, boasting that he had already reached the early golden core stage and had assumed the title of the Tuoba family's young master. Ha, it seems I am the only one still at the foundation stage. Imochen chuckled at his own predicament before sending a message back to Gu Ting, informing him that he remained at the mid-foundation stage and currently required no resources. He instructed Gu Ting to assure Jiang Wuqing that he was doing well and had no cause for concern. Imochen stored the communication stone away, closing his eyes to meditate, hoping to absorb more spiritual energy through the demonic devouring technique. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from the head of the 10,000 demons Buddha statue, shining directly upon him. Yet, engrossed in his cultivation, Imochen remained oblivious to the occurrence, merely feeling an unusual comfort as the spiritual energy surged into his body. He was unaware that within the Tianshan Hall, the ferrying of demons could no longer be contained. Sensing a disturbance within the Tianshan bowl, he retrieved it from his storage ring, puzzled by the anomaly. Had not Fuxing intended to slumber for 10 years, this was only the 3rd year. Before he could ponder further, Fuxing appeared before him, seemingly still lost in slumber, hunched over, arms hanging limply, head bowed, drooling slightly. The 4 individuals in the hall were equally bewildered by the spectacle. Before they could voice their thoughts, Fuxing dashed out of the hall in such a state, unabashedly exposing himself. "Senior brother, where has that old brat run off to now?" Dewey questioned, perplexed by Fuxing's sudden exit. He had spent many years in Tianshan sect and had never seen Fuxing in such a manner. It was Fuxing who had once apprehended him at the Dragon Clan's encampment, single-handedly defeating a dozen or so Yuanian cultivators to drag Dewey back to the Tianshan sect, followed by a severe beating that still haunted his memories. Oh, let him be! The spirit of the fragrant sword has coalesced into a physical form. Had Fuxing not been preoccupied with vanquishing demons, he too would likely have attained a corporeal existence by now. With that, Duemo closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. He had already sensed the threshold of transformation, believing that with a few more years of focused cultivation, he could shatter the confines of the late Yuaniing stage and ascend to the realm of transformation, departing the mortal realm. Once Fuxing had fled the hall, he arrived at the guest quarters. The disciples of the sect, witnessing his drowsy state, assumed he was merely a spirit tool in a stupor and paid him no mind, as they felt powerless to intervene. Though Fuxing was a spirit tool, his form was that of a small boy clad in a red bellyband, yet within the Tianshan sect, he held a high status and immense strength, leaving no one willing to challenge his whims. He approached Emo Chen, bathing in the Buddha's light, and seated himself cross-legged, absorbing the radiant energy, slowly solidifying his ethereal form. Thus, they sat in meditation for 7 days. When the Buddha's light finally dissipated, Emo Chen sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the late foundation stage. He produced several pills designed to enhance spiritual energy and consumed 3 of them. The energy surged within him, his 2 spiritual roots thrumming in the dantian as if some force hindered their absorption. The light and dark roots began to expand, 2 dragon seals shimmering brilliantly. What a delightful sensation! The spiritual energy broke through the shackles binding Emo Chen, elevating his cultivation to the late foundation stage, a milestone he had long awaited. He had previously feared that his unstable spiritual roots would prevent him from ever advancing in his cultivation, yet he remained unaware that without the Dragon Soulstone, countless years would pass before he could reach the late foundation stage. It was only with the fortunate encounter of the 7 days of Buddha's light that he achieved this breakthrough. Senior, when did you arrive? Upon his advancement, Emo Chen noticed Fuxing had settled beside him, propping his head on his hand, silently observing him. Fuxing had awakened when the Buddha's light faded, sensing the surge of energy within Emo Chen, and chose not to disturb him. As their gazes locked, Emo Chen suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a roasted leg of lamb, previously packed from the tavern in Wanlong City, and offered it to Fuxing. You've got quite the knack for this, unlike those bald monks in the sect who wait for me to ask. Fuxing took the leg of lamb into his hands, cradling it as he began to devour it heartily. The last time he had eaten meat was 3 years prior. Watching Fuxing feast with such fervor reminded Emo Chen of Ruomeng. After half a day, Fuxing tossed aside the last bone of beef, lying contentedly on the ground, rubbing his round belly. Initially, he had thought Emo Chen possessed only a single roasted leg of lamb, hesitant to consume it too quickly. However, he was astonished that Emo Chen, a cultivator of dietary restraint, could produce such a bounty of roasted meat. Thus, he continued to eat until he felt thoroughly satisfied. You, my friend, are far more reliable than that ambiguous soul dragon. Fuxing reclined on the ground, propping up his legs, occasionally burping. Observing Fuxing's demeanor, Emo Chen felt he resembled not a spirit tool, but rather a frequent patron of a brothel, lounging contentedly after an indulgent encounter. Both he and Ruomeng bore no semblance of esteemed figures. Instead, they appeared as common rascals, one like a shrew, the other like a mischievous child. Chapter 76, The Physical Buddha Statue. What do you think of the Buddha light of Tianshan? Floating Life lay on the ground, idly picking his teeth with a blade of grass he had found somewhere. Emo Chen glanced around, bemused, for with the transition from winter to spring, where could such grass possibly come from? What Buddha light? I don't feel anything, he replied, utterly perplexed, having never encountered or sensed such a phenomenon. He joined Floating Life in reclining and gazing at the sky, seeking any changes within his body. If it weren't for the manifestation of the Buddha light from Tianshan's physical Buddha statue, would you have been able to reach the late stage of foundation establishment? Floating Life stared at the heavens, seemingly reminiscing about the past, recalling how he had fought alongside Tianshan, vanquishing countless demonic beings and cultivators from the upper realms, only to find himself inexplicably cast down to the lower realm. Tianshan? The physical Buddha statue? Upon hearing Emo Chen's ignorance, Floating Life recounted tales from many years prior when Tianshan, at the pinnacle of the small vehicle stage, had slaughtered innumerable fiends in the upper realm. However, due to the excessive bloodshed, he had accumulated overwhelming malevolent and demonic energy. During his tribulation to ascend to the great vehicle stage, he was besieged by myriad demons, nearly facing annihilation. In desperation, he relinquished his corporeal form, allowing the demons to consume it, ultimately reconstructing his body with his soul and successfully passing the great vehicle tribulation to ascend to the celestial realm. Yet, unable to bear the thought of his original body being devoured by demons, he sealed it with his great vehicle powers and took it with him to the celestial realm. As for what transpired afterward, he could not fathom why Tianshan, in a moment of folly, had discarded him, along with the Fanghua umbrella and the physical Buddha statue, to the lower realm. The Fanghua umbrella ended up with the Fanghua sect, while he and the statue landed in the Tianshan sect. Accompanying them were also 2 pieces of yellow cloth inscribed with certain writings, the contents of which he had never seen and knew nothing about. He had inquired with the former sect master of Tianshan, only to be told that they were to be destroyed after reading and could not be disclosed. Floating Life had little desire for knowledge. Residing in the lower realm was inconsequential. Unless their artifacts were destroyed, they would remain immortal. Thus, he continued to dwell in the Tianshan sect until now. The physical Buddha statue harbored not only the power of myriad demons but also the Buddha's spiritual energy from Tianshan's small vehicle stage. Should fortune favor him, he could potentially awaken the spiritual energy within the statue. This so-called Buddha light, when absorbed, could elevate one's cultivation, yet it bore the duality of good and evil, containing an abundance of demonic energy. Without a means to expel it from the body, one could easily succumb to madness. Mo Chen, upon hearing this, remained unconcerned about the demonic energy. As a cultivator of both celestial and demonic paths, and having merged with the Dragon Soul Stone, his 2 spiritual roots had perfectly fused, eliminating any repulsion. The demonic energy could be absorbed and transformed by his dark spiritual root into light energy. He even hoped for an abundance of demonic energy, as it might enable him to achieve the peak of the foundation establishment stage. However, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. In life, to fulfill even 1 or 2 aspirations is a significant blessing. Mo Chen contemplated sharing his breakthrough in cultivation with Jiang Wuqing, hoping to spare him the trouble of sending resources, but recalling Ru Meng's words, he retracted the communication stone he had just taken out.
Seeing Mo Chen's action, Floating Life understood the boy's intention to feign ignorance, thus a ray of light appeared on his forehead and flew into Mo Chen's sea of consciousness.
Mo Chen sensed something within his consciousness and delved into it, discovering a technique, the Formless Tao, which, when practiced, would conceal his aura and cultivation, rendering him undetectable. "Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this technique," Mo Chen expressed with delight. It would take a significant disparity in cultivation level to reveal his true prowess. In the lower realm, where could one find a transformation stage cultivator? This meant he could remain undetected. Floating Life observed Mo Chen's exuberance, pondering how a mere technique from the upper realm could elate him so. Truly, he was inexperienced, yet, considering the countless large meat legs he had consumed, passing on a technique from Tianshan felt like a fair trade. With a chuckle, Floating Life, feeling somewhat drowsy, decided to return to the Tianshan bowl. Upon noticing his departure, Mo Chen produced a large meat leg and offered it to Floating Life, who accepted it with a satisfied nod. Though Mo Chen was somewhat impetuous, he was leagues ahead of Tuoba Mui, demonstrating an understanding of social niceties without needing to be prompted. As Floating Life munched on the meat leg, he ambled toward the Great Hall of Tianshan. Although he had nearly coalesced into a physical form, he preferred the comfort of the Tianshan bowl over the outside world, planning to emerge only when necessary.
"Who the hell is cursing at me? Cursing at us?"
Tuoba Mui, stationed in the Dragon Clan, sneezed multiple times, perplexed as to why he was suddenly afflicted with the sneezes. As a golden core cultivator with a robust dragon physique, he would never sneeze without provocation. Upon entering the Great Hall, Floating Life enjoyed his meat leg in the presence of Du Mo and the 3 elders, igniting their appetites as they watched him relish his meal. Floating Life, resembling a child indulging in food, stirred their cravings to a fever pitch. 3 senior brothers, I know of a robust spectral hound at the peak of the nascent soul stage. How about I catch it for a feast? After finishing his meal and returning to the Tianshan bowl, Dukong noticed saliva involuntarily trickling from his mouth. Upon seeing Du Mo and the others, he realized they too were salivating, prompting him to consider capturing the spectral wolf from the Beastmaster sect for a sumptuous stew. While their hearts were initially steadfast, Floating Life's lip-smacking as he ate gradually eroded their resolve, leaving them devoid of thoughts of cultivation. After all, what was the purpose of cultivation if not to satisfy one's hunger? Dukong, that spectral hound is Wei Ming's lifeblood. Is it not a bit unkind to seize it so? Dewey wiped his mouth, having not eaten in centuries, yet floating life's greasy indulgence stirred his own long-dormant desires. What you say makes sense, but I believe that the great white cat of the Beastmaster sect is an even better choice. It too is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and its tale could be brewed into wine. Du Kong understood that Du Mo would never permit them to capture the spectral wolf from the Beastmaster sect, as it was a matter of human dignity, and the Tianshan sect had to maintain some semblance of honor. However, the situation was different concerning the demon clan. The two sides were inherently opposed. What harm was there in consuming a guardian beast? If discovered, they could simply declare war, as they were not concerned about losing. Since joining Tianshan, Feng Shao had long regarded himself as part of the human race. Retrieving a cat from a brother's house for a meal was hardly excessive, especially considering the imminent demise of the demonic silver tiger. It could no longer transform into a divine being and ascend. He believed it would be more merciful to help it find release, as keeping it alive was merely a waste of resources. Brothers, your arguments are sound. I shall head to the back mountain to retrieve the large pot and await your return, Du Mo declared, rising to go to the back mountain. Though they were not accustomed to meat, only the chi refining stage disciples within the sect required sustenance. Once they reached Foundation establishment, few would waste time on food. The remaining three exchanged knowing smiles before soaring into the air toward the demon clan's Beastmaster sect. Lan Tian could never have anticipated that his brother, with whom he had shared a millennia-long friendship, would seize his guardian demon beast, the demonic silver tiger, while he was absent from the sect. Meanwhile, the spectral wolf of the Beastmaster sect also began to sneeze, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Having guarded the sect for many years, it had never encountered such an inept sect master. It hastened its cultivation, hoping to reach the transformation stage, thereby automatically severing its contract and escaping Wei Ming's constraints. Chapter 77 The body of 10,000 poisons. As Emochen calculated the time, he realized that he would embark on his journey in half a day. Thus, he comprehended the formless essence of the Great Tao and employed this technique to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Having completed these preparations, he resumed his meditation, awaiting the arrival of Yu Yun to set off together. Deep within the demon clan, at the foot of the falling god mountain, Luo Shiya inquired of Shen Yuanqing, Sister Qing, do you believe we can seize the 10,000 demonic Bodhi seed this time? Standing atop a lofty peak, both women had already attained the early stage of golden core cultivation. Observing the throngs of cultivators from the three clans arriving below, a sense of unease washed over her. Although only cultivators at the golden core stage and below were permitted entry into the secret realm, many formidable beings from various sects had come to lead their disciples. If they were to snatch the seed within the demon abyss, their safety upon exit was far from guaranteed. Shen Yuanqing's expression remained impassive. Her master, Lu Shangyun, had ascended to the divine realm a year prior, leaving the sect under the stewardship of the former Grand Elder, now sect leader Su Yuwei. Despite Lu Shangyun's ascension, Shen Yuanqing retained her status as the sect leader's personal disciple, while her previous direct disciple was relegated to a common disciple. Though this decision caused some discomfort among her students, the elevation of the Grand Elder's disciple to the status of sect leader's disciple was significant, and thus, there were no major objections. Setting aside her appearance, Shen Yuanqing's innate talent was remarkable. After 70 years in cultivation, she had solidified her golden core, achieving the golden core stage, a feat rare within the ranks of the Fanghua sect. This time, neither of their sects had any nascent soul cultivators accompanying them. Chen Yunling was in seclusion, striving for ascension to reunite with her sisterhood, while Su Yuwei was breaking through to the peak of the late nascent soul stage, necessitating the elders to manage the sect's affairs. Consequently, the two could only venture forth to seize opportunities on their own. After condensing her golden core, Shen Yuanqing, confident in her exceptional talent, sought out Ruoming to accompany her on her journey of experience. However, one disparaging remark from Ruoming, "Do you think a useless person like you can have my help?" forced her to depart with a heavy heart, perplexed as to why Ruoming looked down upon her despite having carried the Fanghua umbrella for a decade. She dared not claim to be the most gifted in the lower realm, but at the very least, she believed she ranked among the top 3. Yet Ruoming paid her no heed, dismissing sect matters with the assertion that a broken umbrella had no place in managing a sect. "I cannot be certain, but if we succeed in seizing it, I will risk my life to bring it back to the sect. I yearn for the recognition of the Fanghua sword spirit." Shen Yuanqing gazed at the 7th grade umbrella sword in her hand, a weapon that Su Yuwei had implored Ruoming to retrieve from the outside world. after which she had visited Jiang Wuqing to forge it at a considerable cost. She envisioned a day when she would wield the Fanghua umbrella, leading the Fanghua sect to become the foremost sect among humanity, vowing to personally eliminate that individual when the time came. Though numerous in number at the foot of Falling God Peak, the 5 major sects of the Demon Clan had not sent any nascent soul cultivators, their resources having been depleted. In recent years, they had continuously searched for new spiritual veins, fortunate enough to discover 2 or 3 per sect, otherwise, their sects would have long been annihilated by the joint efforts of rogue cultivators and minor sections. The Demon Clan was devoid of sentiment. As long as the benefits were substantial, even blood brothers could be slain. Feng Sungtong stood amidst the crowd, having scavenged numerous treasures and spirit stones over the past 3 years, culminating in his own golden core, albeit imperfect. However, he found himself at an impasse. If he did not break through, the truth behind his lost dragon soulstone would be exposed, jeopardizing not only his standing among the 4 major sects of the Demon Clan but also within his own sect. The 10,000 Beasts sect had opted not to dispatch disciples this time, having lost their guardian beast, the demon Silver Tiger. 3 years prior, Lan Tian discovered the disappearance of the soul contract and found it perplexing, thus sending people to search for the spiritual veins while also seeking the demon Silver Tiger. Yet over the 3 years, the 3 clans had scoured the area, finding not even a single trace of the tiger. Despite uncovering 3 spiritual veins, Lan Tian still could not fathom how someone could stealthily abscond with a peak nascent soul demon Silver Tiger. While the theft of the treasury could be explained by someone skilled in formations, the demon Silver Tiger possessed not only high cultivation but also formidable combat prowess, being innately bloodthirsty. Even Feng Xiaoxiao, the strongest cultivator of the Demon Clan at the time, would have found it impossible to sneak it away. Little did he know that it was indeed Feng Xiaoxiao who, alongside Du Mo and Du Shi, had broken the formation to capture the tiger with ease, returning it to the Tianshan sect without expending much effort. On that day, every disciple of the Tianshan sect was served a bowl of meat broth. Although puzzled, they complied with the sect leader's command, finishing every last drop. As a result, the cultivation of the Tianshan disciples was enhanced, feeling an intense surge of yang energy within their bodies that stirred their spirits restlessly. Before embarking, Mo Chen and Ru Yun each consumed a bowl, only to find themselves bleeding from the nose afterward. Inquiring about the nature of this phenomenon, Du Mo remained silent, while Du Kong explained that it was merely wild vegetable soup. Yet, both of them stared at the meat chunks exuding spiritual energy in their bowls, wiping their noses and falling into deep contemplation. Lan Tian had also considered the possibility that Du Mo or Lu Shangyun was behind the incident, or even the 3 ancient beings of the Dragon Clan, but upon investigation, he discovered that all 5 were in seclusion, striving for ascension to the divine transformation stage. Who would be foolish enough to risk their breakthrough for the sake of stealing their guardian beast? One misstep could result in a failed transformation, a blow from which one might never recover. Perhaps fate was kind, as he had stumbled upon a mid-nascent soul demon Silver Tiger within the Demon Clan, eventually succeeding in forming a bond with the beast despite sustaining injuries. Although he held reservations about it, it would serve as a facade for his sect. Hiru Mo exuded a toxic aura, standing atop a distant peak as she sought to locate Meng Jia, intending to eliminate him within the demon abyss. Over the past 3 years, she had entered the poison pit multiple times to enhance her cultivation, enduring countless assaults and bites from venomous beasts. Now, she had condensed her golden core, becoming an early-stage golden core cultivator. Reflecting on the countless times she had hovered on the brink of death, her hatred for Meng Jia deepened, her inability to control her spiritual power manifesting as the toxins that enveloped her. Ru Mo, you must understand the gravity of your mission. Ji Nisheng acknowledged her desire for vengeance, yet emphasized that if she failed to secure the 10,000 demonic Bodhi seed, her techniques would stagnate, her revenge unfulfilled, and the sect's dominance over the Demon Clan would falter. For years, the Dragon Clan had held sway over the region, unchallenged, but Ji Nisheng desired more than revenge. She aspired to eradicate the Dragon Clan entirely, seizing control of the Demon Clan for herself. I understand, Master, Hiru Mo replied, adjusting her breath as the toxic energy gradually receded into her body. Initially, Ji Nisheng had not intended to take her as a disciple, but after witnessing Ru Mo endure 2 months in the poison pit, slaying numerous venomous beasts and consuming their toxic blood and flesh, she recognized Ru Mo's indomitable spirit and fearless resolve. Consequently, she accepted Hiru Mo as her personal disciple, believing that once she dominated the lower realm, she would undoubtedly achieve the divine transformation stage, entrusting the future of the 10,000 poison sect to her. Hiru Mo was aware of Jin Yishang's high regard for her, thus aside from practicing the techniques of the 10,000 Poison sect, she spent her days residing within the poison pit, cohabitating with thousands of venomous beasts, slaughtering dozens daily to consume their blood and flesh. After 3 years, her body underwent a transformation. No longer covered in scales and lumps, she regained her former appearance, the scars on her face having vanished entirely. However, her once delicate skin was replaced by a deep green hue. While it felt no different to the touch, she understood that even her saliva could prove lethal, having endured countless attacks from toxic creatures, and having consumed their blood and flesh like her master, she now possessed the body of 10,000 poisons. As a wood elemental spirit root, she was even more attuned to this toxic physique. Chapter 78. The Celestial Maiden spreads flowers. Old Yang, why on earth did we come to this wretched place? The presence of so many foul women is truly repugnant, Meng Jia remarked, his voice piercing and shrill. At present, he was in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, adorned with a red flower atop his head, clad in crimson garments, and wearing red shoes. His face was painted with rouge and powder, giving him an ostentatious and flamboyant appearance. As he walked, he deliberately swayed his hips, mimicking a woman's gait. Previously, the sight of women would ignite his lust, but now they appeared to him as revolting as refuse in a latrine. Humph. Enough of your prattle. Did the sect master not mention that there is a treasure here capable of enhancing our cultivation, which we must bring back? Yan Gong, striding alongside him, was even more conspicuous. Although their attire was similar, Yan Gong's collar was wide open, revealing his shoulders, and the pink undergarment he wore was particularly eye-catching, a garment originally bought by Meng Jia, but which Yan Gong eagerly seized for himself. Their tussle over the undergarment had led to a scuffle, but ultimately, the pinnacle of the late Golden Core realm, Yan Gong, emerged victorious, claiming his beloved item. Yan Gong, now devoid of his beard, found his once black hair turned white, yet he harbored no regrets. He believed he should never have formed a partnership with that witch, Yin Padot. If only he had chosen to cultivate the techniques of the Absolute Yang sect instead. Women were merely stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. Now, as his cultivation subtly loosened, he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Should he succeed, his first act would be to eliminate Feng Sung Tong, for it was his own actions that had led him to this state. Though he somewhat enjoyed his current appearance, he knew it came at a cost. With his present cultivation, killing Feng Sung Tong would not be a trivial task. 3 years prior, after Meng Jia and Yan Gong had undergone castration, well, it was Yan Gong who had undergone it, and in the process, he had assisted Meng Jia in severing his own yang root. They had devoted an entire year to cultivation. Yan Gong's cultivation had restored to the late Golden Core stage after Meng Jia practiced the Absolute Yang techniques. The wound on his severed arm, which had been incessantly bleeding and festering, miraculously healed, bringing him great joy. However, he lamented the fact that his severed arm remained in the Inferno domain. He regretted not having killed that wretched Hiru Mo at the outset. After a year, the two went to pay their respects to the sect master of the Absolute Yang sect, who revealed that he was about to break through to the spirit transformation stage. With only the three of them in the sect, there was no need for excessive restraint. Furthermore, he shared a secret with them, or the Absolute Yang Cold Jade, lost from their sect, had been scattered beyond their reach. If they could recover it, they would undoubtedly break through to the spirit transformation stage and ascend to the upper realms. This news filled both men with uncontainable joy. Yan Gong envisioned that upon acquiring the Divine Stone, he would retreat into seclusion, leaving the sect to Meng Jia, the fool, to do as he pleased. He had no intention of managing finances for this incompetent. Conversely, Meng Jia harbored thoughts of first slaying Yan Gong to avenge the severance of his yang root, then seeking out Feng Sung Tong for elimination, and finally tracking down Hiru Mo for her demise as well. Both men were consumed by ulterior motives. They sought to murder and seize treasures, yet their misfortunes were frequent. Rather than reflecting on their own errors, they blamed others. The sect master of the Absolute Yang sect saw through their intentions but chose to remain indifferent. Over the subsequent 2 years, Yan Gong and Meng Jia developed an increasing fondness for vibrant colors. Recently, they had been seen in the company of the sect master, all clad in red, adorned with red flowers, and never without their makeup. Moreover, the weapons of the Absolute Yang sect were unparalleled, crafted from rare crystalline stones and ores into exquisite fans, their surfaces woven from various metallic threads, embroidered with images of women clad in revealing attire, exuding beauty and allure. Additionally, there were the Absolute Yang needles, controlled by their own spiritual energy. A mere foot-long Absolute Yang needle, when striking a male target, rendered him incapable of siring offspring. The two possessed no fewer than 1,000 in their storage bags, utilizing the Absolute Young fan for defense and the Absolute Young needles for offense. Had it not been for their self-castration, the Absolute Yang sect would have undoubtedly been a formidable power among the demon clans. Upon entering the Valley of Falling God Mountain, the surrounding cultivators turned their gazes towards them. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, the duo felt a sense of pride, eager to display their beauty before the throng. Ugh! An unknown figure among the crowd retched, causing others nearby to follow suit. Though they were cultivators, the fundamental human response had not been forgotten, and those around the individual who had vomited began to suppress their nausea through the use of spiritual energy. What kind of grotesque perverts have emerged in the cultivation world? They are hideous and yet dare to disgust others. A demon clan cultivator in the early nascent soul stage could no longer endure the sight of the two and loudly criticized them in the crowd. Yan Gong and Meng Jia shielded half their faces with their fans, their eyes fixed intently on the speaker. Bah, look at your mother's head. If you're not satisfied, come and fight me. The nascent soul cultivator dismissed them entirely. To him, a late Golden Core Pinnacle and a mid-foundation establishment cultivator were akin to ants. He felt no fear whatsoever. Ah, it hurts. The demon clan's early nascent soul cultivator suddenly collapsed, contorting on the ground, clutching his groin in agony, wailing in distress. Yan Gong regarded the fallen figure with a cold stare. What did it matter if he was in the early nascent soul stage? The Absolute Young needle could still incapacitate him, while it might not guarantee the death of someone of a higher realm. Rendering him incapable of siring offspring was certainly within reach. People of the Netherworld sect, eliminate these two perverts. The elder who had been attacked was from the Netherworld sect, and their sect master was also present. Upon hearing the command, except for one disciple who signaled with a short arrow, hundreds of others surrounded Yang Gong and Meng Jia. Yang Gong was taken aback. Having just left the sect, he had already stirred up such a significant trouble, initially believing there was only one opponent. He had no fear of an early nascent soul. At worst, Meng Jia would perish, and he could escape. Meng Jia, witnessing the overwhelming number of opponents, cursed inwardly, blaming Yang Gong for his reckless actions. No matter how powerful the Absolute Young techniques were, it was impossible to eliminate so many cultivators in one blow. Who dares to attack members of my Netherworld sect? Lu Fangyan, the sect master of the Netherworld sect, was in the late nascent soul stage and possessed a ruthless temperament. Although the Netherworld sect's influence was not substantial, they relished in creating discord, a trait instilled by Lu Fangyan himself. How tiresome, I no longer wish to play with you, Yang Gong declared, producing several Absolute Young needles in his hand. Grasping Meng Jia by the shoulder, he executed a graceful turn and unleashed a flurry of needles aimed at the groins of the Netherworld sect disciples below. Yang Gong had anticipated hitting at least half of them to create an opening for escape, but as Lu Fangyan's oppressive aura manifested, most of the Absolute Young needles fell harmlessly to the ground, while the remainder were deftly intercepted by the disciples of the Netherworld sect. The elder of the Netherworld sect had previously underestimated the two, which had led to their unexpected strike. Now, however, they were on high alert, and the pressure from Lu Fangyan affected the speed and force of the Absolute Young needles. Naturally, they failed to strike their intended targets. Observing the situation, Yang Gong realized that if they did not flee soon, they would be in grave danger. The Absolute Young techniques were formidable, but the opponent's cultivation was far too elevated. He was uncertain whether, even after exhausting his trump cards, he could eliminate these hundreds of foes. Meng Jia's mind was a blank. He had always been one to stir up trouble, yet he had never dared to provoke a nascent soul cultivator. Nascent soul cultivators were among the elite in the lower realms, with each sect possessing only a handful, and now, having finally cultivated their sect, they had provoked an iron wall, leaving him to rely solely on Yang Gong. Celestial Maiden spreads flowers. Yang Gong concentrated his spiritual energy onto the fan, grasping Meng Jia by the shoulder, and soared into the air. He then fanned the air towards the hundreds of Netherworld sect members below. At the top of the fan, a multitude of Absolute Young needles suddenly shot forth. Witnessing the rain of needles descending upon them, not only did the Netherworld sect members feel fear, but so too did the other cultivators nearby. This pervert was surprisingly formidable. They had never witnessed such a wide-ranging attack technique in the cultivation world. While it might not necessarily kill, being struck by these needles would undoubtedly feel worse than death. Did they not see the early nascent soul cultivator from the Netherworld sect, bleeding profusely from his lower body, with a bloodied steel needle lying nearby. Chapter 79 Erroneous News on the Distant Peaks. Hirumo trembled. After 3 years of inhumane torment, she finally laid eyes upon the person she had longed for day and night, her beloved husband, now transformed into a perverse figure. Meng Jia, just as she was about to soar down the mountain to slay him, her master, Jinishan, grasped her shoulder. Torn within herself, she hesitated to break free from Jinishan's grip, yet fear held her back. Descending means certain death. My sex techniques cannot inflict fatal harm upon those whose cultivation surpasses ours, unless your body of myriad poisons evolves into the holy body of myriad poisons, Jinishan lamented. She too wished for Hirumo to confront Meng Jia, but their techniques were peculiar. She sensed the demonic energy within them. Why would the demon clan possess such methods, attacking each other in such a grotesque manner? If the opponent were female, the strikes targeted the chest. The techniques were disturbingly twisted, making Jinishan feel that they were even more depraved than herself. Among the crowd, Feng Sungtong gazed at the two figures in the sky, his fury ignited. It was because of these two that his Dragon Soul Stone had been seized. Initially, he believed it was the work of the Yin and Yang couple. Now, witnessing their union, their androgynous forms revealed the truth. He had been deceived all along. In the Flame Domain, these four had colluded from the very beginning, yet Fan Yu had explicitly stated that he had instructed Han Yu to eliminate them both. Why then was Meng Jia still alive? Feng Santong exited the valley and contacted the leaders of the demon clans across the 5 continents, summoning them to eradicate the two. Tuaba Mui, do those two not resemble you? Mo Chan remarked from a distance on another peak. He, along with Ru Yun and Tuaba Mui, observed the battle in the valley, while Huashao Tian had arrived, suggesting they split up to take action. Little Chen, they are quite literally standing to relieve themselves. Tuaba Mui retorted in displeasure, for while others may be unaware of the Absolute Yang sect, he, as a member of the Dragon Clan, was well informed about the sect that required its male members to undergo castration for entry. He had just recounted the two's techniques in sect to Ru Yun and Mo Chen, who were both taken aback by such a violation of humanity. Mo Chen, however, was indifferent. His grievances with Meng Jia and Hirumo had been resolved, and he had no intention of seeking revenge unless they attempted to kill him again. After undergoing the purifying light of the 7-day Buddha, he was no longer the bloodthirsty individual he once was. Senior brother, are those two male or female? On another peak, a girl of around 17 or 18 played with the Tian Shan sword, a 7th-grade pinnacle weapon, poised to condense a sword spirit with a slight enhancement. What does it matter? If they cross our path, we shall eliminate them, the young man replied, reclaiming the Tian Shan sword from her and sheathing it behind him. He coldly observed the battle in the valley, disliking crowded places. Were it not for his father, the sect master of the Xian Jian sect, instructing him to accompany his junior sister for training while seeking the myriad demon Bodhi, he would have preferred to stay away. Humph! That old lecher is at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. How could you, at the initial stage, possibly contend with him? The girl watched as Yang Gong employed the Absolute Yang technique, launching needles at the lower regions of the male from the Yuming sect with a fan, finding it somewhat nauseating. Chi, at your foundation establishment late stage, do not involve yourself in such matters, the young man stated, making his way down the mountain. He calculated the time. The secret realm was about to open. Chi huffed, following him down the mountain. In the Falling God Valley, several female cultivators from the Yuming sect drew their weapons to block the Absolute Yang needles aimed at their chests. The heavily made-up appearance of Yang Gong was utterly repulsive to them. Sect Master, those needles are merely manifestations of spiritual energy, not real. A nascent soul cultivator of the Yuming sect rose, swallowing a pill to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, he would be forced to join the Absolute Yang sect. Having been struck by the Absolute Yang needle, he noticed that the needles had been deflected by the other cultivators and soon vanished. He concluded that these were not physical needles but rather an illusion created by the technique, conjured from one's own spiritual energy. Humph, that old pervert dares to play tricks before me. Lu Fangyan erupted with powerful pressure, shattering all the Absolute Yang needles shot from Yang Gong's fan, causing them to dissipate in the air. The entrance to the Demon Abyss secret realm has appeared. Just as Lu Fangyan prepared to take flight to slay Yang Gong and Meng Jia, he paused momentarily at the announcement. However, Yang Gong showed no hesitation. He obscured half his face with the fan while spinning Meng Jia in the air several times. Old dog Yang, I curse you. Meng Jia's words were cut short as he was flung away by Yang Gong, who had calculated the entrance's distance and tossed Meng Jia through the air. Old pervert, where do you think you're going? Lu Fangyan, seeing Meng Jia thrown out, immediately summoned his sword to flee. If a late-stage nascent soul cultivator were outpaced by a pinnacle golden core stage individual, how could the Yu Ming sect maintain its standing within the demon clan thereafter? Yang Gong stood upon a pink sword, the fan shielding half his face. The wind was too strong, and he feared his makeup would be blown away. Lu Fangyan pursued behind, their figures shrinking into black dots before vanishing from sight. The cultivators within Falling God Valley witnessed the emergence of the black entrance and hurriedly took flight into it. Hiromo watched as Meng Jia was cast inside, and the noxious gases began to emanate from her once more, her emotions spiraling beyond her control. Genie Shang shook her head, sensing that Yang Gong had not exerted his full strength. Despite Lu Fangyan's higher cultivation level, he might not necessarily be able to slay him. She worried that once Hiromo entered the secret realm, her emotions, fueled by hatred, would overshadow her mission, jeopardizing the 3 years of effort she had invested in her training. Fortunately, 2 mid-golden core elders accompanied her, easing her concerns. If Hiromo failed to retrieve the myriad demon Bodhi, it would take her another 5 years to reach the nascent soul stage. Little Chen, wait a moment. Mo Chen was about to fly down the mountain when Tuobamui stopped him. News from the Dragon Clan indicated that there had been a misunderstanding. The secret realm might be a trap set by the Demon Clan. Mo Chen was perplexed. He had seen members of the Demon Clan on the peak, and now that most had entered the secret realm, how could it be a trap? Before Tuobamui could finish speaking, Mo Chen's communication stone illuminated, and Hua Xiaotian relayed the same message, advising him not to enter just yet. Given this turn of events, Mo Chen and Ru Yun were not anxious, but Hua Xiaotian and Tuobamui were as restless as ants on a hot pan. They had just taken over their family affairs, and if the special services of Wanlong City information trading went awry, they would have no purpose left. With the former patriarch having ascended and the presence of Dragon Clan elders and regulations, if the information they sold turned out to be false, the loss of compensation in spirit stones would be minor compared to the obliteration of their credibility. Who would come to Wanlong City then? Chapter 80. The Calamity of the Twin Flowers. Standing atop the mountain peak, Mo Chen gazed into the Shinshan Valley, where cultivators swiftly entered the secret realm, leaving only those at the nascent soul stage outside to provide support, their numbers visibly dwindling. Oh dear, what to do, what to do? Tuobamui mumbled as he walked. After much effort, he had encountered Fu Shang, restored his soul, and reclaimed his family's legacy. Now, was he to relinquish it once more? Stop fidgeting, you're making my head spin. Tell me, who has seen the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed? Mo Chen's words roused Tuobamui from his stupor. In haste, he transmitted a message to Hua Xiaotian, who appeared before them in less than 10 breaths. Hua Xiaotian's sudden appearance aroused Mo Chen's suspicions. He suspected Hua Xiaotian might be surveilling him. After all, how could he have arrived so swiftly? Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Given the urgency of the situation, discussing such matters seemed futile. It was far more prudent to address the immediate crisis. Brother Mo, do you have any suggestions? Hua Xiaotian, bypassing pleasantries, was visibly anxious. His father had already ascended to the divine transformation stage, and the former heads of the Tuoba and Ming families were nearing their own transformations in the Dragon Cave. If complications arose now, the elders of the Dragon Clan could strip them of their leadership positions. How could they not be anxious? Mo Chen settled to the ground, inviting them to sit as well. Mo Chen posed 3 questions. What did the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed look like? What aura did it emit? And who among those entering the secret realm possessed the highest cultivation? Lastly, could they manage the nascent soul cultivators outside? The 10,000 demon Bodhi seed has never been seen. It exists only in rumors. According to the clan elders, the highest cultivator in the realm is Lu Tianyu, the young master of the Yuming sect, at the late golden core stage, which Xiaotian divulged, not withholding any information. He speculated that the elders of the 3 families were deliberately spreading false information to test the 2 of them, and he sensed that Mo Chen might possess a solution. The Dragon Clan had brought 9 nascent soul cultivators, 6 in the early stage and 3 in the mid-stage, which should suffice to manage the encroaching sect members. However, he had received word that there were still a dozen unidentified nascent soul cultivators on the periphery of the Shinshan Valley, who were undoubtedly waiting for someone to present the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed, aiming to snatch it for themselves. I am willing to enter the fray and assist you both through this perilous time, But I require the Dragon Clan's Dragon Transformation Blood. Mo Chen had already devised a plan, but he was unwilling to expend his efforts without compensation. Moreover, aiding the two of them posed significant risks. As a late Foundation establishment cultivator, he would be confronting Golden Core and nascent soul practitioners. He had no assurance of survival in this venture and thus sought something of considerable value. The Dragon Transformation Blood was the most coveted prize from the Dragon Clan.
Agreed. Agreed.
Huashao Tian and Tuoba Mui responded in unison, each producing a vial from their storage rings to present to Mo Chen, sharing a knowing smile. They had condensed perfect golden cores and, while soaking in the Dragon Transformation Pool, filled several vials with the precious blood. Others might not grasp the value of this blood, but they certainly understood its significance. Mo Chen recalled the day he consumed the meat broth, when Du Shi had mentioned the opportunity to acquire Dragon Transformation Blood, which would greatly benefit the process of condensing golden cores. However, Mo Chen was aware that the Dragon Transformation Pool was a forbidden area for the Dragon Clan. How could they have possibly procured such a treasure? Yet, Du Shi had smiled and assured them that anyone who had visited the Dragon Transformation Pool would possess some. Holding the 2 vials of Dragon Transformation Blood, Mo Chen now understood why Du Shi had smiled. He was of the Dragon Clan and had undoubtedly brought back a significant amount of blood from the pool. Mo Chen stowed the blood away and produced a soul-controlling pill, a refining furnace, and a collection of ores, methodically beginning his alchemical process. Even Huashao Tian, who was most familiar with Mo Chen, was astonished to see him engaging in alchemy. Alchemists were rare in the lower realms, and the reasons were unclear. These individuals were prized possessions of sects, typically found refining pills within the confines of their clans. Encountering one was already considered a stroke of good fortune. The flames of the refining furnace ignited as Mo Chen tossed in dozens of ores. Once the ores melted, he added the soul-controlling pill, subsequently enveloping the liquid ore with his own spiritual energy. As a spherical shape began to form, he controlled his spiritual power to extract a black orb, releasing an aura that encompassed white, red, and black hues. The 3 distinct auras were accompanied by a faint milky white glow, leaving the 3 onlookers astonished. How could a human possess the auras of 3 different races? Yu Yun was particularly taken aback. Was that milky white aura not the radiance of Buddhism? Mo Chen was no monk. How could he possibly emanate such light? Mo Chen deftly controlled the black orb in his palm, allowing the various auras to gradually merge into it. The orb began to shrink, ultimately reducing to the size of 3 fingers. However, Mo Chen deemed it still too large and continued to compress it with his spiritual energy until it reached the size of 2 fingers. The black orb spun slowly in Mo Chen's palm, radiating the 3 colors along with a hint of Buddhist light. Satisfied with the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed he held, Mo Chen nodded in approval. In this world, true treasures were exceedingly rare. Mo Chen intended to place this 10,000 demon Bodhi seed deep within the secret realm, leaving its fate to chance. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed, Huashao Tian and Tuoba Mui surmised Mo Chen's intentions. Given Mo Chen's nature, he would undoubtedly set numerous formations around the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed. Even a peak late golden core cultivator would find it impossible to extract the seed. Merely proving its existence would suffice, and they could never produce a fake. Since the information could not be deemed false, it would bear no connection to the Dragon Clan. As for the eventual appearance of the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed, that was no longer the Dragon Clan's concern. The secret realm will close in a month, automatically transporting you out. Do not worry about being trapped inside for too long. Huashao Tian maintained his faith in Mo Chen. Although he was still in the mid-foundation establishment stage, Mo Chen was always cautious and dependable in his dealings. His presence would be invaluable if firstly, he was not a member of the Dragon Clan, and secondly, as long as he appeared within the secret realm, the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed would likewise be present. If someone attempted to probe the interior of the seed with spiritual energy, the soul-controlling pill would detonate, ensnaring those nearby in a soul-binding spell. When they awakened, the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed would have likely turned to ashes, and no one would be the wiser about what transpired.
This was indeed a flawlessly devised plan. Nana, how do I appear today?
Despite his meticulous planning, Mo Chen still feared unforeseen complications and sought Ru Yun's insight regarding his countenance. Brother Mo, your visage is as vibrant as spring, bearing the auspicious sign of dual phoenixes vying for the dragon. It seems you are destined for a dual calamity of flowers, Ru Yun remarked, shaking her head. Generally, a man's fate entangled with romantic affairs was considered a blessing, yet today, Emo Chen was fated to be ensnared by two such entanglements, marking a portent of disaster. Although men could take multiple wives, the cultivation world typically adhered to a one-to-one pairing, and few were fortunate enough to enjoy the company of multiple partners. Women in the cultivation realm were often formidable individuals, unwilling to tolerate their husbands cultivating alongside other women, unless there was a significant disparity in strength, leaving them no choice but to accept the situation.
Chapter 81, Who is more superstitious?
I hope you misread it this time. Emo Chen thought to himself that had he known such words would be uttered, he would have refrained from asking. He too pondered why he had to speak up. With Ru Yun's mouth having been opened previously, whatever was said became reality. Both Wu Xiaotian and Tuoba Mui were aware that there were no 10,000 demons Bodhi seeds within and had no intention of entering. They remained outside, collaborating with the Dragon Clan's nascent soul cultivators to assist Emo Chen and his companions. Ru Yun also declared he would not venture inside, for his life was not as resilient as Emo Chen's. He could not afford to be tainted by the allure of the peach blossom, lest he lose his Buddhist heart. Emo Chen shook his head at Ru Yun's superstitions, realizing he had no choice but to take the risk alone. He produced a mask and requested a set of Dragon Clan attire from Wu Xiaotian, who promptly retrieved it from his storage ring. Much to Emo Chen's astonishment, while others were unaware of his intentions, Wu Xiaotian was not. He had deliberately prepared garments from the Ming clan for Emo Chen, understanding the purpose behind his need for the dragon's blood essence. However, in the pursuit of friendship and brotherhood, some matters must remain unspoken, for should they be articulated, a rift could form between them, severing their bond. After donning the attire, the intricate black dragon embroidery on the dark fabric lent an unexpected sense of familiarity to Emo Chen, one he could not quite place.
I shall proceed then.
If I fail to return, remember to erect a monument for me among the human race, he declared. An ominous premonition lingered within him, yet having promised Wu Xiaotian and the others, as well as having acquired the dragon's blood essence, he felt compelled to go. I observe no signs of death upon you. Thus, there is no need for a monument. Ru Yun's words allayed Emo Chen's fears. After all, he was known as the most notorious harbinger of doom across the three realms. If he proclaimed Emo Chen would not die, then surely he would not. Wu Xiaotian and Tuoba Mui exchanged glances, bemused by Emo Chen's sudden cheerfulness, thinking him overly superstitious, yet they dared not challenge Ru Yun's divination, for his words had proven true before. You need not worry, for you shall undoubtedly achieve great fortune, Ru Yun assured them. Initially anxious to arrange for Emo Chen's safe return, upon hearing Ru Yun's words, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them. They produced meat and wine, preparing to deliberate their strategy right there. Were Emo Chen to witness this, he would undoubtedly chide them for their excessive superstition. Fate may be predetermined, yet success still relies on human effort, and he believed it unnecessary to heed the words of a soothsayer blindly. As Emo Chen soared through the skies toward the Valley of Falling Gods, a multitude of divine senses probed him, yet they merely discerned him to be a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Clad in Dragon Clan attire, they were disinclined to provoke the Dragon Clan and thus paid little heed to a mere Foundation establishment youth, believing a mid-stage Dragon Clan cultivator would pose no significant threat within this secret realm.
Alas, the airspace is restricted. Upon entering the secret realm, Emo Chen plummeted from the sky.
Fortunately, having remained vigilant against potential ambushes during his entrance, he executed a backflip just before hitting the ground, catching the Night Flame sword in his grasp. He wielded the sword a couple of times. Since refining the Night Flame under Ruoming's guidance, he had yet to fully utilize it, and this would serve as an opportunity to assess its might. Looking around, he noted the oppressive darkness of the secret realm, with the ground composed of black soil. He plunged the Night Flame into the earth, extracting it to find the blade coated in the same inky hue. Sensing something amiss, he sampled a bit of the residue on the sword. The nauseating scent nearly caused him to retch. It was the congealed blood of the deceased, the decay of corpses buried in the soil for years, resulting in this black earth. Raising his gaze once more, he discerned that this place had once mirrored the terrain of Falling Gods Mountain, an expanse of interlocking mountains. He released his divine sense, yet found nothing to investigate.
What manner of cursed place is this, where divine senses are rendered ineffective?
With no choice, Emo Chen pressed forward, occasionally stumbling upon the remains of cultivators who had been slain and thoroughly looted, all sharing the commonality of being dismembered. A rustling echoed from his beast pouch. Upon inspection, he found the Yin Ming dog awakening, prompting him to release it. The creature appeared largely unchanged, though its cultivation seemed to be surging, likely nearing the late Golden Core stage. "I must admit, my life is not as fortunate as yours," Mo Chen remarked, petting the Yin Ming dog, which sat obediently, relishing the attention. To his astonishment, the dog communicated its fondness for this place telepathically. Mo Chen was taken aback. How could it possibly enjoy this realm, where even the sky was shrouded in darkness? But he had no alternative. Together with the Yin Ming dog, they ventured deeper into the oppressive surroundings. Within the abyss of demons, the three clans of cultivators had initially coexisted peacefully. However, as they traversed the Black Mountains, they soon discovered a landscape of blue magma plains. The bluish lava emitted a white vapor that, upon inhalation, instilled within them a primal urge for slaughter. At the heart of the plains stood a towering volcano, from which the lava flowed in the same hue as that upon the ground. Some cultivators attempted to submerge their weapons into the magma, only to retrieve them coated in blackened residue, accompanied by a cloud of dark demonic energy, leaving them astounded. No wonder this place was dubbed the Abyss of Demons. It was suffused with demonic energy. They could not fly and were compelled to tread upon the barren, desiccated ground. A demonic beast approaches. "Run!" A loud cry erupted, and the cultivators, already harboring murderous intent, succumbed to panic, some drawing weapons and attacking their comrades in blind frenzy. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled beneath their hurried escape as a swarm of demonic beasts surged toward them. If the beast sect were present, they would surely revel in the sight. These were all Golden Core stage beasts. A diverse array of creatures filled the air, and were they to capture them, the beast sect would undoubtedly rise to prominence among the demon clans. Regrettably, they remained occupied with the search for spiritual veins and the magical silver tiger, unaware that the tiger's essence was already in the grand hall of the Tianshan sect, while its hide had been taken by Fuxing, and the flesh and bones long simmered into a savory stew. As the tide of beasts approached, the cultivators fled for their lives. With so many Golden Core stage beasts, only a nascent soul cultivator could hope to quell the horde. "Jian Pengfei, why are you following us?" Shen Yuanqing, accompanied by Luo Shuai, sprinted to the side, yet a persistent shadow trailed them, having followed since their entry into the Abyss of Demons. They had commanded him to leave, but Jian Pengfei, undeterred by threats, remained glued to their side, leering at them with unwelcome intent. Unable to confront him directly without inciting the wrath of the Spirit Sword sect, they continued their escape, devising strategies to shake off this unwelcome hitchhiker. "Brother Mu, where did that androgynous figure go?" The disciples of the Shenzhen sect, having witnessed Meng Jia's banishment into this realm, had tracked him into the forest, where towering trees loomed above, their branches dense and concealing. Here, numerous demonic beasts roamed. It was from this very place that a horde had surged forth, forcing them to climb into the trees to evade the oncoming tide, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. "Shoo! Bei Qiqi, keep your voice down." Mu Tianhen nearly lost his temper with his younger sister, who speaks while tracking someone. Did she not know how to communicate silently? Unbeknownst to them, Meng Jia was not far off, hidden amongst the dimly lit trees, his crimson garb rendering him nearly invisible. Having achieved the mid-Golden Core stage, it was no surprise that Mu Tianhen, at the early Golden Core stage, could not sense him. However, Meng Jia could detect their presence and contemplated how to eliminate the two trailing him, this man and woman who had dogged his steps. He merely pretended not to notice their pursuit. On another tree, Hirumo was attuned to her surroundings, plotting to incapacitate Meng Jia today and savor his flesh bite by bite. Chapter 82. A volcanic demon grasped. The four individuals harbored their own thoughts, while at a distance, Feng Santong waited for the opportune moment to eliminate Meng Jia. Had he not already integrated the Dragon Soulstone, he might have achieved the mid-stage of the Golden Core by now. The reason they refrained from acting was quite simple. They had yet to locate the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed. As long as one among them discovered it, confrontation would be inevitable. Thus, Meng Jia began to leap from tree to tree, venturing deeper into the forest. The four trailing behind maintained their distance, skillfully navigating the branches, waiting for him to uncover the treasure before they would spring into action to kill him and seize the spoils. Due to the onslaught of beast tides and the pervasive demonic energy, many cultivators on the plains suffered heavy casualties. They had never anticipated such a vast secret realm belonging to the demon race, nor the emergence of countless demonic beasts. Fortunately, only a handful of Foundation establishment cultivators had perished. Most retained life-saving measures and artifacts, thus not easily succumbing to death. They initially intended to investigate the mountaintop for treasures, but the dense demonic energy proved overwhelming. Even demon practitioners who attempted to ascend were ultimately forced to retreat, unable to withstand the suffocating miasma. While they could absorb some of the demonic energy, its impurities were abundant, and excessive absorption could lead to madness, unlike the purity found within spirit stones. After a brief respite, they pressed onward into the depths of the forest, finally arriving before a dense thicket of towering trees, believing they had reached a safe haven. Roar! A demonic bear and a demonic leopard emerged, their auras radiating the peak of the late Golden Core stage. Hundreds of cultivators, upon sighting them, turned tail and fled into the forest, scattering in every direction. It was not merely their inferior cultivation that deterred them. Even if on par, they would not dare engage in battle with such formidable beasts, whose strength far exceeded that of equally ranked practitioners. The bear and leopard exchanged glances with the fleeing cultivators, their eyes filled with disdain, before returning to their fierce tussle, too preoccupied to bother with the insignificant ants. Observing that the beasts did not pursue, the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped calamity. After a brief rest, they too ventured deeper into the woods. As Imochen traversed the Black Mountain Range and arrived at the Magma Plains, he was met with the sight of countless demonic beasts gathered at the boundary, their presence accompanied by numerous carcasses of their kin. Have I transgressed some celestial decree? Imochen mused, perplexed. He had only just arrived, done nothing, yet found himself under the watchful gaze of these beasts, who exhibited no murderous intent, merely staring vacantly at him. Woof! The Yomi dog, unfazed by the multitude of demonic beasts, barked before crossing the boundary to feast upon the carcasses, voraciously devouring the flesh and blood. Imochen considered calling the dog back, but noticed that many of the beasts began to turn away upon witnessing its consumption. Ultimately, only a dozen massive beasts remained, observing the Yomi dog as it savored its meal, their eyes filled with curiosity, emitting low growls as if engaged in some form of communication. As Imochen gazed at his dog, he was reminded of Ruoming, who had nurtured the Yomi dog with meat and spirit stones during his training in the Dragon Cave. Fortunately, during the banquet hosted by Hua Xiaotian, an abundance of food had been procured, otherwise, he likely would have been dragged out of the cave by Fusheng, much like Tuoba Muni. Whoa! After finishing a carcass, the Yomi dog's howl startled the remaining beasts into retreat. Imochen was taken aback. Could it be that the Yomi dog had evolved once more? Yet, as he extended his spiritual sense, he found nothing. It dawned on him that spiritual sense was ineffective here, so he stepped over the boundary and inquired telepathically why the dog howled. The Yomi dog responded that it had always done so, but dog barks were more endearing, making people perceive dogs as loyal companions, an idea instilled by Ruomeng. Imochen, his face a mixture of incredulity and amusement, found himself at a loss for words. Truly, a reflection of the owner. The dozen beasts continued their low murmurs, seemingly arriving at a decision, and collectively departed, leaving Imochen bewildered as he sought clarification from the Yomi dog. The Yomi dog admitted it could not comprehend their speech, but sensed they enjoyed watching it eat, perhaps finding its dining manner charming. Imochen vaguely recalled Ruomeng claiming her eating style was captivating, inciting appetites and capable of enchanting those who beheld it. He pondered why, as a serious individual, he had ended up with such an absurd dog, unlike other spirit beasts that did not exhibit such peculiar dining habits, clearly a result of Ruomeng's training. Once satiated, the duo descended to the base of the magma-laden mountains, the Yomi dog bounding about in high spirits, while Imochen hesitated, gazing at the magma and the oppressive demonic energy. The moment he set foot upon the mountainside, the dense miasma began to invade their bodies. The Yomi dog, thrilled, panted with excitement, bouncing around Imochen. Conversely, Imochen felt a suffocating sensation, the demonic energy far too potent. Yet, as his body absorbed it, he managed to convert it into spiritual power, allowing him to persist. Employing the devil-devouring heart method, he began to absorb a significant amount of demonic energy into his being, while his dark spiritual root within the Dantian stirred as if relishing this essence. Thus, they journeyed for half an hour, skillfully evading the steaming blue magma, finally reaching the mountain's peak. To their dismay, the summit revealed only an immense volcanic crater, devoid of any other useful items. Initially, he feared this trip had been in vain. However, the Yomi dog circled around him, barking intermittently as if it had discovered something. Imochen truly contemplated kicking the creature into the crater. Although it could not speak, it communicated telepathically, creating a cacophony of barks that left him puzzled. Fortunately, despite its foolishness, the Yomi dog seemed to grasp Emochen's displeasure, using its thoughts to convey that something lay within the crater, infused with demonic energy. Taking a step closer to peer into the crater, Emochen spotted a peculiar stone amidst the blue magma, upon which a plant thrived, exuding an eerie black demonic energy.
"Can you fetch it for me?"
The Yomi dog paused momentarily at Emochen's command, then replied telepathically that its short legs prevented it from leaping across. Emochen, feeling exasperated, impulsively kicked the dog into the crater. The Yomi dog yelped, adjusting its body mid-air, deftly leaping onto the stone, hopping across several rocks until it reached the demonic grass. Glancing back at Emochen, it began to dig around the base of the grass, continuing until the plant tilted precariously before it clamped its jaws around the demonic grass. As it grasped the plant, a surge of energy erupted from its body, as if the power of the grass overwhelmed it, yet it bore the strain, retracing its steps back. As it neared the bottom, the Yomi dog leapt onto the mountain wall, swiftly returning to the crater's edge, presenting the demonic grass at Emochen's feet.
Demon Emperor Grass!
Emochen exclaimed in awe as he examined the plant, a rare treasure that took millennia to mature, each leaf 1,000 years in the making, imbued with demonic energy. The sight of the 15 leaves filled him with exhilaration. This grass could be used for alchemy, artifact forging, or consumed to bolster his own strength. Describing this grass as a panacea would not be an exaggeration. Emochen plucked a leaf infused with demonic energy and tossed it to the Yomi dog, only for it to refuse, shaking its head adamantly while keeping its mouth firmly closed. Chapter 83 A True Trap. Consume it. Where is the fervor you exhibited when you devoured the sunfire gone? Looking at the wretchedly writhing spectral hound on the ground, Nongchen found himself engulfed in confusion. After having fed this creature so many spirit stones, it had transformed into such a pitiful state. He regretted nurturing it. Ultimately, it was only through a forceful maneuver, prying its jaws apart with a combination of persuasion and coercion, that he managed to feed it the Demon Emperor Grass. Upon ingestion, the hound's fiery red flames were now entwined with a dark, malevolent aura. The spectral hound rolled across the ground, emitting mournful cries. Its reluctance to consume the substance stemmed from the overwhelming power of the demonic energy it contained, yet it had no choice but to endure. The inherently ferocious gaze of the hound gradually sharpened, rendering it even more menacing, as bloodlust seeped from its crimson skin, intermingling with the green and black energies that enveloped it. Its sharp fangs lengthened, and its body extended to 2 meters before gradually retracting to 1 meter, while its head began to take on a sharper appearance, the aura of mid-stage golden core cultivation subtly surging within it. My goodness, I truly am inferior to a dog, Nongchen mused, observing the spectral hound on the ground. After decades of cultivation, he found himself unable to match the rapid advancement of this creature, leaving him at a loss for words. Rib bit. The hound had not yet ascended to the late stage of golden core cultivation, but upon stabilizing its aura, it let out a croak that nearly caused Nongchen to lose his footing and tumble into the volcanic crater. Make another sound. He thought it might be a hallucination induced by the influx of demonic energy, for he could have sworn he heard a frog croak. He had to reassess the situation and requested the hound to vocalize again. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The hound croaked thrice, and Nongchen was now convinced he was not hallucinating. It was indeed the spectral hound that had made the sound. In this thickly saturated demonic atmosphere, it was improbable to find even a single caterpillar, let alone a frog. The gathering of beasts, yes, the gathering of beasts. Nongchen muttered in a frenzy, genuinely alarmed at how his dog had transformed into a frog. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could inquire about this transformation. Thus, he questioned the spectral hound regarding its current state. The hound communicated telepathically, explaining that its plight was a consequence of Nongchen's coercive feeding of the Demon Emperor Grass, and it too was unaware of how this had transpired. Slap! Unable to contain himself any longer, Nongchen delivered a sharp slap to the hound's head, sending it rolling several times on the ground. It gradually rose, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, akin to a child who had just been reprimanded by their parents. Woof! Upon hearing this familiar bark, a great weight lifted from Nongchen's heart as he began to recall when the hound had last been normal. It had been after consuming the 7-flame flower and its stem that it had exhibited such behavior. It was not initially like this. Evidently, the issue lay with the flower stem. However, having perused ancient texts, Nongchen found no detailed explanations concerning the side effects of the 7 flame flower stem. He chided himself for not supervising the spectral hound better, allowing it to consume the stem as well. Now, he could only resign himself to fate. Whether this dog would prove capable was in the hands of destiny. Nongchen tossed the prepared demon Bodhi seed onto the rocky surface where the demon emperor grass had been, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy to invoke the heart of demon devouring, beginning to absorb the demonic energy from the volcano. His complexion darkened progressively, enveloped by swirling black demonic energy. To an onlooker, it appeared as though no one resided within the shroud of darkness. Having reached his limits, Nongchen drew forth the night flame, pointing its blade skyward, and unleashed all the demonic energy he had absorbed into the night flame in a single breath. With a resounding explosion that reverberated through the air, the beasts and cultivators within the secret realm were alerted by the sound. Even the battle-worn demon bear and demon leopard at the forest's edge ceased their skirmish, turning their attention towards the volcano. The demonic energy in the sky began to coalesce, and with the energy having dissipated from Nongchen, he looked up to behold a sky thickly saturated with demonic energy. "We must leave, as it will be difficult to escape once others arrive," he remarked, giving a light pat to the still-dazed spectral hound, guiding it away from the area as they ventured deeper into the secret realm. Their journey was relatively smooth until they encountered a bear and a leopard seated on the ground. The demon bear and demon leopard, both colossal in size, resembled small mountains as they sat, gazing at the pair with curious eyes. Upon noticing the 2 golden core stage beasts fixating on him, Nongchen contemplated whether to flee. However, after a moment, he discerned that they bore no hostile intent, so he cautiously approached with the spectral hound, resolving that should any danger arise, he would hurl the hound at them and make his escape. As they passed by the 2 beasts, they lowered their heads to sniff at the duo, exchanging glances and emitting low murmurs before resuming their seated posture, continuing to observe the direction of the volcano. Feeling a sense of relief that they had not attacked, Nongchen pressed on, the pair disappearing into the depths of the forest, leaving the demon bear and demon leopard to watch over the volcano. Upon entering the forest, however, the sound of the explosion drew cultivators back from the depths, hastily retreating towards the volcano. Such a thunderous noise and dense demonic energy could only signify the emergence of the demon Bodhi seed. "Master, the cultivators have not entered the caves we arranged. They are all retreating. What should we do?" Atop the colossal stone in the heart of the forest, a figure resembling a small girl reclined, gazing at the inky sky with an expression devoid of emotion, though dark demonic energy swirled around her. "Fear not, they shall come. After all, who can resist the allure of a treasure from the demon clan? And do not refer to me as master," said the elder beside her, standing atop the stone and surveying the forest below, waiting for the 3 clans' cultivators to walk into their trap, which had long been laid out for them. "Fairy Fanghua, given the perilous nature of this place, should I offer you my protection?" Xian Yuanchang and Luo Shuya had already arrived beneath the stone, with the sycophantic Jian Pengfei trailing behind, his face adorned with a fawning expression. He thought that if Xian Yuanqing ignored him, he could appeal to Luo Shuya instead. After all, they were similar enough, yet his lecherous demeanor and ingratiating countenance did not go unnoticed. In the world of cultivation, the same few names circulated, and Jian Pengfei's reputation preceded him, always associated with the term lecherous scoundrel. The ire on the faces of the 2 women intensified, as they communicated telepathically, contemplating whether to eliminate him in this secluded location. However, with so many cultivators present, it was prudent to avoid drawing the attention of any who might possess a keen sense of perception. As the trio reached the base of the stone, Jian Pengfei eagerly volunteered to venture into the cave first to scout for the 2 beauties. Naturally, the women ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. Yet, as Jian Pengfei entered the cave, an explosion resonated from above the volcano. The 2 women surmised that a treasure had indeed manifested, prompting them to turn back. Jian Pengfei, noticing the women departing, hurried to catch up with them. However, upon reaching the cave's entrance, he was thwarted by a barrier of the formation, causing him to stumble to the ground. Quickly recovering, he approached the entrance to investigate, discovering a transparent barrier blocking his path. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he glanced back. Within the cave, several flickering green lights danced about. Jian Pengfei cast a basic fireball spell into the cave, witnessing several early-stage golden core beasts advancing towards him. The 2 women, oblivious to Jian Pengfei's following them, remained unperturbed, for they had long since resolved to shake him off.
His entrance into the cave was a fortuitous opportunity for them to enjoy some peace and quiet. Chapter 84 of the confrontation of the resentful partners. Have you two finished your antics? Do you take me for a fool? Meng Jia strode into the heart of the forest, utterly unable to endure the incessant chatter of the pursuers behind him. In such an expansive area, one would have to be a fool not to realize they were being followed. Bei Qiqi, I've sent you a message, yet you keep prattling on. Look, that eunuch has noticed us. Mu Tianhen admonished his junior sister loudly. The two figures in the distance nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his words. This pair of clowns displayed no fear even when faced with someone of superior cultivation. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Infuriated by being called a eunuch, Meng Jia, in a fit of rage, launched over a dozen absolute yang needles towards Mu Tianhen, intent on ensuring the man could produce no heirs while capturing the woman to serve him as a maid. Mu Tianhen positioned himself before Bei Qiqi, skillfully twirling his sword. The rotating 7th-rank heavenly profound sword spun twice, deflecting all the absolute yang needles, which clattered harmlessly to the ground. Hiss! Hiss, hiss! Upon witnessing his needles being swatted away, Meng Jia conjured 3 steel needles, determined to continue the assault. However, upon hearing a commotion behind him, he hastily fired the steel needles off. Thud! Thud, thud! 3 absolute yang needles shot forth, pinning a vibrant green serpent, akin to a vine, against a massive tree trunk. Meng Jia regarded the early-stage golden elixir beast impaled upon the tree with indifference. In this forest teeming with magical beasts, encountering 1 or 2 golden elixir creatures was quite normal, yet, far off, Hirumo was deeply concerned. The opportunity for a surprise attack had been squandered. Although the poison beast of the Wanda sect was somewhat weaker, toxins would still prove effective against opponents of the same realm nearby. Feng Santong observed Hirumo's figure, feeling a nagging sense of familiarity. He was sure he had seen her silhouette somewhere before. Senior brother, do you hear that? It sounds like an explosion over there, and there's demonic energy. Bei Qiqi pointed towards the direction of the volcano, where the oppressive aura released by Mo Chen was palpable, felt by everyone in the magma plains and the forest. With his superior cultivation, Mu Tianhen sensed the energy as well, but he was currently engaged in combat and could not afford to divert his attention. The volcanic Wanmod Bodhi seed has manifested. Everyone, hurry! Someone in the forest shouted, causing the cultivators who were initially heading towards the boulders to turn back, sensing the demonic energy but remaining skeptical. Only when Mo Chen bellowed did they confirm their suspicions, and they rushed back, eager to seize the greatest opportunity. Who the hell disrupted my plans? Mo Chen's call not only startled the cultivators in the forest but also roused a little girl atop the boulder, who had been counting sheep with her eyes closed. Upon hearing the shout, she sprang up, cursing in frustration. How many people have entered the cave? The little girl fumed, and when the elderly man beside her replied that only one had, she stamped her feet in anger. She had meticulously devised this plan to lure cultivators into the cave, intending to use them as nourishment for her cherished pet. Go, command those beasts to drive the people over here. Upon receiving the order, the elder stepped to the edge of the boulder and began to play a flute. The magical beasts in the forest, upon hearing the sound, began to stampede towards the forest's edge, intent on herding the cultivators back within. As the beast horde surged forth, Meng Jia had no choice but to temporarily cease hostilities, leaping into the trees to evade the stampeding creatures. He did not wish to sacrifice his life over a mere grudge. The cultivators racing towards the volcano heard the approaching stampede and, rather than fleeing, charged towards the volcano, revealing their reckless disregard for their lives in pursuit of wealth. Senior brother, do you think that eunuch will attack us? After parrying 2 absolute yang needles with his sword, Mu Tianhen shot Bei Qiqi a glare, his irritation flaring due to her provocation at such a critical moment. Having been called a eunuch twice in one day, Meng Jia resolved that he must eliminate these two, otherwise, their loose tongues would lead to his ridicule in future treasure-seeking endeavors. Smack! Meng Jia felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and instinctively slapped the spot, only to discover a tiny insect on his palm. He retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his soiled hand, then disdainfully tossed it to the ground. As the handkerchief drifted down, Meng Jia, too, fell from the tree. Heartless scoundrel, perish! Hirumo had already made her move while Meng Jia was occupied swatting at the poison insect.
She knew he had been poisoned and that his high cultivation would not stave off the effects for long. She aimed to take him down in that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Bang! The two hands collided, unleashing a burst of toxic energy. Hiromo was taken aback to find Mengjia, though fallen, still had the strength to counterattack, and the two were forced to retreat several paces. Hiromo had an absolute yang needle embedded in her palm, while Mengjia's hand had turned an ominous shade of black, a consequence of the poison from her palm's energy. "You wretched woman! Is it truly you?" Mengjia was astonished to see his wife here. Although he no longer had use for her, he could still keep her as a slave or plaything. "Me, am I more wretched than you?" Hiromo erupted with toxic energy swirling around her. Having consumed the 10,000 poison spider, the demonic energy had dissipated, leaving only the lingering toxins and a faint red demon aura. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Both were bent on killing the other, leaving no room for mercy. Mengjia attempted to unleash his absolute yang needles, but with only one arm and his hand temporarily paralyzed by poison, he found himself at a disadvantage. Hiromo, seizing the moment, summoned her long sword and charged at Mengjia, aware that she was at a slight disadvantage in cultivation and that this opportunity might not present itself again. Mengjia, his heavily made-up face betraying no emotion, remained calm as he faced the advancing Hiromo. Surprisingly, he no longer harbored resentment towards Yang Gong for his ordeal. The absolute Yang Heart method rendered him impervious to toxins. Just as Hiromo's blade was poised to pierce his neck, Mengjia deftly used his fan to shield himself, causing her sword tip to strike against it. She attempted to press her blade downward, but felt her strength waning. In that crucial moment, she comprehended why Ji Nishang had advised her against impulsively seeking revenge. It turned out that Mengjia's technique had the peculiar ability to diminish his opponent's strength. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Mengjia pressed down on Hiromo's sword tip with his fan, expelling a minuscule absolute yang needle that shot towards her eye. As she saw Mengjia's mouth open, she tried to retract her sword, yet it was as if it were glued in place. Ultimately, she had no choice but to release her grip, turning her head to evade the attack. However, it was too late. The tiny needle pierced her mask, embedding itself into her face, and a surge erupted, causing green blood to flow from beneath her mask. Chapter 85. The dog attacks. Wretched scoundrel, this time next year will mark your demise. With a decisive strike, Mengjia deftly maneuvered her fan to redirect Hiromo's sword, then with a vigorous flourish, unleashed several absolute yang needles and her long sword towards Hiromo. Thud! Just as Mengjia began to revel in her success, she was taken aback by the sharp point of a sword piercing her chest. Though blood stained the blade, she recognized it all too well. It belonged to Feng Sangtong. As Hiromo sensed an imminent threat, she reluctantly summoned her magical artifact, conjuring a cerulean lotus in her palm, which caused the long sword and the absolute yang needles to clatter to the ground. Spotting Feng Sangtong materialize behind Mengjia, she initially intended to seize the long sword and stab Mengjia, but recalling Feng Sangtong's past misdeeds against her, she shot a venomous glare at both figures before snatching the long sword and fleeing the scene. Feng Sangtong. Despite being impaled, Mengjia managed to voice her thoughts, for one with a lesser constitution would have succumbed to death instantly. That woman speaks the truth. You are even more despicable than she. If it weren't for your collusion with those two ancient fiends, I would never have lost the Dragon Soulstone. Feng Sangtong roared in fury, firmly gripping his long sword as he slowly revolved it, intent on tormenting Mengjia to her last breath. Why should he endure such hardship if Mengjia was the cause? Mengjia, clutching her fan tightly, aimed a forceful strike at her own chest. Just as Feng Sangtong prepared to swing his sword, an overwhelming force sent him crashing backward. After being flung away, Feng Sangtong witnessed Mengjia's sword following suit, and he hastily summoned spiritual energy to mend his wounds, grateful that the absolute yang technique possessed restorative properties. Otherwise, he would have met with dire misfortune today. Crashing against a large tree, Feng Sangtong coughed up blood. Having underestimated his adversary, the disparity in their cultivation levels was a mere realm apart, yet the opponent's techniques were both sinister and formidable. Alas, brother, you claim this eunuch is so powerful. Why not consider? Before Bai Chichi could finish her thought, Mu Tianhen playfully rapped her on the head, as even if he were to become an immortal at that very moment, he could not bring himself to do such a thing. Who among the sane would willingly resort to self-castration for amusement? Indeed, if you were to go that route, perhaps you wouldn't be as formidable.
Mu Tianhan found himself wishing for death.
He originally intended to escort Bei Qiqi away, but she insisted on spectating. Now that they were watching, her commentary on the battle left him anxious about how he might meet his own end. Even if he were to consider self-castration, how could he possibly measure up to that man? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. How could he ever stoop so low? As Meng Jia regained her composure, she could no longer tolerate the presence of that woman wielding her fan. She unleashed a barrage of absolute yang needles towards the tree above. Mu Tianhan had initially intended to sever the needles with a blade of sword energy, knowing they were merely techniques that would cause little more than a trickle of blood. However, upon executing his strike, he realized that Meng Jia had imbued her techniques with genuine steel needles.
Ah, brother!
Bei Qiqi, sensing the impending danger, attempted to evade the absolute yang needles, but with Meng Jia's significant advantage in cultivation, she dared not confront her with a sword. In her moment of carelessness, she fell from the tree. She had intended to channel her spiritual energy, only to discover it had vanished, as an absolute yang needle lodged itself in her arm, and below her lay Feng Santong. Falling would lead to certain death. The absolute yang formation could temporarily suppress an opponent's spiritual energy, though it may last only a couple of seconds. In the heat of battle, even a fleeting moment could result in multiple fatal strikes. In her moment of despair, a figure materialized in midair. Catching her instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head against his chest. Mo Chen was taken aback. What was happening? He had merely been hurrying along, leaping between trees with his ghostly hound, when suddenly, he witnessed a girl tumbling down.
Little girl, are you all right?
Reflexively, he embraced her until they reached the ground, realizing she was a girl, and then gently set her down to inquire about her injuries. The ghostly hound followed suit, landing beside Mo Chen to guard him. Bei Qiqi, her cheeks flushed, softly murmured that she was fine, then gazed intently at Mo Chen, demanding to know the name of her savior. Mu Tianhan glanced down and noted his loquacious junior sister had turned bashful and tender. Could it be that she had developed a crush on her rescuer? He secretly hoped Bei Qiqi would marry soon. With her incessant chatter, she would inevitably drag him down with her, alleviating his father's headaches.
While you two flirt, do you think I am dead?
Feng Santong had already retrieved the demonic sword from the ground, observing the girl gazing affectionately at the man, whose back was turned to him, concealing his expression. Yet, as a man himself, he could discern the intentions of another man.
Who are you? Such an annoyance. Hey, bite him.
Mo Chen felt indifferent toward Bei Qiqi, considering his rescue of her mere happenstance, yet he had played the role of a gallant hero, and Feng Santong's interruption at this juncture seemed utterly tactless.
Grr!
The ghostly hound let out a thunderous growl, lowering itself into an aggressive stance, its body engulfed in black-green flames, eyes glowing red, revealing elongated fangs. However, its roar stunned everyone, especially Bei Qiqi, who had just been pondering whether to ask Mo Chen his name, contemplating whether to repay him with her body or suggest they become companions in the next life, only to erupt into uncontrollable laughter.
You've cracked me up. How can your dog sound like a frog? Ha ha.
Mo Chen wished desperately to find a hole to burrow into. The ghostly hound had thoroughly embarrassed him. Thank goodness for his mask, otherwise, if anyone saw his face, how would he navigate the world of cultivation afterward? Bei Qiqi laughed heartily, but Feng Santong could not share in the mirth. After witnessing the hound's croak, it vanished, yet he could feel the flame-imbued beast looming right beside him. At that moment, Meng Jia had fully recovered from her injuries, concealing half her face with her fan, her gaze piercing with malice and suspicion as she scrutinized Mo Chen, convinced she had encountered him before. However, his attire bore the insignia of the Dragon Clan, and she hesitated to act rashly. Mu Tianhan let out a sigh of relief, recognizing that his foolish junior sister had indeed stumbled upon a more Na'vi member of the demon race. Seeing her speechless before him, perhaps they could truly become a pair of celestial lovers. Though humans and demons were traditionally adversarial, numerous couples had formed bonds, provided they did not indulge in maleficence. After all, if one were deprived of the freedom to choose a partner who would still pursue cultivation, the siblings had even contemplated names for Mo Chen's children, and had he been privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly deem the disciples of Shen Jian sect quite eccentric, as he had merely rescued Bei Qiqi by chance, harboring no intentions of entangling her in any debt of gratitude.
You vile beast, what are you gnawing at? Release your grip this instant.
The group turned their attention to Feng Songtong, who was being firmly clamped by the ghostly hound, flames beginning to spread across his form. He swung his sword at the hound, but it proved futile.
Alas! Do you think he will end up like that eunuch over there? Is this how it will be from now on?
Bei Chichi observed the area of Feng Songtong's distress. Though she had yet to experience love, as a cultivator, she was not ignorant of such matters, particularly with a figure nearby who straddled the line between human and demon, neither distinctly male nor female.
Chapter 86 Women's Intuition. Be cautious, junior sister.
The moment Mu Tianhen's voice echoed, a dozen or so absolute young needles appeared on the ground. Mo Chen swung his night flame, striking down all the needles aimed at them, and then cast a gaze filled with murderous intent from beneath his mask towards Meng Jia.
Oh dear!
Please don't look at me like that, I was merely jesting. Meng Jia writhed, partially concealing his face, casting a sarcastic glance at the two before him. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that regardless of who Mo Chen was, anyone associated with the scoundrel Bei Chichi deserved to be eliminated. In his eyes, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator were mere ants. With his mid-stage golden core cultivation and mastery of the absolute young technique, dispatching them would be a trivial matter. However, he was taken aback by the agility of the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, who had thwarted his ambush, causing all his absolute young needles to fall to the ground. What Meng Jia was unaware of was that Mo Chen had been on guard against him and everyone else, even against Bei Chichi by his side. Ever since that sword strike from Shen Yuanqing, he had ceased to trust those around him.
Humph.
Hey, ignore that person, focus on this androgynous fool. Mo Chen was incensed by Meng Jia's taunt. Despite being a whole realm below him in cultivation, had it not been for his vigilance, he might have faced dire consequences.
Woof!
Upon receiving the command, the Netherhound released its grip and vanished from sight. Feng Songtong, noticing the dog had released its hold on his groin, hurriedly inspected himself, relieved to find that it had not bitten any vital areas. He felt fortunate. Sometimes, being small had its advantages, as it had allowed him to evade a fatal bite. However, he now bore claw marks on his thigh, oozing a murky, green-black blood.
This dog is poisonous. Feng Songtong's initial response was to assume the Netherhound's attack was venomous, but after a while, the blood returned to its normal red-black hue, allowing him to relax.
Gritting his teeth, he swallowed a healing pill and swiftly vacated the area.
Let go, what are you biting? I have nothing for you to gnaw on.
After the Netherhound disappeared, Meng Jia felt a tightening in his lower body. Looking down, he saw the hound's elongated jaws firmly clamped around his groin. In a panic, he cursed while frantically striking at the hound's head with his folding fan. Mo Chen, observing the hound's manner of attack, felt a sense of helplessness. He too was perplexed as to why the dog was so fond of that particular area. Was it a training from Ru Meng or Bei Chichi? In contrast to Mo Chen, watched the Netherhound's antics with gleaming eyes, occasionally exclaiming about crushing his eggs. From his perch in the tree, Mu Tianhen heard such remarks and directly transmitted a message to Bei Chichi, advising her to refrain from mentioning her affiliation with the Xian Jin sect while outside, lest she tarnish the sect's reputation entirely. You wretched dog, it seems you seek death. Meng Jia released his pressure, causing his folding fan to vanish and 3 absolute young needles to materialize in his hand. The Netherhound, sensing the imminent danger, instantly released its grip. Thus, it conveyed a thought to Mo Chen, inquiring if they could cease hostilities. Upon receiving the transmission, Mo Chen realized the hound was not as foolish as it appeared, but its behavior was occasionally erratic.
Run! Mo Chen shouted, grasping Bei Chichi's hand as they dashed towards the boulder.
Although Meng Jia had attempted to kill him, and he yearned for vengeance, he understood the futility of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator battling a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Even with the Netherhound on his side, Meng Jia's peculiar techniques hinted at hidden trump cards. Lingering in battle would surely lead to his demise. Thus, he chose to flee decisively. Of the Netherhound, having received its master's approval, promptly retreated a few steps and vanished. Just as it disappeared, 3 absolute young needles shot forth at its previous location, embedding themselves deeply into the ground.
Humph. Prioritizing lust over brotherhood.
Mu Tianhen muttered, immediately leaping away to escape the scene. He too could not contend with Meng Jia, and while the latter assessed his injuries, he seized the chance to make a hasty exit. He wished to take Bei Chichi with him, but upon reflection, he deemed it safer to stay with the Dragon Clan member despite his lower cultivation. Being a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, the strength of the Dragon Clan's physique and techniques was formidable. He was certain they possessed means of safeguarding his junior sister, and thus he set off towards the volcano to seize the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed without a backward glance. I care not who you are. What if you are of the Dragon Clan? I shall see to it that I sever both you and your dog from your roots. Meng Jia, with his legs wounded and bleeding profusely, was in excruciating pain. Uncertain whether it was due to the attack or his own agitation, the white powder on his face began to flake away. Enduring the agony, he resolved to first touch up his makeup before tending to his wounds. Once he had healed, he planned to enslave the pair of them, along with that dog, and make a hearty stew to replenish his lost vitality. Edge of the demon abyss. Forest. Sister Shuya, something seems amiss. Xian Yuancheng and Luo Shuya had reached the forest's edge when they noticed two magical beasts sitting with their backs to them, staring intently at the distant volcano. A sense of unease washed over her. Magical beasts were inherently ferocious. How could they sit so quietly? They observed as cultivators passed by, yet the beasts showed no interest whatsoever. However, when cultivators entered the forest, the beasts would sniff at them before returning to their stillness, fixated on the volcano. These beasts were clearly domesticated. Realizing this, she became increasingly certain that there was treasure atop the volcano, yet it was undoubtedly not the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed. The bear and the leopard were the guardians of some treasure, though the reason for their presence at the forest's edge eluded her. Let us return to the cave and investigate. Xian Yuanqing speculated that the 10,000 demon Bodhi seed must be hidden within the cave. Otherwise, why would someone proclaim that a treasure lay atop the volcano without attempting to retrieve it themselves? Even if the volcano's magical energy was too dense to ascend, selling the information would still yield a considerable profit. In the realm of cultivation, the strong preyed upon the weak, and no one was so kind-hearted. Xian Yuanqing's conjecture was half correct. The bear and the leopard were indeed sitting side by side, discussing matters. They sensed the loss of the magical monarch herb Zora, which their master had entrusted them to guard. Their presence stemmed from their mutual interest in a female tiger, and to prevent conflict, they had lured cultivators towards the volcano, agreeing to battle there. Whoever emerged victorious would claim the magical tiger. However, as they began to clash, the aura of the magical monarch herb vanished, forcing them to halt their skirmish and observe the passing cultivators. They could detect the scent of the magical monarch herb on the cultivators, as long as they had consumed or merged with it. Since sensing the disappearance of the magical monarch herb's aura, their intellect had been clouded. With their limited intelligence, they could only think to monitor the cultivators entering the forest. This year marked the 15th season for the magical monarch herb's leaves to mature. If they were to lose it, they dared not imagine the consequences. Having spent 400 years here, if their master could break through the array's constraints this year, they would finally escape the confines of this secret realm and step into the outside world. Chapter 87. Entering the cave. Young man, what is your name? How old are you this year? Are you married? Do you seek a companion? Emochen tugged at Bei Chi, who chattered incessantly, to the point where even the hellhound trailing behind them seemed overwhelmed, having never encountered such a loquacious individual since its emergence from the shell. My name is Emochen. A simple declaration left Bei Chi momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated encountering a man so reticent. Typically, those within the sect would shower her with flattery. Are you a bit aloof? You haven't answered my other questions. Ouch! Bei Chi, distracted by Emochen's demeanor, nearly stumbled, but he swiftly caught her. However, she felt something soft in his grasp, and he inadvertently squeezed. Slap! Once steady, Bei Chi instinctively covered her chest, aware that this was an accident and that Emochen had meant well, yet her reflex led her to strike him across the face, dislodging the mask from his features. In that moment, they truly beheld one another for the first time. Bei Chi gazed at Emochen's rather ordinary face, yet her cheeks flushed. To her, he appeared strikingly handsome. With a resigned sigh, Emochen retrieved his mask and slowly donned it again, inviting Bei Chi to accompany him into the cave. She eagerly reached for his hand, only to be brusquely rebuffed. The urgency of the previous moment had necessitated his assistance. Now, in this temporary safety, Emochen had no desire to touch the girl. His life's ambition was immortality, and such fleeting beauty was merely the flesh that would decay into bones a century hence. What purpose did marriage serve now? Oh dear, I didn't mean to hit you. Don't be so petty. Bei Chi pouted, hoping to persuade Emochen to take her hand once more, yet,
he would rather hold the leash of his dog. Given the choice, he would not grasp the hand of a woman who had just struck him. As they approached the cave entrance, the sounds of battle echoed from within. Just as Bai Qi intended to enter, Mo Chen pulled her back, leading her to assume he harbored feelings for her, urging her to take his hand. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Chen sensed a formidable array of restrictions ahead, far stronger than the sect's protective formations, and crucially, this barrier was transparent, undetectable by those untrained in formations. Break! Mo Chen struck the array with a palm, as if unveiling something hidden within the transparent barrier. Bai Qi observed with curiosity as his hand morphed into a claw, persistently questioning whether this was indeed his true dragon claw. Apologies for the intrusion, but were you attempting to breach the formation just now? A familiar voice interjected, belonging to Xian Yuanqing, the woman who had once pierced him with a sword in the Yin-Yang secret realm. Accompanying her was another individual whom Mo Chen did not recognize and had no desire to know. He had no intention of harming Xian Yuanqing. After all, the opportunities brought forth by Ruo Meng were too significant, making it unwise to slay someone from the Fanghua sect. This marked the first instance in his cultivation journey that he bore no murderous intent towards an enemy, yet he chose to disregard her. While he harbored no desire to kill her, it did not equate to a lack of animosity. That fateful strike had nearly led to his demise. Xian Yuanqing was taken aback, having never before encountered a man who ignored her inquiries. Frustrated, she fumed, while Luo Shuya, observing from the side, stifled a laugh, recognizing her friend's long-standing belief in her unparalleled beauty, which had seldom gone unacknowledged by men until now, it seemed. Bai Qi, ever the extrovert, approached and engaged both women in conversation, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Otherwise, given Xian Yuanqing's temperament, she would surely have demanded an explanation from Mo Chen regarding his apparent indifference. Indeed, she had contemplated confronting him, but was halted by Luo Shuya, who discreetly urged her to observe the hellhound at their feet. Only then did Xian Yuanqing realize that the creature was enveloped in an unusual flame. It was a mid-stage golden core beast. Qi, is that person your companion? After introductions were made, Bai Qi shared Mo Chen's name with the two women, who, as disciples of a prestigious sect, were astonished. There was no surname Mo within the Dragon Clan, only Hua, Tuoba, and Ming. Could it be that he merely mentioned his given name? Through their conversation, they learned that Mo Chen and Bai Qi had not arrived together, but had fortuitously crossed paths, with Mo Chen rescuing her in a moment of peril, only to be pursued by formidable adversaries. Sister Qing, what outrageous truths are you spouting? Bai Qi blushed, feeling a hint of embarrassment. She was unconcerned with others' opinions, having firmly decided that he was hers, and that was that. The two women were repeatedly taken aback during their brief acquaintance, incredulous that they had become companions so swiftly. Surely even the mating of magical beasts did not occur with such haste, at least not within the realms of cultivation. Mo Chen overheard their remarks but remained indifferent to the opinions of others. Even if offered the opportunity, he had no desire to entangle himself with multiple women. He understood that if he did not swiftly solidify his golden core, he would perish upon the awakening of the Night of the Dead, severed from his spiritual roots. He was no longer the naive child who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He comprehended the grave implications of losing one's spiritual roots. Not only would one face demise, but also be barred from reincarnation. While he longed for a kindred spirit to share his journey, he recognized that decades of companionship would hold little meaning. He was already devoid of everything, save for the paternal love of the old man Mo. Now that he had entered the realm of immortality, he would not squander his time on frivolous romance. Let us proceed. Confident in his ability to breach the restrictions, Mo Chen advanced into the cave, followed closely by the three women and the dog. Upon entering, they encountered Jian Pengfei, whom all but Bai Qi recognized. He was besieged by three mid-stage golden core magical beasts, surrounded by several torches and a glowing orb illuminating the cave. His body bore numerous wounds, as did the magical beasts, indicating they had fought for quite some time. Jian Pengfei had not anticipated that his quest for reputation would lead him into such peril. Now trapped, he could only fight desperately, awaiting the arrival of other cultivators to assist him. Hey, eliminate those magical beasts. Mo Chen commanded the hellhound, despite his disdain for Jian Pengfei. Nevertheless, as a fellow human, he could not stand idly by while someone perished. Unless that person was as vile as the other malicious cultivators, he would gladly ignore it. The hellhound vanished from sight, only to reappear beside a magical wolf,
sinking its teeth into its neck. Due to the suppression of its cultivation, the wolf was dispatched in mere moments. Shen Yuanqing watched in astonishment. She had witnessed spirit beasts and magical beasts in combat before, but to see the hellhound, even with a slight advantage in cultivation, eliminate the wolf so swiftly was indeed extraordinary. Grateful for her decision to accompany Luo Shuya into the secret realm, she reflected that had she confronted Emochen earlier, she might have met a dire fate at the jaws of this formidable creature. The thought left her feeling apprehensive, prompting a resolve to temper her temperament in future endeavors. Chapter 88 The Sovereign of the Beast Sect. My friend, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I am Jian Pengfei, and I shall certainly repay your kindness in the future. After the spectral hound had slain 3 demonic wolves, Jian Pengfei struggled to his feet and approached Emochen to express his gratitude. Emochen merely remarked that they were both of the human race before he ventured deeper into the cave. The 3 women and the dog followed suit, leaving Jian Pengfei standing there in bewilderment, feeling somewhat bothersome as the women ignored him and even the men treated him with indifference. Within the pitch-black cavern, bats occasionally flitted about, rendering the torches nearly ineffective in providing illumination. Bei Chichi produced a luminous orb and handed it to Emochen. Upon receiving it, he recognized it as the very orb he had seen on the ground moments ago. Do not bother looking. This is a light orb, you might as well discard the torches. Emochen stated that he had never encountered such an object before, neither during his outdoor training nor within the confines of his sect. Though the Righteous Qi sect did distribute light orbs, Emochen had never undertaken any missions, thus he had never received one. The others extinguished their torches and retrieved their own light orbs, illuminating the cavern clearly. They could see distinctly for over 10 meters, thus, they continued their journey deeper into the vast cave. My friend, please help me, I cannot get out. Regaining his senses, Jian Pengfei sought to retrieve the light orb and torch, only to find the orb missing. Fortunately, he still possessed a dozen or so orbs. Just as he lamented his predicament, he spotted Meng Jia approaching the cave entrance. Although he held a disdain for Meng Jia's ghastly appearance, he had no choice but to beseech help, believing that there were still kind-hearted individuals among the 3 clans. Meng Jia, initially intending to enter the cave, was met with the sight of a disheveled and ragged individual begging for assistance. This ignited a surge of anger within him. After pursuing Emochen, he had found no trace of his quarry, only this beggar like Jian Pengfei. Seeing that Jian Pengfei was trapped, Meng Jia speculated that it might be a trap and resolutely decided against entering. However, his frustration at failing to catch Emochen compelled him to unleash his ire upon the beggar before him. Damn it, you wretched creature, he exclaimed, summoning 3 sun-absorbing needles and launching them into the cave. Had Jian Pengfei not reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade the attack, he would have certainly met his demise. Noting his failure to strike, Meng Jia seized a folding fan and began to relentlessly fire the needles at the cave entrance. Jian Pengfei, taken aback by the cruelty of this ambiguous figure, had no option but to retreat further into the cave. He silently vowed that if he were to escape, he would ensure Meng Jia's demise, for how could one indiscriminately slaughter the innocent over a trivial disagreement? Yet, for now, he could only advance into the cavern. Watching Jian Pengfei disappear from view, Meng Jia's anger intensified, but he recognized the cave as a trap and could only stamp his foot in frustration before shielding his face with his fan and turning towards the volcano. Damn it, more trouble? Just as Meng Jia had entered the forest, he spotted a throng of cultivators rushing towards him in a frenzy. Initially believing they were headed for him, he readied his sun-absorbing needles. However, as he heard the thunderous sound of their approach and felt the ground tremble, he realized that a horde of beasts was pursuing them. He quickly leaped into a tree, only to find that aerial demonic beasts, previously unseen, had now appeared. A massive eagle, spanning 7 to 8 meters in wingspan, circled ominously above him, its malevolent aura enhancing its menacing presence. Observing that the demonic eagle did not attack, Meng Jia surmised that the volcano must be the resting place of the 10,000 demons Bodhiseed. The behavior of these beasts was exceedingly peculiar. They showed no inclination to engage in combat, merely seeking to drive the cultivators into the cave, where true peril awaited. Realizing this, Meng Jia disregarded the menacing eagle above him and jumped to another tree, continuing his trek toward the volcano. His actions did not go unnoticed. As others observed him, someone shouted that the cave was a trap and that the treasure lay within the volcano. Consequently, the other cultivators mimicked Meng Jia's actions, leaping into the trees and hastening towards the volcano. What on earth is happening? Who is continuously thwarting my plans? On the mountain of monoliths, a young girl observed the cultivators returning to the volcanic region. Perplexed by their actions, they had approached twice before, so why were they now retreating? Having been trapped here for 600 years, she dreaded the prospect of further failure. Unless she could break through the divine transformation, she would remain ensnared for an indeterminate period.
Sect leader, please remain calm.
I shall send the beasts to investigate the situation, an elder beside her remarked, noting the cultivators returned to the volcano with equal curiosity. Previously, all the cultivators who entered had met their demise within the cave. Why were the current batch of cultivators running amok? The girl lifted her gaze to the heavens, reminiscing about the past. 6 centuries ago, she had served as the sovereign of the beast sect, having reached the pinnacle of the golden core phase at the age of 300. She regarded other cultivators with disdain, believing herself to be the pinnacle of humanity. However, upon hearing of a treasure within the demonic abyss that could facilitate divine transformation, she had led her disciple, El Jing, along with hundreds of demonic beasts into the abyss. At that time, her beloved disciple, Lan Tian, had endeavored to dissuade her from such a perilous venture, arguing that as a newly appointed sect leader with limited cultivation, it was unwise to take such risks, especially with her master having just ascended. The sect required her to manage its affairs, yet, her ambition blinded her. She considered it an opportunity that if she could obtain the treasures of the demonic abyss, she would undoubtedly surpass her master in a century, becoming a legend within the realm of cultivation. Had she not taken Lan Tian as her disciple, she might have brought him along. However, sect regulations mandated that a gifted individual must remain to ensure the sect's legacy.
Little Tian, your cultivation is lacking.
Remain within the sect to handle affairs. I will speak with the elders, she had insisted. Defying the opposition within the sect, she resolutely led her second disciple, El Jing, into the abyss, orchestrating a massacre of cultivators over the course of 3 days, leaving none alive. By sheer serendipity, she stumbled upon the demonic emperor grass at the volcano's mouth, along with a blood-red fruit. Thinking it prudent to consume the fruit to enhance her cultivation, she and El Jing entered the cave. After ingesting the fruit, her cultivation surged, breaking through the confines of the golden core phase into the early stages of the nascent soul realm. Elated after just 13 days, she envisioned leaving with the demonic emperor grass, confident that within a century, she would achieve divine transformation. Yet, fate had a cruel sense of humor. Upon attempting to exit the cave, she discovered that she was unable to do so. Convinced that her breakthrough had shattered the restrictions of the secret realm, she assumed she would have to wait until the opening concluded to be teleported away. She urged El Jing to try, given his foundational cultivation, yet he too was unable to escape. Plunging her into a frenzy of confusion, she unleashed her demonic beasts to test the cave's boundaries, discovering that they had no issues exiting. After 10 days of concentrating her nascent soul, she had been trapped here for 13 days, believing she could exit in another 17 days. However, as time dragged on, she found herself waiting and waiting, only to realize after a year that she was ensnared within this secret realm indefinitely. Chapter 89 The Spirit Devouring Beast. Fan Sisi, O Fan Sisi, how can you, who arrogantly claims to be a genius, be so utterly devoid of wit? After being trapped for a year, the leader of the 10,000 Beast sect, Fan Sisi, endured a painful period of reflection, vowing to escape. Despite numerous attempts over the year, she found herself unable to break free. She began to cultivate and nurture magical beasts, fortunate that they had brought ample resources upon their entry, and she scavenged much from the remains of the cultivators killed by the beasts they had summoned. Thus, they spent 2 centuries within the cavern. Fan Sisi fared well, having taken a beauty-preserving elixir at the age of 15, ensuring her youth remained eternal. However, Lu Jing, despite having condensed his golden core, was gradually aging day by day. She had initially believed that the secret realm would open once every 200 years, perhaps granting them the opportunity to escape. By that time, the magical beasts they had nurtured had exceeded 10,000, establishing themselves as the sovereigns of the secret realm. During this period, they commanded the beasts to dispose of the corpses of their kind atop the volcano, causing a gathering of demonic energy that slowly formed a natural barrier, preventing cultivators from ascending. In her desperate quest to break through to the transformation stage and shatter the restrictions, she defied sect regulations and bred the spirit-devouring beast, a creature that indiscriminately consumed the life force of living beings to sustain itself. Once it had absorbed a sufficient amount of life force, it would evolve into a Yuaniing stage demon beast, condensing a demon infant. By slaying it and consuming the infant, one's cultivation would undoubtedly surge. However, the lethality of this beast was profound. wherever it manifested, the surroundings would transform into a purgatory, with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Previously, the 10,000 Beasts sect had raised one, nearly leading to the annihilation of the demon race. A Midyuaniing spirit-devouring beast could engage multiple cultivators of the same realm without faltering. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of 3 clans Yuaniing cultivators that it was slain. From that moment on, the breeding of such beasts was prohibited, and the cultivator who had seized the demon infant took it back with him. Upon consuming it, he successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to the upper realm. Since then, the tale of the spirit-devouring beast's ability to enhance cultivation circulated through the cultivation world, yet none dared to cultivate such a ferocious creature thereafter. Fan Sisi diligently nurtured a magical beast each day, which had already reached the golden core stage. She believed she would soon be able to escape. Filled with joy, however, 400 years prior, cultivators had entered the secret realm and were driven into the cave by Fan Sisi's controlled beasts. Once inside, they were ensnared by restrictions, unable to exit. Ultimately, they became sustenance for the spirit-devouring beasts, relying on the resources brought by these cultivators. Along with her own arduous cultivation, Fan Sisi also reached Midyuaniing cultivation. Yet, the spirit-devouring beast required an immense amount of life force. The life force from these cultivators was but a drop in the ocean. Reluctantly, she had to allow the beasts to consume the corpses of the cultivators, seeking ways to cultivate more beasts to feed the spirit-devouring beast. 2 centuries prior, among the cultivators who entered, there was a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Upon witnessing him controlling beasts in the forest, Fan Sisi instructed the beasts to bring him to the cave, revealing the backstory and her plans. In the Magic Abyss secret realm 2 centuries ago, only one disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect emerged alive. All others fell victim to the spirit-devouring beasts within the cave. Upon returning, that disciple relayed the news to Lan Tian, who was elated to learn that his master had survived. With her presence, the 10,000 Beasts sect would undoubtedly rise, overshadowing the Mad Demon sect to become the foremost sect of the demon race. However, by that time, the secret realm had closed, and he could only await the next opening to devise a plan for rescuing his master. Before the current opening of the secret realm, he sold information regarding the existence of the 10,000 demonic Bodhi seats to the Dragon Clan. Naturally, the Dragon Clan was hesitant to accept such claims without verification, delving into ancient texts and records of the secret realm, ultimately concluding that there indeed existed treasures of the demon race within. Thus, they disseminated this information, leading to the present circumstances. Yet, upon discovering that no members of the 10,000 Beasts sect had appeared on Falling God Mountain, suspicions arose regarding the veracity of the claims. Consequently, they informed the heads of the 3 clans, cautioning them that this might be a trap, which precipitated the subsequent events. The elders of the Dragon Clan opined that if all the cultivators who entered had perished, it would be a manageable loss. However, should even 1 or 2 escape and declare that no 10,000 demonic Bodhi seeds existed, the Dragon Clan would inevitably lose a substantial portion of their resources and face decline. This was why, when Emochen proposed to utilize the dragon's blood essence, Wishaotian and Tuoba Mui readily complied. In comparison to the Dragon Clan, 2 vials of essence were of little consequence. After 600 years, the spirit-devouring beast had only reached mid-golden core cultivation, yet the shackles remained unbroken, causing Fan Sisi considerable distress. According to her calculations, with 500 cultivators within the secret realm alongside her thousands of magical beasts, feeding the spirit-devouring beast would surely allow it to break through to the Yuaniing stage. However, the cultivators were not entering the cave, and she found herself unable to exit or command the beasts to slay them. She was caught in a dilemma. Fan Sisi, possessing exceptional talent and diligent cultivation, had already reached late Yuaniing stage. Had it not been for the scarcity of resources, she would have attained peak cultivation long ago. For the sake of freedom, she had expended tremendous effort to plan and cultivate the spirit-devouring beast, knowing that should news of her endeavors leak, her demise would be inevitable. Although only golden core cultivators could enter from the outside, once the entrance was sealed, she would be left to wither away within. Such a fate was unthinkable for her. Yet, at present, she could only instruct the beasts to drive the cultivators back into the cave. If she lost this opportunity, it might never arise again. "Brother Chen, why aren't you holding my hand? I'm scared." In the cave, Emochen walked ahead while Bei Chichi clung to him, leaving the 2 women and a dog trailing behind in exasperation. Previously, Bei Chichi had claimed to be his destined partner, yet now she wouldn't even take his hand. It was evident that her feelings were one-sided.
Silence.
Emo-chan's sudden, cold rebuke silenced Beichichi, who assumed he despised her, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. After all, this was her first experience of affection for a man. Her boldness had been met with a merciless reprimand, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. However, when she glanced at Emo-chan, she found him not even acknowledging her but rather fixated on the path ahead. Following his gaze, she was struck with terror and instinctively covered her mouth. By the light of the illuminating pearl, she glimpsed a half-human, half-beast monstrosity slumbering, surrounded by blood and the corpse of a withered magical wolf. The creature bore a bovine head with elongated fangs, a short elephantine trunk, a tiger-like body devoid of stripes, and legs resembling those of a chicken, yet ending in hooves. She stifled her tears, fearful that even a single drop might betray her presence and awaken the slumbering beast, which would spell disaster. Emo-chan had never encountered such a creature. He transmitted his inquiry to the others about its identity, yet all responses were met with ignorance. He was left with no choice but to consult the netherhound, which appeared to have lost its wits, declaring that the beast was food, delicious food, albeit one it could not overcome. "Oh, 3 beautiful fairies, what brings you here?" A voice echoed within the cave, startling the quartet into a cold sweat. They turned to see the smirking face of Jian Pengfei illuminated by the light. Roar! The slumbering magical beast was roused by the noise, rising to its feet, its eyes glowing red as it fixed an intense gaze upon them, its claws extending menacingly from its forearms. Chapter 90 of The Fury of the Cornered Beast. "You fool, are you trying to get us killed?" Shen Yuancheng exclaimed in a fit of rage. They had entered the vast cavern with the anticipation of discovering treasures, yet instead of fortune, they had awakened a slumbering beast. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing resonated thrice as Emo-chan was hurled backward, crashing against the stone wall of the cave. As he regained his senses, he observed the beastman rising, already summoning the night flame. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, and its strength formidable. It struck thrice with its claws, all of which were parried by Emo-chan's night flame, yet the sheer force still sent him flying. Ah, no! After attacking Emo-chan, the beastman turned its wrath upon Beichichi. Instinctively, she raised her arms in defense, but how could her frail limbs withstand such a ferocious assault? Fortunately, Shen Yuanqing intervened, drawing the sword from her umbrella to thwart the attack, sparing her from harm. But this act only provoked the beastman's primal instincts. Emo-chan picked himself up, brushing off the dust from his attire. Possessing the immortal body of the Celestial, he was not injured by such a minor collision. Squinting at the beastman, he contemplated how to vanquish it. Clang! Channeling the spiritual energy within him, Emo-chan brandished his sword at the beastman from a distance, relentlessly launching attacks. The beastman, intent on pursuing Beichichi, suddenly sensed something amiss. It pivoted to face Emo-chan, striking at the air before it with its claws. This bewildered the 3 women and Jian Pengfei, who were left dumbfounded. They could not comprehend what the beastman was attacking. There had been no sword energy directed at it, they merely witnessed Emo-chan waving his sword around, yet, the sound of sword energy clashing with claws rang clearly in their ears. While Beichichi, lacking the insight to discern the situation, was at a similar cultivation level as Emo-chan, the other 3, all in the golden core stage, sensed the invisible sword energy assaulting the beastman. They realized that if they were to engage Emo-chan in battle, they would likely struggle to evade such an attack. "Brother Chen, you are so impressive," Beichichi exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration, oblivious to the beastman beside her. But Shen Yuanqing swiftly pulled her aside, fully aware that the beastman was merely testing the efficacy of Emo-chan's attacks. She noted that the beastman bore multiple signs of being struck yet bore no wounds. Its defenses were astonishingly robust, surpassing even those of body refinement cultivators. "Scatter and flee," Emo-chan shouted, prompting the group to glance at the 3 passageways within the cave and disperse in different directions. Shen Yuancheng took Beichichi by the hand, while Luo Shuya and Jian Pengfei also fled in separate paths. Beast transformation. Once the others had departed, Emo-chan was compelled to reveal his trump card. His body became adorned with black dragon scales, his white hair cascading wildly, as 3 distinct energies, red, white, and black, erupted from him. The Yume hound, witnessing this transformation, felt a tinge of fear. It had always regarded its master as a mere foundation establishment cultivator. However, the power emanating from Emo-chan now felt commensurate with its own strength, compelling it to re-evaluate its master and prepare for battle. After transforming, Emo-chan's body became somewhat uncontrollable,
he lacked the strength of those from the otherworldly beasts and was still unable to fully adapt to their techniques. Fortunately, having merged with the Dragon Soulstone, he felt significantly improved compared to his prior experiences in the Yin Yang secret realm. At least now, he was not susceptible to backlash from his own technique, or upon hearing Imochen call for it, the Yume Hound emerged from its concealment, sensing that the Beastman was overwhelmingly powerful. Although it stood merely 2 meters tall, it was stronger than the Golden Core late-stage magical bears and magical leopards outside the forest. Tricolored flames, green, red, and black, erupted from the Yume Hound, its aura reminiscent of a demonic entity from the depths of hell. It vanished from sight within the cave, reappearing at the Beastman's feet. With a swift bite aimed at its calf, Imochen seized the opportunity to unleash a sword strike toward the Beastman's head, a black and white, semi-transparent sword energy slashing toward its target. The Beastman could have defended itself but underestimated Imochen's prowess, believing that his previous attempts had been futile. For over 5 centuries, he had rendered his prey helpless, absorbing their spiritual energy. In the confines of the cave, he had felt invincible. Boom! The sword energy detonated upon impact with the Beastman's head. What he had assumed would be inconsequential resulted in the shattering of one of his horns and the blinding of one eye, a surge of pain igniting his fury. He could not fathom why an attack that previously seemed harmless had now inflicted injury. Imochen had infused his sword with sword intent, previously refraining from using it for fear that Shen Yuanchang would discern the flowering sword intent. Little did he know that even if he had employed it, she would have been none the wiser. Apart from Ruomang, he was the only one in the lower realm to comprehend the flowering sword intent, and Ruomang would never divulge such knowledge. In a fit of rage, the Beastman kicked the Yume Hound away, then, gritting his teeth against the pain, charged at Imochen, lowering his body to impale him with his sharp horn. Post-transformation, Imochen's speed had increased tremendously. He evaded the attack by sidestepping, gathering spiritual energy in his palm, and executing the God-slaying seal, driving the Beastman into the stone wall before calling for the Yume Hound to find an escape route through a nearby passage. He sensed the Beastman channeling its spiritual energy to bolster its strength. His earlier success had merely been due to the Beastman's oversight. Should it realize the full extent of its power and retaliate with its full might, Imochen would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon reverting from his beast form, Imochen consumed a medicinal pill to restore his spiritual energy. Now, his spiritual roots were in complete harmony with his being, and his energy had multiplied severalfold. Yet, he refrained from becoming complacent, continuously replenishing his energy to maintain optimal condition. Moreover, he recognized the limitations of the demonic devouring heart technique. Against purely physical assailants, it proved ineffective, necessitating further energy replenishment. Furthermore, this technique was meant for body cultivators, who in their right mind would endure an opponent's magical assaults without consequence. It was akin to inviting death, truly a futile endeavor. After emerging from the stone wall, the Beastman seethed with rage. Throughout its existence, it had never sustained a single injury. The pain it now experienced was beyond comprehension. How could a mere mid-stage Foundation establishment creature inflict harm upon it? Determined to pursue, he reached the passageway but found himself unable to move his legs. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had never ventured into the passage. Some method had been used to control him, confining him to roam only at the cave's entrance, barred from proceeding further. To prevent any escape or unforeseen events, Fan Sisi had placed a soul-binding restriction upon him at the moment of his creation, limiting his movements to a designated area. Furthermore, should Fan Sisi wish to eliminate him, it would require merely a thought. For centuries, no one or creature had ventured beyond the passage. Even the spirit-eating beast had never dared to explore. Despite his humanoid form, he was still a domesticated magical beast, forcibly bound by a soul contract at his inception, subject to a soul restriction. He was akin to a caged pet. Frustrated at the thought of allowing his prey to escape, he redirected his rage towards the lifeless body of the magical wolf at his feet, using his claws to dismember the carcass as a means to vent his pent-up fury. Chapter 91 The Strong Foe of the Nascent Soul. Humph! What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone as beautiful as me? As Meng Jia arrived at the foot of the volcano, she was greeted by a throng of cultivators who had not retreated to the forest during the pursuit of the magical beasts. Although they could not utilize their spiritual sense, the dense demonic energy surely guarded some treasured artifact. Is it you, this perverse wretch, who conspired with others to injure my sect's elder? To harm my sect's disciples? Before Meng Jia could turn at the sound of someone speaking behind her, she felt a sharp pain in her backside as she was kicked to the ground, her face landing amidst the flowing, burning lava.
Enduring the agony, she propped herself up with one arm, her visage now singed, and had it not been for her high cultivation, she would likely have perished. "Who the hell are you? I do not recognize such a dubious character." Meng Jia spun around to face the speaker, a person she had never encountered before. She considered retaliating but quickly sensed the opponent's superior cultivation, along with 3 mid-stage golden core cultivators clad in identical attire.
"What are you staring at? I am Lu Tianyu of the Netherworld sect, teach her a lesson."
As Meng Jia assessed the overwhelming numbers against her, contemplating an escape, Lu Tianyu's fist struck her face, sending her back into the lava once more. Without the use of weapons, the 4 of them channeled their spiritual power into their feet, incessantly trampling Meng Jia into the ground. The cultivators at the base of the volcano dared not intervene or speak, for Lu Tianyu was the strongest in this locale, and the Netherworld sect was known for its vindictiveness. Incurring their wrath would surely invite retaliation. Witnessing the spectacle, they merely regarded it as a dogfight. They trampled her for a full quarter of an hour before ceasing their assault. Lu Tianyu had initially intended to shatter Meng Jia's golden core and render her incapable, but with so many cultivators present, he could not afford to slaughter them all. After all, the one who had harmed his sect was not he, but merely a subordinate. If he were to kill or cripple her here, the Netherworld sect would be forever branded as bullies of the weak. Thus, he sealed Meng Jia's spiritual power and instructed 3 disciples to each seize one of her limbs, lifting her to the entrance to cast her out. Not far away, Hirumo longed to follow and slay Meng Jia, but she recalled Genie Sheng's words that her vengeance would come in due time, and that she should first seize the 10,000 demonic Bodhi seed from the volcano. Yet, despite her intentions, events could take a different turn. From her sleeve, Hirumo released 3 small insects. Though the venom within would not kill Meng Jia, it would certainly cause her considerable discomfort for several days. In the Valley of Falling Gods, various nascent soul cultivators quickly locked onto the figure of a dismembered person, converging upon him. However, as he emerged, he immediately doubled over, retching incessantly.